Hello, and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today, as I hope you are ready. I hope you are locked in. I know you already are. I don't have to question on a day like this. Check your fandom if you ain't tapped in today with your blood pressure through the roof, your pulse pounding, you in wonderment about what will happen. It could go either way. It could go in direction. Is this going to, are we going to be able to stand? Is the 12's going to come strong? What's going to, could a ball bounce? What about the officials call? You're twisting through it all in your mind, and I am too, and that is the beauty of the conference championship title game, an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl. We've got the first matchup wrapping up here in the opening stanza with the New England Patriots going into Denver and sneaking away like a thief in the night with a 10-7 win. So they will be the participant coming out of the AFC. This was largely, I think, speculated. This game went basically how we thought it was going to go in the opening point. So not a big surprise here. You saw in Jared Stidham a guy that is a backup for a reason. He's not going to be Miracle Man. This isn't Nick Foles, who had started games prior to coming back in for Wentz, right? Who had actually a history of playing football and having a lot of time as a starter out there. This is a lot different, and you saw that today in this game. Not that Drake May played extraordinarily better, or nor did the Patriots play extraordinarily better. They snuck out by that extra 3 points, and certainly the conditions on this one absolutely leveled the playing field across the board, as we've kind of seen in these playoffs when the conditions start to come into effect this much. They won't hear for the Seattle Seahawks today, or the Rams, as it would seem the weather is pretty good shape. It's actually about as great a day as you could ask for in the Pacific Northwest as far as warm sunshine, not a lack of necessarily heavy winds or any threat of real rain. So we're going to get a level playing field out on this one, though I think some of us would have kind of, especially after McDonald's hype video this last week, we wouldn't have minded having a little bit of that rain. Sucks for them, shitty for them, but it's great for us. We'll see how the second one goes. I do maintain as well, coming off this first matchup, that this is truly the Super Bowl here coming up in this game. There was a game here where I'm watching these two teams play, and this is like a Sunday in November where the snow fell between two you could tell me two random teams. I don't know if I look at that and I go, that's high level execution from two teams playing at the best football. Now, again, the conditions, I can't undersell that. This is going to make everything look a little sloppy and a little bit out of sorts, and so hard to kind of peel one to the other on that one, but good for the Patriots to come away with it back to the Super Bowl again. It's been a while for them, hasn't it? But hope everyone's having a good day out there. If you guys could for me, please hit that like button as you walk in. This is a very important thing today, most especially, by the way, if you're tuning in right now, in that you hit that like button. Yes, I know I say, well, it puts me on the algorithm to help the channel get found. But today, in this kind of game, we're going to have a lot of Hawk fans out worldwide looking for play-by-play because they can't get direct access to the TV. They can't get access into the radio call. Maybe they're out on a boat in the Amazon. They're out there just like, I've got connection. I can get to YouTube. I just need, point them the way. This will point them this direction by hitting that like button, showing them over here. And then, of course, do please get subbed up if you get a chance today. Would really, really, really appreciate it. We're in for a long one today, folks. We'll be doing a live play-by-play and then, of course, a post-game stream. We'll see how long we can go on the post-game, as I've got to be out in the morning time. I'm heading out for the Senior Bowl this week as well, so we got something jam-packed going on. I'll bop over to you guys here in the chat as we got a little bit of time before the start of the game here, and then we'll get head over onto that. But bear with me here. Let's get our game cast up. Let's get the right game up. You know what I mean? First of all, I just want to thank, if I can, the sponsor of the show is, of course, going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog has been so kind as to sponsor us throughout the course of this year, and it has been mighty appreciated by them. Love them, love the sports app, as I feel like it is the number one in the game. I know I tell you guys this often, but I do believe it in the respect of this is the app to me that gives you more of those type of options out there, more of those built-in sort of boosts and kind of bonuses that you can go get in there to help build your ticket the right way and the way you want to exactly build it, instead of being force-fed down a direction you don't want to go. When you use my code, you get a 100% match up to $100, your first deposit on the Sleeper app. But wait, there's more. You also get a free 20, no deposit needed. So between using my code of NEST and just creating a login, you got $120 in the account from me to you through the Sleeper app, and you support the channel at the same time. I call that a win-win-win. So please do use my code NEST today. Terms and conditions to apply. Please see Sleeper site for details, as terms and conditions to apply there. Oh, as you can see here, I kind of built up a big ticket here. I went a little big. Go big or go home, right? That's how we're going. You don't go to the Super Bowl soft. You got to go hard. So I had to go hard a little bit on my ticket as well. Got the multiplier blue boost, taking this thing up to 19.78 with Cooper Kupp over 30.5 yards. Cooper Kupp revenge game incoming. Kenneth Walker over 21.5 receiving yards. I think he'll be utilized out of the backfield heavily. Tyler Higbee, he always seems to find himself at least 20 yards receiving in these type of games somehow or another, doesn't he? It feels like somehow or another he's gonna get on in there on that. And then we've got Kyron Williams in with 56.5 receiving yards. We have, I want to get this volume, make sure I have my volume off here. Yeah, we've got Puka Nacua over 292.5 yards, just because it does seem like he's always good to go for 100 on a normal day. In the playoffs, it just feels like he's going to get hyper targeted. But thank you to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. Thank you guys for using the code. I know in Washington there are some limitations that are still applying, but in a casino you can use the app in full on a network there, and it is just, they're waiting on the taxes stuff to really fully free up here in the state of Washington. So that should be coming en route shortly. Let me get back to my screen here. Hope everyone's having a great day. I know, like y'all, struggle to sleep last night, little nervous energy thing going on, right? A bundle of nerves. Megan starting us off very kindly, as she does, after dropping a $500 donation the other day, which was just amazing. Thank you for the $20 drop, Megan. My lady from down under says, hey, all, had the ride in the DeLorean yesterday, and I am running on 4 triple shot coffees and 2 Red Bulls and 4 hours of sleep. Please keep things civil in the chat, as I am not feeling the best and want to enjoy the game today. Well, thank you for mentioning this, Megan, because I often do forget to mention this at the top. We're going to have rivals in here. Ram fans, if you come in here, you're welcome in here. You're welcome to talk some respectful trash. Attack the team or go not at the person is just the only thing we ask. When we start getting into personal attacks in here or just turns into basically a troll fest, it's going to throw off the discussion for where we really want it to be, which is nice and clean, especially on a day like this where we're going to have a lot of people in the house. So just want to echo what Megan said. This is a game for just enjoying watching the game. Let's watch 2 great teams go at it. Both these teams too deserve to be here. Our team deserves to be here. No one expected us to be here. Everyone should be in a great mood and being able to have an opportunity to be in this game right now this year. No one saw us in this opportunity outside maybe a brazen few out there in the fan base. So just to give echo what she's got to say on that, let's keep everything above the belt today. That's all we ask, right? It's not. I know it's funner to swing sometimes below the belt in these debates and whatnot, but today especially, knowing the rivalry's already baked in here, knowing it's already hot, knowing everything's going to be just a little bit sensitive as it is. All right, let's keep it in the right way. Megan, thank you for the $20 dono. Great to see you in the house. Hopefully you're able to keep going strong, and the Seahawks give you such an exciting brand of football that you don't need any more coffee. They will be your coffee. But congrats on the DeLorean ride as well. I'd be looking for the first thing I do is look back for the part. What is it, the flux capacitor or whatever? I'd be like, show me the flux capacitor, make it do the thing. Appreciate you, Megan. Shadowbot, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I just shed a couple of tears. The NFC Championship Game in Seattle. It's got a wonderful ring, doesn't it, to it, Shadowbot? It's got just it's again, you go, well, we've done it recently, so it shouldn't, well, yeah. But you do think to those teams that just haven't done it. You think to those teams that have, fallen just short of getting to that spot of things, right? Where they've gotten close and they haven't been able to get to the conference championship even, or they've gotten the conference championship but haven't gotten past there. And we've been lucky enough to get past there, but how rare it is for even a lot of teams out there to just get to that spot of things. And you just enjoy it. And I know you guys have been the same with us this past 3 weeks of Seahawks coverage, and just being able to enjoy where we're at and where the season's been at, and trying to just really, through this whole process, enjoy, as they say, it's the cliche, enjoy the journey, so to speak, not the where you're reaching to, but really have been this past couple weeks. I know you are too, Shadowbot, and I'm glad you're enjoying it like that, man. That's because we don't want to be flippant about this. It's not easy to get here, and so many organizations get in the dark ages for decades on end and don't ever feel like they even can come close to touching this kind of experience. Cowboys fans. But not us, man. What a day. And we got a hell of a matchup. We have almost like a dreamed up kind of scenario here. 2 division rivals, trilogy, two best teams in football. It's so much like the conference championship with the Niners a couple years ago. It just is just like that. Kyle from South Park said, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, man. Experts in analysis, quote unquote, forgot Hawks have a defense and special teams. Apparently it's Darnold versus the Rams offense and defense. Darnold GP moving again. Darnold goalpost moving again. See, that's how often we know that term gets used. I know what you meant by GP. That's how far along we've come in this process with it. And you're hitting the nail right on the head, man. You are. And that is that this is a true test in this game of everybody talks of it from the standpoint, you're right, of a Darnold to the other team. It actually works more in inverse if we really want to play out that exercise, right, Kyle? To your point, it then really more becomes about Stafford against the Hawks defense if we're really doing that and special teams. That would be really if we're going to try to make that whole singular person component against everything else. And you're right, they're doing it. You're right, it's being done in mass, and this is what captures a lot of the imagination of the football minds in the modern era, is just concentrating on the quarterback position solely. And we're going to learn whether or not it's a great team that wins out, especially a great team that gets to play at home against that great offense. This is that game where you're going to get that true understanding about where things lie in that there's no more there's always a guessing game on these ones. They can go different ways, but I think today's is going to give you a little bit more of a certain response on that, especially considering the first game here where, maybe Drake May was the 3-point difference, you could say, in this one versus Stitham in these elements, when everything else gets neutralized, despite the Denver Bronco defense being better. I don't know. But I think in a game like this, historically speaking, it does favor, I think, the better team, especially getting to play at home in this game. And I just don't think that this is about, Darnold's got to play well. It's not to say Darnold just sits over there and he's going to be given a Jimmy Garoppolo experience of 8 attempts over the course of the game, and you're just going to keep him in a little tiny box and hope he can stay safe inside there. It's not that. But it is that this is more about how the team collectively plays, and Darnold is a part within that'll really determine this one, whereas I think more of the concentration has become sometimes in these matchups about individuals somehow. It's kind of like the basketball application to the football era, so to speak. Let me get the game on here. I'll be right back. All right. They're going to keep moving the goalposts. And I've given up on the conversation, Kyle, because it has reached that spot where I'm like, well, even if he raises the Lombardi, it'll be, well, it wasn't him. It was the great defense. And that's when the defense and special teams thing will now come back into the argument. You know what I mean? But thank you for the $5 don't know, man. I appreciate you, Kyle. Well said on your part too, bro. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 don't know. Brandon, Pumpkin looks fast and loose, confident. Well, she's been doing burnouts last night, like she could sense my nervous energy. She had the zoomies running through the house like you wouldn't believe. So oh man. Oh, man. So we got an update here from our guy, Brandon McDaniels, out there in the house. Sending in a little video action for us. Let's see if I can get this to play. Looks pretty good out there. I'm not seeing a lot of yellow. Let's play it again for you here. Let's get it full screen, huh? He shot a weird angle. There we go. I see blue. I see a lot of blue down there. I don't see a lot of yellow. And when I do see it, that's all just the hats. It's all just the green hats. Well done, 12s. Well done. It's what you'd hope, but you'd never know in these kind of games. You know what I mean? Looks like they're doing well getting out ahead of get at the pack of this one. Somebody's got the Marshawn Lynch jersey they put on Griffey out there. Kind of cool. Not bad, huh? 12s are ready. I know they're locked in today. I know they're locked in. Thank you, though, John. Pumpkin's ready to go. She was game day ready last night. She was putting the eye black on, stretching the shoulders out, doing some shadow boxing. She was all in. You know what I mean? Brock Townsend, thank you for the $5 donation. He says in the monster voice. Let's get it here.
Welcome to the dark side. Win or lose, I love my team and love my coach. Let's go, Brandon. Go Hawks.
Thank you, Brock. Welcome to the dark side, folks. It ain't going to be pretty. For them. For them. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I am so nervous, Brando. Stomach is churning. It should be churning. This is all normal. What you're experiencing, where you kind of feel like you want to die, but then you feel like you might want to vomit, but then you feel like you might have to poo. It's a combination of those three that you're going to oscillate between through the course of this game. And that is the wave you're going to have to ride. And you don't get it often. There's days you're nervous on game day Sundays, right? But you got 17 of them now, and you always can feel like even the most nervous you might get as the game, usually like as the game winds down, you get that nervous energy. With this type of game, it's 4 quarters. It's before the game starts. It's the night before as you're thinking about it. And you understand what's winding down, what's at stake. No more opportunities and chances. It's all about the here and now. Can you make this go? And I feel like team's in a great position. It's where I come back to that kind of like, I am nervous, but I'm also got the quiet confidence of feeling like, man, it's as good a position as you could ask to be in to go and get this thing taken. You know, at the end of the day, it's you're in a great spot. You're playing hot football. You're at home. You know, it's a tough opponent, but you do feel good about those spots that kind of do feel like they'll weigh into this game. Tizerus, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, best weather in the country. We are highly favored. Yes. Got a little bit of that nice, weather looking a lot nice in the Pacific Northwest right now. Like she's got the heavy jacket on here on the sidelines. Doesn't look like she's, necessarily needing it in these conditions. I'm sure it's colder though down there by the water than it looks. But you just got a pretty northwest day here. The flicker of sun setting on the ocean coming through, looking so nice. It's going to be a good day. Let's go, Hawk fans. Let's go. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeff. He says, offensive line stepping up today is critical mass. Indeed, the Rams are going to come at you with every trick that they've got in the book. Do they try to dial up a little bit more heat here and there at times? I could see them doing so. Are you going to see them at the stunted maximum probably with their guys to test us, especially some of the inside ability to handle those stunts and loops? I definitely think so. And this is where, that's one part of it. And then, creating holes in the running game. And that this is a Rams team that's not bad in stopping the run, but that this is where, you do feel like with Walker running as hard as he can, you can get after them a little bit with it. And so it's the combination of those two, of course. Can I be able to run Walker in my tight end out in the pass routes, or do I have to hold them back and have them chipping and trying to make sure that I can keep my line clean and not taking one less guy out of the route running, like happened in the first matchup. And so they can hold up on their own and they can show that they can stand up against this pass rush. And, it's a good pass rush. It'll get you at certain times, but just in general, over the course of a game, especially if you can minimize down some of the attempts to a degree, they've got the means to get it done. You got all 5 starters out there, Jeff. You got everybody pretty much healthy. You had that week of rest. You're coming in this fresher than the other team is on the other side of it. So they should be in a position to hopefully be able to do so. T-Mac, thank you for the $2 donation. He echoes Frogman. He says, I'm really nervous about this game. Go Hawks. Hey, I get it, brother. I get it. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to have coming in this game. It just means you care and that it matters. And you're not just watching it as like, whatever happens. I mean, it's just like a movie. I'm just watching it. Just entertain me. No, you're into this. You love this team, this community. This connects our community, as I've said so often. and that we all care in this much, in this way. It's true. And so you should be. It's a good feeling. It's natural. It's natural. Go Hawks, man. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. It's always good to see you in the house, bro. Says, good luck, but not too much. Same back to you, my man. Same back to you as well. Resident Ram fan in the house. And so, like I said, it's good to see you. And kind of good luck, kind of, in a way. In an obtuse kind of way, Matthew. Kyle from South Park, thank you again for another $2 donation. SD14, winning Super Bowl on Levi versus Pats equals storybook. That is the storybook conclusion to a storybook season. This is the path that is there. We got to take care of business today, and this is going to be a tall order. As I said, this is your real, true Super Bowl. This is your challenge. This is your test. This is the team that's got all the front runner from vibes, Titan vibes from the start of the season that a lot of people had expected, and you're going to get it today. So, yeah, you got yourself a storybook kind of conclusion that you can put on this year that's been just so unbelievable in so many ways, and we will revel and turn over it endlessly for years to come, the kind of year that this came out to be. Because in the moment, I don't even think we've quite understood all of the wild, cool twists in the direction of favorability towards the Seahawks that have just made this an awesome experience. Arda Levy, thank you for the $5 donation. And the chat's nervous. Look at this. Go Hawks. My nerves are killing me. We'll either get the highest help or lowest low. Please beat those traitorous Rams. Please do. Get it done today. And to Levy, that's like I say, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to have in these moments. You know, the players, I can only imagine what they're feeling. Butterflies all up in your stomach. Like you got about 3 dozen of those things. I got to play like this. Oh, you know, everybody's watching in America. It's good. It's a good thing. But thank you, DeLevy. Go Hawks, man. And please, let's beat these Rams today. Let's take care of this team. Let's put them away. Keep the season going. Add another chapter to that storybook. Nicole, thank you for the $5 donation. Nicole says, here we go again. 3 a.m. in Germany. Pulling through as a 12. Can't miss it. Just can't. Let's go to the Super Bowl. No, you can't, Nicole. And welcome in. Good to see you. Got all the way Australia to Germany in the house and a whole lot in between. And they reward you last week for turning out at that time. And hopefully they will do so again. If you're on the other side of the world as a Hawk fan today, you are truly showing your fandom. Not just because, look, it's a playoff game, you should show up, but you got to get up the butt crack of dawn, butt crack of the morning, 3 a.m. You're just cleaning the sleep out your eyes. You were mid-dream. You were mid-REM. And now you got to get out of the sleep and let me get for this football game. Here we go. Drinking coffee at 3:30 in the morning. Everything in your body going, no, don't drink this now. Yes, I need to see this game. Let's get it. Let's go to the Super Bowl. Why not us? I've been saying it for weeks, taking it and ripping it back from Russ and company back in the day when they once said it. And it became us. And I say, why, if it could not happen again, it could not happen now. Why not us? Why not us? Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation. Joshua says, let's go. Let's get this W, and then we avenge Super Bowl 49. Indeed, we would. Indeed, I hope we do. And indeed, we will. Let's get it, Joshua. Let's get it. An opportunity for vengeance across the board. Vengeance against the Niners last week for the 5-6 years of giving us a hard time. Vengeance to the Rams once again after we did a few weeks ago for the 5 to 6 years since McVay's been in there, giving us a hard time, taking us out of the playoffs, and one of the last times that we were within it. Vengeance, and then an opportunity to go and get it with New England. Let's freaking go. Industry Worth in the house. It's good to see you, Industry Worth. Thank you for the $20 donation. You guys are amazing as ever, and you're amazing as ever, Industry. Hope you're having a great day, Ken. Very kind of you for that $20 drop. Says, let's go Hawks. Super excited for the game. Have a ton of fun. That's the most important thing. Absolutely. And she also offers $2 donations. Says, don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. And that's right. Again, a great note from her, as with was up there before with Megan on this one. Just offer to you guys again in that nervousness. And sometimes whatever this way this game might go to start out, hold the line, be strong. This team has shown resiliency no matter what. And then just enjoy it. Enjoy even the nervousness, the nervousness that you get with what the Levy talks about, or T-Mac here, right? Frogman, just enjoy it. Well, the rides it's going to be that kind of ride. You don't know if you're strapped in. You don't know if when you go through the loop-de-loop, you're going to still stay in your seat. You might have to take the back of your legs and grab them up underneath the chair and hold on that way. That might be the requirement today. I don't know. You're the best industry. Thank you. Appreciate you. Much love. Kyle, again, thank you for another $2 donation. Kyle, thank you. You're awesome, bro. He says, is Marshawn or Jody raising the flag? Anyone know? I've heard Jody, and that's where you had it last time in the conference championship game, as it was indeed Jody. But I don't know. It's going to be hard to say on this one exactly. They always keep it a little under wraps right until the end, but somebody was saying prior that it would be Jody on that one. But thank you, Kyle. We will find out here in just a few moments. Let me say what's up as many people as I can here, as I know we're going to have a ton of people in the house. What's up, Lou? Red Stroke. Welcome to the dark side. Stu, it's bad here in Baltimore. I constantly want to thank people wearing Ravens fans. I know. Boy, they miss out. They're missing McDonald too, aren't they? No doubt about that. Shout about, can't wait to the crowd when the flag gets raised. Got to get juiced up today. Everybody's in their seats, which is good to see. No malingerers out there. Too late to your seat. You better be early on a playoff game. You better be down there. You better be ready to go. Game time locks in. You lock in. Watch from Bangkok. Come on, Seahawks. We're worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. Good to see you, man. Let's go. Aaron Glazen Stafford. Oh, goodness. Nicholas, good to see you, man. We'll see you in a little bit, Fro. Kakai, how you doing, man? Go Hawks. Seattle KO. Got all my people in the house. Barclay. Kaka. Go Hawks. Hawks 80. Bill Zimmerman, the game plan for both teams will be interesting. Yeah, I think this is where you're right, because you just don't have a necessarily static approach these teams necessarily take on either side of the ball to kick things off. I do think there's a little bit of, you try to just feel things out a little bit to begin things in these kind of games in general terms, but it is a little bit hard to say. We did get some news. Book and Adams are dangerous. We did get some news in regards to some surprises in inactives here, and that is Elijah Arroyo and Robbie Oots and Amari Kite, Amari Kite are going to be inactive for this game. So kind of surprising there. Also, you're going without Christian Haynes as a backup guard in this one, which is also kind of a little bit of surprise on that one. To the Rams side, it will be inactive today. Tutu Atwell, Darian Kendrick, Jarquez Hunter, Nick Vanette. Old Nick Vanette name there, Ohio State guy we drafted back in the day. Bo Limmer and Laurel Murchison along with Stenson Bennett. So no surprises really from the Rams side about who they're going to have inactive in this game. But for the Seahawks, no Oots. I do think that he was beaten up a little bit throughout the course of this year. I think there's been maybe potentially an issue there going on with his shoulder. So that could prove to be a little bit of a loss here. Interesting they're not having him out there, but again, maybe it's just not that good. These things come up. So he's had a bit of a problem with injuries this year, lower leg and then now upper body. Tim says, as a Steeler fan, I say go Hawks. Thank you for the love there, Tim. We could use all the outsiders. We can get in here. And folks, I want you right now, close your eyes. I want you to visualize. We're going to close our eyes and visualize. Just visualize Stafford off target on throws. Just picturing him drop in the pocket, and he just can't seem to get the ball in the right spot. He's just a little off. Can you see it, folks? Can you see that ball bouncing off the turf? Can you see it fluttering away over the receiver's head? Can you see it fluttering into the hands of a Hawk defender? Who's that defender? Who do you see there? Who do you see? Was it Kobe that you saw there? Was it Julian with another one? Picture it. Visualize it. Let's make this happen. Synergy. Create it. Come on. It's worked the last couple times for the Niners. We've done this. We did it to Brock before. We did it to him before. Just saying. Kyle, Shadowbot's got a confirmation for you on this one. Thank you for the $2 donation, Shadowbot. You asked, we got an answer, I guess, here. Jody Allen is going to raise the flag today. Hashtag for Paul. Big shout out to the ownership group of the Seattle Seahawks organization. A lot of shout outs that are deserving of this organization, but this ownership group has been stewarded wonderfully by Jody Allen taking over for Paul. That's no easy situation that she walked into. It was not merely just, keep the boat on the open waters where it is at. There were some tough decisions that had to be made. There's been some extra stuff that she's done, even with what they did in moving in the playoffs and last at the start of the year to start to get some of the lack of, scalpers out of the situation in the stadium, but how the organization especially has been running, creating a winner and having the right people in place to make sure that we can foment a winner. There's no more person more deserving and going out there today than raising that flag in her. And Paul's looking down, hopefully, if people look down, as I do think they would, and nodding and pumping his fist for her to do it and what she's done. And it's got to be very satisfying for her, as there was a lot of questions in regards to her taking over that ownership and how committed she'd be and how much of a even football fan she might be. But she's proven top notch. Jay Bra, thank you for the $5 donation, says, no matter what happens, this has been truly a fun season. I'm glad you've been live through it all, because we'll be looking back for a while. Ooh, I love it, Jay Bra. I really do, man. And it has been my favorite season to cover, and I've been saying it for a long time. Probably been, halfway into the year, I was saying, man, this just feels like the funnest season to cover, just because there's so many cool parts of the team to discuss and turn over. And I love football when we can discuss so many different items about the teams and schemes and what's going on situationally. But it has been an awesome year with you guys. No matter what happens today, those that have come from the outside are new folks to the nest. Those have been here for years. It's been second to none this season being able to experience it with you guys. It's so much of a funner experience doing this play-by-play with you guys, experiencing than just me sit on my couch, just, cussing to myself at times in frustration or celebrating myself. And I want to thank y'all for riding with me throughout this year. You included on that, Jabra. You guys can be anywhere. You can be watching from any spot. You can watch telecast or radio or whatever, but you're checking it out here. And from the bottom of my heart, I really, really do appreciate it. You guys are letting me chase my dream, and I'm hoping with this play-by-play as we go along through the years that just keep getting bit by bit better and better and better, and I'm loving doing it. So thank you for that, man. It's been an amazing year, and I hope you're right. We look back at this in that way where, like, you're just turning through all those parts, kind of like I was saying before, but where you're just like, I can't believe, then there was that thing that happened, and do you remember when that deal happened that allowed this to go down like this? And then remember the 2-point conversion off the guy's head, and when this, oh man, it's gonna be amazing. Amazing. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Kyle from South Park, you are awesome. Thank you for the $5. You see the people in the media saying Seattle pumps in crowd noise in their stadium during the games? Tell me you've never been to Lumen without telling me. It's a lazy take that's been around since Lumen opened up, and it's not with any sort of proof. I mean, and the funny part about this is that you can go to like the Rams stadium. You can look online on YouTube for proof of the Rams pumping in music into their indoor stadium. And there's literally there's a litany of videos you're going to find, and that they just do it knowingly. And I've been to other stadiums, like when San Diego was down, they used to do this when I went in the stadium to watch the Hawks play down in San Diego, and they would pipe in noise all the time when it was going to then help out their defense. I've been in the stadium. We don't pipe in noise. They didn't pipe in noise at the Kingdom. It's one where there was a noise thing created within the Kingdom, and then they carried it over to this stadium. Paul made sure the acoustics when the stadium would reverberate, but that's different from pumping in noise. And I guess that's just the part that they can't really seem to parse between the two differences of those, right? But it's also, the acoustics work, but as we've seen even in recent years there, Kyle, the acoustics work, but they still need the volume there. They still need the people in mass doing what they were doing in the Kingdom days, doing what we were doing in the early days of CenturyLink. And so it's still, again, that's back to why weren't we pumping in crowd noise in, 21, 22, 23, when things were starting to grow silent? It's because it's BS. And it takes people being fully connected in, like you saw in the playoff game last week, like we saw in the Thursday night game between the Rams a few weeks ago. That when you have everybody connected and at their loudest, now it's going to reverberate off those acoustics at a prime level. So it still is one that they try to trot out there without any sort of proof whatsoever. And we don't need to. We don't have to. Fans have probably drowned out the music. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, you guys are incredible as ever. It's 11:25 p.m. here in Ireland. I've been recovering from a concussion. Haven't watched anything on a screen in 3 days just so I could watch this game. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Martin. Good to hear, man, that you're recovering. Sorry about the concussion. I've had one of those, and it's not a lot of fun. And those recoveries can sometimes be a little wonky, weird, and just take a little bit of extra time. So do take care of yourself out there. Hopefully you're able to watch in and lock in on the game fully for the full set of it. But good to see you checking in there. Like I said, folks, worldwide out here. Ireland to Germany to Australia, South America. We're not just United States here. We're all over the place out there. And I know we've got Victoria, I know we've got Vancouver. Hawk fans all over the place. 12s are worldwide. It's going to be awesome if we are playing in Australia next year, where I think you're really going to feel, because I can tell you, I mean, we have a lot of Australian fans down there, and just how much I think they'll take over that stadium if we are going down there to play the Rams. But go Hawks there, Martin. Thank you for tuning in too as well, man. Peter Van Gin, thank you for the $5 donation, Peter. Biggest Seahawks game in over a decade. Enjoy the moment. Wish I was back in Seattle tonight. Good luck, everyone. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Definitely got a little bit of fighting that envy to try it for those guys that get to be in that stadium tonight, and how much fun that would be, and the build up to this game, and how much that would have been just a bar hop, and dab people up and be like, "What's up? You ready? You ready? No, you ready?" But it's gonna be a great night. And I'll tell you what, if we go to the Super Bowl, we go down, I'm coming back for the parade. I will be amongst my people to go enjoy that, at least on that level of it. But good luck to everyone. Go Hawks, Peter. Great to see you in the house too, man. Gonna be a hell of a night in Seattle, hopefully. You'll feel the city alive tonight. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, man, Lumen sounds loud on the broadcast. Hawk fans know what time it is. Sometimes we've gone silent in recent years, but we still know what time it is when the lights are brightest, when we need to show up, and when the community, and this is the beauty of this communal spirit that exists around this Seahawks team, it exists around the Mariners too, and then when they're locked and they're doing well, everybody in the community is locked in locally in this way. And I don't think it's this way in every place across the country in the same kind of manner, that it does connect Pacific Northwesters. I've been around it a couple different times, and there's a connection out there that you all can feel, and you've probably all been feeling as you've been walking around the city the past couple of weeks. It's undeniable. And they walk in that feeling, and it is the connection. It's being loud, but it's not just the kitschiness of being loud. It's that what we're doing in unison of spirit, and how little you see that anymore when it comes to community. It's a beautiful thing to see when it comes alive like this, and secondary aspects, of course, being Frogman, is the effects it will have on the opposition more often than not. You're going to feel it play into the game somehow or another. Carl Nerney, he says, it's time. Come on, get in here. It's time. Indeed, Carl, it is time. Good to see you in the house. One of my OGs. Let's get it on. Let's get this thing on. No more messing about. No more talk. No more trolls. We finally get to learn right here and now. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Carl, you're awesome, man, too. Hope you and your family are doing great. Good to see you also in the house, man. Love seeing my OGs in the house. Love seeing my OGs in the house. Megan, thank you for the $5. As one who has been to Lumen with Brandon, the noise is not pumped in. My eardrum reburst. Indeed, it's you can be there any place in the stadium and you can just sense it. And you look around, and when people are at their loudest, you're feeling it, and you're knowing, wow, this is everyone collectively contributing to this thing. That's just, it's just like in those movies where they show the sound effect of like a superhero, and they go, whoa, 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 whoa. It's got that, like, showing the sound moving into a person. It's a little bit like that when it's coming down onto the field on the opposition at full blast. When it's not at a full blast, it doesn't have quite the impressiveness. But when it's at full blast, like it's going to be tonight, giving people a full day to just gear up for this thing, look out. Sean, thank you for the $5 donation. Sean? Sean. Let me read it right. I'm sorry. Sometimes the way these usernames with the @ sign now appear on the deal gets a little bit hard to kind of always read right. But it's a Season. Thank you for the $5, man. Says, go Hawks from Louisiana. Well, shout out to you down there in Louisiana. Appreciate the $5 donation. And like I say, worldwide, United States, from corner to corner, man. Hope you're having a good one down there. Some Hawk fans down in Louisiana. How about that? All over the place. We got the game just about to kick off. Sean, you are awesome for your support. You guys are all amazing and awesome for all of your support. I thank you guys. We will be doing the play-by-play today, so we will be in and out when it comes to my reaction. If I can be on the chat, I'll try to look to it as I can here a little bit today, folks. But if you do donate or whatnot on that, we'll be doing a post-game. So if we're getting into big picture topics or whatever, probably more delve into that over there on that side, as today we'll be really locked in on just covering the game play-by-play, giving people as much kind of coverage as I can as to what's going on actually on the field itself. Again, if you can, hit that like button as we start off here. Would really appreciate it. Myers with the opening kick here for the Seahawks, heading down to the north end zone. This will be fielded at about the 5-yard line there by Jordan Winningham, I think. And he's going to be brought down right at the 30-yard line there by the Seahawks kickoff coverage unit. So Rams come out offense first up. Stafford and company dabbing each other up, getting ready to roll. Thirteen personnel look here on 1st and 10. Handoff inside, right up past the B gap there, where he will be pulled back down by Ernest Jones. All right, a little chippy already here. We got Dotson. Getting a little Dotson for the guard for the Rams. Decided to push Ernest Jones there. Didn't like how he came up so exuberantly after his tackle. About a 3-yard gain there for the Rams. Good job of stopping. Oh, they're going to give him 4 there. Shotgun look now. Stafford dropping back to pass. Pressure and coming down. He's able to complete it inside there to Puka Nacua for a very short gain of about 2 yards there. Byron Murphy was able to create some real quick pressure there off the snap. 3rd and a long 2.5 here. They're going to call it 3. Seahawks out with the nickel. Again, going kind of 4 wide here are the Rams. There we go. Reek Woolen out there and there we go in coverage with Reek Woolen. Just what we wanted to see. Press coverage on Puka Nacua. Staying with him step for step. Turn back around for the ball there. Make Puka generate separation out of man press looks. He's going to get some here and there throughout the course of the game, but force him to do it unlike how where you're kind of flip-sided at times with him where you're going more into that zone and he's cutting that zone apart. And with man, you're just making it much harder rather than how easier it can sometimes feel when you let him kind of run through the zone. You let McVay manipulate your zones to let him then run through the zones. Fair catch here by Rashid Shaheed after a decent punt. Will put Seattle deep into their territory with 13:33 to go here in the first quarter. Darnold and company come back out onto the field. First and 10. Pistol look formation for the Seahawks. 3 wide. Jackson Smith rotates here. Nice run there by Kenneth Walker. He just jammed himself into the behind of his guard and then just kind of tucked him in there for a second, waited for the hole to open up and then squirted on through. 5-yard gain for him. Seahawks had Jackson in kind of a shotgun running back look there with an orbit motion prior to the snap. They're going to line him up in the similar set here out of shotgun. So you got a 3 wide look. Hololani set up as an H-back tight end here. Interesting kind of formation. Rams countering with a heavy front. Sam dropping back. Sam letting it rip underneath there to Jackson Smith. It'll be incomplete there. Landman in coverage. Seattle, I think, got the matchup they wanted there with Jackson. Part of why you got him aligned there is that you're hoping you can get him kind of set up then with Landman in space, which they did. I think Sam being careful with the ball there on the placement. Be nice to get a replay there. telecast? I guess not. Third down and 5. Cooper Kupp goes in motion. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to let this run deep here. He's got a man deep. He's got Shaheed deep. Shaheed down to the 23-yard line. Big play over the top by the Seattle Seahawks. Sammy D going big. Letting that big dog hunt. Give me the one. Give me the one wood out of the bag, he said. Press coverage with the Rams, and you smoke it up with Shaheed right over the top for a big play, and he almost housed that thing. Beautiful throw by Sam. 3 yards of separation there by Shaheed. There we go. There we go. First down, Seattle Seahawks. Ball at the 25-yard line into Ram territory just like that. Bubble screen out in space here to Jackson. Jackson sidesteps the first man. He's down the football field for a nice 15-yard gain and another first down. Defender came up. Jackson cut it hard left and lost the defender untouched on the bubble screen. Sam it's a beautiful read by Darnold. We talked about this leading into the week. If you're going to get that safety climbing down to take away the under routes and the other safety is going to stay to the other top side and not be a problem, that he's going to more hang to JSN side, you go take your shot. First and goal for the Seattle Seahawks on the 9-yard line. Walker in the backfield. Back under center here is Sam with a 2 tight end look. Hand off to Walker. He's got some space to work with. Walker winding it backwards and forwards. Kind of looking for, I think, a little bit more of a crack that he just couldn't find, but able to still get himself about 3 yards or so on first down. Very important place here on the football field in this game, of course, is how you're going to be able to hold up in red zone. Can you run the ball kind of specifically? Second down and goal. Seahawks come out with a tight alignment here. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Rams bringing a lot of heat up around the line of scrimmage in anticipation of the run. That's what they're going to get. Walker able to fight hard here. Keep his feet. And boy, what a tough run by Walker. He was brought down about 3 separate times on that run. First, right in the hole, bounced through that, got about 2 yards, looked like he was definitely down then, and then just sort of did a frog hop move to get himself an extra 2 yards there on the play. Ends up getting this down to now where I think at the very least running the ball becomes a possibility here versus it being a definitive pass on this. You're about 2 yards out. So third down and goal for the Seahawks now. They're going to come out here in goal line. Bobo's your 1 wide receiver. Hand off here to Walker. Walker is going to try to get the edge. Walker trying to get over the edge. Walker leaps into the end zone. Walker's got there for touchdown. Seahawks. Walker using the jets there, showing he's just got better burst than any other man on the field there, other than maybe that man raising his hands right now, Rashid Shaheed, as he captured the edge and he took it, diving into the end zone there for a touchdown. Nick Keller up leading the way out in space for you at tight end on this one. He just kept Byron Young busy enough. Not as much as he got him pushed. He just kept him busy enough on the block. Byron couldn't get off in time, and Walker's so quick. And a good enough job by Walker there to kind of slow play it to the edge there off the initial 2 steps of the run, where he just kind of 1, 2, then boom. And I'm going to take it and go full blast. Let's go, Kenneth Walker, with a great run and a great opening drive for your Seattle Seahawks. As they go, and boy, that's the way to start a football game, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Foot on throat is right. Woo! Bennett is amazing. Thank you for the $5 donation. Bennett says, watching from London, married to a Seahawks family from Woodby. Family and bro-in-law are there. Got to be up for work in 5 hours, yet here I am. You are awesome for doing that. We're bringing you into the fold, man. You're a full-fledged Hawk fan all the way now for life. But Woodby's an awesome place. And shout out to you. Checking in from London out there. We got, again, I know we've got a great day contingent of Seahawks fans out in London in addition to yourself in that way. But thank you for the $5, man. Let's go. And shout out again, all those folks that are on the other side of the world with you guys watching this sport. I know in certain ways it's somewhat new to you guys with now finally getting all that access to watch this game. And so it's like you guys are all new to it, but you show your dedication and your fandom to it. Because I can speak to going live every time throughout the season, and so many of y'all are checked in there, and it's the butt crack of the middle of the night, and yet you're locked in, you're tapped in, and I love that. It's worldwide Seahawks, the Seahawks fandom. It's not just Seattle, it's not just state, it's not just regional. It is absolutely positively worldwide. Big shout out to you, Bennett. Thank you, man. Little old snowboarding lady, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, thanks for doing this. Happy to donate for the work you do. If we lose, I can get back to snowboarding for the rest of the year. Better than Cancun. No, unfortunately for the next couple of weeks, you're going to have to be in Cancun. It's just the way this is just going to have to go, snowboard land. So this will be the year that you go, the year I didn't get to snowboard, but the year the Seahawks, Yeah, it's a trade-off. Life's about trade-offs. And Cancun's not the worst to be on the downside of that trade-off, I would say. But thank you for all of your support this year, and as well tuning on in. Yeah, I think you're going to be stuck in Cancun for a little while longer. There's a couple more weeks. Snowboard lady. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation, Shadowbot. Touchdown, K9. Hey, how about K9 there, huh? What a great couple of runs. And it's all three of those runs when you set up to him getting that touchdown. Yeah, the last touchdown run there and the jets he showed was great, right? But he had no more room for that to be like another requirement of maybe another yard. Maybe he's short or doesn't quite get into the end zone there. And it's those first two runs, gutting each of them out for maximal yardage as he could on each of those runs to make sure you were in a position there on third down to have running being on the board as a possibility. But then you to be close enough to kind of make that move, to have that run called to go get that edge. Really running well there on that first drive was Walker on that in that way. Tough running, which is good to see. But a great A drive. Great A drive to start this off. To Levy, thank you for the $5 donation. Outstanding drive, he says. Outstanding effort by Kenny Legs. Dominant first drive. Time to crack a brew. Ooh, let's go. It's Miller time, baby. Thank you for that, to Levy. And a hell of a first drive. Great job by Kenneth. Beautiful throw, beautiful read there by Sam Darnold, too. Love to see that. We got a kick here down to the 4. It'll be returned up here and knocked off his feet at about the 26-yard line there. Nice job on kick coverage unit. Tyrese Knight, I think, made the play on winning him. Shaymon Truckin', thank you for the $5 donation. Shaymon doesn't have a note on your donation, but thank you for the $5, man. I really appreciate it. Really do. Industry Word, thank you for the $2 donation. Damn, play-by-play at lightning speed, B. Impressed. Trying to always get better. Always trying to improve at doing this industry, you know? Little by little, hopefully getting bit by bit better at it. But thank you. Appreciate you for that. All right, we got the Rams back out here at the 28-yard line. Under center is Stafford with a 3 tight end look here. He's going to hand this off inside to Kyron. Kyron's going to get eaten up inside, but not before he gets a gain of about 3.5, 4 yards, perhaps. That might have been Blake Corum, by the way. It's going to be hard for me at times to tell the difference between Blake and Kyron. They're the same size, and they both have 22 and 27, so their numbers look exactly alike, and they're just about exactly the same size. It's tough to kind of figure out what's what between them there. Big key in this game, how the Seattle Seahawks can defend against having a light box with some of the heavier fronts the Rams are going to try to run to attack with their running game. 3 wide receiver look here for the Rams now on 2nd and 7. Stafford dropping back. He's under some pressure, and now he's going to go and hunt deep, and you've got a man down there. Witherspoon, Puka Nacua beat. Witherspoon got beat. Boy, there's a lot of separation down the field with Witherspoon on that play. Just what we wanted, just what we were asking, press man coverage. Seahawks just couldn't quite get the pressure there. And boy, I don't even know. He just kind of lost Witherspoon there as he kind of rounded the route. He didn't even like make a cut, just sort of rounded like this. And Witherspoon was suddenly 3 yards behind him. Big play down the field for the Rams all the way to the 26-yard line. Stafford dropping back to throw here now. Pressure mounting. He's going to take another shot over the top here, and this ball is going to get overthrown. Again, looking to Puka Nacua. 2nd down and 10. Second down and 10. Shotgun look here for Stafford. 3 wide. Dropping back to throw. Looking to go deep once again. Pump fakes. And it goes out of bounds. And the official indicates to Adams that the play is overthrown, so you're not going to get off. He wants defensive pass interference there on Joe. Again, Seattle run a lot of the press man stuff. Physical coverage on the outside, seeing if the Rams can separate on that. Now we got a 3rd and 10. 12's up on their feet. Loud as can be. Four wide receiver look here for the Rams. Stafford shotgun. Sidearms it. Incomplete. Stafford. Strange kind of play there where didn't look like there was necessarily a lot of heat on his back there, but he kind of fell off his back foot and tried to essentially sidearm the ball weirdly and was very inaccurate on that throw there on 3rd and 10. Still, the Rams are going to get an opportunity here to get 3 points up on the board with the thicker kicker and Beavis. And the kick will be up and good. So 7-3 game, 8:15 to go in the first quarter. Rams successful on their second turn possession there. Leonard Shelvin, thank you for the $5 donation, Leonard. Vikings had Darnold, wanted May, passed on Nix, stuck with McCarthy. It's an interesting combination, right? And goes to show you that if you have a guy you want at the quarterback position that you really do trust in, that you really do believe in, that you love more than the other guys, that rather than sort of settling for the consolation prize, you just pay the price of what it would take to go get that guy. And so New England says, okay, it's going to cost you all the money to get this guy or all the draft capital to get this guy. You pay it up. And I think there's been some other examples of this in recent NFL history where teams kind of just tried to, well, we'll be just okay with this, with the second hand. You know, we'll talk ourselves into that. That's more you talking yourself into it than the conviction of loving the guy that you were all in on wanting, so to speak. But yeah, kind of interesting their approach on that one. And the Vikings will still be trying to talk himself and open McCarthy and come back next year and do something, Leonard, which I'm still not too sure that he's going to be a thing. He's still young though. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. McVay is going to be pass heavy now. He might, if you can get up ahead of this Rams team, you're definitely going to have McVay leaning into sometimes his worst tendencies are that he wants to become a little bit too pass happy and not stay with his running game. And I think if you get up on them and you're able to do that in this game, that would definitely push him to probably go even more so in that direction, right? And you're going to make him run more, that's for sure, to your point. So we'll see. Definitely right there out the gate in that drive, you saw them start out with a run, and then he was kind of like, okay, enough with that. Let's get back to the pass. And you're going, okay, well, you know, I think he gets kind of, his feet go a little bit like, his feet go cold, you know, when he sort of doesn't get a chance to like throw, you know, every couple plays. So we'll see how Mike can maybe counter that, or if they can anticipate a little bit of that. Like seeing the press man looks out the gate. I know Puka did beat Witherspoon on the press man look, but look, it's going to be you're not going to shut down Puka with the strat completely. It's just that to me, I think you can do a little bit more to hold him down a little bit, especially as we can see Matthew's going to hyper target this guy to the nth degree. There is no just like, you know, he'll get a couple targets a game. Like Stafford's looking to that guy 24/7. Seahawks will come out here in the second drive. Let's see which way they go with this one. Kickoff here. Drives back Seattle to their end zone where it'll be fair caught there by Shaheed. Rams don't want to risk it. You can understand that. I wouldn't want to kick to him either. All right, Seattle comes back out now. Sam will go under center. 12 personnel, 2 tight end look here. 3-4 counter by the Rams on the other side. Hand off here to Walker. Walker stretches it outside nicely there. Boy, good tackle in space there, but good job still being able to finish the run. Walker's really finishing nice today. It was a great tackle. He got out in space, made a nice job of really patiently waiting for the things to develop in front of him. Then he got the 3 or 4 yards, and then the defender got him right with a just grade A tackle, and he just kind of spun off that and then was able to still fall forward for about 1.5 yards more, turn this into a 2nd and 5. Walker running really well early on, especially those tough runs, tough yardage. Hololani in the backfield now. 2nd down and 5. Same kind of look here. 2 tight end sets. Only 1 tight end's in the backfield as a fullback here. Play action pass. Sam's going to roll out here. He's going to look to Barner. Finds Barner for a 1st down. Barner knocked out of bounds. 1st down. Nice play fake there. Give Sam a nice little easy read. Out in space there. Ball got knocked out there too, but he was already being knocked out of bounds. First down and 10. Ball at the 41-yard line in Seahawks territory. 1 wide receiver look. Shaheed goes in motion. Hand off to Walker. Walker dips inside. Walker almost able to get loose there, but still a nice gain on his part of about 8 yards as he gets right downhill. Walker running wonderfully here. Nice hole there opened up by the offensive line as well. 8-yard gain. Cram it down their throats, Clint. Freaking shove that thing right down their throat. 2nd down and 2. Bobo. Set up with Cooper Kupp. Back to Walker again here. He's able to sidestep the first man and then break down. Wow, lost a man in a phone booth there. Or a closet for you younger folks that never seen a phone booth. He had a guy coming down. I think that was the linebacker in the hole, wasn't it? Yeah, that's Spates. He's got Spates right dead set in the hole as he's coming up to it. And just, nasty juke move. Just a nasty juke move. Completely loses the linebacker untouched in space in the hole. Woo, baby. That's not bad right there. 1st down and 10 for the Seahawks. Sam Darnold pistol look. 3 wide receivers stacked to the far side of the field. Play action pass. Sam comes back to Walker. Walker with the screenplay. He set up and found the field. Walker loose down the football field for another gain. Nicely into Rams territory deep. Beautiful game plan here from Kubiak right now. An odd look to one side of the field with the 3 receivers. That just gave you more guys out in space to be able to set up the blocks on this one. Anthony Bradford leading out in space on Landman. And Walker. Let's go. .447 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks up 7-3. Already 6 first downs in this game. Ball at the 24-yard line into Rams territory. Sam under center. Hands this off to Walker. Walker captured this time around the line of scrimmage by Kobe Turner. Nice job by Kobe. So enough of that. First negative play of the day here for the Seahawks. Loss of 1. Make them stop it, though. I don't care about predictability. Show me actually you're going to stop it, right? So I love that Clint's got that vibe to what he's doing here on this drive with that. Shotgun look here for Sam. He's got Barner set up. Kind of a chip look here. Dropping back to throw. Gets it to JSN. JSN does a good job of just barely just toe tapping along the sideline there, walking the tightrope to keep him from going out of bounds, and dips under the man's tackle. Gets just past him and then he pushes him out of bounds. But really does a good job of extending that play where it looked like maybe it was only going to be about a 2-3 yard gain there, and you get down to 3rd and 2. Pistol look here. Holani in the backfield with Sam. Rashid goes in motion. Blitz look from the Rams, or at least a press look here from them. Yeah, they're showing. Got to be aware of it, Sam. Just get rid of it, ain't there? Ooh-wee. JSN caught the ball. I think he might have been out of bounds. They say he caught that? Oh my gosh, he caught that ball, they said. Unbelievable. Oh, there's no way he got those feet down. 1 foot, 2 foot. That's a catch, baby. Woo! First and goal, coming up quick on a quick snap, so the Rams can't take a look at it. Hololani trying to get to the edge. He can't get the edge. He's going to get captured in the backfield. Rams selling out for the run there. They're all over it on that outside zone as he's going to lose about 3 yards on that play. What a reception by Jackson Smith and Jigba, though. Plucked that out of the air with just one hand. Give me that. Oh, and then gets the feet down. Gotta be kidding me. Third catch of the game for Jackson. 2:21 to go in the first quarter. Clock rolling, ball at the 9-yard line. Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Rams look like they're expecting a pass here. They go back to the run play, does Seattle. Walker jumps over a man, and we got a flag on the play here, so we'll see what goes down. Ball's at the 5-yard line. Looks like we got a hold there. They were a little late showing it on the screen there, what might have happened. Trying to get a double team on Puna Ford, and yep, that's a hold. Got his arm up around him, kind of panic held him up around the chest there. So good call by the officiating crew there. You can't get your arm up around that, especially as that's right where the play is going. So it's impacting the play too. All right, Sam, be careful with the ball here. Kubiak, be careful with the play calling here. You're at the 19-yard line, and you got second and goal. Another orbit motion look here from Jackson. Seattle comes back to the screenplay, and Walker's got a little bit of space to work with on the screen actually there, and does a good job of getting a lot of the penalty yardage back on that play. About a 9-yard gain or so, 10-yard gain. Again, really well set up there. Made it look like you're going to Jackson to one side on the bubble screen, and then just came back to the traditional screen to Kenneth Walker. One way to keep a pass rush off of its heels and just from letting loose on you is to run these screenplays like this. It's a really good way of keeping them just hold your horses. Why don't you ease off the stick a little bit there, cowboy? Third down and goal. Sam and shotgun. Rams threatening pressure look here. Sam, drop back. And he's looking for Barner. Barner's looking for a flag. The Rams player's looking for a flag. Nobody gets a flag. Incomplete. See what happened here with Barner and company. I think it's a good no call. Hand fighting back and forth to me. You just let the play out. This is a play where it's like you fall back on this game to letting the players play. If it's egregious, that's why I don't mind the Bradford one where I look at that and I go, it's in the hole where it's going at him and around the shoulder pad like that. He can't, that's a panic on his part. He's definitely holding. Plenty fine with that. Here's Myers with the 27-yard attempt, snap down, kick up, kick. Good. 10-3 Seahawks. Grab back on top of the lead here. And doing a good job of moving the football and finding some balance. 9 passes, 9 rushing attempts. Controlling the clock here in this first quarter with only 54 seconds to go. Another benefit of these plays running like you have there, even not to get it in, but to get some successes there on that second, third down kind of range there a little bit. Is got that clock down to 54 seconds this first quarter, and you kicked off the Rams. So already doing a good job of trying to take a bit of control in that time of possession. Remembering with this Rams team, it's a team that's played a lot of snaps last week on it's not necessarily a shortened week, but they've traveled a bunch recently. A lot of snaps on these bodies here in recent weeks as well. And maybe you can kind of lean on that as you get into the second half, especially as long as you can kind of put in that work this first half to sort of tire them out in that way, if possible. If bloody well possible. If you can for me, folks, please hit that like button. We got well over 1,000 people in the house today. And if you can maybe sub on up, I would really appreciate it here, as it helps this channel out considerably, and it's absolutely positively free. Doesn't cost you nothing. Nothing. Love the play calling from Kubiak so far. Got to say, I'm mightily happy with what I'm seeing from him, and commitment to running the ball like he's got here in this game we're seeing. I stay with this. I got no problems. Walker on pace for 40. Walker on pace for 50 touches in this game. Or 40 touches in this game. Good. I say good. Give him all the touches. Mendoza, it's tough to double team Nacua. I certainly understand the want to do so, and I'm not against doing so. What I will say is that in watching so much defensive tape of this team as I have with Mike McDonald and going up against tough pass catchers, the tendency within Mike, and almost the tendency to the nth degree, is to not double team. A lot of times have safety help over the top, but it's generalized safety help over the top. It's not there to be angling towards an individual player necessarily. Now, they'll sometimes break this rule a little bit here and there, but just not by and large. They're going to want to run the defense as they run the defense, and let things play out in the back end, as they normally would for them. Turnover would be huge. You're addicted. Sean, sorry. Time for a turnover, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. How do we keep Kubiak for a few more years? Just give him all the millions. I don't know. Give him a contract, man. Just give him a big old contract. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, do you want to go to Buffalo, or do you want to go to Raiders? You want to just make the same money and just be chilling here, playing for bowls? All right, here's the kickoff by Myers. He will send this to about the short kick, about the 10-yard line. As they'll bring it back up there, and they'll get it to the 35, where they'll run into a wall of Hawks, and the Rams will take over with their third drive. First drive out the gate, the Hawks were able to get off the field pretty quickly. Second drive, Rams were able to get it deep, mainly to Puka. Let's see what they come out here with on this one. A lot of press man looks from Seattle early on in this game. And always that chess match between him and McVay on this. As McVay counter that, noticing that. Seahawks almost 11 minutes of time possession to just the 3 minutes of the Rams. One wide receiver look, 13 personnel here for the Rams. Outside zone run. And great job by Ernest Jones. He captures Kyron Williams up around the shoulder pads and spins him back around in place, keeping it to a very short gain. Well, the last play probably of the first quarter coming up here. They give him 4 yards on that. All right. That was a healthy spot. Two tight end look here for the Rams. A line one, the tight out wide. Handoff back inside here. Rams did a good job there of setting that up to make it look completely like it was going to be a pass play. And I think they had Seattle kind of on their back foot there, thinking pass, and it was a run to Kyron. So first down run there by Kyron, his best run of the day there, 11-yarder. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter with the Seattle Seahawks up 10-3. Not a bad start. Not too shabby. Antoine says, hey, Brandon, I love Witherspoon, but would Christian Gonzalez have been a better fit for the coverage corner? Go Hawks. No. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, too, Antoine, Christian got beat for the biggest play of the game in that Broncos game. He got Sims taking him over the top. They're both really good players. Gonzalez was a zone corner, so he was very much a guy that you got to keep in zone coverage. He's not going to be a man-on-man kind of guy. Witherspoon was more of a guy that you could operate with more flexibility between the two. And so, Witherspoon was the better tackler and then had more flexibility in the type of concepts he could run. But Gonzalez is a really good player too. I don't want to give it, it's no black mark on you that you're really just a zone guy. There's a lot of grade A corners in this league that are just zone guys really. But I think that you just, for Mike McDonald's defense especially, that versatility to do those different things is so very important. So very important. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. And the reminder, please do hit that like button. Please do sub on up. We got people, Hawk fans across the world right now looking for Hawks coverage. They don't have access to this live viewing game. They don't have the radio coverage. So you hitting that like button shows them into the direction of someone like me that can get them up to speed as to what is going on. So please do hit that like button. Please do sub on up. Jay Gundy, thank you for that reminder. And thank you for your support too, brother. Much, much appreciated. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 dono. Rumor is Seattle making a full court press to keep Clint Kubiak, which means he'll get a raise. Seattle's OC better than the Raiders' job, Carr's job, Browns head coaching spots, and it's not even close. Well, it's the part that I wondered if maybe you can find that middle ground where so many of the coaching decisions when it comes down to a coach choosing to be a head coach and leaving being an offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator really comes down to the guaranteed money and the amount of money you're being paid, both those two things. I got a 5-year deal, fully guaranteed. I'm maybe making $5 million per year. It's a lot of money to turn down, even if you think the spot you're going to is not necessarily the prime location for you to have success as a head coach. And that means that what's the middle ground then? Well, if I've got a great spot for a guy like Kubiak as an offensive coordinator and I can keep you on in here in the mix, that can be enough, to maybe kind of offset that. And we'll kind of get back to it in just a sec here on this. All right, we got Clint. We got Stafford here at the 50-yard line. 3 wide receiver look. They're going to go to a fly sweep here to Puka Nacua. He's going to run into Drake Thomas. Drake Thomas does a good job of collecting him. Good speed there by Drake. And a gain of about 4 for Puka. $14:31 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-3. Rams driving. 2nd and 6 onto the Seahawks side of the football field. Finding some positive plays on first down here. Quick snap there by Stafford. Oh my gosh, he finds Devontae Adams wide open because the Seattle Seahawks cornerback fell on his butt. Is that Witherspoon again? Boy, he's having a rough day. Oh, Witherspoon just completely just fell down. Man, what's going on with Devin today, man? He can't find his feet all of a sudden. Like he had Puka just suddenly generate separation on him his game earlier. And then here he's right and tight in coverage and then just suddenly kind of loses his feet. Kind of weird. Yeah, just tripped. Ball in the 23. Stafford, handoff, under center here. Seahawks rally around, do a good job there of stopping Kyron Williams. Be about a loss of a half yard or so on the play. Second down and 10. Four wide receiver look for the Rams here. Incomplete there. Nick Emanwari on Devontae Adams. Let's go. Emanwari in there nice and tight. It looks like he got one of his long limbs in there to make that catch. A little bit of tug there on the old Jers. But a good job of getting his hands in there as well. So long. And that's the benefit of having a guy this big and long at the nickel position. If you got a little 5'11" guy like that on that kind of play, he can't get his arms in there to make that. The guy's going to be able to box him out, essentially. 3rd down and 10. Stafford and shotgun. 4 wide again here from them. Stafford under some pressure. He's bouncing all over. Stafford goes down. Fumble. We got fumble? No. No, they're going to say he's down. 4th down. DeMarcus Lawrence got him. Leonard Williams was able to create the initial pressure and force him back into the spot, and then he's brought down. Ram fans are going to get mad about a face mask there, but it's bang, bang, and he got his hand off the face mask almost instantaneously. Hard to catch that. Field goal attempt here for Mevis. It's going to be a nice, decent long one here. He's going to be able to push this just past the right upright and through for a field goal, 10-6. Seattle will maintain their lead. Why didn't we? Oh, okay. They are going to call that a fumble, by the way. It was recovered by the Rams, if you're wondering about that. They've got Dotson on the recovery. So it was a fumble, as I was confused by it for a second there, but it was recovered by Dotson. Time of possession right now sees the Rams at 6 minutes and 52 seconds, almost 7 minutes, and the Seahawks at 11 minutes. Of course, the Rams have one more possession than the Seahawks so far in the game, though, because of the fact that they started out with the football. How you doing, Koken? Sup. Look at that guy. Look at that. Koken's emoji there, huh? Yeah. Hell yeah. It's good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Kyle, just back on your don't know with this. The middle ground you can maybe find with Kubiak is that maybe you can come back to him and you can say, okay, look, we'll give you the contract. We'll give you multiple years. In the future, if you want to go, you can go, but you're here and you got the contract in place if that doesn't present itself. So you got some security there with that, or you can guarantee it maybe. I feel like there's a way to find that middle ground with them on this to where it's in kind of both parties' best interest to remain. And if it's just down to the dollar quantity aspect of it, and it's not just down to him, I just need to be a head coach. I just need to be a head coach. But that the landing spot does kind of matter. And Clint's smart enough to me with having his dad's gone through this to understand that maybe that should be a bit of the calculus of your math. But we'll see how it goes. We did get the report, like you said today, that Seattle's making the full court press, that they're trying as they can to retain him. And it can hurt matters a bit here that you look around and you see that a lot of the prime, potentially good landing spots are kind of off the board at this point. There's not exactly Cleveland. It's a tough sell. That's who's my quarterback? Well, we still got Watson. We still got him. We're still working our way through that one, really. It's a process, It's a process. We're pulled. I don't want to use that word. And don't use that word. We're conflicted. Boy, Mevis has got the worst posture for a kicker I've ever seen. His head is almost in the center of his chest. Here comes the kickoff here. They're going to send this deep, and they don't want Shaheed punishing them. They'll have him down in the end zone there at the 35-yard line where the Seattle Seahawks will take over. 12-11 to go in the second quarter. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Rams got away with a face mask last year against Darnold in the end zone. Rams fans can't shut the F up. Go Hawks! Well, indeed. If you're Ram fans that wasn't bitching and moaning about that play last year, and you're like, well, that's bang bang, happens in the moment. Well, you can't say it here, really, can you, right? But they're going to let him play today. This isn't going to be an over-officiated game. I think that this has proven true so far. Sam dropping back to pass here on first down. He's going to find Jackson Smith for a catch and a first down. Nice throw. Nice catch there. It's going to be a game where they're going to lean on the side and letting these guys go. And that if you're looking for the officials in this game, you're not going to find them. It's just not, that's kind of the ideal. You want the players to decide here. Good throw, good step up in the pocket there by Sam. First down and 10, ball onto the 49-yard line into Ram territory. Sam and Pistol, two wide receivers. A little bit of a condensed split here. Sam with the fumble, drops on the ball there. Yikes, what happened there? A little sloppiness. I don't know if he was expecting the snap or not, or he was still changing the protections there. I think Sam took his eyes off the ball in the snap there. It's a little bit of a low snap by Sundell, but Sam was looking to get it, I think, as the handoff in place before he had everything kind of secured. 9-yard loss there. That hurts. 2nd and 19. Sam in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Got to get rid of it, Sam. You got to get rid of it, buddy. Sack there by Braden Fisk. Seattle going backwards quick here. Stunt game by the Rams. I mean, that's where the last play just kills you with the 9-yard loss, because now they can get into their bag and run their full complement of stunts and loops and twists up at you, and it's just like, yikes. So we're just going to get so hard to deal with. And then execution. All right, so we're going to have a Holani carry here that'll go for about 3 yards here. He'll be brought down to the ground, and that drive goes nowhere fast as one bad play like that can do that on these kind of drives in this kind of game. So a good stop by the Rams defense. Seahawks will try to punt here and see if they can try to pin it. The one bad part about losing all those yards, too, is that you've gone from being able to maybe put them down by the goal line to it's going to take a great punt by Dixon here to put them down inside the goal line here. Dixon lets loose. Nice punt. Ball's fumbled. Oh, it lands right back in his hands. Oh. The defender's got to go behind him being Derek Young, because if he lets the ball pass, he's got to be down there to down it. So that's why he's not in front of him there. If you're wondering about why Derek Young there doesn't get in front of him and be there to be like, grab the fumble if it fumbles forward like that, because you want him to, you would teach him from a coaching standpoint to get behind there and then be ready for that ball to roll so you can down it. Because of course the punt returners will often kind of fake that. You know, I'm going to return it, but instead I'm actually the whole time going to let it drop and roll behind me. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. All of our coordinators will be head coaches. Hopefully, we get at least one more year. Indeed, that's if you're going to go reach the ultimate success, that ultimately is what is going to happen on the back of that success, which is that your coaches are going to get taken and they're going to become head coaches. And this happened for us with, of course, Gus Bradley and Dan Quinn. So it's definitely going to be a part of the puzzle that eventually will come to be. But like you say, hopefully you can at least get one more year with the original crew in place, and one more year with the band, get the band back together, one more dance, so to speak, with those guys. If it's going to be Kubiak, just gets the one more year. But these things are always very fluid, always very hard to predict, and year to year they can go a variety of different ways. That's for sure. Okay, defense, got to come out now. We need some stops here. Let's get a stop here. You got a big long field to work with, so you don't have to be perfect here, but let's find some answers here. Rams starting to get a bit of the running game going on that last drive, and a little bit away from less of the pass. Stafford, 3 of 8, 70 yards, 69.8 rating. Run the ball, 6 carries, 26 yards, 4.3 yard per carry average for them on that side. Sam, 8 of 10, 130 yards, and Seattle's rushing attack, 11 carries, 36 yards in this one. So we can find some answers here on this one a little bit. A lot of pistol looks today from the offense, interestingly enough. We didn't run as much of that this year. It feels like we are running a little bit more of that today. Okay, the ball is going to be at the 12-yard line in Rams territory, 13 personnel look. They've run out of this look every time on first down prior, and they're going to do so again here. Man, that's predictable. You guys didn't know that's coming? All right. 7-yard run there for Corum. Come on, D. 3 drives for the Rams. 2 field goals here to start this out. Stafford, handoff inside here. First down run. $8:24 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-6. Stafford and company finding some first downs now. Twelfth man up on their feet. Supplying their voices as they can. 13 personnel again here from the Rams. Handoff. Corum sidesteps the first hold, bounces past, accelerates through, goes and gets himself another 4-yard carry. Second down and 5. Stafford dropping back, straight drop back here. He's got an easy catch to the tight end, Davis Allen, for a first down. Ball at the 35. Quick snap by Stafford. Dropping back to pass. He's got time. He's going to find his man open. Puka Nacua, first down. Big play down the field to Puka Nacua. Seahawks looking for a push off by Puka. They're not going to get it. Seahawks defense on their heels here kind of the past couple drives. There's no push off there. It's, if anything, Greek was the one grabbing. Come on, D. Come on. I know it's a good offense. Let's go. Two wide receiver look here. Hand off to Corum. Corum cut down at the line of scrimmage. Chenna Nwosu looked like he was the man to make it happen there. Good job, Chenna. $5:38 to go in the second quarter. Rams driving into Seahawks territory here. Second down and 10. Ball at the 44-yard line. Stafford's going to change the play here. Dropping back to throw. He's going to, nope, handoff here. And it catches the Hawks off his guard as it did me here. First down run, Corum. And right now, McVay's getting a little ahead of McDonald right now. The last 3 drives, you're just kind of feeling him a little ahead of, anticipating what McDonald's doing here a little bit. Chess match going back and forth. He's taking a couple pieces off the board here. Maybe just pawns, but he's kind of getting into this bag a little bit here in the run game. So the part I'm really worried about coming into this game would be the commitment by the Rams staying to it. And they're doing so here. 12 carries, 63 yards now. And it's starting to really come alive for them. Come on, defense. Let's get an answer here. 13 personnel. They're coming right back with it once again here. Test. Three-yard gain. Two-yard gain. Clock continuing to roll down. Rams getting back into an even state on the time of possession here in this quarter. Defense just can't get off the field. Quick snap by Stafford. Quick find. Wide open player out in space. Puka Nacua again, just standing out there uncovered. I mean, just you got a guy 10 yards off of him, just leaving him just wide open to run whatever route he wants underneath. Understand that once again in this game with Puka coming in, one of the things you're wondering about is, do you have a plan for Puka? Well, 75 yards in the first half. The answer is no, we don't. Very frustrating after 2 games this year where he's already got 300 yards receiving that you're just still coming back into this game with no real idea of what to do with him. 3rd down and 1. Handoff inside here. First down carry. Rams not getting big gains on the ground, but getting that 5 yards, it feels like just 4 or 5 yards every single time. It's there to be had whenever they kind of want that thing right now. Hawks defense definitely on their heels. Mike's got to dial something up other than just this 4-man looks at this point, because this isn't working here on this drive, and you're going to have to at some point cook something up here. They're just slow bleeding you down the field. Stafford's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. 3 wide receiver look, and we're going to get a timeout by the Rams here. That's going to be the first timeout for them of this half. 2 remaining there. Thirteen personnel again. 1 wide receiver. 3 tight ends. Can Seattle's light front work here? They hold it down to about a yard gain there. Drake Thomas makes a nice play. Maybe the last play before the 2-minute warning here for the Rams. Another tight alignment here from them with Stafford. 2nd down and 8. Puka goes in motion. Stafford's going to check the play at the line here. 2 shell high look. Offsides here. Jaron jumped. Was he induced? Officials are going to discuss it. That's also the 2-minute warning. So I guess they're not going to let us know the call because they got to get commercial. Okay. I love when they do that. So Mike's definitely living in basically 4-man fronts. We anticipated you didn't want to do much blitzing. I don't know that you blitzed, but maybe 1 time this whole half, maybe. And they're going to have to start to think about, I think, as this game goes along about, if the Rams are going to stay this committed to running the ball and they're going to run at a 5-yard clip, you're going to have to eventually start putting some consideration on running some 3-4 looks at times when they're going to go into these 13 personnel looks. I know Seattle doesn't want to do it by and large, but I don't know other way of doing it here is they're going to start hammering this run game and especially just lean on the clock, taking it over, and your defense don't get up the field and they're just slow rolling you up the field and you've got really no answer there. A lot of momentum had out the gate, just lost here with this defense letting these drives go up these fields. Just kills the kills the crowd too. The crowd just starts kind of getting murmuring and just kind of like, all right, like, come on, guys, somebody make a play. Two minutes to go here in the second quarter. Seahawks up 10-6. Ball at the 9-yard line, 2nd and 8. I guess they're saying that the 2-minute warning hit before the flag went either way. Fair enough. Stafford in shotgun here. 3 wide. Parkinson's going to go in motion here. Snap back. Stafford looking out in space, and he's got Kyron Williams wide open in the flat for an easy touchdown where he could moonwalk his way in if he wanted to. Seattle Seahawks defense getting taken to school once again by this Rams offense in the first half. 3 of their 4 drives have been scoring drives punctuated by this touchdown. Throwing and running, doing what they basically want to do here to your Seattle defense. And Seattle just has no adjustments, essentially. Mike keeps coming out in the standard just 4-man fronts, running a lot of now off coverage as the game has gone along, and getting picked apart. So I don't... you're going to need to score some in this game, but I don't know that this game's going to go well if we're going to need the offense to constantly score here. Defense is going to need to find some stops in this football game, and this first half was not it outside that first drive. McVay, it just feels like for about the last quarter and a half, has been way out ahead of McDonald. God, another commercial. Forgot how they do these. I'll be back in a sec. Do 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 do. Alrighty, here's the kickoff out into the end zone here. I don't know if it bounced right before it got in the end zone or bounced in the end zone. I couldn't quite see there. 1:55 to go on the clock here in the second quarter. Seahawks have all three of their timeouts. Shotgun look here for Darnold. Trips to the far side of the field. Blitz look from the Rams. Enough time for Darnold to see it coming. Hand off to Walker here. Walker finds the edge, tries to tuck himself in behind Big Abe Lucas, and carves himself out maybe a 2-yard run there. First carry for Walker here, I think, in the second quarter. After he had 8, I want to say he had 8 or 7 there in the first. Rams have just taken time possession by the horns. No pun intended. Second out of 9. 3 wide receiver look here. Sam and shotgun. Sam dropping back to throw. He's got to get rid of it here. Cooper Kupp. Tight coverage. Incomplete. Kobe Durant. No separation down the field with the Seahawks receivers. Had to go in tight there to Cooper Kupp and hit Cooper Kupp in the hands. It's a tough catch. But Sam did as much as he could to put that ball in Kupp's hands, give him a chance there. Now you get the 3rd and 9, get the stunts, get the blitzes from the Rams. Sam dropping back to throw. Throws it to Helani. Helani doesn't get his head turned around. Everything's gotten... Here's the punt down to the 18. There's a flag. Looked like it was holding by the Seahawks on the punt. Man, live. Come on, team. Come on, team. You're playing at home, man. Where's no energy off the back of the home crowd at all? Everything just gone sloppy. We can't catch a snap now. We can't catch a pass. We can't block on punts. Defense can't stop anything at all. Come on, boys. This effort is not going to be it, man. This is not going to be it. This is going to take more than this. I don't know what's gotten on, but there's no juice on the team right now. Fuck, another fucking Jesus Christ. Do. Industry Worth, thank you for the $10 donation, Industry Worth. Appreciate you for that. What are you looking forward to in Alabama the most? Just meeting the boys, getting to hang out with them a little bit, talk some shop with the fellow syndicate folks. But I don't know. It's kind of been like hard to concentrate on because so much has been locked in on this season. It's been tough to think about the trip here tomorrow. But probably just hanging. Relaxing. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we didn't show up to win today. I definitely am not feeling a spirit of like the offense was great out the gate. Love what we saw with them on the drives and Kubiak's play calls out the gate. So don't let me paint this as being something that's just completely bad. But the spirit and energy is not great from the team right now. Your offense is getting sloppier as the game goes along. Your defense is just completely right now from the past game that you played to this game right now between McVay and McDonald. I don't know what have you gotten on probably 20 drives, maybe 4 stops or something like that collectively. It's kind of wild to watch how good this defense is and how much McVay is just completely takes it apart. And quite frankly, right now, Mike's not dialing up a lot of different stuff to try to offset it at all. Just kind of like, well, come on, boys. 1st and 10 here. Handoff inside here. Another nice run by the Rams of about 5 or 6 yards there. Hopefully they can lock something in here, Joshua. Maybe they're just waiting for the second half to come around. 1:16 to go here in the second quarter. Rams have 2 timeouts. Ball at the 33-yard line. Stafford back to throw. Stafford finds a man here on the outside. Ooh, good job by Nick Yemenwari with a nice job in coverage. Ripping the ball away from Puka Nacua. Showing those long arms off for the second time out in this half. He's been the one guy showed up to cover today. He's been really good. Third down and 5. Clock stops at 1:09. 12's on their feet, beckoning forward. Their Seahawks beckoning on their defense. Blitz look here from the Seattle Seahawks. Press coverage on the outside. They drop out of the blitz. Good job by Woolen. Woolen knocks it away deep down the field. Reek Woolen does a good job there of tipping that ball away from Puka Nacua. The length of Seattle and speed of Seattle showing up a little bit here. Did they say that was a timeout and we played that whole play for there being a timeout? Huh. I mixed that up too. That was weird. They played the whole down and they had the timeout. Okay. Third down and 5 again. Stafford dropping back to throw. Looking. Again, Nick Yemenwari out there tight in coverage. Knocks the ball away. 4th down and 5. Big stop by the Seahawks defense, giving this offense a chance to do something in this half. And this defense needed that, man. They needed a 3 and out. The energy just wasn't going in the right direction with this Rams offense and what they were starting to do to them. Need to start finding some counters here. Tight coverage out there by Yemenwari, who's just playing a sensational game. 3 times in coverage, he's been there to knock the ball away. Here comes the punt here to Shaheed. See if he can do some damage. He's going to fair catch it and fall down. A lot of players up around him there as he was trying to catch that ball. About the 25-yard line or so. 54 seconds to go. Seahawks will take over there and another timeout. Woo, they're getting their advertising budget in, aren't they? They are getting the ad revenue. It feels like we get 3 plays, and no matter what, we're going to commercial here. I think we have about 16 commercial breaks in the last 2.5 minutes. It's probably because the game's been wound so fast, that they're leaning on the ball so much, and just the play clock's kind of constantly winding. Now, Banker L. Priest, thank you for the $2 donation, Banker. Says, win or lose, good luck, Brando, and please beat the Pats. Same to you as well, Banker, man. Same as well to you. And I do maintain, and nothing today I saw from that game and the Broncos and Patriots told me anything differently, being that whoever wins this game is going on to very, very highly likely to go win the Super Bowl, because it's going to be a much different matchup between these two conferences, in my opinion, just from the level of how good those teams are coming out of the AFC versus how good these teams are coming out of the NFC, in my opinion. Jimmy Plays, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I told you the Rams are your daddy, Brandon. Rams are better. We'll see. We'll see. Thank you for the donation. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 dono as well. Raiders are meeting with Joe Brady for a second time. They seem to be bouncing a little bit all over the place. It's almost like day to day what I'm hearing from the Raiders is something new and something different. So I feel just like, I don't know if they're being exhaustive or if they're just sort of getting hot to trot on one candidate to the next day by day. I can't quite figure it out myself on this one there, Kyle. But yeah, that's cool. It's cool. One more team, one less guy for Kubiak to go with, maybe something like that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Wouldn't be the worst thing. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $2 donation, MJ Seahawk. The fix is in. Boston against LA. Two huge markets. I don't know if I see the fix in. It's you got a total of 2 penalties called on the Seahawks in the first half for 20 yards. I think the penalties have been pretty fair that have been called. So I can't say that they're letting the guys play to me. They're letting them go at it to me. And they're letting them decide the game. And, I appreciate that. I'd rather the players have a chance to decide the game and let them play a little bit looser rather than playing it tighter and over officiating it in a game like this. 54 seconds to go here. Seahawks first 2 drives, 19 plays, 137 yards. Last 2 drives, 7 plays, 4 yards. Things have gone very quiet here. Let's see if they can jumpstart something here on 1st and 10. You'd love a successful play just on 1st and 10, even for 5 yards here if you can with Sam. Tight coverage there on Jackson Smith, and he makes a hell of a catch there for a first down and then out of bounds instantaneously. Little stop route there. Out route, sorry. Good job. Boy, tough catch, strong hands. Defender got his hand in there and really did a good job of contesting that. Darius Williams. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Sam back in shotgun, 3 wide. It's going to drop back to pass. Remember your outlet option, Sam. God, Sam, stop trying to push everything down the field, dude. Take your outlet. Come on, Sammy. The flats are there sometimes, buddy. Flats are not the worst thing to take sometimes. 2nd down and 10. Blitz look here from the Rams. 3 wide from the Seahawks. Sam back in shotgun. He's looking down the field. Steps up in the pocket. Climbs on up in the rope there. He's got Jackson Smith down the field. Jackson gets hammered. Stands back up. Says, I got this. I can take that. Big play down the football field to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Grade A hit there by the Ram player. I mean, he just laid a great clean hit right there on his shoulder. That's Cameron Curl. It's as clean as you get there. It's all shoulder. It's into Jackson's shoulder. It's a hard-ass hit. Jackson sustains it, knocks off his feet, and holds onto the ball. What a catch by Sam. Beautiful, beautiful catch. Beautiful throw. Ballsy throw there by Sam. He's letting it rip, man. 1st down and 10, 37 seconds to go. The Seattle Seahawks take their first time out of the game. Jackson with his 6th catch for 102 yards on 7 targets. What a throw and catch. Boy, I can't understand. He got just whopped on that catch. Shotgun look here. Trips to the far side of the field. Hololani in the backfield. Jackson comes back in motion to the near side. Sam dropping back to throw here. Pressure, mounting, gets it down to Hololani. Hololani steps inside. Hololani with a nice job there. Under timeout. Just call a timeout there. Timeout there. There we go. Great play. There, see, thank you, Sam. There we go. Thank you. Don't forget about the backs out of the backfield. Rams defense will sink down into coverage. It's part of why I'm lamenting this is that you can feel them sinking and you can feel the running backs and our tight end get into space here in the flats, and Sam's eye is getting too much here. Remember this out here, right? Because that defense is going to sense you're getting too much here and that you're not getting out here with your looks. So you got to be aware of it. So just even coming back to hold Lombardi there, just remember that. You don't have to sit there and hit that button over and over, but just occasionally you got to go to that button and press it on in there on that. So we've got 1st and goal, 30 seconds to go here. Seahawks have 1 timeout. 4 wide here. Hololani goes in motion, turns this into empty. He's going to come back. Sam gets the look he wants to determine whether it's man or zone, and we get a flag. Little bit of sloppiness there. The details here on some of this stuff in this half, man. Some of the stuff in this half, a little bit of the details here. 3rd flag of the game for the Seahawks, and Jalen Sundell with the false start. You got to give Sam the opportunity to do the read he's doing there, and he gets a little jumpy. I didn't even see it. Huh. It must have been just very subtle. It's kind of a big deal there. Rashid Shaheed goes in motion now on 1st and goal. Hololani in the backfield. Sam, drop him back. Go to Hololani if you need to, buddy. He goes over to Jackson, just throws that away over the top there. Great catch there by Jackson, but out of bounds. If I'm Kubiak and Sam's ear, I'm like, just be patient here, buddy. Got him! He got him in the back of the end zone. Blown coverage by the Rams in the back of the end zone. And Sam just layers a ball over the top to Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's wide open in the back of the end zone. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Sam threw up one of his prayers that makes you lose your breath. And then also have a heart attack at the same time, and then your butt puckers a little bit, and you go, oh, no, Sam. Oh, oh. Just as I said, be careful. You know, he's letting one of those like layered throws where you're taking a little bit off. Woo! Seahawks take the lead 17-13 in a wild first half. Oh. What a throw by Sam. He's getting taken down. Like Jackson's open there, but he's got to layer this over the top to fit it in over the top there. And why the Rams blow the coverage there is that Seattle's been utilizing this over the past couple of weeks. And it's funny because that's actually a Sean McVay route. Sean McVay was the original coach to take a wide receiver and say, what if I take a wide receiver and I put him back as a running back and shotgun? What does that do to the defense? How does the defense, if they're in zone, then decide how they're going to guard that guy? Because normally if you're in zone, you're going to guard that. We got a little bit of chippiness here between the ball clubs there on the extra point. 17-13 Seahawks. 7 catches, 115 yards in this first half for Jackson and a touchdown. Offensive player of the year in the NFL, showing you why. Great drive by the Seattle Seahawks. And boy, that just got to help the defense out, you think, right? Let's get the momentum a little bit back to the D here. Kickoff comes out now at the 1-yard line. Still got to cover it up. And the Seahawks are able to do so. That's really nicely done there. Rams do have a timeout, but good on that kickoff coverage to stop them at the 29-yard line. You're trying to see this if you can get this down to where the time runs out with them unable to get anything pushed down the field, hopefully, ideally. And Stafford's got that big arm here. He can push it down into the heart of things, so you got to be careful. The Rams can potentially pull even 3 plays off here with having that timeout. So got to be careful. Ball at the 29-yard line. Seahawks showing a press look to the high side of the field, off coverage on the other side. Stafford dropping back. He's going to take this down to the check down here. And that ball will be down there with 8 seconds, and the Rams will take their final time out of the game here. Or final time out of the half here, sorry. It's a gain of about 14, 15 yards, but it may at this point take the Rams being able to throw this ball out of bounds in order to get a kickoff here. It's going to be very hard to get a completion, tackle, and then get the ball spiked down. I don't think you got the time for that. So this throw is going to have to come in bounds, out of bounds, or catch and then get right out of bounds from a Rams perspective here. Saw the Seahawks there leaning to the sidelines on that previous throw, probably doing some similar here. Got to be careful too with Matt, sensing if he's got a deep shot he can go take. Seahawks are going to cover this deep, so I don't think they're going to give him the spot. And Seahawks are going to call a final timeout here off of what they're seeing, I think. Just why not? You get a look, let your defense kind of get a look at things of what they're going to try to do from you, and then you're going to have an option here coming back the other way. You're in a kind of a strange down and distance here because you're trying to coachingly think about this just from the standpoint of, okay, I got to just lean more to the out of bounds here, and I can allow a completion, and sometimes even a completion that would get them into field goal range because they're not going to have the time to come up there and be able to spike it. But that's ballsy call too, because it's right on that line at 8 seconds where maybe they can get that 1 second time in there if it's a quick enough right? Especially if the guy goes down and tries to, potentially give himself up. But you don't have a timeout. Here we go. 12 man up on their feet. Rams come out in the same look as before the timeout, so McNall knew what was coming. Stafford dropping back to throw. Stafford stepping up. Stafford's going to try to run this ball. And he's going to slide. We got Nicky Manwari. They're saying they're going to say it's dead. It's dead. Yeah, it's dead. Manwari trying to run this back, but that play was dead the whole way. No, I think that was Boye Mafe giving chase to Stafford, and he slid down. Okay, so that will finish off halftime. A game that went back and forth in that first half, back to where it sort of started. Seahawks, like lightning out the gate, did great. Stafford and company did a good job, like you'd expect a grade A offense to do, to settle down the waters, and really a good job by the Rams, I think, on their part, especially of finding back the commitment to running the ball. It's a question I would ask about McVay sometimes in his approach with things is, do you stay enough with the running of the ball in this? And I felt like in that first half, that's where they found some invigoration from this offense once they were able to do that, and then kind of make Seattle have to really kind of lock in on that. A little bit more of the passing game opened up at times than on the back of that, and they were able to get some successful drives. 1 touchdown drive, two field goals. Big part of this game was going to come down to which team could be more successful in goal line situations, red zone situations. And so at least in the first half, your Seattle Seahawks able to carry the day there and find effectiveness there with getting scores, with getting touchdowns and not field goals there. Yeah, you got the 1 field goal here, but at least you're able to do a little bit. Time of possession sees it in the Rams' favor at 15 minutes, 14 seconds to Seahawks at 14:46, so almost dead even. You've got third down conversion rate, 3 of 6 for the Seattle. Only 1 of 5 for the Rams, but they're doing a good job of getting into second and short, 2nd and 5s, and then they're getting back into first downs. That's how good the running game's been for them at times here in this half, and how it's played out. You've got passing the ball in the first half. Matthew Stafford, 8 of 15, 125 yards for an 8.3 average per attempt. So he's pushing the ball down the field pretty well there. Got a touchdown, 103 rating. Sam Darnold, 12 of 18, 209 yards, almost an 11.6 average per attempt, and he's got 124 rating on the day so far, so not bad from Sam. Walker ran really brilliantly out the gate. Hawks got a little bit away from running the ball, but it was also just that the defense couldn't get off the field to get the ball back to the offense at times there in that first half. 9 carries, 37 yards. He was good out there, so plenty of room to come back to him. He's not going to be wore out in this game. You can get back into working him well, and only 1 sack for each team in the first half. Really, pass rush not as much factoring in to either side of this game at this point, the way it's going here. Shane Trucking, thank you for the $2 donation. Shane Don't worry, Seahawks, going to keep dominating. I love it, man. I hope you're right, shame on. They found an answer there at halftime, and that was a huge drive at halftime. Make no mistake about it. Just to come away there with 3 points would have been huge, but to go get the touchdown there, great throw by Sam. Ballsy as hell. Like I said, just makes you hold your breath on some of those throws sometimes on that. Woo! But he got it in. And boy, you hope that does give a little bit of shot of life here back to this defense, because it just felt like defense came out humming there in that first drive, and then for whatever reason, just wasn't able to recapture a little bit of that tangible momentum at times that you can feel in these games. Swift Gotti, thank you for the $5 donation, Swift Gotti. As a longtime Seahawks fan, I said to sit all the starters for Seattle in the Niners game. I told Jesse, damn it, all love, bang, bang, Niner gang. I remember you said that, Swifty. I remember, Swift Gotti. And you did say it indeed, man. Well, they definitely look good today, man. Look good today, especially offensively speaking. Great half there from the offense collectively. It got a little ugly there and out of sorts with some pre-snap penalties and some just guys drop passes, running backs not getting their head turned back around. But, you got it cleaned up really quick. And how big does that Rashid Shaheed catch in that first drive? How big does that factor in here, with opening that up in this game? Sam just getting after in this one, man, pushing the ball down the field. He's going big game on, that's for sure here. 100%. Thank you, Swift. Appreciate you. Tiza, thank you for the $2 donation. That's how you answer the bell. Great momentum. That is how you do it right there. And defense did it by giving you back a chance there at halftime. They could have let the Rams bleed out all that clock, and they're on their heels, and they got no answers. They found an answer there. They got solid. Cleaned it up there, got the ball quickly back to the offense to give them that chance. And the offense, this is that part about the interrelation of this team and how it works together. And how, okay, this is how momentum can work together. Okay, we got you back. Yeah, we're scuttling a bit now. We're going to get you back that opportunity. Go take it. And you go took it in full there on that drive at the end. That was huge. Great team ball there at the end. Just awesome. Nicole, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, that's what I mean, guys. Don't get negative so fast. We got to keep the positive spirit, even as it gets a little dark, Nicole. Well said. Gotta hold on. Gotta hold on. Thank you for the donation. Arda Levy, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you. Sam can't handle the lights from the quote unquote from the haters. Yet game after game can drive his team down the field to score in tight situations. Well, this is maybe going to be the game if Sam keeps playing like he is in this game, 200 yards passing in the first half in a conference championship game. Maybe this will start to be the game that, turns around some of the presumption of Sam. And we've wondered if there's just these people with sometimes their outlook of Sam, there's no way you're going to turn them off their spot. But maybe games like this that'll make it just so undeniable, so impossible to disagree with, that he'll bring people over. 3 real high-level throws in that half alone that I can think of off the top of my head. Managed the game really well. It's not like he had some dominant rushing attack to go off of in that half. I mean, the Rams got double the rushing yards you do. It's getting it done on your own in the passing attack, basically. And very impressive to see. Shout out to the offensive line as well. They opened some holes in the run game in that first half, but also did a really good job of pass protecting with your 18 passing attempts. You're on pace for 36 passing attempts in this game. That's the place where I would have been a little bit of okay, maybe we're going to be in troubled waters here if we got to get to that place of things in this game. That's going to be where I'm going to start to get uncomfortable. So great job on the offensive line of holding up there, knowing the Rams are going to kind of heat it up there, especially that play with a second and long for the touchdown. You got a guy in Sam's face, but that offensive line's in a tough predicament there where, the pass rush is going to come full bore. They know you're going to throw it. They know you got to push it down the field. They know you need to have a long developing play to push it down the field. So it's really tough in those moments from an offensive line perspective to hold up, because the defense knows kind of what's coming a little bit. But DeLevy, we'll see what Sam can pull this off today. If he can complete this process and finish off this half, we'll see if finally we get to see some of the narrative change around some of this and go in the other direction of things. You know what I mean? Hopefully so. Hopefully so. Swift, thank you for another $5 donation, Swift. Very, very, very kind of you. I need Seattle and LA to get an electrical substation near their practice field ASAP. What the F? Boy, this story just kept coming up, didn't it, Swift? Where it just kept gaining steam and more steam and more steam. And now it's finally reached the point where the 49ers organization has to look into this thing. And I think that that's as much as what you want, as much as anything, is that I want experts in here to tell us that, get into this and really look at this as far as the possible effects on this. And then if it's not, if it's all woo-woo, then it's all woo-woo, but at least look at it, at least consider it. Especially if it's to the point that it's kind of in the player's head, a little bit there. But it's strange story, strange situation, and probably also not going to be great for the 49ers. I mean, it's one of those things where, like, if you prove it, it's going to be not good for you, right? Because you have all the former players that potentially could come in with like lawsuits. You got to move the thing somehow now and spend the money for that. You got to try to get the city to move it. It's going to be a little bit wonky there, trying to figure out how to fix that if it is a situation. Shame on Truckin'. Thank you for another $2 donation. Let's go, Sam. Dominate. Crazy work offense. Well, how about Sam and Jackson Smith and Jigba? This connection, man. 7 catches, 115 yards. First one half. The way these guys can explode in that manner, attacking down the field in this game. And you love the look on that touchdown where you got him in running back. You're using Sean McVay's stuff against him. I mean, Sean's the guy that dreamed up that backfield stuff with Cooper Kupp. And then it started to kind of flex across the league. Teams like the Vikings use this too, where it's a way to basically manipulate coverages. You have your number one wide receiver as a running back, and defenses are going to tend to want to cover that up like it's a running back, not like it's a wide receiver. You have to sort of change your defense a little bit to accommodate for that being a wideout. And they don't really want to do it. And you saw that a little, maybe why that coverage got blown on that play. It was perhaps maybe the linebacker there in coverage is thinking we were going to have somebody on the back end to pick that up if he's going to come out in that route. And the back end guy's thinking that it's the linebacker to pick that up. Especially if you don't pay attention to the details there and you're seeing that it's JSN that's aligned up back there. If you're just thinking it's going to be a running back there instead. But great work by the offense. Some great plays by Jackson and Sam. Jackson with the one-handed catch. He had one grab in the back of the end zone there before he got the touchdown a couple plays before where he just couldn't quite get his feet in, but still made a hell of a grab. It's these guys are playing some great football in that half. That's for sure. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Dropping a $20 donation. Very, very kind of you, Randall. Very, very kind of you. It says, checking in from 229. Place is electric. Time to double dip after half. Let's effing go. Hey, let's go, Randall. Love the energy, man. He says the place is electric. He said he was in the stadium before, texting me that there was 99.9% Seahawks fans in the house. So we showed up. We showed up in force, which is wonderful to hear. Randall's out there doing his part in that stadium. He is. You're in prime position now, man. You couldn't, I think, ask for a better kind of situation to be able to open up this half for how things have gone in this game. You're playing really good offensively. You found answers offensively in a couple different ways. You've got the ball after halftime. You've got the 4-point lead. You like this game the further it goes along, where you can have a lead and you can motor into the depths of this game with that lead, I think. Versus having to play from, let's say, behind, or not having to throw away a running game because you got to throw all the time. So hopefully this does help everything out across the board in this, Randall. Let's up and go. Let's go. Let's get a good little Seahawks chant here before halftime. Thank you again, Randall. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Little old snowboarder lady, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, JSN was eerily quiet the last couple of games. Surprise. Indeed he was. I think it was as much just you didn't need him as much, snowboard later. You barely threw the past couple games against the Niners, and you just didn't have to use him very much, I think. You just put him in the back hip pocket and be like, we'll come back to you when we need you. We'll put that in a little bit of the, let that just kind of just rest up, get feeling your best here for playoff football. Not the worst of ways to go. And boy, he's showing you here today why he is so dynamic. He can do everything across the board: get deep, get open short, run after the catch. Awesome hands. I mean, we've seen a lot of great games from JSN this year, but we might be in the midst of watching the best game of JSN this season in a year that he won the Offensive Player of the Year award. He's been absolutely phenomenal. All right, folks. Gotta have my brother say what's up here.
What's going on, people? I can't see past this microphone. It's blocking. I don't give a crap. Anyway, hello. How's everyone doing? How are we doing out there in Hawks Nation? Am I in? There we go.
You're on it. You're on it. How you feeling about the game so far, bro?
Oh, I don't know if you've been able to hear me out there, but it's been, oh man, it's been up and down. I love Kenneth Walker. I love him so much. I love JSN. He's amazing. What do we think about that hit by Curl on JSN on that long bomb? Are we thinking that's finable?
That's clean.
You better protect my boy.
It's clean. It's clean. They got him shoulder to shoulder, so you got him clean.
I saw JSN's head pop back, and I don't know if that's just him selling it, but oh my lordy, it made my heart skip a jump. And then, but Kenneth Walker, you've just been such a reliable workhorse. Have you seen the size of his legs? Oh, I'm a straight male, but Kenneth Walker's Kenneth Walker.
Well, we got the fam over today, folks. They're out here hanging out in the main room, so they've been kind enough to show support. Come on over here today, and so everybody's on pins and needles over here as well as on where you're at.
Oh, you're one Kenneth Walker touchdown away from me coming in here and just start air humping.
I'm sure the chat would love that.
I love you. Go Hawks, man.
Go Hawks, bro. Go Hawks. Let's get this half, man. Let's get this half. Hold on. I had to get the fam over today because it's a celebration today. You know what I mean? There's probably been times you can call as defensive receiver, and some of this comes back to Simon. Just that in a game like this, you want to let him play. You want to let him decide it. You don't want to have officials over officiate too much. And so if it's kind of like, it seems like it's been like shoulder to shoulder, that kind of thing. And we're going to get a down kickoff here in the back of the end zone. I was a little freaky there for a second. Almost looked like Shaheed had that ball in his hand for a second there. Whew, that was kind of freaky. Kind of freaky there. I think everything's okay on that one. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Wu-Tang. How we feeling, big dog? Sam Darnold, ghost busting so far. Indeed, Sam's playing really well, coming out here under center now, 1st and 10. 2 wide receiver look, kind of a condensed split with 2 tight ends. Sam, hand off here to Walker. Walker finds his way with a nice little hole there for a gain of about 4 yards. I'm feeling good overall. I certainly was a little bit worried there as we're getting down to halftime before we got that touchdown, where it just did feel like time of possession was slipping away and that the Rams, just momentum-wise, were kind of capturing capturing something. It also seemed a little bit like the Rams offense was starting to get kind of far ahead of McDonald a little bit in what they were doing play calling-wise. But look, the offense has been tremendous, and Sam's played so far tremendous. Just got to finish the process here. It's going to be a tight game. We knew that coming down the line between these two really good teams. No surprise there. And this looks like it's going to be that way here into the second half too. 2nd and 5, Sam in shotgun. Empty look here as Walker goes in motion. Stam. Got to find somebody here. He does. Jackson Smith and Jigba again opened up. Just push the Jackson button. Keep pushing it. Another reception for him. 1st down, Seahawks. Operating out of the slot there, had a linebacker on him. Safety couldn't climb up quick enough after he got past the linebacker's physical coverage off the line of scrimmage. Good job by Sam to find him there, getting through a couple of his first reads before he got over there to him. So I would love nothing more than take control of this time possession in the second half. 2 tight end look again here. Sam's going to change the play. He's got a linebacker on the line of scrimmage here. Fake pitch. Sam, throw it away. Throw it away. And he's going to do just that. Good decision there by Sam Darnold. Looked like they might be able to, at first they're off the fake pitch, catch the Rams going the wrong way, but the edge did a really, really, really good job of coming back around there. And boy, Sam, they're showing him wincing a little bit on the sideline, like maybe that oblique still a little bit not in the greatest of shape there. They showed him getting wrapped up in something and then kind of wincing a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. Toradol shot might start wearing off in the second half a bit. 2nd down and 10. Rams showing a 3-4 look with 3 wide receivers. Walker's going to run it. And we got a flag on the play here. That was just ugly. I don't know how you're going to... The Seahawks are hoping they can go to 3 wide receiver look and they're going to pull the Rams out of base, but they did not pull the Rams out of base with that. So now you're trying to run 3 wide receivers into a 3-4 look. That's just not going to work. Holding on the Seattle Seahawks. The penalty is going to be a decline. That's the 4th called penalty on the Seattle Seahawks in this game. The Rams have no penalties called on them, coming off of a game last week where they had 0 penalties called on them as well. Just so well coached, this team. 3rd and 12. Man, got a little away from the run on this drive. Blitz by the Rams. Sam's got to get rid of it. And he tries to step up in the pocket, and he cannot. He will be sacked here on this play. Interesting play call sequence there after you get the first down there, not going back to the run game, or going back to the run game on 2nd down so predictably there. Just instant pressure by the Rams there with the blitz. It's where you'd love to have like a screen call back into play there from Coobs. But I'm guessing he wasn't anticipating he was going to get the blitz call there. All right, here's the punt by Dixon. He's going to send this deep. Oh, fumble! Fumble, the ball's picked up! Fumble, the ball's picked up! He's got it! Derek Young's got it on the fumble! Let's go, Seahawks! Woo! The ball just kept carrying it. The punt returner he couldn't quite get a pin on where the ball was. He was struggling to track it, looking like D. Williams back there. Those who know. There we go. My brother's a man of his word. That's all I can say about that. Let's go. Let's go, Seahawks. And Derek Young doing a hell of a job of making sure he was down there. First off, being in the right position. Already 1 muff in this game from Smith. He was able to get that one back. 2nd muff of the game. The Muff Man. The Muff Man. 1st and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Can they capitalize here? 12:07 to go in the 3rd quarter. Up 17-13. Sam under center. 2 tight end look again. Bobo goes in motion down to a condensed split. Play action. Dropping back. Off of his back foot. He's got him in the back of the end zone. Jake Bobo for the touchdown. Let's go Seahawks. Bobo, please. Jack bloody well Bobo gets in the back of the end zone, tight coverage. Touchdown, a little bit of a echo to the past of his UCLA days. And this is what this man used to do down in UCLA. Let's go, brother. Let's go. This is what he used to do down at the UCLA days. He would be almost impossible down by the goal line. Almost impossible to guard down by the goal line. And you see it right there because he's so big where even if he doesn't have separation, he can use that big body to square off the man inside and go make the catch. Extra point is up and through. The Seattle Seahawks take a 24-13 game on the back of the Rams' special teams snafu. Told you coming in this game, special teams matters. It's important, even as it doesn't oftentimes get looked closely by fans when there's this much of a discrepancy, this much of a disparity between the two teams when it comes to this side of the game. It will make a difference. It will factor in. Bobo with a touchdown. Go Seahawks. And Sam Darnold, second touchdown pass of the game. 238 yards passing here. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. M. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. One bad offensive drive. I like what I'm seeing. Oh boy, you put this in before that touchdown went in, by the way, Jordan. So credit to you. Credit to you. You like what you're seeing with it. And great job by them to come back and make them pay the price. You pay the price. You're in the conference championship. You turn the ball over. You're going to pay the price. That's what you do on that. Let's go. Let's go. Dagger right in the heart. Come on. Woo! Love that. Jordan as well, another $2 donation, says we need to make the Rams pass happy. We will win there. Jordan must be a psychic here, my man. Right there with the confidence in the offense and then the secondary part. You get up on this team in this game and you can bleed a bit this clock and you can stay up on top of them. You can start to remove the running game from them. And the second you can start to remove the run game from them, make them all just pass happy, and that's not where they can operate. Now you can put them into danger territory, in my opinion. Now the Rams offense becomes, I think they're most dangerous when they're able to just fully counterbalance the run to what they can do in the passing attack. But this is going to only cause McVay all the more, you'd think, to lean into some of that pass-happy nature of things. And we've seen in this game alone, and not only just in the track Rams, but this game alone, when they've run the ball is when they made it the hardest on our defense. So we'll see how that goes with this, Jordan, but I love it, man. Another $2 donation from Jordan says, I've seen enough. Put number 3 in a gold jacket. Well, Eamon Wari is playing a tremendous game. 3 pass breakups. He's been tight in coverage. Doesn't matter who he's on. He is tight in coverage. And this kid has been just a hell of an addition to this team. And for a rookie, what he's done this season has been just amazing. I love it, man. And Corbin was on it when he said, put the gold jacket on this kid too, back in training camp, right? Maybe on his pathway. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $2 don't know. Says, okay. Maybe JSN showed up to win. Maybe JSN did at least. There we go. Go, Joshua. BGZ, thank you for the $2 donations. It's time to pay Kenneth? ? I've been on board with it for a while. I've been at the very least of whether you're to a point of wanting to pay him or not. We got the kickoff here at the 3-yard line brought up there by the Rams. They're going to try to pull this around the other way, and that's going to go nowhere. Great job by the Seahawks kick coverage unit. Energy starting to cook up here. Maybe a little bit of a feeling of momentum, stopping him up at the 24-yard line. Nice job there. Rams ran a corner blitz on that play. Kenneth Walker did a great job picking up the corner blitz, which gave Sam an opportunity off of his back foot to throw it into the middle of the field there and make a wonderful throw at that. He knows he's got Bobo one-on-one there once he gets the corner blitz, and JSN, props to him for showing him the blitz out ahead of time on that one. 1st and 10, play action pass. Stafford looking to go deep, looking to hunt deep. And he does. He's got a man down the football field. Man, you had to know that was coming. Goodness gracious, you had to know that was coming. How do you, come on, defense. Come, Mike. Come on, buddy. Come on. Hey, you got Job just corners for the Seahawks today. Witherspoon and now Job just kind of losing spatial awareness at times. Like, that's a matchup that Job should be able to be okay in, where a tight end's not creating separation on him. Big play down the field for the Rams. I mean, just a monster play down the field on one hit. Their offense is still kind of giving it to you. 3-4 yard run up the middle here. I'm all for paying Kenneth, man. And if you can't get the deal done, PGZ, to give him a contract, I'd be fully willing to do the franchise tag at this point if we're going to hit a kind of a roadblock on that, because I just think he's just supplies an element I don't think you're going to get in the draft. I'm 30 yards down the field as a cornerback on a tight end. I need to be in coverage on that one. With the separations happen at times in the weirdest of ways, where it's like guys run away from guys you wouldn't expect to run away from. And then just kind of losing the space of where the offensive player is. Quick snap here. Again, they're going to go deep up over the top. And again, just an easy completion over the top. So, all right. Seahawks defense just taking nothing away from the Rams today. Deep stuff open. Running game open, short passing game open. Boy, McDonald has just been kind of cooked up. I mean, you got a safety over the top in Love, but he doesn't get over to that side at all. Strangeness from this defense. Just not the defense we're accustomed to seeing here. And it's a great Rams offense, number one in scoring, but they're really struggling today. And those McDonald adjustments eventually got to come down another way, or this is just an easy touchdown score on Devontae Adams' touchdown. I mean, they just walked up the field on the Hawks defense. What's going on with the D against this Rams offense? Like, you got no answers. At this point, like, if you're going to drop 7 into coverage and they're going to beat you up over the top anyway, just start blitzing the shit out of them at that point. I mean, what's the point of staying in soft coverage if they're still going to hit you up on it? Man alive, McDonald just cannot find any answers here. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the $5 donation. Says Sam Darnold should not overthink it. Thank you for that, Richard. I agree. Drama, RC, thank you for the $2 donation. Seahawks have this, but we can't be giving up easy touchdowns. You guys are like psychics. I'm telling you in the chat, this donation came before that touchdown was just given up on that drive. You just gave an easy drive up to the Rams. You just let them walk up the field on you. Didn't do so by hyper blitzing them or getting hyper concentrating on pressuring them up at the line of scrimmage. You just left wide open holes for them to just pass into. It's wild to watch the defense today with the offense performing like it is, and they're doing nothing to stop anything that the Rams are doing here right now. It's kind of just, you'd expect a little more fight from the defense at times in here. And boy, there has been some blows in coverage where you have guys just running step for step, and I'm watching Josh Jobe, who can outrun Colby Parkinson all day long, and Colby Parkinson's just in the midst of running around where there's not change of directions, going in a straight line, separating away from him 5 yards all of a sudden, where you're like, what's going on, Josh? Did you forget your legs? Keep running. It's very strange to watch the defense today. This has been in some ways, it has been even a worse performance right now today from this defense than we saw in that second game, to be honest with you. I know it's not Stafford throwing for 400 and some yards here yet, but this is still kind of in that same territory, or almost, to me, almost a little worse because they're actually running the ball better today. I mean, at least you were able to stop the run in that first game a little bit. You're giving up the run and you're giving up the pass in this one. Take something away from them, Mike. You're scrambling, you're looking, you're searching. Take something away from them. Find something you can grab that you go, okay, we're going to grab and at least remove this off their board, because you're letting them have everything right now in the cupboard. They're going to the top shelf. They're going to the bottom shelf. They're going to the middle shelf. Tiza, thank you for the $5 donation, Tiza. JSN and K9 are hot right now. Feed these boys. Would love to see Shaheed more involved. I trust Mike to make his adjustments. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for that, Tiza. Love your trust. Mike does tend to be a very good adjuster. Let's click those in, Mike. Let's get these locked in pretty soon here. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Brady talking about SD after he chose Geno is hilarious. Sam Darnold, yeah, it's got to be tough for him on that because it's pretty publicly known that he told Carroll & Company no on Sam, but okay, yes on Geno. So, yeah, pretty funny on that one, man. Kevin Kirby, thank you for the $2 donation. Young made a huge mistake on the punt. Why onside? On the first punt, it was because I think it was a little bit more of a punt, was a little bit more further up. I mean, maybe he made an adjustment on that second one. But I think that the coaches are probably telling him that, those punters a lot of times like to fake that they're going to do the fake, I'm doing my fake fair catch, and then you're letting the ball drop behind you. And so when you see that movement, then the player goes behind the player to then try to get the ball if he's going to let it roll behind him. So it's just a little bit of the way that can tend to kind of play out a bit. At least on that first one, I think. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. And we got the kickoff back here now. This will go deep, and this will put Shaheed back 7 yards in his own end zone where he'll down it there, and Seahawks offense will come back out. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. Do you remember Tommy Boy? Did you live under power lines? Do you eat lead paint chips? Why? I do remember that, MJ. Indeed. Classic line. Classic line, my man. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate all of you guys' support today. All right, 1st and 10, 9:41 the third quarter. Wild ass football game. Sam back under center here. Hand off to Holani. Holani kind of felt like he took about an hour and a half to kind of pick where he wanted to go on that run. It'll be a gain of maybe about 2 or 3. They'll give him 3 on the play. Second and 7, 2 tight end look. Condensed splits here for the Seahawks. They're sensing a safety up around the line of scrimmage. Sam changes a little bit of the play. Corners drop off in coverage. Hand off to Walker. Walker just has got nowhere to go. I mean, nowhere to go. He's going to lose 2 yards on the play. 3rd down and long. It's hard to know how to feel in this game because you don't feel like your defense has got any answers, no matter how good you feel about what the offense has done. It's kind of weird. 3rd down and 9. Strange one. 8:30 to go in 3rd quarter. Seahawks up 24-20. Quick snap from Sam. Dropping back to throw. He's got time. Lets it loose here to Cooper Kupp. He's got Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp spins around, falls down, 1st down. Let's go Seahawks. How about that? 3rd down and 9, and you get the conversion. Great job by pass protection on the offensive line. Gave Sam a long period of time to let things kind of develop and figure it out. 1st down. Here we go. $7:49 to go in the 3rd quarter. Got a 3 tight end look here with 1 wide receiver. Hand off to Kenneth Walker. Walker, good job of accelerating and going and getting a 1st down there. Very nicely done. Another nice finish on that run by Walker. I mean, he's done a lot of good things today in this game. Finishing of the runs, you for a guy that's not big and just keep going forward, he's just done a great job of that today. And boy, you got plenty of room here with Walker to just feel like through the back half of this game, keep using this guy if I'm Kubiak. 1st down and 10. Empty look here for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam looking. He's got Holani. Holani makes a nice reception there and then pulled down to the ground just short, it looks like, of the 1st down. This will be 2nd and very, very short. Little H-back alignment again there with George Holani. They've done a lot of that in this game. Put him at H-back and then flex him out of there. 2nd down and 1. Clock continues to roll. 6:28. 3rd quarter. Pistol look formation here for Sam. 2 wide receivers, 3 wide receivers. Out to JSN here in space. JSN with a 1st down and more. JSN pulled down to the ground. 19-yard down the 19. Great block by Cooper Kupp on the bubble screen. He was the lead man, the front man there, and he completely sealed up his block nicely there. Nice little play design. Again, utilization of Jackson Smith and Jigba out of the backfield in shotgun as kind of a running back in shotgun there. Rams haven't had any real answer for that so far in this game, and they continue not to do so. 5:46 to go here. 9th catch for 139 yards in this game for Jackson. Seattle comes out now here in a 2 tight end look. Barner goes in motion. Play action pass. Darnold has got a man here. If he can get it to him, and Barner sidearms it and does get it to him. Barner peels around here and falls forward to go and get a nice little gain there on 1st down. Nice drive here by the Seattle Seahawks. And a nice little play design there. You gave him, again, Barner back on that drag route. Just give the tight end and give a quarterback here those easy throws as you can in the game. Little drag route back across in space. Sam finds a good angle to get the throw off there. Nicely done. 2nd down and 3. Again, the bubble screen here. Can't quite complete on that. Tried to get the Bobo there. A little bit of a missed throw there by Sam. Boy, if he gets that to Bobo, Bobo can probably go get the first down there and off coverage. See what Coobs goes to here. Third down and 3 wide, 4 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks. Walker, orbit motion, comes back to Sam. Sam under pressure here. Finds Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp in for the end zone touchdown. No flags. Just finds him underneath in the soft spot of the zone as he's done so very often here in recent games. And then Cooper Kupp just floating forward, waiting for contact, doesn't get it, and falls his way on into the end zone for a touchdown, Seahawks. Wonderful route there by Cooper Kupp. Beautiful throw there to find him in space by Sam as he's coming back there to Cooper's his third read on that play. They show a great job on the behind view camera angle there. Extra point. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is through. The Seattle Seahawks take a 31-20 lead on the back of an offensive performance today that has been amazing. Sam Darnold with his third touchdown pass of the game. And boy, what an answer to that Rams drive, which was so like, whoa, they just came back like lightning and walked it up, didn't they? They were sprinted up the field. There was a 40-yard dash up the field on you, and you come right back with that drive there. Well conducted all the way around by the Seattle Seahawks, and the passing offense continues to just do wonders here in this game against this Rams defense. Sam, 19-27, 291 yards, 3 touchdowns in this game, 142 quarterback rating, not too shabby. Swift, thank you for another $5 donation from you today, man. I really appreciate you for that. He says, I'll send 20 if Christopher Walken announces the rest of the show. It's tempting. It's tempting, but I think that might wear on some people after a little bit of time. So probably not. Thank you, Swift. It's kind of you to want to hear from me. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, greetings from Sydney, Rob. I had the ride in the DeLorean. K9 rocks, brother. Great to see ya. Thank you for that, Megan. Well, he's watching outside. I know he's watching in the other room there on the live stream, so he can see your dono coming through. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Love having my family here for this too, getting to celebrate this. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation, Levy. He says, thank you, Rams. What's the opposite of an arm punt? A leg pick? Leg pick works, I think, man. Leg pick works, and special teams matters. And having a special teams unit that's deficient versus having one that's really strong, and those two going up against each other is going to matter in a game and is going to play out in a game some point or another, right? You do get that again in this one, don't you, DeLevy? Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the $5 donation. And I know and all of your support today. You dropped a few donos today, DeLevy. Thank you, Rand, for that one. Woof. Teasa, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Bobo put Durant in a blender. It was nice, wasn't it? It stood out to me on that route, Teasa, because he would do that stuff in college all the time. Had a lot of touchdowns receiving at UCLA. And just that we forget about him as having that big body and those long arms and just a big catch radius that he can really utilize out there. And that gets hard when you get a corner that's maybe sub 6 feet tall on a guy like that, to where you can just get boxed out and there's not a lot you can do about it. And that was the case on that play there. Great catch, great play, great throw. Reed, go Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation, Reed. I love look at his emoji there. He's got Slough from Goonies in there. Hey, you guys. I should read your deal like that. Let's go. There's the special teams play. It was going to come in at some point, right, Reed? With the fumble, it's going to come in at some point. 9-play, 65-yard drive, consuming almost 5 minutes of the clock for the Seattle Seahawks. And this kick will go to the 3-yard line. Will be taken up there by Winningham. Taken down at the 23-yard line. Great job by the Seahawks kickoff coverage unit. We do have a flag on the play in addition to that. Winningham a little slow to get back up onto his feet there. A little labored to get back up onto his feet there. Let's see what the flag is. Reed, go Hawks. Thank you for the $5, man. Hell of a special teams play, huh? Let's go. It matters. It factors into games like this. Officials talking still a little bit about this call, making sure they got things figured out. All right, we got a block in the back there for the Rams. That'll take them back half the 10 yards back, and we will have them start out with 1st and 10. So let's see if Seahawks can, at the very least, maybe make this a little bit harder. And that was a block in the back there on Bobo. This will take them back to the 13-yard line. Come on, defense. Use this momentum, man. It's got to shoot you in. It's got to be a shot in the arm here with the offense helping you out like this. 4:45 in the third quarter to go. Seahawks up 31-20. Quick snap here by Stafford. Dropping back to throw. Again, he's going to headhunt deep. Again, you have a cornerback falling down. Witherspoon for the second time in this game, just falling down in coverage. I don't know what has happened to Devin Witherspoon in this game, but I almost can't play man press anymore. Like, he just keeps falling down. And every time it's, what is going on with Witherspoon, man? 1st and 10. Eamon Wari out there. Nice hit on Davis Allen. We do have a flag on the play. I am wild to watch what's going on with Witherspoon in this game. He has fallen down so many times. Not so many, just big plays down the field. And they got illegal contact on the Seahawks here on this play. 4th penalty for the Seahawks in this game, 1 for the Rams. And they're going to get Reek Woolen there. That was pretty blatant by Reek. That's a good call there. That's the proper call. Reek, you're allowed some physicality there. You can't carry him all the way up the field with that physicality though, bud. So boy, Seahawks defense continues already now. Rams on the Hawks side of the field. The Seahawks defense just continues to they don't got any answers here. Like they almost seem to not even be able to press the break button here on the Rams offense at all. And another 5-yard gain up the middle there for Kyron Williams. It's like whenever they want to run to the ball, 5 yards. Whenever they want to throw 20 yards down the field, they can go get 20 yards. Kobe Turner walking back in the locker room for the Rams. That's kind of a big development for them. The Seahawks defense needs to find something here. They gotta find something here. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. The offense is giving you everything they possibly can here. You can't give up 40 freaking points in this game. You're better than this. Come on. And the quick snaps, dude. Get ready. Check down in space here. Witherspoon makes a very nice tackle in space. Short play. We do have a flag here on the play. And it's a hands to the face call there. And that'll repeat 2nd down for the Rams. Alaric Jackson is the offender on Derek Hall. .313 to go in the third quarter. 2nd and 15. And you'd think the crowd would be helping the defense out a little bit here. Give them a little bit of juice here. 3 wide for the Rams. Stafford under center. Seahawks threading a blitz, come out of it, handoff. Nice play. Drake Thomas played a really good game here. And Byron Murphy with a very good job there of finding him first things first. They combo up there to stop that for a very short play. Third down and 12. Big play in this football game potentially right here. It's not like it's all or now necessarily, but this could be a big play if you can keep them limited down here on 3rd down. Stafford and shotgun, 4 or 5 man blitz. They get back on Stafford, but they just can't get there. Great play in space by Woolen. That's the way. Come on, Reek. Yeah. Knocks the ball away in coverage. 4th down, incomplete. Rams go off the field. Reek Woolen press man coverage on Puka Nacua. Force them to show you they can get separation with them out of that. Almost picked that ball off. The length and speed of Seattle defensively has shown up at times in this game. Now on 4th and 12. What happened here? Why is there time? Why is there time? What? 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 What are you talking about? Oh, come on. Come on. Oh my God. Give me a fucking break. Oh yeah, Rams never get anything in their benefit, huh? Rams never get anything in their benefit. Ram fans, shut the hell up for all time. All time, shut up. Give me a break. That's the weakest effing call I've seen in my life. Oh my God, get the fuck out of here. He just gave him the game. He just gave him the game. I can't believe they're doing this for the Rams again. I can't believe on the conference championship game they're doing this for the Rams again. I ever hear one Ram fan in the name of my life, I hear one Ram fan ever again say anything to me about refs in their life. I'm gonna effing just throw you ban off my, I can't believe it. I can't believe they made that call. I can't believe in this game they made that call. You do, how do you give them that call? How do you? This league's a joke, dude. This league's such an effing joke. It's just such a joke. People have been yapping all game. So people want to go on, well, you can't yap that long with the thing with it. They've been all yapping all game long with each other out there. It's a playoff game. That's the point of this, and the officials know it. It's not a regular season game, and you call it like a regular season game. You got your head up your ass if you do. It's a game-changing call in that moment. Do you have to call that to do a game-changing call in that moment if you're a referee? Is that really the right call? No, it's not. You don't bail a team out like that. They're just bailing him out for the sake, and it's coincidence. I'm not even gonna have to talk with anybody on this. Like it's an ass call. You can go to Woolen all you want to go. That's not Woolen there flexing over the top of the guy like he got called earlier this game. He's letting their sideline know. Must be nice having the refs in your pocket every game. And anytime they have any second that they don't have them in their pocket, they sit there and squawk like the world is all against them somehow, like they did in our second game. This is what we deal with, Ram fans. This is what every other fan base going up against you deals with. And you go, we're just so well coached. We're just so well coached. Just as a nice moment, again, fewest penalties since 2025, Rams. Fewest penalties since 2024, Rams. Fewest penalties since 2023, Rams. Fewest penalties since 2022, Rams. Fewest penalties, and they get these calls too. And they also, in addition to all of the benefit, because they're so well coached, they get all the penalties, and then in conference championships, they get bailed out. And in Super Bowls, they get bailed out. And oh, by the way, the ball's moving there with Puka Nacua and hits the ground, but I guess when the ball moves this time, it's okay because it's the Rams and not us. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Special teams matters, pundits. It does. Thank you for the $2 dono. Shame on. Let's go. I told you the dogs are out. Appreciate you for that. Shame on. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. I could cry. No question. As could I. As could I. Frogman, thank you for the $5 donation. Say what you will about our defense, but at least our offense is keeping pace with the number one offense in the league. Yes, you did. Yes, they are. Yes, we will. Appreciate that support. Very kind of you. Don Mata, thank you for the $20 donation. Don, very, very kind of you, man. Very kind of you, Don. He says, did I effing stutter? You did not stutter, my man. Appreciate you for that $20 donation. Appreciate the $20, Don. Very, very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. Here's the kickoff back out to Shaheed here. He's going to take this ball at the 6-yard line. He's bringing it up back from there. He's going to run into a wall right there. Literally drop down at about the 27-yard line. Don, you're awesome. Thank you for that $20 donation, man. I really, really appreciate that. Very, very, very kind of you. (27-31) Seahawks with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Two tight end look here. They're going to go with the reverse, try to get this out in front to Shaheed. He's got nowhere to really go, and he's going to run out of bounds with no gain here. CSP, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. CSP IVE Jr. Appreciate you for coming a new member of the channel like that. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you. Second down and 10. Play action pass. Pressure in Sam's face. He's going to need to just throw this away. Third down and 10. Shotgun look, empty formation for Sam Darnold. Blitz look from the Rams. Sam drops back to throw. Sam gets it out to Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker goes and gets it close to a first down. We'll see where the spot lands. Oh, shocker. It'll be a little short. First down and 10. Sam under shotgun. Holani in the backfield. He's going to drift back into shotgun. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks. Sam dropping back to throw. He gets a little check down there to Holani. That'll be the last play here of the third quarter. Seahawks up 31-17 with the 2nd and 5 when we get back on this side of it. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. They said it would be the run game. They said it would be the defense. They said it would be the coaching. They weren't ready for Sam fucking Darnold. No, they were not, Jordan. Hell of a game here from Sam. Love how he's playing. And boy, what he's just been just great in this game. You just I can't say enough. Just unbelievable game from him. 300 yards and 3/4 of football from Sam Darnold. He has more than carried the load today. He really has. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, B, you know Howard Cosell has opinions. Please share. I can only hope these officials will get out of the way of the perpetuity that they show of over officiating to help one side out or the other. Struggle for me to get Howard going right now. I'm in a little bit of my emotions here in the moment, Megan. I'm trying to shake this one off, but I'm a little bit annoyed right now. So I got a little bit of steam still flowing out my ears. It's making it tough for me right now. I ain't gonna lie. But thank you for the $5. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 as well. Are we witnessing point shaving in the NFC title game? I don't know, but I don't like the call, and no one's going to convince me of the fact that the officials should call that. I don't. I understand that people are like, well, one said stuff to, so just come in there as official and walk him back and tell him to walk back to the other sideline. Don't come in there and make a game-changing call because a guy said stuff to his sideline that hurt their feelings. Give me a break. This is the NFC Conference Championship game. You want that to be a deciding factor in this game? That makes no sense whatsoever. And I refuse to believe that that's called equivalently across the sport, game in and game out, in that same way, in that same situation if a player's squawking. I see it when the guy stands over the top of him, when he flexes over the top of him, but I see plenty of players talking to plenty of sidelines and the officials having no problem with it, game in and game out. You just subjectively decide this game that it's going to suddenly matter for some arbitrary reason. I don't like it. Kyle for South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams are 7-0 with this ref staff. I guess I'm starting to see why. And isn't it wild how you can have the conference championship with the Saints and a game-changing play there that swings in the Rams' favor? You have this conference championship game here where this play swings this game back in the Rams, giving them a chance, which they would have had almost not no chance, but would have been much more reduced otherwise. And then you also got them in the Super Bowl a few years ago where they get the holding call at the end of the game that gives them a chance to reset the downs to go get a touchdown. Isn't it weird how all these big game moments, there's never the big play that goes against them. It just always sort of shifts in their way. These game-changing plays in these big games. It's so wild. It's so wild. 2nd down and 5 here. Start of the 4th quarter for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam Darnold here is going to go into shotgun. Walker to his left. Rams are showing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam, you can run with it. You can run with it, buddy. You can run with it. Trying to get Walker to block. Walker just does not get his head turned as Sam's trying to tell him to block. He's going to run with it and go get the first down. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thanks, Woolen. Ruiz is right. Woolen cost the Rams. Didn't do anything, B. I'm sorry. Okay. Appreciate it. Nate, thank you for the $2 donation. No, put in there from Nate. Just the $2 dono. Appreciate you for that. Ball here onto the 44-yard line into Seahawks, into Rams territory, sorry. 3 wide receivers split out wide here. Sam completely going to be wound around here on a sack. Rams starting to bring the blitzing here now, and Seattle's going to have to be prepared for it. Weren't there. Cameron Kitchens sent the safety blitz, and they never saw it coming. Second down and 19. Well, we started out running the ball really well with Walker, and then we just kind of decided we're passing. We're passing well, so it makes sense. Completed pass here to Cooper Kupp. He gets back about 7 yards of that. A loss of the sack, so this will bring up a 3rd and very long. Third and 15. It's like Verse was offsides there. $12:41 to go in the fourth quarter. 3rd down and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Ball at the 44-yard line. Cooper Kupp goes in motion prior to the snap. 4 wide for the Seahawks. Sam's got an empty look here. Dropping back to pass. He's looking. Throws it back down to Shaheed. Shaheed can't make the catch. Broken up. 4th down. Seahawks will be punting. Nate Pat, thank you again for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation. Rams have never lost with this head ref. Smells like we need an investigation. Tell you what, I have a bad feeling come off this game with this point a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. So, is what it is, I suppose, Ninjetti. Can't do nothing about the refs. Here's the punt by the Seahawks on 4th down. This will go to the 10-yard line. Fair caught there by Kyron Williams. So different punt returner back there. And the Rams offense will take back over. Nate Pat, thank you again for the $2 donation. The double dip says National Fixed League. Look this ref's up. Name B. I did see it coming in the game. We were a little worried about it coming in the game. Undefeated crew unit with this Rams team. I really, anybody can sit here and do all they want, putting donos in here that I've got a few donos in here trying to convince me of somehow Woolen's this or Woolen's that. And sorry, like you can make that argument to me, but you're not going to convince me of that you call that flag in this game in this moment. As an official, you walk over to Woolen, you usher him back over to the other thing and you say, shut up. And you just do that, you know? You don't overthrow the flags out in that moment. That's an easy enough thing to do. It has no impact on the game, what he's doing. So come over there and be like, there's enough of that. You better stop up with that. Get back over there. Keep it up. And they didn't. They just called some late-ass flag come from random left hour, you know? So, Barry Satoro, thank you for the $10 donation. Barry says, I've been a Woolen believer until now. 3 taunting penalties this season, and this one is unacceptable. F Woolen. Well, I can understand. Again, I know people are going to say this with it, and I get the fact that you don't want them squawking as much at that moment. I'm not trying to let Woolen off the hook with this. I just think that it has to default down to you don't call that in this game. Not in that moment. And it's also convenient that they're deciding to get over officiating there right at the moment where it's about to help out the Rams out of a 4th down situation where they're having to punt. It's kind of like very convenient that's also existing at the same time of that. So the other 2 taunting penalties that happened this year were with him standing over the guy, flexing over the top of a man that's on his back. To me, that's a little bit of a different thing of him talking over at the sideline, which I've seen plenty of players do this season on that side of it, Barry. I thank you for the $10 donation, but it's hard for me to just quite get in that lane of things. But again, it's going to be where I think we're just going to have there'll be a disagreement with those in the chat that are kind of like, well, that's just, Woolen to, like, I'm going to be more of, I really can't go there on that one with it. It's more to me on this one and back to the, you can't call that flag there. Let the players decide these games. He just made a hell of a play. He's juiced up. Walk over there and tell him to go back to his sideline. At the end, the emotions are going to be high in a game like this. You've got to be aware of that as an official. You can't just treat like it's this stagnant thing that exists. Things are hyped up a little bit. And if it's not an egregious situation, then try to avoid going that route with it, I think, in my opinion. But look, I'll let you guys go where you're at with it. Peter, thank you for the $5. Woolen talked his S, then proceeded to enter the Rams sideline and got in the coach's face. Stupid and selfish. It's on Woolen. Richard Stewartson, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, can't say anything or do anything. It's deemed a penalty. I guess not. Don't show emotion on the football field. I didn't see him walk into the sideline of the Rams. I saw him just talking his stuff over there to him. And from what I saw, but it is what it is at this point. Thank you though, Richard. Appreciate you. 1st and 10, 13 personnel for the Rams. Hand off here. They're going to go get nice, big, long 11-yard gain. Hawks defense here just can't really find many stops into this game. It's been a holding on for dear life feeling through most of this one. It's almost like watching a different defense than what we've seen throughout the year. Kind of straight, kind of wild. Kind of wild. Come on, D. 1st and 10, ball at the 20-yard line. Stafford dropping back to pass, play action pass, dropping back to throw, check back down. Drake Thomas gives up the reception. Still on his feet here, finally pulled down after a 16-yard gain. Rams doing whatever they want right now. Do where you want to go. Short, long, deep, run the ball. It's all working, baby. And I don't think I've got a call from Mike McDowell in this game where I've had one point in time in this game where I'm like, wow, great A call from you there, Mike. You know, you had something dialed up to help your defense out. There's no dialed up to help the D. 1st and 10, play action pass, dropping back to throw. Seahawks have 2 guys standing in space and then a wide open man across the football field. Wow. No tackling. Jesus, this is... Lord have mercy. All right. This is what it is. Defense is absolutely selling right now. I can't, just out of position, out of whack, no momentum, no energy, no juice. We got a timeout on the field. Drake Thomas is heading off. $10:28 to go. Stafford lines up and is going to go deep here over the top. Woolen out there in coverage, incomplete. 2nd down and 10. Second and 10, quick snap here. Seahawks bring a blitz. Seahawks can't get home and cannot create any kind of pressure. 14-yard play down the football field. $9:44 to go in the 4th quarter, 1st and 10. Shotgun look here. Trips to the far side of the field. Stafford drops back to throw. Stafford finds a man underneath here and will be tackled in space by Nicky Memore, the one defender on this defense that decided to show up today. Pass rush for Seattle Seahawks have been absolutely non-existent against Stafford today as he's got over 300 yards. Nine minutes to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd down and 8. Snap here by Stafford, dropping back to throw. No pass rush. Easy completion underneath. 6-yard gain. 3rd down and short for the Rams. Seahawks defense just being walked up and down the field in whatever manner the Rams want to do so in this football game. 111 yards rushing for a 5.6 yard per carry average, 318 yards passing, 3 touchdowns. $8:23 to go in the 4th quarter. Play action pass, dropping back to throw, easy completion. No, he dropped it. If he catches that, he's still running. Colby Parkinson with a rare drop there, wide open in space, just dropped it. Maybe that's how we'll stop him. It'll just drop all the passes. 4th and 1, the Rams are going to go for it. 8:16 to go in the fourth quarter. Stafford in shotgun, man to his left. 4-man box here by the Seahawks. Dropping back to throw, and Stafford's going to go get the first down, scrambling for it. First down. First down and 10, ball at the 18-yard line. Seahawks look like they jumped off sides there. And there will be a flag. They jumped off sides. Wild game for the Seahawks to come up with their worst defensive performance of the season. I mean, it's like just sloppiness from the defense. You're seeing guys out of position. You're seeing false starts. You're seeing lack of discipline at times. You're seeing guys fall down out in space. It's a defense that looks nothing like the one we watched through the regular season. Where are they at in the field here? All the way 18, under center, hand play action, dropping in space to Stafford. He's looking one way. He's going to come back the other way. He's going to flip it to Puka Nacua finally this way. Puka's going to go get a first down. It's all working for the Rams right now, man. Everything's cooking up and working well. Go here, go there, go everywhere. Mike McDonald's got nothing in his playbook. Might as well just toss that sucker out. Tell him line up. Just hope and pray something good happens at this point. That's about what it feels like watching this defense play today. They can't tackle. They can't cover. They can't rush the passer. They can't stop the run. It's all on display. Can't get guys lined up prior to the snap. Like, come on, defense! The fuck is this? Wake up! Nobody's in position. People are standing there just like, oh, he's going to snap it fast? This is an awful game to watch, man. This has been it's like great as the offense is on this side of it, between the lack of your D and the way that they look like complete shells of themselves right now with that call. Like, oh my God. It's the best defense in football. Come on. Run on 2nd and 4 for a 1-yard gain. 3rd down and 3. Third down and 4. Shotgun look here. Jeez. Incomplete pass there by Witherspoon. 4th and 4. Let's see what they decide to do for the Rams. Looks like they're going to go for the field goal. Maybe. Good coverage by the Seahawks. Fourth and 4, they're going to go for it. 4:59 to go in the fourth quarter. Stafford back in shotgun. 3 wide. Stafford dropped back to pass. Stafford looking. Fires it into the middle of the football field. Incomplete. Devin Witherspoon's looking for a flag on that side of it. He does not get it, but a great stop by the Hawks defense. Finally, here we go. Ooh-wee. Great job by Devin. And the Seahawks get a stop. I'm going to get some coffee. I can't say they're doing anything. It's deemed a penalty. Sorry, man. That one. Jordan, thank you for the $5 for that. He says it's ironic that the Hawks lose. It will not be on the offense. True enough. You put 31 points up on this Rams team at home. I feel like you've really done your job, as they have here so far in this game. So I agree with you there. Offense has been phenomenal today. Nate, thank you for the $20 donation, Nate. Very, 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 very kind of you. Really appreciate you. Don't let one bad call be the factor. Let's go, boys. Don't get dejected. Get angry. Let's get this effing game. Let's get this game, man. Well, you got your opportunity here. 454 offense. Can you put this away? We don't have to put this back on the offense if you can go put this away on a day where you found a tremendous amount of success. So let's see if Kubiak can come up with some answers here. Let's see what he dials up. Obviously, you can't get hyper conservative here. You can't just lean on this and hope, let's put it back to the defense on a day like this. You need to offensively go and take it to them on this day. And that would be great to see. Great last call there by McDonald, showing a little bit of a blitz look that he fell out of. Gave Stafford a little bit of a different look to look at down by the goal line there, which was cool. Awesome job by Witherspoon undercutting that route and getting himself in position there to make sure that he could knock that ball away. Thank you, Nate, for the $20 donation. Let's go get this game, man. Let's go get this thing, okay? Let's do it. All right, we got first and 10 for the Seahawks here at the 6-yard line on this play. Thank you, brother. Shit. And off here to Walker. Walker, able to keep his feet sliding along there for about a 4-yard gain or so. Still got the opportunity here, Nate, to bite. Despite that call, still got the opportunity. It's a tough call, but you're right. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Turner goes down. Kobe Turner goes down, and we throw on all downs. Kind of gotten a bit pass happy here, I think. Yeah, well, maybe on that last drive. 2nd down and 6. Quick snap here by Sam. He's dropping back. He's got to get rid of it. Gets it out to Walker. Walker able to cut through. Walker with a great cut. Walker with another great cut. Walker with a great cut down through. Great run there by Walker after the catch. He broke about 4 tackles to make that happen for a first down. Very nicely done. Good on Sam there, finding him late on the play, by the way, getting out to his outlet. First loses Byron Young in space and then makes a great cut on Speeds back to the middle. What a run there by Walker after the catch to go get that first down. $3:43 to go here in the fourth quarter. Thank you for the $2 donation, Jay. Come on, Seattle. Ball on the 25-yard line. Hand off here to Walker. Walker slow plays it a little bit, able to bounce forward for a gain of maybe 3 there. Looks like the Rams are going to go and take their first time out here of this fourth quarter. As clock does become a factor here. Clock does a factor. Palms are sweaty and weak arms. We knew this was going to come down the end, and boy, is it ever going to, it looks like. One timeout burned. Let's see what Seattle does from a play calling standpoint now. No Kobe Turner in the game for the Rams. He's out. Very important player for them on their defensive line. 2nd down and 8. Shotgun look here for Sam. They've got a 2 tight end look here. 3-4 look from the Rams on their side of it. Barner goes in motion. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Lets it rip here. Boy, that was late. That ball got out there late. Looked like Shaheed had to stay on the sideline there for about an hour and a half. You'd love to come back with a little bit more of a run there, wouldn't you? Or a play action throw in space, you know? Just a little throw out in the flat. Looked like he had a whole Lonnie out there too. Oh, and of course it doesn't get called by the Rams, not PI. There we go. There you go, Rams fans. See? You guys get no calls, man. It's like none, huh? You guys wonder why I get mad about watching this. It's like, because this stuff consistently goes like that for them so often. The previous play, Shaheed got pushed out of bounds as he's waiting on the ball to come in route. The defender's not playing the ball at all. He's pushing the player before the ball arrives. Pretty blatant PI. Oh, Nagasa, you're allowed to hit the guy before the ball gets there? Nagasa, really? You're arguing that the guy's allowed to hit the guy before the ball gets in there? But no, I'm not going to stop it. You explain it. How about you explain? I'm doing it by what the letter of the law is supposed to be. If my offensive player is out there and a defender comes up and doesn't play the ball and just pushes the player blatantly out of bounds before the ball arrives, that's PI. Okay, Nagasa. I think he could have toe dragged on that play. I think it's knocked. He blatantly pushes him down, so it looks like he's not close making the catch. It's going to be a close catch, by the way. His toes are on the ground there and where the ball's at. So it's just like, again, I don't think if that went the other way, I think if that's the Seahawks defense and that happens, I think that's a flag all day long. But I'm not in any way expecting officials to give us any benefit of the doubt in this game whatsoever as we go forward. So I'm not surprised. Can't say I'm surprised in the least at this point. I don't understand like how they can shift stuff to one team so heartily like this. Just like, dude, really? Oh boy, this game's going to take years off my life. I'll tell you that. Shame on. Thank you for the $2 donation. Seahawks, we're not done yet. We're still dominating. Let's go. Love it. Nate, thank you for another $5, man. You're very kind for that. Says, woosah, Brandon. We got this. Hope so, bro. I'm emotionally spent on this one. Goodness gracious. But thank you for all your support and donations. You too, shame on. You guys have dropped a bunch today. Here we go again. Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, as a Rams fan, that taunting was BS, but sadly, per rule book, if you walk towards the opposing sideline to talk to a coach, it's an auto flag, still BS though. It's unfortunate. It's going to come out of this game, and I appreciate you understanding as a Rams fan with it on it. It's where, again, I can understand letter of the law stuff. I think a playoff game, there's some times where you got to kind of know what the stakes are and what's going on. 3rd down and 8 here. Blitz look from the Rams. Got to be prepared for it if you're the Seattle Seahawks. They're going to dial it up here. Sam dropping back. He's got time to throw. He gets Cooper Kupp. They're going to say it's down. It's going to say it's down, and it's right on the first down marker. He might have got it. Cooper Kupp with a spin at the end might have gotten the first down. Ground can't cause the fumble. And it is a first down for the Seattle Seahawks. So Cooper Kupp with a big catch in this game against his old team here right there. What a job and an effort on his part to roll, spin, and then get that first down on the spin, because he didn't have it if he didn't roll his body like that to go get that. What a job on his part. Folks, if you can hit the like button, we have almost 1,500 people here in the chat. Would really appreciate it. If you could sub up as well, it is free. What a play there by Cooper. Yeah, that's a first down. That's a first down, man. Whew. All right. Second time out of the game here. And Sean McVay is going to throw the challenge flag on this play with his second time out he's trying to call here. He's going, no, I guess I didn't call the, I don't know. They're going to try to look at it maybe. Looks good to me to where it's down by contact. Boy, though, you get worried here, don't you? You get worried here, though. If he throws the challenge flag, I'm like, all right, here we go. I mean, he's on the ground. It's a first down. I don't, like, if anything, the ball got moved backwards a little bit from where he probably really landed at. But he was going to call a timeout there anyway from McVay's standpoint. So it's him calling a timeout as much as, if I'm going to call the timeout anyway, why not throw the challenge flag as it is? Still going to be a first down. First down and 10, 3:11. Rams, one timeout now remaining on the play clock, on the clock. Hand off here to Walker. Walker trying to get loose, trying to get around, can't get anywhere here. Nowhere to go. The Rams might call their final timeout here. You're probably going to you do need to get another first down here. You can't just run this out twice and then hope you can put it to them with 2 minutes to go and needing a touchdown. That's still plenty of time for this Rams team, especially with how they've walked up and down the field on you today. I think you got to come back here on a play call if you're Kubiak and being a little bit aggressive here. Like a play action pass with a drag route to a tight end. I'd be looking for that play. It's been open anytime that you've gone to it in this game. You're going to get the Rams team probably trying to load up on the run here again. So give them a run look and give them a play action with the rollout to Sam. Tell Sam to use his legs if he's got a clearance. Hit the tight end. If they pull off that and they play to you, go to the tight end. Rushing attack just hasn't quite been able to be there in this game as much as you would like it to be. The second down and 10. 3:05 to go here. Rashid Shaheed goes in motion over to JSN on the far side of the football field. Play action pass. Seattle is going to drop out. Sam throwing. He's got JSN for a first down and out of bounds. Let's go. First down for the Seattle Seahawks. And they're going to say he got down before he went out of bounds. That's huge. Huge. Clock continues to roll here. 2:29 to go in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 31-27. First down and 10. 10th catch of the game for Jackson Smith and Jigba. How do they make that determination after that? How do they make that determination? Holy crap, the refs in this. Holy mackerel, man. Oh my God, dude. Dude. How do they stop a clock and take time to go back? No timeout's been called. You decide to stop the whole game to have a ref interaction there. Wow, Seahawks gonna have to beat the Rams and the refs today if they can win this one. No doubt. First down and 10, hand off to Walker. Walker looking for space inside. He's not gonna get a lot. Clock will continue to wind. Holy crap. Woo! Careful, NFL. Careful. Can't say I've ever seen the officiating crew take 35 seconds back and add it to the clock before. That's a first. 2nd and 7. 2:20 to go here in the fourth quarter. Play action. Sam rolling out. He's got to get rid of the ball. We've got a flag. JSN looking for a flag, and he's going to get it. Let's see if they wipe it off, though. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see if they wipe it off. Let's see if they wipe it off. They may wipe it. They may wipe it. Holding on the Rams. Holding on the Rams. JSN looked like he got Cooper Kupp just being ridden down the field by Kobe Durant. Ridden down the field by Kobe Durant there. I'm surprised the call was made, though. First down and 10. 2:12 to go in the fourth quarter. Two hands on the rock, Kenneth. Hand off to Walker. Walker got two hands on the ball, twisting in space. Seahawks pushing him forward there nicely. Great job by the offensive line, helping him forward there. And that will take us to the 2-minute warning. Seattle Seahawks will have a 2nd and 5 coming out of that. Walker, great job with the two hands. Ball high. Really smart on his part, keeping that thing really connected there. We got 1,500 people in the chat tonight. Folks, please, if you can for me, hit that like button. If you can for me, please sub on up. Would really appreciate it. Two minutes to go in the fourth quarter. The Seattle Seahawks can take this down. You got 2:40 minus 5 seconds, so you got a minute and a half. You can take it down to 30 seconds on a play clock here from that standpoint. If it gets to that, you want the first down though, right? And now you go, how ballsy are you if you're Kubiak coming out of this, because you come down into a 2nd and short. Rams are going to be loading up like hell to stop the run here. You know that. You want to bleed the clock and not give them anything on an incompletion. So it's really the tendency here is to lean in and just get conservative. But you know, too, if I just run a little play action there, I might be able to have that guy freed out to the other side. What a game. Appreciate you. Here we go again for that $5 donation, acknowledging a little bit of kind of what's at the heart of my problem with it. It's not that it's not to the rule book. It's in there. It's not that I wouldn't maybe shake a finger. Well, and I maybe would a little bit. It's just that I would like it to more come down to let the officials at that moment go, okay, just look, it's the conference championship. Yeah. We need to stay out of this wherever possible and not necessarily letter the law wherever possible. But it is what it is at this point for sure on that. So thank you. Appreciate you. Industry Word says, you got this, B. Miss you. Just say it. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Boy8, thank you for the $2 donation. Says defense only works against Niners skeleton crew. Well, that in almost every other single game this year. That too, Boy8. Thank you for the $2 dono. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation. 21 and done. Let's go, Spoon. Hell of a play in the back there against Terrace Ferguson. Rough day for Spoon, but that was a great play for him to undercut that route and get in there and cause that incompletion and not give him that touchdown there. Big play, and we'll certainly be talking about that one for a while to come, potentially. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, how is that not pass interference? Who's to say that's not catchable? Would have been a great toe tag drag, but it was catchable. I'm in agreement with you on that one. I think that's a PI play. I mean, the guy doesn't even try to go for the ball. He just pushes the guy out, hoping he can time to where as soon as it hits the hands, he pushes him out. But he goes too early by pressing him, doesn't he? You know, that's really what was there. All right, 2nd down and 4 for your Seattle Seahawks. Indeed, you got a goal line look here from the Los Angeles Rams in anticipation that this is going to be a run play. And they're going to go to Walker. Walker's going to get swallowed up in the backfield there. And so Seattle will be able to They'll be able to click this clock down for sure, but you're still going to end up, even if you go hyper conservative here, give them some time on the clock. 3rd down and 7 now. Got to figure that if you're going to go to that conservative call there, you're probably coming back to try to run it here. I try to say, hey, why don't we have you go up, Sam? We'll have you hard count it, and we'll just have you call a timeout with 1 second on the play clock. Let's do that. Try to give a hard count to them. So you know they're going to try to jump it. No, they got the play call in too late there. Didn't get the opportunity to do it. So Seattle takes it down to 1 second there. So essentially here you could run a play. You're going to go, you're going to give back the Rams the ball essentially with about 30 seconds maybe left to go in this game potentially here with the way that this could go. So hold on 1 sec. Well, yeah, you can come in. Just hang here. Yeah, let me stay on the call with it. Okay, so we got 3rd and 7. Hard to see Kubiak going aggressive here. Got to be such a draw for Mike here, just have him hand the ball off. And yeah, they've got everything in the look of this is going to be a handoff here. And he's going to keep it instead of handing it off. That was a choice. Weird play there from the Seattle Seahawks. Very weird play from the Seattle Seahawks. So that will leave them in a position now where they're going to need to be hoping the defense can get one more stop in this game.
Michael the Weapon Dixon.
I would let this play clock go all the way down. Just let it run out. Let it run out. Let it run out. Just take the 5-yard penalty and let this thing run out. Every minute, every second. There we go. Oh, they get it off. Ball will go up high here. And it will be fair caught at the 8-yard line with 25 seconds left to go. The defense comes out on the field. The Rams need a touchdown. They have 25 seconds left. Oh, baby. What a game. It comes down to this. The Rams have got to go get a touchdown, down 31-27. In an unbelievable conference championship game. Another game for maybe the ages. Another game we look back upon as a historical marking point for your Seattle Seahawks, set up right here and now. 25 seconds. Shotgun look for Stafford. Dropping back to throw. He's looking. He makes the completion here. He's got it to Puka Nacua. Nacua gets back up on his feet. We're down to 14 seconds. We're down to 13 seconds. Stafford trying to clock the ball. He is able to clock it at 10 seconds and the ball at the 30-yard line. The Rams are just trying to get this ball into a place where they can go and hopefully get a Hail Mary if they can. Jackson over on the sideline praying to God. Please, God above. Don't let him get it. Please. Please. The 12th man up on their feet. Can you hear them, folks? I said, can you hear them, folks? Get loud. Come on, Seahawks. Come on, Seahawks. Let's go. Timeout. Good timeout there by the Seattle Seahawks there. It was a little bit of a late alignment there by the defense and figuring out what was going on there. They looked like they weren't quite in the right position. Kind of a commonality today. They've been kind of a little bit behind the ball and getting ready up against this Rams offense here. Final timeout of the game for the Seahawks. No team has either timeout left. Rams here, I think, ideally would like to try to get this on a 10-yard route. You throw it, you get it out of bounds, and then you come up for what potentially could be a Hail Mary play. I think that's what you're trying to ideally look for here.
Where's Nicky Minwari?
You don't want to let anything down the field. You want to keep it in front of you here, obviously. Second down and 10. Stafford dropping back to throw. Stafford looking. Comes back underneath here. Out of bounds with 3 seconds to go. With 3 seconds to go, he catches it to Puka Nacua. Just like I said, they were trying to get it. They're saying he ran out of bounds. They're saying he ran out of bounds. He ran out of bounds. The Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl, baby. The Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl, baby. He's down. He's out. We're good to go. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, baby. We're going back. The storybook season continues forward. It just keeps rolling. It doesn't matter whether it's the Rams. It doesn't matter whether it's the refs. You keep punching. You keep punching and you don't give up. Let's go, Seahawks.
One cheek equals your fuck.
Let's go. Woo. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, what a game. What a game. Seattle able to get away. You had to go against the Rams. You had to go against the refs. But we don't give a fuck. It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Let's go.
Oh, man. Hey, could you do me a favor? Tell Jake I said eat me.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. 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 Oh, man. Your Seattle Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl. A storybook season. A season that you couldn't have dreamed up in a child's mind. To take down your rivals, 2 trilogies. To then have an opportunity to go take down the team that took you down on the back of one of the most famous plays in Super Bowl and NFL history. And your Seattle Seahawks today persevered. And it got dark. And the momentum shifted wildly in this game back and forth. And 2 great teams going at it head to head. That's, I suppose, what you expect. I suppose that's what you expect. But this was a wild game. And I gotta just only feel like you guys, if you're anywhere where I'm at, you feel emotionally spent. You can't believe what you just saw. Just a wild game where your defense really on the day felt like it never had any real answers for the Rams. On their back foot the whole day. The Rams put 27 points on the board, but it almost sometimes in certain ways felt worse as a defensive performance than the one where you gave up 37 a couple of weeks ago. And this team, the heart they showed in this game to overcome it, I mean, my spirit would have been bogged down there after a couple of those calls late in this game. And you didn't let it affect you. And how about Sam Darnold? How about a man that everybody spoke to in these kind of moments that would fail you? Your defense fails you, you are sunk. Your defense sucks it up, your defense doesn't bring it, you're done. And yet on this day, when he had no running game to operate off of, when his running game averaged 2.9 yards per carry, on a day where his defense gave up 374 yards in the air and 3 touchdowns to Matthew Stafford. On a day where his defense gave up 22 carries for 114 yards, giving up 5.2 yard per carry average. On a day where very little else was working right in your favor. Sam went out there and carved this Rams secondary up. And he made some big time, big boy throws in this football game over and over again. And oh yeah, by the way, avoided any sort of turnovers. All of those narratives, all of those things that were spoken about, upended here and now in this game. 25 of 36, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, a 127.8 passer rating. Amazing job by Sam in this game. Again, can't undersell that. Defense found the stop at the end there. Witherspoon on that coverage at the end. Mike dialing up a pressure look a little bit to try to help his defense out. They fell out of it, but at least dialing up a little bit of the stack boxes there to try to throw off Stafford a little bit on that very important play there on the incompletion. Wild game, folks. I don't know what to say. Just a wild game. Seattle's going to the Super Bowl. These 2 teams are an epic matchup right now with 2 great games back and forth. Props to the Rams offense, man. I felt like McVay showed you in this game the smart mind you have of him and what he did to attack the Seahawks defense, the commitment to staying to the running game at times. Even when they were falling behind the game in moments, Stafford showed you what a good quarterback he could be. And boy, the defense was just out of sorts today. But what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Starlet Kiss, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, love the passion, Brandon. Good luck. Go Niners. Laughing out loud. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you for that, Starlet. It's all pure, I promise you. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation, Megan. Really appreciate you for all you've done here on this channel. I know you're loving life right now. Let's go. Good God almighty, she says. Thank God I have a choice of 78 bars where I'm staying here in Sydney. This team is making me want to drink. I might be there tonight myself. I might need something to settle me down. I'm going to say that. I'm going to need something tonight, Megan, to settle me down. That was a wild ass game. It was just a wild ass game. Oh man. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Jake better not say shit about the refs. No, I really don't want to hear from Ram fans about it. Look, though, the holding call at the end is probably one that they're going to try to speak to. And look, at least I appreciate the refs. Like, okay, well, let's get something into our favor. You know, if I'm going to be hard on the refs for a lot of those calls going against us, I'll give them a little bit of room back on that particular call, because that was a major call in that moment where you kind of recognized, okay, you know, I got to call this. He's riding him up the field in Cooper Kupp, and they called it. So, yeah, the ref thing and the call, especially on one in this game, you guys, it annoyed me to no end, and it's not going to annoy me like that in a regular season game to the same degree. It's that I just want the officials to be thinking about that type of stuff when they walk into this game. And the officials, by and large, and how they officiated this game, I think we're operating from the standpoint where they're saying, look, you know, we got to let these guys play. And there's plays that are on the line. There's some hand fighting in moments and all that's going back and forth. Let that play out. And likewise with the whole taunting stuff, if it's not him standing over a guy, you know, basically doing the equivalent of teabagging him or something, then just get over there as a ref and usher him the other way. Just like if you got chippiness and the guys are going at it and they're bumping into chests. Okay, guys, we understand it's a little hot today. It's going to be a little bit turned up today. This is a rivalry today. Just separate out, get over there to the sideline. You can't make a game-changing play like that, game-changing call like that in that moment. And that's what it was. It wasn't just a call in the game. It was a call that completely let that offense off the hook for what was a third down stop and going to force them to punt, and kept them in the game on top of it. Nicole, thank you for 13, or Michael Austin, thank you for 13 months as a Hawks Nest member. Michael says, hey, Brando, we have to play one offense and the refs. Yeah, it was the truth a bit today. It just was. It's not an egregious game as far as the officiating comes. As I say with the officiating, it's not about the number of calls or which team has more calls on them. Now, we had more calls on us penalty-wise today, but it's not just that. It's the timing. It's when the timing comes or doesn't come, and how it impacts the game and what it can shift momentum-wise in the game. And that's just why that play in particular really riles me up a little bit, and did in that moment, because I just go, I hate that call on so many levels. It's like, stay out of the game. Let these players decide this thing. And Reek just made a great play. Got a reason to be a little bit hyped up. I get by the letter of the law that it's like, well, by the letter of the law, it's but it's like, yeah, but how about the spirit of the law? What's the spirit of the law? Is the spirit of the law just almost gets a pick and third down stop and force that team to punt, and then you're going to reward the other team for that somehow? Let's go with the spirit of the law, maybe a little bit more. Shame on Trucking, thank you for the $2 donation. Sam is putting in that crazy work. Indeed, he did. I had his best game of the year. You know, there's a couple guys in this game that maybe had their worst game of the year, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But here you have your quarterback, your leader, the guy who was obviously not 100% out there. They showed him wincing a couple times over on the sideline. And oh, what a sight it is. They're showing the stadium right now. They're showing the confetti falling. Not a 12 has left the house. Cam Chancellor up there right now with the NFC Conference Championship trophy, about to hand it over. Let him know, Cam. Let him know, Cam. 12s, you did a great job today, fans. Oh, what a job today. Jody down there with Cam. Got the players in there with Mike. Sam back there. Jackson on the podium. Oh, looks great. What a job by him today. Sam Darnold, big time throws, big time decisions. And the fact that he puts 346 on the board, the fact that he throws 36 times in this game, and there are no turnover worthy plays. There are no spots where you go, oh, there's this one that was this close call, and this close call. He just played a pristine game. Pristine on top of being hyper productive. What a game. What a game. Megan, thank you again for another 5. I have a feeling I'm about to hit all 78 bars here in the next few hours. You should. Lord knows you're going to run into a few Seahawks fans in there, Megan. And hopefully you're each buying each other shots or at least a drink or dabbing them up, whatever you may be doing. Oh, tonight's going to be fire in downtown. Fire. Megan with another $10 donation. Thank you for that, Megan. Was on another chat recently and heard the Seahawks being called the Buzzards. That works for me as buzzards feed on the corpses of the deceased, don't they? That's true. That's all they eat is just on the dead bodies out there. So yeah, I'll take that. Ain't live when you're dealing with us. I love it, Megan. Let's go. Buzzards isn't the worst. Sea chickens, seacocks, right? All the ones they got with that. This ain't the worst of ones to be called. I'll take buzzards. Thank you for all of your support, Megan. You're awesome. Appreciate you so much. You're very kind. Cheeto, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, congrats, bro. Remember to not pass on the 1 yard line this time. We've learned our lesson. We will never allow that to happen ever again. Ever again. I had to learn the hard way, Cheeto. Had to learn the hard way. But learn it we have. And it reinforced us a couple weeks ago being on the 1 yard line and not running it on that one either. John Schneider out there with the boys. Sam Darnold extending the trophy over his head to the crowd. Let's go. Let's go for Sam. I feel so good for Sam, man. I don't know if I can more feel better for a player and what he's got to be feeling right now. The vindication on this kind of performance, the vindication of what he's done the past 2 years. All the talk, all their trash about him, they got all their stuff to say about him and what he isn't. He's on the edge of being a Super Bowl winning quarterback. That's what he is. He's this close. He is this close. Oh my gosh. Me coming in with a $500 donation. Let's go, me. Woo! Oh, me, you've been so unbelievable here for so long. You were riding with us this offseason, and we had no idea this season was what was in store. And you're here now. Thank you for that. Dropping the big $500 drop. Very kind of you. Says, Sammy is the Rams' daddy. Belt to ass. Belt to ass. Belt to ass. Let's effing go. Hawks in the 12 stood strong. Can't explain how proud of our boys I am. Love you, B, and I love the 12s. Well, I just want to echo that as well. I am so proud of these boys out there and what they've done this year because they've made this happen. This hasn't occurred because John simply assembled a bevy of young talent that was all ready to go and explode and do that. It was also the fact that you made this happen. You drove this to occur by those players taking on the ultimate responsibility they did this offseason to say, we want to be great. We want to be special. And within that, this is what this is going to take. It's going to take us locking in every day and really taking it by that cliche of day by day and drawing an intensity day by day that is matched equally every single time we're out there working and putting that work in and recognizing that if we make that every day, the most of those and just keep stacking those days up, like we've been stacking these wins up, that eventually you look to the end of the season at what you've become and what you've gained and all of that work. And that's what this team has done, but it's taken them not just coming up and doing their bare minimum, coming in, I'm going to clock in and clock out every day, but ultimately these guys coming in and saying, our leaders, our elder players here are going to lead the youngsters and we're going to drive these guys to where we need them to get. And it has been so impressive to watch from this team this year. Again, they showed that perseverance of spirit. Again, it's a team-based win here that you're getting. Where yes, we have the number one defense in all of football, but we were also the number one scoring we had the number one scoring team in Seahawks history this year too. And that they've been there at times when you've needed them to, where the defense does falter to step up. And that's what this team is as a team. Even your special teams came in like they have throughout the year again in this game with a big play when the moment was right. And that all that stuff just held firm throughout this year. That's that blueprint. And even though defense didn't hold to their point of the blueprint today, you still had other parts of this team that can pick them up, that can carry them on through as you needed them to do so. Hell of a game by this team. Belt to ass by Sammy to that Rams defensive secondary, man. He cooked them up today really well. Big throws down the field, high level throws, not easy, not throws that every quarterback in the book I think can make necessarily. Love a lot of the great reads, the going through multiple reads at times in this game, not just the big throws down the field, but as he likes to say, listening to his feet as he goes through his progressions. Your feet are leading you to the next progression, essentially. Don't let them get stagnant. Don't let them get stuck in the mud. But me, belt to ass today for Seattle Seahawks. Thank you for the $500 donation. That is absolutely unbelievable support. And you have been riding with us throughout this whole year in this same kind of way with the same kind of support. I really thank you for all you do for this channel. It's been tremendous. And I just want to say too, I echo everything you said. Hawks 12 stood strong. The people in the stadium were up on their feet every time they showed them in the right time, the right place of the game. They were up there helping their defense out as much as they could. Didn't seem like it always helped out the defense, but they were doing their part. And while the defense, look, it wasn't a pretty day, you found your moments in this game to find those stops. You found your moments in these games to, in the first half, limit down to more field goal attempts rather than getting to touchdowns while your offense was getting touchdowns. And at the end there, while you had the Rams driving down, while things were looking so dark and you were having so few answers to be able to call upon, you got a guy in Witherspoon who has a tough day, showing you the resiliency, showing you the perseverance of spirit there by going and making a play, undercutting that route on that key fourth down and allowing you the opportunity for your offense to come out there and then basically close this game out by bleeding the rest of that clock. Much love out to you, me. From the bottom of my heart, I really thank you for all you do for this channel. As I said, you kept the lights on in the off season out here. And it's so awesome too in these moments now to get to celebrate with you, and we're going to be able to celebrate with all of you guys tonight, this win. And that for many of you, it's been those folks that have been riding along with this channel for years here, just getting to sit here and smile, enjoy it, and go, wow, what an unbelievable ride this year has been. This is another unbelievable game and an unbelievable year of a ride, a year where many pundits and analysts had you in the fourth place. Think about this as a Seahawks Super Bowl team. There are people that thought Vrabel would have this team turned around quick from the Patriots side over the AFC, especially in an open AFC East. But you, the Seattle Seahawks, they said, we're a fourth place team. And so you're going to take a step backwards this year. And instead of taking that step backwards, look what they've done. It's just a remarkable season. The fact that you've had to do it going through the toughest division in football. The fact that you've had to do it going through the toughest division in football and that you've had to beat both of the two teams in your division once again in the playoffs just to progress to this place. That it took two trilogies for you to go and get to the Super Bowl. This is going to be a wild, remarkable season that I think will turn over for years to come, as much of for the path it took to get there, as much of potentially the results that we will arrive at. As they say, it is the journey, not the destination. And this journey has been a wild one, amazing one, ultimately a very satisfying one, even with some of the frustrations in this game that came up. What a game. What a game, me. Thank you so much for all of your support. You just, unbelievable support to this channel, you guys. Me at the center of that. Megan as well with that, just dropping these huge donations here. Very, very kind of y'all. Really, really much appreciated. And wow, 2 weeks we've been playing the Super Bowl. Whew. It's got a nice ring to it, don't it? Got a nice little ring to it, don't it? Huh, me? Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the 29 months as a Hawks Nest member. We're going to the Super Bowl. Fuck the Rams and the refs. Amen. F them all. F them all. This team's too good. It's too good. Even you refs can't keep them down. Even you refs can't prevent the inevitable. Ain't gonna happen. Banker Alpries, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, go win it, Brando. Don't let the Patriots win. No, sir. No, it was going to be either of the two of our teams, Banker. And shout out to you for all of your support this year as well, being a Rams fan, for being a cool part of this community. We got a variety of Ram fans. There'll be a lot of talking and trash to Rams, but I got to say that I give Ram fans props overall in that coming in here. We've got a lot of respectful ones that come in here that not only donate to the channel, but are very respectful. This was the Super Bowl, Banker. And I've been saying that leading up to it. I think that this game played out in that way. I think in a lot of ways, we got out of here by the skin, the hair on our chinny chin. You know what I mean? Like it's a great win. We took it. I think we earned it. Definitely do. But at the same point in time, you guys gave us all we could handle, and just got out the other side of it. I think that if I'm a Ram fan, you don't feel bad about necessarily how my team played on the road. It was going to be a tough ass path to get there to the Super Bowl. You still got a hell of a team this year. That'll still be a hell of a team in the future. We got this reports here. Stafford's going to continue to play beyond this season. And hell, what a game he had. 22 of 35, matched Sam throw for throw in this game, 374 yards, 3 touchdowns passing. He was great. He was great in this game too. Can't undersell that. And did a good job of just, especially not even the throws with Stafford today. I thought he did a very good job of navigating the pocket, moving around pressure, extending plays, even using his legs here and there at times to an effective fashion. Thought he played just a top-notch game, and he gave us all we could handle there defensively in these last 2 games. He showed why he's the MVP this year, and he's the guy that deserved that MVP far and away beyond Drake May. It shouldn't even really be a 1-1A. It's a 1-2 situation here, and Stafford's shown that to us the past 2 times we played. He is really good. He is really hard to stop, and he showed it today. But props to you, Banker. Thank you for the kindness on your part, the respectfulness on your part, and taking on the chin, as I know that this wouldn't be easy to do in this moment. You come off these losses after a long year, and you guys are such a good team. You're such a Super Bowl ready-made team, and you would have been a team that would have won it if you moved on from this game, in my opinion. So, just happened to run into what you ran into with us going on the road in the way it did, but love this rivalry. Going to love it on into the future, and your team's going nowhere. As far as they're not going to let up. Man, if anything, that they'll only inject this thing even harder this offseason, coming up just this short this year. Wouldn't shock me in the least to see the Rams right back to an even stronger state next season. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the 27 months as a Hawks Nest member, says Super Bowl B. How about that, huh? How about that? Hawks Punk 502, thank you for 17 months as a Hawks Nest member, says you just had to believe. Go Hawks. Super Bowl LX champs. Let's go. Let's go. Well, props to y'all having the belief. I got shaken a little bit halfway in this game. I was like, I don't know if the refs are going to let us get this thing. We might play well enough to win. I don't know if they're going to give us the opportunity here. But we found a way, man. We found a way. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. Darnold will live rent-free until kickoff next year. It's going to be fun here with this because this narrative that's just been hammered, and it's really not our fan base. I think our fan base is smart enough, have come along onto the Darnold train as the season has gone along, that they've seen enough for him where they've been like, oh, okay, I can get it. I get it now. I see. It's been more of that. This is the outsiders coming in at times, coming in saying, well, I mean, he's just seeing ghosts, and well, this is going to happen with him, and well, that's going to happen. And of course, it's been mightily annoying because it's just, that's not the player that we've had to see here from Sam over this past time period. We've got a better version than that. We haven't been facing this kind of guy that they talk about him being. And so it's gotten very frustrating. But at this point, with what he's done this year, if you're still trying to hold on to that, you're just being a Sam hater at this point. The man's done far and away more than he should have ever had to have done to prove himself as a top 10 quarterback in this sport, to prove himself as being capable of going and winning a Super Bowl. And today, we rode on Sam's back. This team collectively rode on his back. Your starting running back averaged 3.3 yards per carry. Your backup running back averaged 1.3 yards per carry. Your defense couldn't stop a soft breeze today. Couldn't stop the run, couldn't stop the pass. You went on the back of Darnold, and he had to carry you forward to make this go. And he did so. And he did so playing a clean game at the same time. All-time quarterback performance in the playoffs by Sam Darnold today for Seattle Seahawks. That's the all-time best quarterback performance I've seen in my life from a Seahawks quarterback in the playoffs. Bar none. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donation, Matthew. Congrats, man. Now, go beat the Pats in Levi. Yes, sir. We're going to Levi Stadium. We got those cigars already sitting we hit them in the back thing behind the cooler in the spot in the back of the locker room. So we already got the cigars in place there, Matthew. But thank you, man. Shout out, much like with Banker Elpries, I just want to put a shout out to you and Ram fans out there. Look, it gets hot in game and it gets contestuous. I'm creating that word. But I still, again, got to give you props and so many of the Ram fans that have come in here props for being really cool and being in, by and large, just loving having good open discussion about this matchup and the factors at play in this game, and kind of all to kind of consider and think about a little bit, and just turn over, enjoy the game for what it was as far as the lead into this. So really appreciate you, man. And we're going to go do this. We're going to go get this done. We're going to go cement this NFC West all-time division. And that this is I think we'll have a strong argument to be made, and I'll be making it this offseason, that this is the best division year we've ever seen. There's no division that's ever done better than this in league history. And if we can go get the Super Bowl, I think that we absolutely cement that, Matthew. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. Keaton Brothers for life. By the way, Jake is classy. Hat tip to Jake and his old man. Big time hat tip to Jake Ellenbogen out there again. I know my brother was talking some trash. Jake, don't listen to him. He's feeling himself. But a big tip of the cap to him and his dad out there. Big shout out to them. Love working with Jake. Not going to be easy to take this loss on his part, especially being this close. We both said there was going to come down and be a close game, and both of us had either of our teams winning, but we both had it coming down to a close game. And I think this game shows you why, we both kind of have a good idea of what we're seeing, and that it could have gone either way that way. And that was the way this was going to, play out as far as first being a blowout one way or the other on this. But big props to Jake. Love working with them on the NFC West Roundtable. We're going to be expanding in the next year with a lot of opportunities there with Roundtable Sports. I really look forward to that. Love going out there on the round table, and, it's going to be nothing but respect this next week, Tuesday, when I do go out there and deal with Jake and the rest of the boys on this, because their teams have nothing to feel bad about. This was a war, these two games, all three of these games. This was a battle. This was a fight, and very evenly matched teams when it's all said and done. But Jake does great work, and hard to get their conference championship two straight years like that. I know that's not easy, but they got a hell of a team down there in LA. They absolutely do. Oh, Dwyer, thank you for the $20 donation. Really appreciate that. And just for Dwyer, Garth Knight, man, good to see you in the house, brother. Another one of my OGs here in the house. Been a long-time supporter of this channel. Just love seeing my folks that have been long-time members, supporters, but it's been rocking with me for many years here, getting to experience this. God, it's cool. It's really cool. Dwyer, thank you for the $20 donation, man. I really appreciate you for that. Let's effing go, Brandon. We're going back to the bowl, baby. Sam Darnold carrying this offense after all the shit the media talked about him. Let's go. Hey, let's go, man, huh? After all the garbage they talked, after all the people told you about Sam Darnold, and here's the one thing this should show you right here and now. This right here and now. That people, when it comes to their outlook of the quarterback position, speak with absolute certainty time and time again. This guy's trash. This guy's amazing. This guy gets a benefit of the doubt. That guy doesn't get a benefit of the doubt. What the Sam Darnold situation should show you is that the outlook and the approach and the way people view the quarterback position is kind of a bit broken. And that it's slanted in a way that isn't accurate to what really plays out on the field when it comes to ultimately what makes a good quarterback or what makes a bad quarterback, or whether we are coming to predetermined certainty about something that we don't have enough data to make that certainty about. And with Darnold, how many people out there have told you that there's no way he could have performed in a game like this today and put this kind of performance out there on tape? You got to have Sam win you the game against Stafford. Right? As that's a lot of people outlook on it. Well, it comes down to Stafford versus Darnold. And I just trust Stafford more. And that's what they would say. That's what they would say. And then if you ask any of those haters if there's any chance that Darnold had to throw for 350 and 3 touchdowns and no interceptions and couldn't turn the ball over, and that's what it was going to take from the win, they'd say there's not a chance in hell. When hell freezes over, they would say. And this isn't as much to dunk on those folks for being wrong on this outlook as much to say, no, what it is it's more of an example of the outlook to the quarterback position is a little broken right now from a fandom standpoint. It's analysts too. It's not just fans, by the way. It's the analysts that look at this all over the place. They apply a simplistic model to the quarterback position. They don't apply any kind of depth or any kind of the details of what's going on that's either driving success or driving failure. It just all becomes like, does that guy do it or not? And it's completely unfair to all quarterbacks, but it's most especially O'Dwyer, been very unfair to Sam Darnold. And it's run counter to what we've actually got from film for 2 years now from the guy. That's the part that's always been blowing my mind about this, is it's a bunch of people that are holding on to Jets takes when you've had the Viking film, when you've had the Seahawks film, and being able to see what he can do. So anybody that's followed this channel from day one with Sam Darnold knows that there was no hesitancy for me when we signed him, that I understood the fit here, that I understood why he was going to work here, especially after having a chance to go back and watch and tear through that Viking tape last offseason and really see what he had done with Minnesota in real detail with the all-22 tape. Let me see these throws. Let me see what is he breaking down here? How is he making these plays happen? Is it just Justin Jefferson running wild and loose through secondaries, or is it him having to go through reads and make checks and play on time and be able to play off script and improvisation when he needs to at times and play safe when that calls for it as well? Let's go, Dwyer. I know you're feeling it as well. Great to see you in the house. And boy, it's going to be satisfying going to the Super Bowl, and especially going to the Super Bowl with so many so certain about what they thought they knew about with Sam Darnold, having to reevaluate their outlook on it completely now. It's upended over onto its head. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, heading out to the Sports Bar. Talk to you guys soon. Thank you, Megan. Have fun out there. Have fun. It's going to be a good one. Arda Levy, thank you for the $5 donation, Arda Levy. Sam haters need to shut the F up after this game. We won despite our defense tonight. Way to get it done, Hawks. Win ugly or not at all. Crush the Patriots. Yeah, crush the Patriots. Let's turn this into the 85 season for the Bears. Bears out there get to the Super Bowl. They look like a supreme mismatch for the New England Patriots. Patriots are rocking like Tony Eason at quarterback or something like that. And they took it to them in that game. I'd love to see a replication of that, that's for sure. And I don't care, ugly, a beautiful, blowout. You just win when it comes to the conference championship. You just win when it comes to conference championship. No two ways about it. And that's what they got done today. Beautiful to see, remarkable to see. What a game, DeLevy. What a game. Now let's go get these paid. Let's go finish it. Patriots are up next. Let's go finish this thing. Let's go finish them. And Sam haters, you got little ground left to stand on. You had a little twig before this game. The twig doth done snap, and there's nothing left beneath you. Time to jump on the Sam train, baby. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, F you Rams. Sam couldn't do it. Look at us now. Let's go, Mark. Let's go. Randy says, thank you for the $10 donation. Randy says, let's go Seahawks. 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, Sam Darnold. Hey, how about that, huh? How about slinging Sammy? How about our old little dime store cowboy? Huh? How about that? How about them Seahawks, Randy? And then we got Randall McDaniel in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation. He was at the game. He got to experience it live. Thank you for that $2 donation. He says, put some respect on Sammy D's name. I love this team. Yeah, put some respect on his name. Enough of this stuff. Enough of this noise. Enough of this garbage. You've been holding on to a take that's 8 years old. Man, that thing's a little bit overdone. There's a little bit of mold on that take. Time to update it. This is your quarterback. This is your quarterback. And boy, I love seeing him, what he's doing here. This is satisfying to go here, but so satisfying for a guy like Sam, who's been so easy to root for. The guy's a hard worker. He's a great leader. Everyone in the locker room, whether he's been with Minnesota or here or anywhere else, has loved the guy. He just goes out there, takes ownership when he doesn't play well. Not a but if guy. You can just see it, just a guy that's out there grinding, man. How do you not root for this kind of guy when you see a story like that, where the path has not been made easy for him, where he's had to work his butt off to get this done? Just a perseverance of spirit there to accomplish this when it's not quick, when it's not easy. And makes, again, just so easy to root for this guy. Jordan, thank you for the $2 donation. Says they wanted to see Sam. They got him. They said, let me see if we can do it. Force him to. Prove it. Prove it. He did so. He did so. Kale Vineyard, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I told you, Brando, love this team. They're special. They are indeed special. And it's undoubted. It's undoubted. We thought it coming into this game, but it's absolutely undoubted coming out of this game. This is a great team. The best team in Seahawks history, in my opinion. They got to complete the process, but this pathway has been even a harder pathway than the 2013 team had to walk, in my opinion. And if they get this done in that way, with knowing that and are able to accomplish it despite the path and how hard it was to get there, it will be a team that I'll look at in that way. And it's been my favorite season covering the Seahawks and watching the Seahawks since I was a kid. Just a remarkable year and a remarkable team, and fun brand of football to be able to watch too, on top of it all. You were right though, Kale. Props to you, man. Props to you. Doms, thank you for the $10 donation. Doms. As a Ravens fan, rooting for y'all because of McDonald. Go on and get that ring, bro. Harbs was never getting fired after that 2023 season, so I don't know why people keep thinking he was going to be our successor. Well, I got to get, and thank you, man, Doms, for the $10 donation. I'd give a lot of Raven fans props, Doms, because, a lot of fans tend to be a little bit behind when it comes to when a move is made or not made, or wanting to see a move made or not made when it comes to a somewhat legendary coach there, or a coach that's won a Super Bowl championship with you. And that, there's a lot of fans that'll be very, very hesitant en masse to not want to move off of that guy. But I think what you're referencing a little bit is what I also was feeling from Ram fans at the time that we got McDonald. And part of what, of course, was endearing us to McDonald right out the gate was that many, many Raven fans right in that time, at that moment, after you'd come off the conference championship loss to the Chiefs, after what was a very successful year, were saying, we should just go with McDonald as the head coach. We should not let this guy get out the building. And that was a very common thing that I was hearing from a lot of Raven fans out there. And I think you got to give Raven fans props for that, for recognizing a really, really smart-minded coach, recognizing as well with that maybe the shelf life on Harbaugh is getting a little bit aged, or maybe it's just time to do a refresh in that particular spot, and that he can find success in another place. But I think it was kind of smart on your to speak to the intelligence, I think, of Raven fans that they recognize that might have been the smarter place to go in that moment, despite it being off of a conference championship, despite it being with a coach who had won a Super Bowl before for you guys. But we'll go get this, man. And thank you for rooting for us. We need as much of the national audience that is at our back as we can take. We will take. That would be a great thing for us. So hell yes. We will take all the NFL teams rooting for us coming into this one. Mark, thank you for the $2 donation. Says they deserve this. We deserve this. Go Hawks. Everyone's going to be savoring this. We've been doing it the past couple of weeks. We've been remarking about how enjoyable it's been to watch this team, how wonderful this season is, how much we just want to savor each and every week. We get to go through this process and go, wow, that was amazing. This is awesome. And wow, that was amazing. And this is so cool. And after many years of having to wait our turn to get back to this spot, the fact that we're back in this spot, the fact that we get our turn, it feels really good. And it really feels like we're going to enjoy this to the ultimate for the next 2 weeks. And hopefully we can just seal and finish this off now with a Super Bowl victory. This defense has got to have a lot of confidence in this offense going this game. They go, wow, we played our worst game of the season. Our offense picked us up and did so for the second time in like the last 5 weeks. We can rely on them. They can rely on us. Team, special teams, all that. We can do this, man. Go Hawks. Richard Stewartson, thank you for your $2 donation. You were never shaken off the path. Says, proud of you, Hawks. I'm so proud of this team. That was a hard win. Hard win. Perseverance of spirit, not letting yourself get beat down, staying locked in this whole game as they did. Just keep fighting. Keep swinging. Keep punching. And they did so tonight, Richard. Thank you, man. Appreciate you for all you do for this channel as well as a member of this channel. Really appreciate you. And thank you for your support. Peter Van Gent with another $10 donation. Thank you, Peter. And again, for being a member of the channel as well. Says, kept seeing negative posts in the chat today about how Sam sucks. Y'all are dead wrong. That dude balled out tonight. Put the team on his back and willed us to the Super Bowl like a franchise quarterback should. This is as good a performance as you get in a conference championship game. And I think you touch upon, Peter, the part of this that this is hopefully the thing that will now swing those people over in a way that if they're not going to at least agree to the fact that he's a quality quarterback, they'll shut up about trying to call him trash at every turn. A trash quarterback does not throw for 346 yards with no rushing attack, with a defense that's having one of their worst days of the year. That doesn't happen. That's not what, or we got to check with our definition is of trash quarterback. And this Ram defense isn't a bad defense. It's been playing not at their best over the back half of the schedule, but doesn't make it collectively a bad defense. And yeah, how many are dead wrong to your point, Peter? How many have been so certain on their outlook of Sam and how they spoke about him, so certain in the way that he couldn't be this and couldn't give you this kind of performance in this kind of moment. And it was that they would specifically go and hammer that point. Okay, he can do this, and okay, he can do that. But when the chips are down, when he's behind the 8 ball, when he's in the playoffs, when he's got to play the Rams in the playoffs, they've got his number. They know what to do with him. Look what they did the last to him against the Minnesota Vikings. And you'd say, yeah, wasn't that somewhat of the offensive line, how that performed? Nah, yeah, a little bit, but whatever. Yeah. Hopefully this changes this now, Peter. Hopefully this moves this in a way where he starts getting his props that he's deserved, more than deserved for a while here. But he was tremendous. Tremendous. Well said on your part. That's a franchise quarterback right there. That's your Seahawks franchise quarterback now and for in the hopefully long-term future. Flying Blind in the house. Another one of our OGs, Flying Blind. It's really good. Thank you for the donation. Really appreciate you. Says, how about them Hawks? How about them Hawks, Flying Blind? Sorry, I was too busy listening to Steve and Dave. What a game. No doubt who runs the NFC West now. One more win. Hey, it's our division. It's our division now. It's our division through this offseason. We didn't just win it once. We won it twice, Flying Blind. We won it twice. We won it with an exclamation point. Big time win. Big time win by our Seattle Seahawks. One more victory to go take the Super Bowl. One more victory to have an opportunity here to truly go out there and cement an all-time type season, right? All-time type season. Thank you, though, Flying Blind. Appreciate the $5 donation, and congrats to you, too, as well. Oh, we got my man, Ethan Tech World. Thank you for the $5, Ethan. Another one of our OGs. He's saying, we're going back to the freaking Super Bowl. Let's go. Sam took a football and shoved it right up the Rams' ass. Let's go. That indeed he did, man. No fear in his heart today. No shakiness. No, like, I'm going to try to play this safe. Sam went out there and he said, look, I'm going to trust in my talent. I'm going to trust in my work. I'm going to let it rip out here today. And that's what he was able to do. And it was a hell of a performance by him, man. Not necessarily hyper easy, not set up just to everything goes downhill. You had to work to make this happen. But you're darn right, man. You shoved it right up their ass, Ethan. Very good way of putting it. Back to the freaking Super Bowl. First time in 13 years. 12 years. 12, 13 years, depending on how your math works. Depending on how you want to count it, I guess. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? DVN, thank you for the $10 donation, DVN. Remember when Jake told me I was going to eat my words because I called Jesse's team and our team the real teams to troll Jake? Laughing out loud. Oh, I can't wait for the round table. I think Jake's going to have to be in for it this Tuesday from a lot of Hawk fans. Part of why I'm going to try to be super ultimately hyper respectful, not only because I think that Rams are deserving respect and Jake's deserving respect here, because that's not just some team that we just walk on through with it. But look, your guys' confidence was rewarded in this team, and Jake's ultimate confidence in his team wasn't quite as rewarded. They've got nothing the Rams fans to feel to me bad about in this game. Certainly your defense got it taken to by Sam. He made some really good throws and really great decisions. He did. But yeah, DVN, you're looking good on that one. And the round table is going to be, it's going to be lively this Tuesday. It's going to be just a little bit, I imagine, a little bit lively this Tuesday. That is for sure. Thank you, man, though. Appreciate you for all your support this year. Salute you, man. You've dropped a ton of donations on my butt here. Really thank you for all that. Industry Word, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Bird Law. Let's have it go. If you know, you know. Bird Law is right. The lay of the land. The law of the land. Industry Worth, thank you for the donation. Bug Generator, thank you for the $20 donation. Bug Generator. It didn't have any note on your dono, just the $20 drop, but I thank you so much for that. That is very, very, very kind of you. You guys are just amazing as ever on your support to this channel, even when I'm a little bit moody mid-game. You guys are still dropping donos on my butt, and I do really thank you guys all for your support to this channel. It's just tremendously appreciated. You guys let me do this full time like I get to do. It's going to be an amazing off season here, celebrating this team, hopefully celebrating a Super Bowl victory. And I thank you all from the bottom of my heart. You guys are just amazing and all you do here for this channel and allow me to get to do what I get to do. Timber, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, thanks for the content the past few seasons. It's been my pleasure, man. It's been a wonderful, wonderful experience getting to cover this team as you build a Super Bowl contender and to see decisions that were going collectively together that could give you confidence that a Super Bowl contender was coming. I said this offseason that you took a step back this offseason so you could take 2 steps forward, and people could get caught up a little bit on the 1 step back because I think that they were thinking that the 2 steps to come forward would need to take 2 years to happen. And I was saying at the offseason, it doesn't have to be that way. It might be that way, but there's also a possibility they could come forward much faster. And that occurred with the 2 steps coming forward this year. And it's been fun to watch this team build this up in the right fashion, in the right manner, and to build it up where just one intelligent decision after another. And you just know once you have a collection of those put together like they have, it's going to pay off for you. It's paid off in a major way this year with the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. But it's been a lot of fun, man. I've had a great time covering this team and watching them grow in this way. Thank you for watching, Timmy. Thank you for all your support. Keon Lund, thank you for the $5 donation, Keon. The final drive to move 50 yards and also burn clock. Clutch. And Sam, we trust. Yeah, absolutely. And the Cooper Kupp play was where you basically put this thing to bed with the Cooper Kupp throw in there on that route. Great job by Sam to get there in there. Cooper Kupp with the great after the run ability that he still has at his point in his career, where he can still always extend things out. He was able to kind of spin his body, twist it, spin it, turn it, extend, leap, go get that first down. You were able to burn just enough time on that to where now when you got it back to the Rams, not only were they dealing with a really long field, but they just didn't have enough time left on the clock. And it's kind of fitting, though the defense got the stop there at the end to keep them held down. It's fitting that the offense sort of carried this day forward and then finished this thing off in that way, because they were the driving force in this game in so many ways in what they did. They went out there, got that touchdown at the jump, got you in front, always kind of forced the Rams in this game to play from behind. Even when the Rams found offensive answers, they came back and found answers. So just a great game from the offense, and big time props to Kubiak for what was a great game plan, I think. He tried to stick with the run as much as he could. He got up to 26 rushing attempts in this game. He tried. It just, you weren't finding as much effectiveness as I think you thought you were going to. And so it had to come back to throwing the ball a little bit because of that. He didn't voluntarily just get away from the running attack just because, but very, very cool on his part to go and get that done. Thank you though, Keon. Appreciate you for your support today. Folks, we still have 1,000 people in the chat tonight. If you can hit that like button for me, maybe sub on up, I'd give it free to you. Doesn't cost you anything. It helps me out tremendously. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, it was Jesse's poem that sustained our faith in Sam in his time of need. Indeed. I kind of think that maybe he heard Jesse's poem, and it kind of gave him confidence. I think he probably saw the clip somewhere online, and it's kind of like, oh, I'm finally bringing my haters over. Now I can maybe kind of operate a little extra confidence knowing that, huh? It was a great poem by Jesse. If you guys didn't get a chance, you can check it out. We had the Niner fan last week, Jesse from Last Second Sports on the NFC West Roundtable. You can find the clip over them of him reading a poem to Sam Darnold and his love for Sam, his true love for Sam, his endearing, eternal love for Sam Darnold, really. All of that. V8937, thank you for the $10 donation. V, no note in your chat, just the super sticker. Very, very kind of you for that. You guys are just amazing again. All your support to the channel. Really appreciate you. Oh, we got Nicole. They reward you, Nicole. And you never shaken of the faith in this game. You had it ultimately all the way through. You were standing strong, which was great to see. Thank you for another $5 donation. Have a goddamn nice evening. I need to get to work now. Overhyped and sleep deprived. What a night. No more doubters on Sammy Slingin' D. Yeah, that's right. No more doubters left in the room after this one, Nicole, or there shouldn't be. And hopefully you have a great, great day of work. I hope it goes like that for you. And hopefully the adrenaline of going to the Super Bowl can cook you through that work day to get you on through just enough to get to the other side of it. Big thank you to you for all of your support. Love your spirit as well. You were persevering. As many of us like myself were a little shaky there in the third quarter. I was a little shaky. I was not stirred, but I was a little shaken. Okay? A little 007 for me on that one. But you were standing tall, remaining strong in the force of the storm. And thank you for that $5 donation. You have a great evening. What a great game. What a great team. Props to Sammy for getting done what he got done. How cool was that? Oh, what a season. What a season, Nicole. They rewarded all of you folks on the other side of the globe for getting up early. And boy, have they done so throughout the course of this year, which is just cool. Worldwide, the Seattle Seahawks fandom is, the 12s are. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you for that, Megan. It's such a shame. I'll be traveling on Wednesday and won't be able to see the round table. The Zorn jersey is still undefeated. Let's have it go. Hey, the power of the Zorn Largent jersey cooked in this playoffs, didn't it, Megan? Huh? Uni getting it done? Uni getting it done? Uni got it done? Huh? Let's go, Megan. Thank you for the fiver. And it'll be worth a replay on that one with the round table, I imagine, when we get in there. I'm going to be very much looking forward to that one. Oh, baby. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl bound. A little tear in the eyes. This is rare, folks. You don't get to get here often. And look, we've been here a decent amount. This is now your 4th Super Bowl appearance in 20 years. That's pretty good in the NFL. That's pretty good. 4th appearance in 20 years. And it speaks to this ownership and Jody raising that flag at the start of this and Paul before and what they've drawn for this to happen. It takes that commitment from ownership first and foremost before anything else. And they have provided you that. They have definitely provided you that. But we are Super Bowl bound. Let's go. Let's go. How about that? How about that, Shadowbot? Boy, does that have a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Seattle, I'm just going to say it. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl bound. Mick Frewer, thank you for the $5 donation, Mick. I can't wait to hear the critics eat crow this week. Darnold has done everything he needed to do this season, and Skip Bayless looks like a fool again. Oh, doesn't he ever? Oh, man. As though Skip hasn't been dunked on enough, right? Like, don't you just get tired of the guy's nuts right there in your face, dunking up over the top of you on a bad take once again? Doesn't it get old eventually, just right there on your chin? Like, don't you eventually want to get it right? You know, you'd think from Skip's perspective, but yeah, whenever I saw Skip not have any faith in what Sam was going to be doing throughout this playoffs or throughout this year, I went, okay, I feel much better about this game because of Skip's take. Because if there's one guy I can count on who has not done the homework and does not know what he's talking about and who completely speaks out of his ass with ultimate authority, it's Skip Bayless. And it's going to be fun. You're right about that, Mick. It's going to be very fun to hear about all those critics that were speaking with all that certainty, not only this week leading up to this game. They've been doing it throughout the year. So they just keep doubling down on the bad take, tripling down on the bad take, quadrupling down on the bad take. I always say it isn't about as an analyst in doing this, whether you're a national analyst or a local analyst like me on this, it's not about being right. It's about getting it right. And if you just double back down on a take because you want to be right rather than you're looking at things and just trying to clearly make the assessment, then you're coming in with biased eyes, and then you're not being what you should be as an analyst, which is try to be unbiased whenever possible. But nice to see Skip amongst the many on that one, looking kind of silly there, huh, Mick? Well said on your part. David, thank you for the $5 donation. Cooper Kupp wins a Super Bowl with Seattle, retires, storybook ending. How about that, huh? Young kid comes home, makes good. Got a couple of guys that on this team grew up as Seattle Seahawks fans. Kupp being one of them, Abraham Lucas out there from Everett. And what a way it would be to finish up for Cooper Kupp if that's the end of the career and that's the way that this winds down, is he can go win a Super Bowl in Seattle for his hometown team after leaving the Rams, after they basically kicked him away and said, you're done. And again, he showed you, I think, the effect of what he could bring in a game like this. 6 targets, 4 catches, 36 yards, got himself a touchdown. Just been so steady for this team. What he does as a run blocker, just every game, just so steady. What he's applied, you know. Part of what just has made this team a team is it's not just about individuals. And Jackson Smith has an amazing game for you here with 10 catches, 153 yards for sure. But it's not a team of individuals. It's a collective of a team where everybody's supplying to these wins. Everybody's kind of helping and doing their part to get you there. And Kupp's been really good this year. Really good for whatever we've needed from him, game in and game out. Jay Gundy, thank you for the $5 donation. Sam Darnold was pressured. The ghosts were there. He slayed every one of them. Boy, did he ever. Yeah, 3 sacks in this game. Rams definitely were able to get some pressure. 7 quarterback hits on his 36 dropbacks. There's definitely going to be, if you look at the pressure numbers and you're at 7 quarterback hits, it probably means that probably about 14, 15 pressures in this game. Nearly half of his dropbacks under pressure. And yeah, this is one of those things where why have we pushed back against the whole ghost thing so often? Because I've seen him under pressure and I've seen him stand tall. I've seen him under pressure and get hit in the chops and yet still deliver the ball. The throw he made to Jackson in the back into the end zone there when he's getting hit by, I think it's Byron Young on that play, or it might have been Verse, who gets back on pressure. He's getting hit. He's on his back foot. It still is able to go in there and deliver it. He's not worried about the hit. He's not shrinking away from the hit. He's not worried about the pain. He's just making the throw, and he's taking the shot. And that's why we've pushed so much back against this narrative on him, because it's not only a matter of him not seeing ghosts, it's him standing tall and being brave in the pocket on these throws, being willing to take that pain, being willing to take that shot. I've seen it from game one of this season. And that's not to the narrative that surrounded him. It's not accurate to the narrative that surrounded him. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $5 donation. Jeff, looking around for the Sam haters now. Oh, hold on. Wait just a second, Jeff. I can't. I think I'm just hearing crickets. Did you hear that? I think I think Jeff just crickets on that one. I don't think they must have left the building for some reason, Jeff. Maybe there's a fire or something. Jake Waldman, thank you for the $5 donation, Jake. Another one of the OGs in the house says, I'm not sure I could have gone on if we lost the game because of Woolen. Let's go! Let's go, man. And yeah, not a great moment there with Woolen. I'm going to be consistent on it. I think half the chat felt like Woolen just was completely out of pocket, and that, look, this is the third. On one hand, I can get where people go, well, this is the third, taunting penalty of the year for you. You should have learned by this. I really just hate the call there still, though. It just drives me nuts, the call in that moment. It's just such a big play in the game to make there. In a moment like that, where it's just, I'd much rather the officials come over there. And if you lose this game on that, and that call kind of standing out so largely over the top of things versus the way this game would have gone otherwise, would have sucked. Would have definitely casted a little bit of a pall over the top of this game. Not going to lie, just would have. And it was tough for me to shake loose of it. It took me almost like about 3/4 of a quarter there just to get out the other side of it. Because I just thought it was such a horrendous call there. It's such the antithesis of a kind of call you want made in a conference championship game. But we got to figure it out, man. We got to figure it out, Jake. Let's go. Let's go. Chase Stern, thank you for the $10 donation, Chase. Good to see another one of the OGs in the house. Let's go. How about Sam Darnold, baby? Who's not a big quarterback? They're going to have to move the goalpost to China. Shoot, Chase. They're going to have to put that thing on Uranus at this point with those goalposts to move it off this performance. And this is the thing that he's provided, that the thing they said that he couldn't provide. And this is ultimately where this is the problem with the Sam haters, the anti-Darnold folks, is that y'all painted yourself in a corner on this one with your takes. Because you all spoke with ultimate certainty that there is no possible chance that these exact parameters that played out in this game could come to fruition like they did. That he could go give you a 350-yard performance without much of a wind at his back. No running game, no defense really working too well on that side of it, yet goes and makes it happen. Yeah, this is a defining game for Sam Darnold. This is a turn a narrative around of your career kind of game for him. And if he goes and gets the Super Bowl win at this point, even if it's a game where he game manages it, quote unquote, in the Super Bowl, it's still one where people can't just walk through this one and go, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson. This game throws that crap out the window. Out the window. Because you know what? If I needed Trent Dilfer to throw for 350 yards, even with that Ravens defense back 25 years ago, he wouldn't have done it. Not in the playoffs, not against a high-quality opponent. If I needed Brad Johnson with that Tampa Bay Buccaneer team that won a Super Bowl with a grade A defense to go and throw for 350 yards in a conference championship game, he wouldn't have been able to do it. Where I've taken umbrage with this game manager thing that people put on Sam Darnold, where I go, yeah, he manages the game, but it's not exactly pure game manager in the way that gets put on shoulders of quarterbacks at times. People want to make a comparison of Jimmy Garoppolo. I go, it's not Jimmy Garoppolo. There are throws Jimmy Garoppolo cannot make. Jimmy Garoppolo could not come out on that 9 ball to Rashid Shaheed to open the game. He could not make that throw. He wouldn't have had the balls to make that throw. You gotta include a little bit more for Sam when you're considering him beyond that. That's a little bit of a too much of a generalized way of describing what he is as a quarterback. But this kind of game, what are you going to say? You know what? What excuse do you find for him on what he did if you're going to still be in that boat? If you are, like you say, though, they'll probably find a way, Chase, to move those goalposts somehow or another, right? Somewhere or another, they'll stretch him on down the line. Leo Ramos, thank you for the $10 donation. Leo says, NFC West, baby. Let's effing go. Let's go, huh? Let's go. Thank you for that, Leo. Very, very kind of you. Best in the NFC, man. We earned this one. We earned it. Best in the regular season, best in the playoffs. No easy outs. This Rams team is a Super Bowl ready-made team. And I think in other years, if they'd gone up against other teams, if it was an Eagles team or a 49ers team that they played in this playoffs, instead is the team that's going to the Super Bowl. They are a high-quality opponent, this Rams team. They are wonderfully well-coached, a complete football team that can get after you in a variety of different ways. They gave us all we could handle, but ultimately we were able to get it done. Paulie704, thank you for the $5 donation. Paulie, let's have a go, Brando. Let's go. We discussed this preseason. Smart ball control on O and then a nasty D. Another helmet for the spike. Indeed, that spike's getting tall, isn't it? That McDonald's spike's we had a couple weeks ago, the spike right here. It was already getting up there a few weeks ago. We haven't gotten an updated shot. I think we need the Seattle media to get us an updated shot of the Predator spike stack. I'd like to see that stack right now where it's at. We got, I think we got 2 Ram helmets on there now and 2 49er helmets on there now. Got to get a couple extras put on top of that sucker. As I said before too, I think, Paulie, they're running out of room. If you look at it, you probably only got about 2 more helmets of space there. So they're going to have to make the pole longer. We're going to need to get a new Predator pole in the meeting room. Huh? And we did discuss it. And there's a reason you can see today, folks. Hopefully you can understand why I've hammered this point so much. And look, this was a game where this didn't play out exactly this way. But this is the way that this played out through many of these games this year, and certainly the back half of the schedule, and certainly the first playoff game against the 49ers. You know, use smart ball control, limit your turnovers, play great D, play nasty D, play great special teams. It's a timeless sort of football that can win in almost any era, and it can win the ultimate prize in almost any era. And this happens to be one era right now where particularly I think works really, really well. Really, really well. But we talked about in the preseason that these 2 steps could come forward this year, that because you put so many smart moves together, because you had the Russell Wilson trade, where you're able to get so much draft capital back in return to really inject the foundation of this team faster than most teams would have been able to do so. Most teams start from, okay, we got to go back to the foundation standpoint, and they don't got extra picks to do it. Not only did you get those extra picks, but you, of course, made you made the trade of DK Metcalf. You made the trade of Geno Smith. You got some more extra picks on top of that. What they've done to smartly spend their money, how John has operated in rebuilding this team across the board. It's been smartly applied at every step. And they haven't gotten here by luck. They didn't get here by happenstance. They got here through smart decision-making and smart personnel moves and smart trades, and John having a great understanding of the quarterback position and where it's at and where to find value where he can. It's been done in a way that's not just sort of there's no part of this that you just fell into. All of this had to be made to be happening. And it took a lot of tough decisions to get here on top of it. But this is a timeless brand of football that can work forever. And it's a hard brand of football to stop when you have a team as committed as we are to playing in this style. Well said, Paulie. Well said, man. Congrats to you two tonight. Banker Elpries with another $2 donation. Thank you, Banker. Darnold proved me wrong. May has shown me nothing. Indeed, Drake May has been a little bit unimpressive in the playoffs to my eyes as well. You do just wonder going back to it a little bit. And we're going to be having a lot of discussions about this here through the next 2 weeks, Banker, about, where their strength of schedule was at this year and how much that maybe made Drake look a little bit further along than maybe he actually was, especially with the Josh McDaniels that can put together a pretty creative offense to allow that guy to flourish. The conditions with Denver and the Patriots today were probably just about as bad as you get to try to have to play in. You think about it and you're just going, okay, you got, little bit of some swirling weather. You're getting the snow that's ramping up throughout the course of the game. And then the part that you might forget about a little bit that you got to think of too is the thin air factor, where when I've got to run in snowy conditions normally, or it's kind of like that, where it's extra steps, like running in sand almost a bit, it's going to take out more, it's going to expend more energy for me faster. And with the thin air, you can't breathe in as quick to then counter that and extra energy you're expending. And it's where I think you just saw players in that game not creating any real separation on routes and it getting hard to throw in those conditions. So it does get tough to take too much away from that performance. But to your point on this banker, we've got the other performances of the other two games in this playoffs, and just hasn't been a lot there. And I props to you on recognizing Darnold, and look, he's given a lot of really great performances. This is his best performance of the year. So this is a pretty, I'm not going to say it's not to the outlier point, but it's just that, maybe you haven't had as much of the absolute, like, this should convince you kind of performance necessarily all the way around on that, like this one would provide. Right. So I can understand that part completely. And this was always going to take with Sam Darnold, you looked at in Seattle and hear a little bit of the creative outlook to it. So can we come back to it? It ain't about like necessarily initially you get something a little bit wrong in your outlook. It's really not about that. And we're all going to get stuff wrong. I get stuff wrong too with stuff, and it's going to happen now. It's going to happen in the future. And then, it's really the testament to what you try to be as a fan as smartly as you can. And this is a props to you on this, bankers, that it's just, now you just take in the new data and then you change with the new data. If the new data moves you off the spot of what you had kind of thought based on the prior data that you'd seen, that's all you can really do with this sport, I think. And no one's going to ultimately get everything right in their outlook of all that they see across the board. There's plenty to get wrong from everyone. But it's just about, can you take that new data in, or do you just kind of dig your heels in? And I think a lot of people with the Sam thing, it's been about, for them, almost like they have a dog in the fight of Sam failing, where it's like they want to be right so bad that then that almost turns into hoping then he's bad. And then, of course, that's where you get to bias a little bit. Andrew, thank you for the $20 donation. Andrew, very, very, very kind of you for that, man. Thank you so much. You are awesome, brother. Appreciate you for that. No, it didn't have any note in there, Andrew, on your dono, but thank you, man. You are very kind for that big time support. Congrats to you. Go Hawks. Hopefully feeling good out there tonight. Global Hobo, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams already whining about the refs, laughing out loud. FTR. You're going to have a hard time on this one from a Ram fan perspective on that. You talk about something you ain't going to be able to sell me on in the least is going to be you looking at this game somehow pointing to the refs. We had more calls called on us. We had the biggest call in this game, which was, monumental game call there with that taunting penalty. You've got the PI on the sideline that didn't go on Rashid Shaheed that went uncalled. It's just a game where you're not, if you're operating there, and I don't expect Jake would be this, for instance, it's maybe some of the casual Ram fans out there, but I think most Ram fans will be pretty smartly to look, that was not the factor here. And they'll come back to, I think, in by and large and say, look, we can't give up 350 yards and 3 touchdown passing to Sam Darnold. That's where we went wrong in this one. Right. I think they would hopefully would come down that, but we'll see. We'll see on that global. Thank you for your dono. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Just the better team won. Better team won, man. And that's what we wondered about coming into this game. Matthew Stafford, best quarterback in the sport right now. I think he's the best quarterback this year in the sport. Fully deserving of being an MVP. Has the best year of his career this year. I think this playoff performance he got today, what he did against the Bears last week, I think this does cement this as being the best season of his career. And you've got great players in Puka Nacua. And Devontae Adams was still a little something left. Devontae, 4 catches, 89 yards in this game and a touchdown. Showed you what he could do at the red zone. Kyron Williams and being a strong inside runner like he was in this game. Hell, even Blake Corum was going off. They were able to find some room there. But you got a great team. It's not a couple of players. It's the collection of your team that you put together. It's the collection of the depth that you put together. You could have a guy like Drake Thomas step off the field and you get a Tyrese Knight coming out on the field and he's able to come right in there and step up and go. It isn't you lose that step when anybody goes off. It's your special team so deep that they go down there and they're demons on the coverage unit. And this is a team that wins by its team. Stan might have had the great day today, but this is a Seahawks team that wins this year by and large by how they play collectively as a team. rather than as a couple of individuals raising everybody else up with them. And this was a game that was going to give you a bit of a test on that. A great team, up a couple of the great players, and a solid roster around those great players. What wins out? And today, I think what won out was the greater team won, when they especially got to play at home. That was enough, so to speak. Robert, thank you for the $2 donation. Can the Hawks wear their throwbacks? I think you possibly can if you want to. I think you got the option on this one. I don't think a team's ever done it though, Rob. But yeah, I think you possibly could. I don't think there's any rule that holds you back from doing it. Juan Adame, thank you for this $5 donation. Juan. Sammy crushed the Rams. No excuses. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. He got it done. And you can't really point to anything. Like I said, you can't go to well. He had grade A pass protection. It was pretty good. It was all right. He had grade A running game. No, he didn't. He had a really good call with game by Kubiak, and big time props to Kubiak in this game, along with Sam on coming up with what I thought was a really nice game plan to attack this Rams defense with some of their passing concepts. That's for sure. But we got it done, man. Neither team can throw excuses out there on this one. You both swung at each other in these last two games. You gave it everything you had. These are two close teams. It's not that we're some head and shoulders above them, and they're not even, it's like, no, they deserve to be right there with us on this. And this is what you're going to get in these close games. I had this as a 4-point game. I had this as 24-20 throughout this week. So I kind of caught it as far as the 4-point differential as being about right. That's your separation between these two teams, especially with you playing at home. It's like essentially you get 3 points for playing at home, and you got the 1 point extra beyond that for being just that little bit of a better team. It kind of played out as a bottom line to that in this one. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate you. John Naylor, thank you for all your support this year. Appreciate another $2 dono as well. It says, Brando, at NFC West, please play Ghostbusters song. I'll try to put a little bit of a cut out there if I can. I got to play a really small cut of it, but I'll try to get a sound bite of the Ghostbusters if I can for the NFC West roundtable. Actually, I won't be able to this week, John, so I'm sorry. I just remembered. We'll have to do it for when I come back because I'm going to the Senior Bowl tomorrow. So I'll be gone to the Senior Bowl. So when I'm down there in Mobile, Alabama, I'm going to be without my soundboard, my trusty soundboard here. I'm not going to have this to be able to utilize. So I'll have to do it when I get back, John. But when I get back, I will get that cut put together for you, man. I promise you on that. Little old snowboarding lady, thank you for the $2 donation. She's down in Cancun, and she says, well, guess I will not be snowboarding Super Bowl weekend. I told you got to be down there for a few more weeks. There'll be a little bit of snow left, okay? You'll still have a good 45 days left there to go and get some tasty slopes. You know, a little bit of that powder. But indeed, you're gonna have to hold off on that little old snowboarding later. You're gonna have to hold off on that one for a little bit, huh? Just a little bit. Thank you for your support this year too, as well. Again, you guys are just amazing. One dono, you dropped so many donos on me before. Really appreciate you. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Did we figure out how a minute was added on by the refs? I forgot about that. The officiating in this game. I might have strangled the ref if I was in person. I might have left the sideline and just. Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that before where clock rolls off by 35 seconds. We're going up to call the play, and it's not inside 2 minutes. There's no review moment there to determine if he got down inside. You know, like they didn't go back to the booth and say, hey, tell us what happened there in the booth. They came back after the clock had rolled down 30 seconds and decided that they were going to just give him the almost 45 seconds back on the clock and stop the clock. Yeah, that was one that I was a little bit annoyed by too at that moment, Lord Disciple, where you're like, really? But no, I don't know why they added on. I guess they determined he had stepped out of bounds. But again, I don't know if you're not reviewing that. I don't know how you made that determination when the call in the field was he had gotten down inbounds. But maybe when we look back on the play, it'll show him stepping out and it'll make a little bit more complete sense. It just how the clock winds for, again, 45 seconds for you to get to the point of determining that's a bit odd to me, but maybe they were just trying to get it right. And they said, okay, well, if you call it as he's out of bounds, but then you come together and you determine, no, he was in bounds, then you're letting him roll the clock. And then you're sort of helping the other defense out if you determine it gets that spot versus if you just go, let's first call it out of bounds, then let's collectively get together and talk it over, and then we can determine what's what. I'm going to try to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one, Lord Disciple. I'm going to try real damn hard, Ringo, to be the shepherd. B-Film, thank you for 41 months, working his way to 4 years as a Hawks Nest member. Really, thank you for that long time support. You are awesome for that, B-Film. Says, I was not worried in this game. The team said so. I love your unfailing faith, my friend. I was shaking that third quarter. I was still on Team Hawk, but I'd be lying if I wasn't saying I was a little shaken. Not quite stirred, just a little shaken. But we found a way and we got it done. And this team made it happen. And as tough as the day that the defense had, you got to give them props to that final drive of the Rams for finding a stop there. Witherspoon making a grade A play where Ferguson comes out of that cut, looks like he's got separation to Stafford the moment as he sees it, and then Witherspoon able to undercut the route by just being solid, just tight in coverage in that moment. That was a hell of a play on his part to go and get that done. And I love your unshaken faith, B-Film. Well done on your part, man. Well done, John Naylor, with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, John. Tell Jesse and Jake to lift with their knees and not with their back. Those goalposts are heavy, you know. Laughing out loud. Indeed. And I think with Jake, I'll give Jake credit on this, where I think with him, at least there is a thing with him where, he's been given more props to Darnold. I think more Jesse and Mike have been more on that stance of like, I can't go there with Sam. Like they keep thinking Sam, the old. So, but I think Jake's been a little bit more willing to, give Sam the credit. I don't think that he would have said that he saw any way that Sam comes to this game throwing 350 for 3 touchdowns. I think he's probably certainly going, wow. Okay. I don't know what to make of that, but there's going to be a lot of goalposts moving this week, Don. No doubt about that. I would be very shocked to see, even with this kind of performance, Sam, just because these people are so ardently dug in to kind of hating on him, that I've not seen anything to move them off their spots so far. So maybe this won't be enough in itself either, where they'll be like, well, he just got hot on a day. Doesn't mean he's any good though. There'll be a little bit of that. And like you say, they'll just keep moving the goalposts with this, but this should be the kind of performance that turns that off. This should be the kind of performance that turns that around in every way, flips that narrative on its ear, essentially, John. Mick Virus, thank you for the $100 donation. Very kind of you, Mick Virus. You are awesome, man. And this channel, this chat, this community is unbelievable and amazing and so very kind. And all of your guys' support that you provide to this channel. I tell you what, thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for everything you do for this channel. These big donations, not lost on me, man. Really, thank you. He says, let's have it go with 16 exclamation points. I love that. Super Bowl bound. Slinging Sammy D and JSN with a game of their lives to take the boys to the big game. Job's not done, but we celebrate tonight. Seahawks. 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 Let's go. Yeah. Job's not done, but we're gonna enjoy it tonight. We'll flip it around tomorrow. We'll start looking at New England. We'll start turning the page, if you were. But tonight we're gonna enjoy this. Tonight we dine in heaven. Tonight we celebrate. And how about the game of we're talking about Sam Darnold a lot. We're not talking probably enough about Jackson Smith and Jigba, because Jackson was next level today. He was doing everything in the passing attack you could ask for over wide receiver, getting open deep, getting open intermediate, on short passes, extending after the run every single time that he had opportunity to do so, bubble screens, being dynamic, coming through in clutch moments when you need him to come through, be it on touchdown catches in the back of the end zone or the one-handed grab that he had, I think, on third down where he stuck out the paw, brung it in, and just made it the most nonchalant one-handed catch that you'll ever see. Jackson was absolutely the truth in this game all the way around. And, you know, this is what you want, man. Big games, you want your best players to step up and be able to rely on them. And Sammy did that, and JSN did that, and those guys were huge today in what they brought. I mean, 12 catches, 10 receptions. So you're able to not only get him hyper productive in this game at 150 yards, but you did it efficiently with him. And that part, makes it as, I think, as impressive as anything else in this game. But, Jackson was just tremendous, and just eating all over the football field. Out routes, down the seam, off the line of scrimmage with a little quick, just in-cutting routes, in-breaking routes for quick catches, sitting down in the zone. He had one tough catch in this that was where Sam's got to put it in a really tight confines. Darius Williams has got his hand in there. He's knocking the ball out. You really get a feel in that moment of Jackson's ability to catch the ball out away from his hands, and then the very strong hands he has to where when he catches it, you get a vice grip-like hold there on that ball, able to maintain and keep the catch all the way through the process. Sammy and JSN were next level tonight. And these guys' connection for being, just keep in mind with this, folks, with Sam and JSN, you oftentimes see great connections between a quarterback and a wide receiver, but it oftentimes takes a little bit of time to cement in like this. Right from the jump this season, these guys' connection and Sam's ability to work with JSN and them knowing what one another's going to be doing. It has been next level right out the gate, number one, but it does just make you as well wonder about what's going to be like the more time these guys get to play together with each other and get even on more of a lockstep kind of form. Like the old Packer models with the wide receivers that they would have, where they're still doing it to this day. They sort of grab a lot of those second round kind of guys, and then they just develop them with time and with the same quarterback that they have in the system. And then you get 4 years down the line and those guys have that psychic-like connection going on. And that's going to come with time with Sammy and JSN, especially with the immediate results that we've gotten from these two right out the gate. But Sammy, JSN, game of their lives. That's a great way of putting it. McVirus, let's go, man. We are Super Bowl bound. Your Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl bound, and they are going to be the strong favorites in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Turn that over. And no major injuries to my eyes in this football game, by the way. You will be a strong favorite in the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, playing in Levi Stadium, which is going to be filled up with much more Seattle Seahawks fans than it is New England Patriot fans. And you're going to have a team that's almost, if I'm not mistaken, going to be completely healthy on both sides of the ball. We'll see where Drake Thomas's shoulder injury's at, but you might have health on both sides of the ball incomplete. Every one of your starters out there. Down Charbonnet, down McIntosh. Defensively, we'll see with Drake Thomas. But to my eyes, everybody else came out of this game at 100% health, which will be another big factor coming into next week. We'll see where New England's at. But McVirus, you are the man. Thank you for the $100 donation. That is very kind of you. Much appreciated. Job's not done. Not done. But boy, we're gonna enjoy this tonight. We're gonna enjoy this tonight. Oh, I still can't believe it's true. I'm just it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling, folks. Keldad, thank you for the $20 donation, Keldad. Appreciate you for that. He says, what a team. Let's finish this. Let's finish this, man. Really, thank you for the $20 dono. Very, very, very kind of you as you've dropped so much support here on my channel. I thank you for that. Very, very kind of you throughout the years here. What a team, man. What a team. You win, you lose as a team, and they pick each other up. And they show that resiliency time and time again. And even when things get dark, this team keeps swinging. There's no kind of getting away. There's no shrinking. There's no wilting. There's no down of a spirit. We're going to keep attacking. Next play. Keep it going. Can't do anything about what happened last play. We can only control what happens on this next play. Fix it. Resolve it. Get after it. It's a team that's been my favorite Seahawks team to cover or watch in my time, and that extends even beyond the Legion of Boom. And you love the Legion of Boom. You did. So they were amazing. I don't want to take away from them here. But there's been a spirit this team has in that way of interconnectedness that is just I don't know, it just endears me a little bit more on this, just to a degree on what they've done to do this and get this done. And what an amazing season. Amazing season, Keldad. Thank you for the $20 donation. Let's finish it now. You guys have gone through the toughest conference in football. You've gone through the toughest division in football. You had the harder path to go through the playoffs to go get to the Super Bowl versus the Patriots. I know they had to play one extra game, but they had the easier foe. Go show the rest of the NFL what has been proven to be true throughout the course of this NFL season. The NFC's better. This division's better. You're better. Bring on the Patriots. Come on, let's go, Cal Dad. Thank you for the $20 donation. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 dono as well. Let's go, you guys. Thank you so much, Mark, for all of your support, man. B, I've been a Hawk fan since 1988. I have my favorite teams throughout the years, but this team is my fave because of all the moves and doubts. But having an underdog as a quarterback, a young coach with a great defense is hard to beat. And you touch on it. There's been a lot of fun Seahawks teams through the years. There's been Super Bowl runs. There's been Super Bowl winning teams. But this one feels like the fave to me too. And it's because of everything that goes into account. It's the storybook nature of the season. It's this young roster to coming together so fast as they have and capturing this spirit in full. Not going like, well, we're just happy to be in the playoffs. Well, we're just happy to get this far in the conference championship. But instead, we want to go win this thing. The time is right now. Why not us? We're going to do everything we can to go get this thing. We're not going to be just happy to be here. That's not the spirit you're going to feel from us. And like you say, you got the underdog quarterback that nobody counts on, that everybody counts out, quite frankly, across the board, outside of maybe Seattle and even some people in Seattle. And a young up-and-coming head coach in his second year now heading to a Super Bowl. It's a great team, man. Great team, and a team you do love them for what they are and what they've done and what they've been able to accomplish this year, as it's not been set up to be necessarily easy for them. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, man. And I feel the same way. It's a long time. I go even longer back beyond 88. And this team has been second to none. Love the Legion of Boom team. Again, don't want to seem like I'm taking shots at them. Not. It's just that this team and what they've done and to be able to accomplish this year has been so impressive. Not easy in any way, shape, or form. The degree of difficulty on this one was very hard. You didn't walk into this year as a juggernaut. Legion of Boom team walked into 2013 as a juggernaut in the league, as a team that everyone knew they were going to have to contend with. This was a Seahawks team that came into this season with so many people predicting they were a fourth place team in this division. That was their outlook of it. Best case scenario, maybe they could scratch their way to second place, and if the rest of the division kind of fell to earth and right, that was the collective outlook almost from this team. And yet, look at where you're at now. Look at how far you've come this year. Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. Feel the same way myself, man. Well said on your part. Well said. True Dad. True to the blue. Thank you for the $2 donation. We had to win the NFC West twice. Go Hawks. Indeed. And it's not just about you winning your division twice. It's you winning the toughest division in football twice. Like, I can unanimously take a poll of every NFL writer out there and say, what's the toughest division in football this year? It's probably going to be unanimous that it's the NFC West if we did. And you had to win that thing twice. You had to win 2 trilogy matchups in the playoffs to get to the show. I mean, tell me that's not impressive. Kevin Kirby says, I was so scared that they were going to do a Hail Mary. I was getting a little worried there too that they were going to get inside line of distance, because Stafford's a little bit like that guy like Aaron Rodgers, where he can drop back, he can let the big dog hunt, he can throw that ball a mile into the air and a mile down the field. And that's where it gets in that spot where cornerbacks can sometimes not quite, time a jump or time the ball coming in. The nice part, at least about it with the Seahawks, is that if you run a Hail Mary against them, that you're going to deal with 2 guys, Enrique Woolen and Nicky Manwari down the field, that you've got nobody on your offense that's going to be taller, longer, or able to jump as high as those guys. And that's where that does give you a little bit of a benefit in those moments when it does go down to that. I think Manwari knocked down a Hail Mary a couple of weeks ago, I want to say, Kevin. But I was getting a little nervous too, and a little worried there with the Hawks offense, again, conservative there, where it's like, don't give them enough time. But they played the math right. You could kind of see the long faces on the Rams after they got that final first down of like, well, that's probably it. But look, that Rams offense gave us all we could take. There was no freebies there today from that offense. In fact, we gave them a lot of freebies. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Keon says, can you talk a little bit about the mother effing matchup in the Super Bowl? Absolutely, I can. So you've got a Patriots team as a, upstart team this year that, let's face it, this is a team that's, and I'm sure Patriot fans are going to say this is completely unfair to them, but it is what it is. Your pathway was set up this year a little easier for you to get to where you've gotten. Now, they as a team have taken advantage. Mike Vrabel is a grade A coach, and it's pretty cool from my standpoint to see that we've got our two teams that are facing off in the Super Bowl, have Mike Vrabel and Mike McDonald here. And these were my two of my top coaches that I had for us to ideally bring into Seattle. And I said, I think you can go right with both of these two guys. And I think that they're both showing you kind of why. They're really great coaches. So Vrabel will have a great game plan put together defensively. He can be multiple. He'll run a lot of different things and different looks out at you. He's not just going to be stagnant. You've got to see what they're going to do for you as far as you walk into that game on how they defend the run. Are they going to lean as handily into trying to run with like 3-4 looks and base defense when we run 2 tight ends to stop our running game? Or do they try to, run a little bit more like we do with nickel? I think the nice part with Seattle going into this matchup against New England is that New England's not going to be able to supply the kind of challenge against you as far as being able to attack your light boxes as the Rams were able to do so. And that's where it's going to fall back more in alignment to Drake May having to make more happen there and throwing, where he's not going to have as much of a rushing attack to lean back upon. Can he get that done? Can he make that happen? Look, he's a very talented quarterback and he can make every throw in the book. And there's a lot of things that he does that's very similar to what Matthew Stafford does. In fitting tight balls, tight window throws down the field with some velocity. He can pull that off for sure. So Drake is a tough quarterback to deal with, but you also have a guy that's a second-year quarterback here going up against Mike McDonald. And one of the things I'm going to be doing and looking at to kind of present a little bit of a case on a little bit of what I think is a difficulty for Drake May coming into this game is that Mike McDonald has really feasted on rookie quarterbacks and second-year quarterbacks. Like, he really puts those guys up in a bind. The quarterbacks that seem to tend to give him the most issues are those who have been in the league for many years, who can kind of hit the back foot, let it rip. They're going to find the hole. They're going to find that opening in the zone, wherever the tiny spot that might exist. I think that's the part that's going to be a hard point for Drake May to find, because he's got the confusion you can create and you got the ability to stop their ground game, which you can do. And that's going to box him up, I think, a little bit. And defensively, they just don't have the same kind of bodies they can throw at you on the defensive line like the Rams do in this game. They've got a stable defensive line, but you're going to have like guys like Clavion Chason being their prime edge rushers coming off the edge for you to match up with. It's far from, a stable of guys they can run at you and really challenge you in that way. They're fine at the linebacker position. They don't have a lot of difference makers on that team necessarily across the board. It's going to be very much, I think, a Patriots team that's going to be driven by hopefully Vrabel putting together a real extra kind of game plan defensively, and then that you're hoping that Drake May can essentially kind of replicate a little bit of what like Stafford did in this game. I think it'll be a tall order there for the Patriots myself. It's, I think, part of the reason why the Hawks are going to be a pretty heavy favorite walking into it. The Hilltop Shack, thank you for the $2 donation. Says this revenge Super Bowl is going to be epic. It is going to be epic, and this could be the storybook conclusion to a storybook season. A team people thought was in fourth place. A quarterback that people had thrown into the trash and said will never be nothing. A team that everybody said had taken a big, huge step back this year and would have no chance to go and reach the Super Bowl, to do so in the toughest division of football, to have to win a trilogy matchup to get there, and now to get the opportunity to take down the team that beat you in the Super Bowl the last time you were there. Epic is right. A storybook ending that you can put to this book, this thick book of so many cool chapters within it. You can put that final chapter and finish it off. And then they carried the Super Bowl away. Going to be epic, Hilltop. It's going to be epic. BGZ, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, be easy Tuesday on Jake. He is in the room. He is in his room crying. Definitely. I'm not a big like wipe, trash talking leading the game's all well and good, but be a good winner too. If you guys are in on Ram fans, and I get some Ram fans got a little toxic at times this week. There's been a lot of good fans though, Ram fans wise, that were pretty cool too. And I just more want to go into like this being a celebration of this game if we won it. That Ram team gave us a huge swing in this game. They did everything they could. They gave us their best punch. I feel like we took their best punch and remained standing. But I don't think either team has to feel bad about the way that they performed this season walking out of this. I know that this is a little bit in the category that Ram fans might be going, oh, so you mean like a moral victory? And I'm not trying to say it's like full on a moral victory, but that, you had a hell of a year. You look at it, that loss to Seattle, to losing that home field advantage, to losing that first round bye was really the big factor we thought it was in the moment. That came right down to the line, came right down to a final play on a 2-point conversion, essentially. And I don't know if I'm a Ram fan that I got to feel necessarily like bad about that. And I think Ram fans will come out of this saying, well, this was a Super Bowl or bust season. Anything short of the Super Bowl makes it a bust of a season. And I don't think that I would agree with that. I know that right now they're more in that Super Bowl window, and they're more of like, how much time do we have to be in the Super Bowl window? And so we got to maximize it. And I get that thinking a little bit, especially with Stafford and how much time he has left. But at the same point in time, you had a hell of a season, and you try to be playing your best ball at the end of the year. That's the ideal. And I think that we got to the place that we were playing our best ball at the end of the year. And I just don't think the Rams were quite able to get to that spot of things. And sometimes that's a thing that you try to make happen. You try to set the stage for it to occur, but it just doesn't quite come to being. And I think that's what happened to the Rams this year. I don't think there was any coaching deficiency or any talent deficiency that didn't allow it to fulfill itself there. It's just that sometimes you can happen to click that thing into place in the right way, and sometimes it just doesn't fully click in. And that's kind of what it felt like here for the Rams, where you just come up just short on that. But no, I'm going to try to be magnanimous as I can on that. And again, just come back to like, look, this is as much a celebration of this division. And I love that my team is there, and I want the Super Bowl now. But this ain't going to be on the back of me shaking a finger at Rams fans or 49er fans, or me dunking on them, or me, we own you on this, like, toughest division in football. Everybody in this division deserves respect. Cardinals, kind of. Maybe. But I more will just celebrate what this season's been, what this division's been, and that these teams in this division have no one to apologize. Niners, the injuries they sustained, and the Rams were right into this thing right to the end, right to the down, took every last bit of the fight that we had to go and sneak at home, playing better football, having that bye. I'd come to that and I go, look, you feel good and you're thankful you got out of it, and let's go get the Super Bowl and you'll feel great about it, but it ain't going to come at the expense of necessarily dunking all over Ram fans or Niner fans. I don't think they've got anything to feel bad about in the least. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. Wu-Tang. Never in doubt, he says. How cool is it that Darnold cooked against the Rams for all the marbles? We dust off our division rivals and go play the Pats. What is best in life? What is best in life?
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Can you hear it, folks? Can you hear the lamentations of their women? I can hear them. I can hear them. How about that, Wu-Tang? Never in doubt. Love it, man. And yeah, Darnold cooked today. He had the chef's hat on his head. We had Sam out grilling today, huh? It's going to be my thumbnail, by the way, when I do my wrap-up video tonight. It's going to be flicking up a lamb chop like this. It's going to be me on the thumbnail. But yes, sir, Wu-Tang, huh? Sam grilled him up good tonight. You got to cook that lamb very carefully. It's not an easy meat to cook. Got to cut off all the fat, then you just got to cut it just right. Let's go, man. Let's go. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $10 donation, Jeffrey. I'm very confused what I saw with our defense. All cornerbacks getting beat wide open time after time, and Stafford all day to throw with one sack. I want to know what they do schematically to us. Go Hawks. Well, I think it's a couple things at play here. I would guess off the top of my head. Number one, the Seattle Seahawks in recent weeks have really not been blitzing very often and have been having a lot of success at running a front four. And it's been the Rams and it's been the Panthers and some of these, but they've had success at running the front four and getting pressure, number one. Number two, in recent weeks, they've had a lot of success in running a lot of man-based coverage concepts. Now, what we saw last week from the Bears was a little bit of that was a little bit of a representation to me of, okay, be careful when you blitz the Rams, because they have some success against them in the first half with it, but then it really bites you on the butt in the second half to a major degree. So you got to be very careful about blitzing Stafford, because he can just destroy you when you do. He sees it coming sometimes from a mile away. It's the tough part about really playing these older quarterbacks. It's why I say with McDonald, you give him the younger quarterbacks that don't have every answer in the book for everything you can throw at them. That's the ones he's going to have a little bit more of an ability to feast on versus some of these quarterbacks that are like Stafford. And the thing is with Stafford, there's not a lot of Staffords growing on trees. They're very few and far between. But this is as much about the difficulty in playing Stafford and how you have to operate schematically to where you can't maybe be as pressure-based as you like. You can't run as much of the stack boxes as you'd like, Jeffrey, especially in those situations where you get him in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, where I think other offenses, McDonald will be in those looks all day long, but in Stafford and company, I think he's a little bit worried about getting hit on the back end. So you have that first combination, and then you have the fact that you've had the success in running press-based man coverage looks. You know what they did to you last time in running a lot of zone and how that cut you apart, and running a lot of the zone coverage as you did in the last matchup against the Rams. This also informs you of that. I think what oddly happened in this game, and one that I'm not going to have a lot of an explanation for, is that you had guys in man coverage that just got kind of lost in man coverage. I mean, Witherspoon fell down twice in man coverage, where maybe his feet just collided with the receiver, and he was so tight that that's what happened. I don't know exactly, but he just had a couple moments there where he just, there was the big throw down to Puka Nacua early on this game, the 44-yarder, where he's running step for step with Puka, and Puka's just like easing the route this way. It's not that Puka's going like this and shaking him. Puka's just easing the route to the sideline, kind of like a skinny fade. And Witherspoon just loses 3 steps to him, running step for step with him. So there was that. There was Josh Jobe down in coverage where you had Colby Parkinson running away from Josh Jobe. Josh Jobe is faster than Colby Parkinson. It just kind of like as soon as Jobe started to look back for the ball and coming in, his legs stopped moving. And a little bit with Witherspoon as well there. So that was a bit of it. There were some blows in coverage on the back end. There were some times in this game where your defense wasn't in position prior to the snap. I said all week that we need to have a preparation and a plan in place for Matthew Stafford and the quick snaps. That was one of the spots, of course, that I rose. That's like, you got to be aware of this. You got to be careful of this. You got to be knowing that this is their attack and have a plan of attack for it. The Bears did a good job with shock blitzes last week. We didn't have any shock blitzes, and they got to us by us not being in prepared position prior to the snap at times with some of the quick snaps from Stafford. And Stafford played a really great game, Jeffrey. That's the other part of it, is that he's just that good of a quarterback. So it's kind of that, I'd say it's the combination of all that stuff interweaving a bit together in this one. You don't want to blitz him. You don't want to play zone, beat you last time zone. You go to the man coverage stuff you've been doing really good lately. You have guys that just get kind of lost in the sauce in man coverage. And I think that doesn't often happen when those guys are playing that man, and hasn't throughout the course of the season. I can't think of one moment that Witherspoon's been in man coverage this season and he's fallen down once, much less multiple times over the course of the game. Like, I think this legitimately was probably, and he came back and he played well at the end of the game, made a couple of good tackles, was really tight in coverage at the end. But this was going through a lot of this game as Devin Witherspoon, by far, through a lot of this game, was the worst game that he's had as a pro. Where you're like, what's going on, Devin? What the hell happened, man? Go Hawks, though, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, man. They did find answers when it was all said and done, and were able to find some way to make it go and get to the other end of it, huh? How about that? But thank you for the $10 donation, man. Really appreciate you for your support. Very kind of you. Shadowbot, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, let's go get players like Big Cat, Jaron Reed, and D-Law a ring. Now, they're going to be playing their butts off for it. No doubt about that in a couple weeks. They're going to be hungry for this thing. You got D-Law, I got Julian Love out there. I got some vets out there that would definitely enjoy going and getting this done, and they're going to give you all they got to go make it happen here in a couple weeks. Let's do it, man. Let's do it, Shadowbot. Thank you for all your support today, bro. You've been awesome, man. Really, really much appreciated. Let's go get that ring. Mark Sanchez, thank you for another $5 donation. Mark B, I want us to put up a 50 spot on the Pats. I'm drinking the rest of the night and watching this stream. I'm not going to work tomorrow. Cheers, B. Hey, cheers to you, Mark. No. Don't go to work tomorrow. Take tomorrow off. You chilling. And I like it, man. Let's put a 50 on them. Let's put another bowl up on the board where it's not even close from the jump. We just step right on them right from the jump and rip it off. Just take them apart. I could go for another one of those Super Bowls, man. I certainly enjoyed the Broncos one. And yeah, drink it up tonight. Enjoy this tonight. Celebrate this tonight. Savor this tonight. How often fan bases get to be here. Arizona Cardinals haven't even been to a Super Bowl in about the last 20, 15 years and never before that. You know, how many teams have been just waiting and saying Buffalo Bills from 1990, just waiting to sit around. Miami Dolphins since the mid 80s, sitting there just kind of waiting it around like the Chargers since the early 90s. Last time that they got a chance to go, just waiting it around. The Raiders, and we can go through an endless number of these teams that have had to be sitting there where I'm not saying this to give them a hard time as much as I'm saying it to have us make sure we enjoy this and that you celebrate this. And you go, this is hard to do. What my team pulled off today is hard to be done in the NFL. There's 32 NFL teams, a league of parity, a league where every team legitimately at the start of every single given year thinks they got a chance, thinks they've got a great opportunity to go win the whole thing. And that's the nature of this sport and why it's so hard and why you got to celebrate it when you get there, man. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate the donations and all of your support. Well said. Cheers to you, brother. And big congratulations to the Seattle Seahawks team. Bear with me one sec. I'll be right back here. Jeffrey got another donation with you. One sec. I just keep realizing we're going to the Super Bowl. I just keep realizing it randomly. We're going to the Super Bowl. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation. This was an aberration, an anomaly. Drake's head is going to be swimming. I expect a blowout. Pats haven't sucked long enough yet. No, they haven't earned this chance yet. They're too quickly from already being outside the woods. Get them back in the woods. And you're right. I think that this is two different guys you're dealing with two different points of their career. And a Stafford is as I said, he's not only playing great football. He's not just playing like the top quarterback in the sport. He's playing as the MVP, and he's had the best season of his career this year as an MVP. To say that this was a tough test, to say that this was, this is a tougher test today than, in my opinion, what the Seattle Seahawks had to do going up against Peyton Manning with the Denver Broncos in 2013. Because I know that's the all-time offense and all that other stuff, but this was also the number one scoring offense this year. And unlike the Broncos, the Rams didn't get to just play through a cupcake division in order to soup up all those points like they did. So this was a tougher matchup from the quarterback position. And the point of that is that when you have Drake May on the other side of it, these guys maybe 1-2 an MVP, but you're going to be able to do a lot more things defensively to make Drake have a lot harder day at the office than what Mike was able to do with the Rams today. And as I say, Stafford's an unusual cat. There's not 7 Staffords in this league. And he's a tough day at the office, and it makes that this much more impressive to win this game that you have to go up a quarterback at the height of his powers. I don't care his age, at the height of his powers, who's basically mastered the sport. And you have an intricate defense, but you don't feel like you can run any of your intricacies because he's just going to see it and he's going to cut it up. And these kind of quarterbacks are a bit of a dying breed, and there's a reason for that. And Drake, 5, 6, 7 years into his career, will have a lot more of a mastery of this stuff than he is right now. But Mike's going to have plenty he's going to be able to take advantage of on tape with Drake. And that Pats defense, I don't think, is even as good a defense as this Rams defense they ran out today. So, I think that it's going to be a challenge for the Patriots. And again, I do think we're going to have a pretty big advantage as far as the outlook as far as the line goes on this game when we learn it initially coming out. Tim Johnson, thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. Tim, really appreciate you. Members of the channel, please, Tim, keep an eye on your community post. I'll be getting out the PFF scores from this game, posted out if I can tomorrow. I'm going to be flying tomorrow, but I will try to get these out tomorrow if I can to you guys. We're going to be doing some special shows for you guys as well. Probably try to maybe even get a call-in show before the start of the Super Bowl if we can do that, not this next week, but the week after. So thank you, Tim. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that support. And do keep an eye on that community post, as that's where I put the membership benefits over there on that side of it. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation, John. Darnold winning Super Bowl on 49er field, so special. That's it, folks. One more extra spot. All these little parts that I talk about, the storybook side of it, taking down these two divisional foes in a trilogy session, 2 times in the playoffs, taking down the Patriots that last beat you in the Super Bowl the last time you were there. And then as well, you could win a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold could raise a Super Bowl trophy in Levi Stadium. It no longer is Levi Stadium, by the way, if we win the Super Bowl in 2 weeks, as I said. If we win more Super Bowls in your house than you've won, it's our house now. It's the Hawk House. It's no longer Levi Stadium. Hawks House. That's how we'll forever label it. And they may have to just move out of the stadium, John, just for the sake of it at that point, right? They got enough problems with the substation. They'd be like, between the substation and the fact the Seahawks raised the Super Bowl trophy in here, we need to go back to San Francisco. We need to go back to Candlestick. Is Candlestick still standing? We need to go back there. That's how bad it's about to get there for the Niners on this one. Oh, but boy, can you just picture it, John? Levi Stadium filled with Seahawks fans. Let me paint you a portrait, Seahawks fans. Levi Stadium in 2 weeks. Sea of blue spread across the Levi landscape. Drake May, Vrabel looking around the stadium. How could there be this many Hawk fans? Where's the balance? Where's the Patriot fans? Why is it so effing loud? Why is it so effing loud with Seahawks fans in Levi Stadium? What is going on? Can you picture, folks? Can you visualize it? Can you see? It's coming. It's coming, John. That turnout's going to be so good. Yeah, it's nice to be in 49ers house, but you know, another thing that's going to do is it's going to encourage so many Seahawks fans to make the travel to San Francisco. I just got to take an hour flight down south. Okay. You know, versus if you got to go all the way out on the East Coast. Giannis Constantine, thank you for the $10 donation, Giannis. Beating the 49ers and the Rams to reclaim our division is the only way I would have had it. Me as well. Me as well. It's a thing where we talked about like, well, who do you want to play? Who would you rather play? Look, I ain't gonna lie. I said, look, if I got the easy matchup, I got an easier matchup, I got an easier pathway to go through to get there, then I'm going to take the easier pathway. But is there is there an ultimately hyper satisfying feeling to knowing that you had to do this through your division twice again? Like you didn't win the division once, but you had to win it basically twice over. And then you had to go through them to get there, and that you're going to be on your main rival's home stadium to go win it. Storybook, man. I use the word over and over again, but I would not use this lightly. It's that I can go through so many parts of this season and just provide that storybook start. You started out 0-1 on this year, on that year where so many people said, "Out, see, still not ready." But this team just came right back from there roaring, didn't they? And it's been remarkable. I couldn't have drawn it up on paper any better. If I was script writing this thing, I couldn't have script wrote it any better. It would have been unrealistic. If I charted this season out for you as a Seahawks fan before the start of this year back in July, just after Sam Darnold was signed, just after you had traded Geno, just after you traded DK, and I said, we're going to the Super Bowl this year, you would have told me I was off my rocker. You'd be like, get off the crazy pills, Brandon. How much meth are you doing this week? Yeah. Crack is a hell of a drug. You might want to get off of it. I think all of you we would have en masse on that one. To get here is just the longest of odds, it feels like, Giannis, in a lot of ways. But the fact we took it, we did, it makes this undeniable that we got here. We didn't luck our way through here. We didn't get to face a bunch of battered down, broken up teams. We didn't have a backup quarterback playing in the conference championship to let us grease the wheels to get to the Super Bowl. We had the hardest path. the hardest path and the hardest division and the hardest conference in 2025. Very impressive. Michael Hansen, thank you for the $20 donation. Michael. Michael, you were awesome for that $20 donation. Let's go. He says a blatant pass interference against Shaheed. Any drunk watching the network coverage in a bar with the ability to rule on any play and apply graded penalties that fit the crime would do a better job. Do we really need a refs union? To your point on this, Michael, I would be lying if I said that if this game had come out on the other side of this and the Rams had gotten the win in this game, that there would not be a hard part of it where a few of the calls in this game wouldn't have really stuck for me and been problematic for me. I would have struggled with it. I would not be trying to lean into, at the end of the day, look, your defense didn't show up in addition to this. So it's like, refs didn't have anything to do with the fact your defense decided to come out and lay an egg in the biggest game of the year. I think this was a worse defensive performance than the Matt Stafford game that he had a couple weeks ago. I know they scored more points in that game. This just felt like a worse performance. And that can be a truism. And also those calls can be a truism to me. And the blatant PI on Shaheed after you had the whole, taunting penalty on Woolen, it just, the giving him 45 seconds back on the clock after you had let the clock run without any kind of timeout called just for the sake of letting him have it. There was some suspect moments in this game, Michael. And it would have been a bit problematic for me coming out of this game on a few of those. The Shaheed one was pretty clear too, where it's like he's on the sidelines trying to make a toe tap catch and the guy doesn't make a play on the ball. He just pushes our guy down before the ball gets there. And I don't know why that play stood. I'm going to go back and look at that and we'll see if the ball is catchable or if it was a not catchable or if it was just a blatantly bad call. But didn't like it at times on some of that stuff there. And maybe it wasn't a horrendous game. I would not say that when it comes to officiating. And by and large, I think they let these guys play. And there's a lot of calls in this game going both ways that I thought were called correctly. Even penalties on us. I wouldn't have a problem us coming out of this game with having more penalties than the Rams. That fit to form by the penalties I saw in the field, being that we had a few more of those, kind of moments where we go, okay, that was a true call. Okay, that was a good call there, right? You did have a couple of moments where I'd be okay to be in that spot of it. But then when it, came down to a couple of these major moments in the games, just they came in and they both made a call when they shouldn't and didn't make a call when they should have. And that's where you do go, ooh. I think we need to make the refs full time, Michael. That's really where you need to, I think, kind of start from. I think too, some of this comes down to if you could streamline some of these rules at times, and take a little bit of the arbitrary nature out of some of it. I think that could help too. The combination of those two. You're not going to eliminate all controversial calls across the board. That's always going to be a bit of a thing, but you can do things to limit it and reduce it. And I think sometimes the NFL with expanding out the rules as they have through every single year and adding more rules and more nuance and more extras to this and more extras to that, they make it so very complicated for these officials to get the job right at times, And I hate the taunting penalty in full. I think it's one of the worst penalties that they brought into this sport. It's, you don't like a guy taunting, stop him. That's what I say. You don't like a guy standing over the top of you, stop him. And this game showed, quite frankly, as to why I hate it so much. Because this is what happens with that. You get that penalty called the worst possible kind of time. You're like, really? Right now? In this game here? In this moment of the game? Like you're going to kind of take it out of the player's hands? Be sure. If you're officiating crew, be sure in those moments of that. Well said, Michael. Thank you for the $20 donation, man. And full-time refs would be a good way to start. Streamlining some of these calls in the playbook would be a good place to start. Like, let's get clarity on what a catch is. That'd be another thing that'd be nice to have. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, B, without the Woolen call, the game is over. Super Bowl 60. Let's go. And agreed. That's why I'm so kind of angry about that call, is because if it doesn't come down the line, if it isn't called there, then that game's over probably. Your offense does enough to move the ball and drain down the clock, and Rams don't have enough time to come back from that far down at that point, in my opinion. But that's why I'm so annoyed at that call. It's not just the bad call, it's the timing of when you call it that to me just makes it egregious. McVirus is with me. Thank you for the $5 donation. Taunting shouldn't be a penalty. Let these men talk S. Makes the game more entertaining. Yeah, I don't like it either. It's this is a part of like the way that this game is played is it's men amped up to the nines. If you're going to ask a guy to run in a violent collision at full speed into another man that's really big and really strong, and to do that over the course game again and again and again, he's got to amp himself up to a degree and get in the right state of mind to be able to operate in that level of intensity. And that's going to make him a little bit of a live wire in that moment when they're operating like that. And that's why I don't like the taunting penalties that sort of ask those people in that moment as the emotions are at their highest as you're flying around. It's not like you're asking the guy, you're saying, well, all I ask you to do is not punch the guy. He's not punching the guy. Guy just made a great play, standing up, game-changing play in the moment of this game, feel himself a little bit, talks a little bit of noise about it. What is the problem with that? Why should that be discouraged? And somebody's gonna have to explain to me how a guy like yelling at a sideline versus a guy over there dancing after a touchdown is so much more taunting than the one to the other. Right? Then isn't dancing taunting? Should we just protect everybody's feelings on the field then? I hated the taunting penalty. It's ridiculous. Again, there's more calls, the more flags you invent in a playbook, the more you're putting the officials more impacting into the game. Let's have less impact from the officials. Let's let the players decide these games. Right? So it's, yeah, I don't like it either, McFires. You're in agreement with me on this. Just, it's a dumb penalty. It should be removed out of the playbook. Let the emotions go a little bit loose and free in these games. It's the nature of the beast, man. You can't ask these guys to play a game like this that's so hyper violent and then go, but just don't say bad things to him. Crush that guy, smash him in his face, but don't say anything that's going to make him, hurt his feelings. It's kind of ridiculous. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. If the Pats beat us again, I will quit watching the NFL. I refuse to watch round 2 of the evil empire. Sam outplayed Stafford, by the way. I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. He's 82.9 on the quarterback rating, Stafford, or in the QBR. Stafford's 81.5, 127.8 rating to Stafford's 127.6. So both the rating and the QBR do have Darnold with a slightly better day, to your point. But boy, I'll tell you what, Stafford played a pretty good one. He didn't play bad. That's for sure. Averaged almost 11 yards per attempt, man. He definitely had his way through this defense and on the field here today. But Sam did just maybe a little bit more. Just a little bit more there, Jeffrey, right? And I don't think they can beat us. I don't think they beat us. I mean, they could beat us, but I mean, I think we are a strong favorite coming to that game. Spreek Nessie, thank you for the $2 donation. Also a huge Michigan State fan. Love how we got K9. K9's great, man. And you didn't get as many opportunities here. Really weird in this game at times where you ran the ball well in that first drive. You ran the ball well in the first quarter. I think he had 8 or 9 carries in the first quarter. He only ends up with like 10 more carries through the whole rest of the game. And there was definitely some times in this game where I think probably on the back of just having so much success at passing the ball that Kubiak probably got a little pass happy here and there where he's kind of like, hey, this is where we're getting some inroads. I'm going to keep working this. And that's first averaging 3.3 yards per carry in the rushing attack. Like even when you're running the ball well in the first quarter, you weren't gouging them. Walker's longest carry in the day was 11 yards and didn't happen, I think, until pretty late in the third quarter. So K9's great, man. He ran really well today. The yards weren't necessarily there for him. Also was a factor out of the backfield. So, okay, 19 carries, 62 yards, but you also got 4 catches, 49 yards. The screen game's really working well, something that we can lean on going into the Patriots, especially if they're going to run some of their kind of pressure-based looks with Vrabel that he likes to run. K9's been great, and glad we've got him here for this upcoming game with no Charbonnet. Glad he got out of this healthy. You're going to need him there for that Super Bowl. You can see there's a drop-off when you got to go to Holani. It's not the same equivalency at that point. He's a different level of talent at running back, so got to be able to utilize that, and hopefully they've got 25 touches cut out for Walker again in the Super Bowl, kind of like they did today. So I think that'll go a long way to you going and getting the win, being able to lean on him that much. Brandon M., thank you for the $5 donation. Says, after being stuck in NFL purgatory for all those years, we finally get to go back to the Super Bowl. Let's go win it all. Go Hawks. Well, hey, go Hawks, Brendan. And indeed, it does feel good. You really savor after spending all these years kind of in that middle of the road territory, neither good, neither bad, kind of lukewarm. Just kind of sitting around going, golly, man, like, like, when are we going to get back to this spot? We seem to be just stuck here. I always say purgatory is the worst place to be in as far as NFL franchise goes, but they shook free, man. They shook free and they made it happen. The trade of Russell, the moving on of Carroll. You made this all happen. This doesn't come by luck. Man, just gives that much more confidence for both this year and going into the future on this one. But let's go get this win, man. We're finally going back, Brendan. Finally going back. Michael Hansen with another $20 donation. Thank you for that, Michael. Let's go. Michael says, on a lighter note, I got a big chuckle on the Derek Young punt recovery. Smith looking like D. Williams. I'm glad you caught that one, Michael. Yeah, I slipped that one in there a little bit. And boy, Xavier Smith, you talk about a guy not looking comfortable back there receiving the punt. He muffs the first one early on in the game. And then Dixon punts another one there where he just isn't comfortable back there receiving it. And he's kind of off his back foot, falls over, and the ball bounces up into Derek Young. Boy, what a big play that was in the game. The Rams special teams unit, like it did in the second matchup there, coming back and biting them in the ass once again. And probably from place of the Rams' perspective on this, Michael, that you go into this offseason saying, look, the special teams can't be that again next year. I've got to go get a valid special teams coach in here who can really do a great job of building this unit up and making this a priority, making it a priority by how I build my roster. And kind of spoke to it is that after you had that fumble, the second fumble of the game, Michael, then they go to Kyron Williams to go back there and receive the punt there on the last one that the Seahawks punted out. So yeah, that was a little D. Williams slip on in there on that side of it. Had to put it in there, and good on Derek Young. I don't know if he made an adjustment off the first one to where the coaches told him to stay in front of him because this guy's not comfortable catching it. Versus he was back there waiting for the guy to let it bounce and roll behind him. But Derek Young, Johnny on the spot, and a good job by Derek Young too, getting down the field on that kick, the punt return unit to just get down there to be in the position to go and return that. Don't get blocked up. Get yourself there to go and get that punt fumble as he did. Great play by Derek Young. Great play. But thank you, Michael. Thank you for your double dip $20 donation, man. Very, very, very kind of you. And yeah, that's shows itself up. I say it every year when you've got the best special teams unit in football going up against the worst special teams unit in football. That's going to play out in the game somewhere, somehow, some way. You don't just have a game where you go through where you're like, well, that never showed itself. That was all just kind of an equal, equivalent thing with both teams. No, it's going to pop up somewhere. It's going to raise itself. Especially when you've made the special teams unit so strong as the Seattle Seahawks have. And they did another great job today. They got the punt return, sure. But of course, got Myers making his one kick for 27 yards. He makes all of his extra pointers, keeping you at that 4-point lead. So, and that's key point to this is him making all those extra pointers on top of that field goal. That's the key to taking you to 4-point lead there at the end, right? You miss one of those extra points. Now it's a 3-point game. Now Stafford and company just have to go up and get a field goal there at the end rather than an actual touchdown. That changes the whole complexity of things. So the special teams unit kicking its kicks, Dixon punting like a demon. What did he do today? 5 punts, 45.2 yard average. 5 punts inside the 20-yard line from Michael Dixon today with a 56-yarder as the longest of his day. So think about that from Dixon's standpoint. Averages 45 yards a kick and has all 5 of his punts land inside the 20, putting the Rams on a long field every single time. The greatness of your special teams and how good they are factored into this game in a couple different ways, not just that fumble. That was just the most glaring example out there. But thank you, Michael. Appreciate the $20 donation. And yeah, a little bit of callback to the Muff Man. The Muff Man cannot catch a punt. Poor D. Catching strays. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. B, I'd rather have Sammy D with this D instead of Burrow, Mahomes, Allen, or anybody else. He's the right guy for this team. Like Terry Bradshaw with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I love it, man. I love it. I don't have a lot to add to you. And if you're talking about, look, if I got to have one of the magical quarterbacks, but the cost of that is that the rest of my team's going to have to kind of suck, or I've got only a couple other good parts to my team and it's all in the quarterback to be the superhero. So I've long said, I think that that's a tough pathway to execute a Super Bowl championship. Josh Allen, I think, has shown that to you with Buffalo. Burrow has shown that to you with the Bengals. I think the thing that's helped out Mahomes is really that he's got the grade A coaching. He's had the good defense for the most part there. You know, he's got a lot of supporting factors in there that's helping him out, but there's a lot of teams that just lean on their superhero to make it happen. And I'd much rather build a complete team, find a quarterback like Sammy that interweaves through it just perfectly and trust my chances with that. That to me is more of the standard of an issue, a model in the NFL of a Super Bowl winning team, not the go find the superhero quarterback thing. Love the Terry Bradshaw comparison. Hopefully, like Terry, he can win himself a couple here. That'd be pretty cool. It'd be very cool. I'm the same there, Mark. I find myself in the same kind of mode on that. Garth Knight, thank you for the 38 months as a Hawks Nest member. He says, would Sam Darnold be the first fire-haired quarterback to win a Super Bowl? Sam Darnold, the first quarterback to be kissed by fire to win a Super Bowl? It's a good question. Yeah, I think Nick Foles was kind of a blondie. Yeah. We'd have our first Ginger Cuz. Ginger Cuz winning a Super Bowl, I think. I can't think of another one, Garth. Can't think of one other one on that. Yes, sir. Peter, thank you for the $5 donation. And Peter, thank you for all of your support today. You got numerous donos in the house. Really kind of you, man. I really appreciate it. Can't wait to see how the Sam Darnold narrative gets spun tomorrow. But the Jets, that game last year, Gingers have no soul. That BS is done. I hope it's done, Peter. I hope finally these people that have been clutching and grasping onto the straws of this take that has been tired, that has been dusty, that has been disproven time and time again over the last 2 years, can finally let this thing go. You know, I think the girl in Titanic held onto the raft with a less of a clutch than these folks do to their bad Sam Darnold takes. You know, if they were the equivalency, they'd be jacked, dropping to the bottom of the ocean. There's room for both of you on the thing. You can both fit on there. I'm just going to drop to the bottom. That's who they'd be right now. So it's one where somebody else said above on this, Peter, the goalposts keep being moved. And I'm sure they're going to keep being moved on this, because that's the part when you dig yourself in this deep on the Darnold take, when you make such ultimate determinations about the fact that you're seeing this clear, you know what's right, he's this bad, and then you're this far off, you almost have no choice but to just double down. Because you've gone too far down the line. You're in too deep. You're in too deep. But hopefully the BS will be done, and it's going to get harder for these people to crawl on top of this thing and hold on with this point. They've got very little left to clutch onto that they can point to in Sam. And what's just makes this just extra satisfying about this victory on top of going to the Super Bowl is you get a guy like this that how can you not root for a Sam Darnold, that he gets to turn this narrative around that exists about him, that all these people and how they speak about him and all of it, when you listen to the criticism of it, by the way, it's never about mobility. It's never about arm strength. Never about capability of making every throw in the book. What makes it especially egregious towards Sam, and has been egregious towards Sam, is it all comes down to mentals. It's a lot of armchair psychologists breaking down to you how Sam Darnold and his brain doesn't have the ability to get it done up here. That's where they're making the determination when you listen to them talk. He doesn't have a toughness, doesn't have an intelligence, that he's going to get scared in a pocket and jumpy. There's something mentally that doesn't allow him to have the fortitude to be able to stand up in those moments and get done what he got done today. Hopefully it gets dumped, Peter, at this point. But I'm going to tell you, man, I think that they're just going to keep doubling back down, as silly as that sounds. OEL, thank you for the $10 donation, OEL. Very kind of you, man. Appreciate you. How about Sammy D? So happy for him. He proved he is a quarterback you can win with in the playoffs. And he will prove you can win a Super Bowl with him next. Go Hawks. Man, where's my soundbite?
Enough said.
Enough said. Go Hawks, OEL. He's proven he can win. He's proven he can carry you up on his back when you need him. Right? He did that as well. And love it for Sam. Love it for this team. Love it for Sam. There are some athletes that are tough to root for. There's some athletes that make it hard to root for them. They can bring a diva mentality out. They can be all about themselves, not the team. Sam's all about the team. Sam's exactly the way you want a quarterback wired from an ideal standpoint. He's not making it about himself, understands what it takes to be a leader. Go in there and grind, work your butt off. Trust the process. If you work your butt off, that the results will come with it, especially when you already have that talent like he naturally does. We can go do it. We can go get the Super Bowl with him. He can get the job done. And hopefully a lot of folks got a lot of confidence in him now coming out of this game, OEL. How about Sammy D, huh? How about Sammy D? Slinging Sammy D. Getting the job done. OEL with another $10 donation. OEL, you are amazing, bro. Thank you for the double dip. Thank you for the double dip. He says, by the way, I'm glad we won because Jake lost. He talks some crap about Evan Hill on Twitter just because Evan predicted a blowout on Hawk Blogger's show. How pathetic is that? Hope he enjoys the L. That's a tough L to take for sure. And yeah, I think that not just Jake, but there was a lot of Ram fans that were getting, and look, I mean, it's been a really good team. That's a proud franchise for and they've had a lot of winning they've done in the playoffs to earn their stripes, to feel confident in who they are. But I did think that there was a lot of at times from Ram fans this week, and it's not necessarily directed to Jake, but just Ram fans in general, that there was a lot of sometimes, when you talked about the Seahawks and you were talking about your confidence in the Seahawks, that they were taking that as disrespect to the Rams, that somehow in speaking up to how good this team's been and how well they played and how much they've earned this confidence, that's somehow me slighting the Rams and what they've done this year at the same time. And it's why I try to, preload a little bit, and we have these discussions and talks on this to try to say, look, I'm going to hype my team up and love on my team, but that Rams don't have to feel like, to me, they've got to, walk away with their head in shame or something coming off this game, But I could have understood walking into why Seahawks fans had so much confidence. I mean, you had 4 interceptions in the first matchup, and you still had an opportunity to win the game with the final kick at the end of that game. You lost the turnover war in the second matchup, and you still were able to go get the win. And so you start to go, hey, this team's played even better. I mean, there was a lot of math for those folks that were getting the place that maybe Evan was at as far as predicting a blowout. There's a lot of math. I didn't get there myself, but I think that there was more than enough math there to add up to why you could come to that conclusion. The many small advantages that built up into this game, playing the Rams in a long pathway they had to take to get here, the extra snaps on those bodies last week, playing into overtime, playing into a late game in Chicago in tough environment, and how that was going to factor. And I could see where people were coming from, but there was a little bit of touchiness from Ram fans this week, a little bit of OAL to your point on, Seahawks fans somehow, kind of hyping up their team or feeling so good about their team. But, yeah, totally get it there. Lord Disciple, thank you for the $2 donation. Jake is saying they need another wide receiver. He's laughing his ass off. Yeah, that's a tough one, isn't it? Huh? That's a little bit of a rough one to kind of figure out there. From Jake's perspective on this one. Because, you come out of that and your 2 top receivers, the guys that were the 2 centerpieces that you wanted to have centerpiece in this offense, Puka and Devontae, combined for 13 catches and almost, 155 yards or 255 yards of receiving yardage. Your 1-2 punch was incredible for you today. Colby Parkinson, who was a big free agent pickup for you a couple years ago out of Seattle, 3 catches, 62 yards on 4 targets. He was good today. Yeah, that'd be interesting if that's where his outlook is coming out of this game, that somehow that's the place that they need to start with is receiver. Because obviously you would think defense would be a little bit of the way you're looking to go on this. Like, we need to get the corner room figured out, for instance. Can we get the safety room a little more talented? How about our inside linebacker position? Is there an upgrade to be had in there? Definitely wouldn't come out of this looking at the offensive side of the ball is where I need to get some improvements coming out of this game. Myself, Lord's disciple. That is pretty funny. He's on the receiver. Mick, thank you for the $5 donation. Mick says, Sam also gets revenge for that stupid Sing Ghost clip against the Patriots. The story is actually insane for the Seahawks. So many little stories. Very true. Yeah, it was against the Patriots that happened with back in the day on the Ghost soundbite that was said. Sam a chance to take down those old things. Hey there, kitty cat. It's good to see you. What are you doing? Let me get this stuff. Let me get all that stuff for you. There we go. You're good to go. You're good to go. Sam gets revenge for all. Yes, sir. Seahawks get revenge. Sam gets revenge. a full and complete culmination of a storybook season where the storybook did not go off the storybook at the end, but it finished with that final chapter. It brought it home. It did what some of those storybooks can struggle to do. It's give me that great ending at the end. Finish it off just right. But yeah, so many cool little stories in this, and so much as I'll come back to saying this is what makes this the storybook season. There's so many of these little things within this that just make it even that much more interesting, that much more satisfying if you go and get the victory. Point and Zoom. Thank you for the $5 donation, Point and Zoom. That's very, very kind of you, man. Doesn't have any note on your donation, but thank you for the dono nonetheless. Much, much appreciated to you. JRD Sensei, thank you for 10 months, almost 1 year as a Hawks Nest member, man. Very, very kind. Can't wait for the roundtable. Darnold proved everyone wrong. How satisfying it will be. And I'm going to try to come in there humble. I don't think it's going to do any good to be, you don't want to be a bad winner. You don't want to be a bad loser. You don't want to be a bad winner either. And I got to go in there with a certain amount of not getting too toxic as I walk in there, but it's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy. Because yeah, you're going to feel satisfaction being a guy that's a Sam backer here for so long, being the guy that's been in his corner here throughout the course of the season as I have. And boy, Sam making me look mighty smart on this one. And he proved everyone wrong on that roundtable. You guys want to have a fun time, go back and watch the NFC West roundtable at the start of the year with the predictions that were being put in Hawk and listen to how they talk about Sam. Listen to the discussion. Listen to how I'm pushing back against them as I can. Listen to how I tell them in that roundtable how satisfying it will be when Sam proves them wrong. And Jake's been a little bit better than the other two. The other two still been a little bit slow to come around here, but Jake's been a little bit better on it, where at least he's a little bit ahead of like acknowledging this on Sam's front of it. But nonetheless, from where we started in this process, the start of the season on the roundtable where we are now, you're right. It's going to be very enjoyable coming in that roundtable and just getting to feel good about all the things. Not feel good about the team, feel good about Sam, feel good that we kind of saw things clearly and how we were looking at this thing at the start of the year. Dylan says Super Bowl. Let's go, Dylan. Let's go, man. Our Pumpkin's enjoying this. You enjoying the Super Bowl win? You enjoying the win? Huh? Yeah, I know you're enjoying it. Let's go. Yeah. Patrick, thank you for the $2 donations. He says, one win. I called it. Lombardi's ours. SBC. Let's go, Patrick. Good job on the call, man. Props to you. You saw it clear. You saw it clear. Johnny Gelato, thank you for the $5 donation. We did not care. T-shirts incoming. That's a great idea, Johnny. I got to get something going on my store this week. Right? I got to develop something out there for the Super Bowl run, huh? Maybe something like that. I was thinking mob, but maybe we're going to have to go with we did not care. That's a pretty good one. Seahawks like logo on the back, or a Hawks Nest logo on the back of the shirt. We do not care on the front. Let's go. Great idea there, Johnny. I might steal that, Johnny. I can't say for sure I'll give you a kickback on it, but thank you for the dono, man. Great suggestion there. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I want to shout out Bert Cold for doing what Schneider and Jody were too nice to do. Hashtag Bert Cold. Bert Cold is nice, I think is what you're saying. Hashtag for sure. And amen. Bert coming in there, being a little bit of the party. I think you're speaking to on being a driving force a bit on that Carroll situation. And Jody got to raise that flag today and definitely earned the right to raise that flag. And as an ownership, you want ownership to stay out of the way of the front office, and you want ownership to come in at select times when they need to come in, when you need the voice to come in and say, okay, this is not going right here. We need to correct this there. And it ain't about, hey, you need to run the ball better, or you need to go draft a quarterback. It's about organizationally, are we moving down the right path? And if we're not, I as an owner need to come in and recognize that at the right moment and the right time. And it's not always easy, and it's not always clear to see. And Jody took the advice of the committee that she's got in place, which is there to give that kind of advice to her, and took the advice and didn't just take it emptily and didn't just choose what would have been, I think, the easy choice on that, but made the hard choice because it was determined that's the right choice. If you look at this team really over the last 3 years and getting the Super Bowl, it isn't that they make the easy choice to get here. That's not been the case. It isn't that they make the straightforward choice to get here. Hasn't been the case. It's made that they've made at every turn the hard choice to choose to get here. And that's why this is earned. Is that it's one thing when it's easy choices. It's one thing when you're loaded to the nines. It's one thing when every move works out and it's all gold. It's another thing when you got to make tough decisions. Move Russell Wilson or not. Move on from Coach Carroll or not. Move on from Geno Smith or not. Move on from DK Metcalf or not. Move on from Tyler Lockett. Move on from Draymond Jones. Turn this thing over coming off a 10-win season a little bit. Because it's not rightly calibrated. It's not quite right. But got to get a little bit better. That's what they've done. But a great job by the ownership. Shout out to the committee group as well. Big shout out to all of them. As those guys, they're a big reason why we're here. Because that decision is no small decision. And it had to be made. And it was one where there's a lot of Hawk fans that gave a lot of heat to the committee and Jody Allen for making that decision as they did. But ultimately, this has got to be satisfying for them, is that this is what happens when you operate from a smart standpoint rather than an emotional standpoint. It happens when you're trying to operate from, are we doing everything we possibly can do to everything intelligently, rationally, logically to drive this to being a winner? Or are we getting sentimental? Are we living on the past? Are you asking yourself those questions? This ownership group, this committee, were asking themselves those questions, and that was a driving force to making today happen. Can't be undersold. Great point on your part, Garth. McVirus, thank you for the $5 donation. McVirus says, Eamon Wari. Also, friendly reminder to like the stream, y'all. Oh, yes, please do indeed hit that like button on the stream if you can for me, please. I would really, really appreciate it. It's the thing that's going to help this channel grow a ton here throughout this off season. And as we head in the playoffs with people looking for content to go out there and check out. And indeed, we got ourselves Heman Wari tonight. He-Man Wari is what we got tonight, didn't we, folks, huh? By the power of Grayskull? Huh? How about Heman Wari today? 5 tackles, 3 passes defensed. And on all 3 of those passes defensed, all of them completely earned. All of them with him in tightened coverage. And you got to feel a lot of the length and speed in this game from the Hawks at times. Woolen showed it a few times, and Eamon Wari showed it a few times where those are tight thrown balls, tightly contested catches. But because you have the guy that's 6'3", 6'4", with the long-ass arms who can get in there where a guy that's 5'11" couldn't get his hands in there, able to knock those balls out. But Eamon Wari showed you why he's been the real deal from day one since arriving here in Seattle, why he is a star in the making in this defense. And he played the best game out of anybody defensively. Like nobody on the defensive line, nobody else in that secondary played as good as Eamon Wari did. I mean, hell, he even was giving a little bit of crap out there to Woolen there after the penalty. Love to see even some of the fire from the rookie in that moment there. Like, what are you doing? Big shout out to Eamon Wari. He was awesome, McVirus. Boy, he was good in coverage today. Nolan in the house. What's up, Nolan? Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, congrats. Thanks for all your work. It continues. Jake is big mad. Says he thinks the Rams were the better team and better team today. Can't fix stupid. Yeah, that'd be a struggle one for me today, Nolan, coming out of this one where we were the better team today based on what? Well, we ran for more yards and we threw for more passing yards. Nolan, I guess, that's all you can kind of say from it, right? And you can go very simplistic on this and say, well, we threw for more passing yards and we ran for the ball more, so we were the better team. But that's where I always do tend to say, and I'm pretty consistent with this, where I say when your evaluation of a team or a game or a player comes down to the simplistic, you're probably missing a big part of the story. And so if that's a little bit of the rationale from Jake's standpoint of this is why, because of this, these two things, it's not correct. We were up on this team from the jump. We were up on this team throughout this game. I think Jake sometimes overlooks the special teams angle of it, because that's a big factor in this game too, to try to keep it in mind with. Whereas he might think it's just fluky. He just kind of dropped the punt. It's like, no, it's a representation of that you don't have a good special teams unit. And when you have the number 1 special teams unit, and you have one of the back end special teams unit in football, that's going to play out in a game. That's going to be a factor. And it matters. And it's not just about what you do offensively and defensively. It matters what happens on the special team side of it as well. So we won the last 2 games. That's just what it is. You beat them 2 or 3 times. They had their opportunities to take us down and they didn't do it. So they can think they're better, but you didn't get it done. And if you're the better team, then you win out eventually. It's kind of like, your record at the end of the day. It's like, if you're the better team, then why were we 2 games better than you in this division to win this division? If you're the better team, why did we beat you 2 out of the 3 times we played you this year? I mean, eventually, if you're the better team, it's got to play out more than you just trying to statistically grab this marker and this marker to determine that that's the case. But never hard work here, Nolan. Always fun work here. Even on days like this, where the game was stressful as hell. Oh my gosh. But Jake's turning through it, and you got to give him the process. You give him a couple games, I think he'll probably start to see this stuff a little clearer. It's harder in the moment like this, especially when the momentum was really starting to feel like it was shifting that third quarter into the Rams' direction of things. Putty236, thank you for the $10 donation, Putty. Thank you for that. Very kind of you, man. One for the kid. We got to build up some karma. Go Hawks. Well, yeah, how about that? Got to thank you for the $10 donation. You mentioned the kid. Got to kind of show a little bit of this here because this was cool today with Randall was showing us a couple of cool pictures, but it was kind of cool. Somebody put a Marshawn Lynch 24 jersey on the Ken Griffey Jr. statue out there. You got a Mets logo in there, Putty. So I got to show a little bit of that, a little bit of a Griffey statue with the Marshawn 24 jersey over the top. It just feels right. It just feels right. But thank you for that dono, man. I really appreciate you. Go Hawks, bro. Hell of a game. Hell of a game. Hell of a season. Hell of a team. It's going to be an amazing 2-week lead up to this Super Bowl. Boy, are we going to enjoy this. We are going to love this. Go Hawks, man. Y'all are just unbelievably kind. I really thank y'all for what you do. Taker610, thank you for the $10 donation. Taker, very kind of you as well, bro. Yo, Brando, did you see Richard Sherman standing outside of Lumen Field, pounding on the door, shouting, "Come through! Come through!" Well, they did, Richard. They did for you. What a year! Let's have it go! It's been a great part to be able to see with the Legion of Boom, and it's part of what you hope with these players that they realize with this, that when you build a great team and you go get a Super Bowl, it's not just you capturing the spirit of a moment of something that you get to celebrate with your teammates into the eternity, the rest of your lives throughout, fishing trips and poker nights and all those moments that you can have, just the enjoyment of talking about those years that you had. It's also about you cementing your legendary status within the community and that you become a permanent part of this organization. And I love seeing those Legion of Boom guys coming back and Cam Chancellor out there on the field, hyping up the crowd in the Rams game, 49ers game, and Richard back out there and all these former players back out there. It is a family, and that you are a Seahawk, you're a Seahawk for life. And when you do what you've done, you will be for life part of this organization. And, very cool to see that they fully all embrace that. Even a guy like Richard with some of the end that happened with him. And it can sometimes be dicey with his feelings on that. I know with, how he felt like the end came down, not in the most fair fashion to him here with Seattle and them letting him go, but he's not let the axe grind for him. And I didn't get a chance to see him at the door shouting, come through. But that's awesome. That's awesome. And they brought him, man, and he'll be out there leading center front. I imagine you're going to have a lot of those former Hawk guys down on the sideline at the Super Bowl watching the game down there on the side, In fact, I'd like to have all those guys down collectively, their brain power watching the game. If players need to go to them, ask them about something, go to them, ask them about something, Let's get all hands on deck on this one. How's that sound? Holy Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. Says we're favored by 3.5, by the way. So early line, 3.5 in Seahawks favor. I was right about that. Not a surprise there. Not a surprise that we're the favorite on this one coming into it. Makes a lot of sense. $3.5. I'll take that. Mariner Crazy 1978. Thank you for the 33 months, almost 3 years as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long time support. I only got 2 questions. Can we please extend K9? And who is going to pay for the power washing Levine Stadium is going to need after we're done with it? It would be pretty hilarious if we won the Super Bowl and then the Niners, like the next day, hired like 3 power washers and then just took some film shots of them like power washing down the steps after we won it. That would be pretty funny. Just if the Niner front office has any sense of humor, that would be very funny if they did that. But indeed, they're going to have to wash it off. I don't know. As I said, Mariner Crazy, it becomes Hawks House if we win a Super Bowl in there. It's no longer Levi Stadium. It's Hawks House. I will forever be referring to it as that. And there's nothing Niner fans can do anything about it at that point because we've earned the right to rename your stadium when we win a Super Bowl in there before you do. Just the way it goes. K9 is going to be an interesting situation. And I think that if you talk about this being a month ago, I think that it was probably heading in the direction of K9 going in free agency. And you running with Charbonnet next year and McIntosh comes back and you go draft a guy and you probably go that route with it. I think what happens now is that there's much more of what I would think is going to go with this, where it is probably going to be that you're going to extend him. Now, that's where it gets hard to do this because with what he's performed here in the playoffs and done this year and his outlook in the league, I think that he's going to have a lot of good reputation throughout the league as K9. And he's going to have a lot of teams that I think are going to be hot to trot for his services. And that's where I think that there's got to be a willingness involved here with K9 to come back to him and be like, look, we want to come to a commonality with you on a contract extension. And we want you to be a Seattle Seahawk. We're not going to break the bank on this one. And if your expectation is that I need to go get the Saquon Barkley contract out there in the open market, we're just going to franchise you because we still have that leverage over the top of you. So, we can franchise you, or you can kind of take more of this market deal that's going to make sense for both you and team. And I think I think that's what's going to take for the deal to get done. I don't think the Seahawks come up to Walker and they're willing to pony up quite to the spot of being willing to give him that, Barkley-like contract. I think they're going to want to keep it down more into a relative, $12 million a year kind of place or things. But I feel like you should be able to find that kind of middle ground here because the running back market is what it is. And those guys, unless you are a Saquon, are just not going to quite ever break that market in that way. But K9's a guy that might have an argument to it, and that's what does make it a little sticky on making that prediction to an exact point because of the fact that it could be where there's some team out there saying, hey, we'll give you this money here. And so they're telling Kenneth that if you get to free agency, we'll offer you this. And Kenneth's coming back to Seattle, and they're offering him $4 or $5 million per year less. And he's like, well, I can get this on the market with more. Well, then the franchise comes into play. But I can't think that you're going to just let him walk at this point, pure and simple, especially with at that point, you're looking at your running back room with 2 guys now coming off torn ACLs. Holani's essentially the other guy in that room. You're going to have to do a lot then to get that fixed up for the next year. So I got to think that this leads them back around to retaining Walker. Proper, thank you for the $5 donation. Look at Proper's logo, by the way. This Proper's a Niner fan, by the way, and you can see he's had to modify his 49er fandom just a little bit to accommodate for some Patriot loving, just a little bit maybe. Proper, thank you for the $5 donation. Your team reminds me of my 2019 Niners, except Darnold is better than Jimmy G. There's also no Mahomes on the other side. Wouldn't overlook the Pats though. I'm not going to predict a blowout in this game Proper. I definitely am going to be very confident. And look, the confidence is going to come from the fact you played in the toughest division of football. You played in the toughest conference in football, that you had a tougher path to get through than the Patriots are, that you're in really great health, that you're playing a really fine brand of football here to the back half of the schedule, that you play a brand of football that works in the playoffs. Like all those are going to definitely give me a lot of confidence in this team. 1 second. So I like the comparison Proper. I do, especially that as you build within it a little bit of the characterization on the difference on the Darnold to Jimmy G thing. Because the thing with Jimmy G is he had to live in the middle of the field. So there was a lot of the passing attack that you had to remove basically from his armament and what he could do. And he could be effective somewhat to the middle of the field, but this is what I think led to a lot of the hyper conservative nature around protecting Jimmy and limiting down his number of throws. And I think as well with Darnold that there is more mobility that you get with him than you would get with Jimmy G. And so I think, like you said, the Niners, I think there's certainly some comparisons to be made between the two defenses. Absolutely. And then you're right. I think you got a better version of your quarterback play than what you had with Jimmy G, which is part of why I've never really liked the Jimmy G comparisons to Darnold, because they're just two different style of players and what they do. The only comparison being is just that you're not asking those guys to play superhero quarterback. That's about where the comparison begins and ends for me, especially on the toughness angle of that proper, because Jimmy G's got a lot of questions about his toughness, which I don't have with Jimmy, with Darnold. And then you bring up another great point with this, which is that, you can have a grade A team and really humming and all three phases working together well, and you run up against a GOAT. And the GOAT is going to be can bring the great mitigating factor. And our Seattle Seahawks ran into this proper. Our legendary Hawks defense in 2014 ran up against a GOAT. And the GOAT got us. Brought his team back from 10 behind in the fourth quarter. I mean, everybody proper gets caught up on the should have run it at the 1 yard line, and everybody forgets about the 10 points you gave up in the fourth quarter to the Pats offense. But you're absolutely right. We're not facing a GOAT in this one. I mean, maybe Drake may eventually becomes a GOAT. Maybe we learn to find out this is a GOAT situation, but he ain't at the level of his career of Mahomes, and where he's at in his career Mahomes is where Mahomes was when, he was really cooking it up, and what he was doing to kind of carry his team, even at a very young spot in his career. So great points all the way around on your part, Prop. I would expect no different from you. And definitely not overlooking them. You feel confident going in, and confident for some of these reasons that you just mentioned. Because when you go up against the GOAT, Stafford in a lot of ways was playing like a GOAT today. It's like they can take it to you on a day. They got the position mastered. They can make every throw in the book. You can cover things up great, and they fit it into a tight hole. It just gets frustrating playing these kind of guys, because they just are that sort of needle mover when there's a team that's got them in these kind of moments like this. So not overlooking the Pats, definitely not. It's not going to be easy walk on this one by any stretch, but I think we do have the advantage. On this one. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing, Mr. Kane? Oh, it's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you. I'm broke, but I had to super chat. Super Bowl B, GH. Let's go, man. Let's go, man. It's good to see you in the house, Mr. Kane. Another one of my OGs. Another one. Look, you're a member of the channel. You haven't dropped no donut. You could just do a member message there, Mr. Kane, but thank you for the donation. Another one of my OGs that's good to see. Just, it puts a smile on my face seeing people I've been talking to on this channel. We do a lot of interactions. If you come in here and you're maybe new in here, people tend to see me go really long on streams very often, because I have such great interactions with my chat and great discussions with my chat. And I get an opportunity to, really delve into the depths of the minds of folks and talk to them for years on things and get perspectives and get understand and just very satisfying as it's going to be here, going through just not only reading these chats tonight, looking at the donos tonight, but being able to celebrate this with guys that have been here for so many years with me, rocking with me on this channel, and knowing how much I know you guys are just sitting there like me, just happy as can be by what you've gotten to see. Just blown away, surprised, elated, but just, it's great that we get to experience this together, Mr. Kane. It really is very cool. Kevin Williams, thank you for the $5 donation. I like he's got the Doug Williams emoji on there. Love it, man. Talk about another guy kind of forgotten about, sold. Guy that was told after he had gone to Tampa Bay, a butt crack franchise at the time, that he was not going to be nothing. Went to Washington. Jay Schrader goes down, takes over for Jay Schrader, goes up against John Elway, a GOAT himself, GOAT-like guy himself, and just, plays the game of his life. Kevin says, yo, love from Brazil. 12-1 as always. Let's go win this thing, Brandon. Much love. Hey, much love to you too, Kevin. Why not us, man? Why not us? And thank you for the love out there in Brazil, folks. You've seen a ton of donations coming today. We got Brazil, we got Germany, we got Britain, we've got Ireland. It's Australia. We are all over the place, Hawks fans. We are all over the place, but we are 12-1 no matter where we may lie on this earth. 12-1, that communal spirit that connects us. It is not just a city communal spirit. It is not just a state communal spirit. It's not just a regional communal spirit. It is worldwide. But big props to you, Kevin. Thank you for the donation. Much love to you out there in Brazil. 12-1 as always. I love that, man. I love that. And great job by the fans in the house today. You guys did a great job getting loud, staying loud, seeming like you're helping out the team at every turn as you could. Appreciate you, Kevin. Mark Sanchez with another $20 donation. Thank you for that, Mark. You're awesome, bro. So very, 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 very kind. He says, to be fair to Ram fans, they weren't as toxic as Niner fans. Niner fans are worse than Cowboy fans leading into the divisional game. That's why I asked B to play the soundbite on the round table. B, I think you can agree with me. Well, you know.
Damn, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers.
Yes. You know, it was getting a little bit tuned up as the week went along, and I think I would just blame that as much on the ramifications of this game and the stakes that were at play, just causing everybody to get a bit in their emotions and feel themselves. And it was dancing into that ground through the latter parts of this week of getting a bit into the toxic realm of things. But I will agree with you. The 49er fans were sometimes coming out of pocket from the jump the past couple of weeks at the end of the season. I mean, they were coming in fully hot and loud and boisterous bunch that was really feeling themselves. And, you know, again, it wasn't as much about talking football with them as much as them just coming in squawking a bit, which is fine. Again, this is the nature a bit of the beast, but I agree with you. I think by and large, Ram fans tend to have a little more of a respectful tone walking in the chat. And I think overall, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining on this because I think that we've from, I think, as much of the NFC roundtable as anything else, I think that that's fostered in a really cool way a lot of fans that come in here from Ram fans and 49er fan channels that are, you know, willing to come in here and have great discussion and just want to talk football as much as anything else. And yeah, they love their team. And yeah, we have two teams that are against each other and are a lack of it, but that there's much of just coming in here with a cool, chill spirit to be respectful and talk shop and just enjoy this sport in every way that we do. So yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. They're not to that same degree. The 49er fans came out pretty much with the Pistons all firing a couple weeks ago in that final game of the season where it's like, whoa, you guys are feeling yourself big time. But Mark, I thank you, man. Look at Mark changing the emoji there. No more of the whatever the perp walk picture there. He's got the Super Bowl logo back in there. Love how he's updated that. Let's go, Mark. Let's go. Super Bowl logo looking good. Looking real good. Very kind of you, man. I definitely can agree with you on that. John Naylor. Thanks for the $2 donation, John. Rams are a hell of a team. Jake is a strong analyst. I think Jake does a great job. And people get a little bit mad at times on the homer front of where they try to press him on with this. But the thing that I've said with this, and the thing I do believe to be true, and I think this game played out also to show this to be a truism, and that Jake's got a reason to feel himself. Jake's got a reason to feel confident in this Rams team over this past couple of years. This team has gone to back-to-back conference championship games. And they've been in back-to-back conference championship games where in each of those two games, they are right on the edge of getting the Super Bowl. They've been to the Super Bowl twice in recent years. They've won once. You know, there's one thing where you got confidence and it's not based on a lot. You haven't won a lot. You're just happen to feel yourself this year because you got hot. It's another thing when year after year after year, you're really good and you're really close to greatness and on the edge of greatness. I think that should embolden somebody that's an analyst to feel that way about that team. Jake's not been wrong on that side of it with his outlook to the team with it, John. I agree with you, man. And I love those guys I work with on the NFC West roundtable for a couple different reasons. I think that we've got great chemistry between us. I think you guys all recognize that. I think whoever, Ram fan, 49er fans, Seahawks fans, they all can kind of sense that that's there and exists. But I think all these guys do grade A work as well. And they work their butt off. And they know what they're talking about. And they put that work in on it. So it's one where I can understand the bristling at times with him on some of the stuff. And look, some of his takes, like Rams have the best secondary in the NFC West, right? Where you get, you know, but we all got takes as a homer that's going to make people roll their eyes a little bit. You know, I'm sure there was plenty of rolling their eyes with me on the Darnold stuff with it, but he's a great analyst. He does great work. We got big things ahead here for the NFC West. We may be even expanding even more so with the roundtable sports here. Part of what I'm going to be doing here in the next week when I go down to Mobile, Alabama, is we're going to be hopefully meeting up with the roundtable folks and getting everything chopped up for next year because I want to be running hot. I want to be running heavy. And we want to be cooking those channels up. Propa, thank you for another $10 donation, Propa. Appreciate you for the double donos. Very, very kind of you. Hate to see it, but if your rivals suck, that's really no fun. Congrats, B. Also, please don't let Jesse bet against Sam again. If we've already escalated to a love poem, I don't want to know what would come next. Yeah. Not the funnest for Jesse. He's got to wear the big ass hat and he's got to do the love poem. I'm pretty sure that I've traumatized the whole NFC West roundtable when it comes to bets. We had Jake in a beanie a couple weeks ago. We had Jake in the banana boat hat having to do the love poem the next week. Really came out with some big dubs on the roundtable with a couple of those bets. So probably going to have a hard time getting him wheeled around on the other side of this into the future, I would imagine. But really props as well, though, to Jesse, because Jesse was a great sport, right? Like, it's those guys make it fun over there on the round table as well. All of them could have just been like, I don't want to take a bet, especially Jesse with the health and where that team is at. It'd be very easy to just take that as kind of the exit sign where you're like, look, if we were healthy and good and blah, 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 maybe I'm going to feel differently, but we're not in that state right now. So I'm not taking the bet, but he took the bet. He was a man about it and he owned up to it and he did a great poem. And, another guys, I love working with them over on the round table and a good guy. All those guys, meeting them in person this last year, going out there and doing that in-person event, getting to hang with them a couple of days. We all had a little Airbnb there. It was a great experience with those guys. Just all of them are exactly what you'd expect off camera. Nobody's putting on a persona or being something that they're not. Really, really was very cool. But I'll try to protect. I'll try to go easy a little bit on Jesse here, Prapa. I'll try to take it a little bit easy, but I don't know. Maybe he wants vengeance next year. You know what I mean? Maybe he's looking for blood. He's like, he's got to sit on this one all off season. He might be just chomping at the bit. I might not be able to stop him next year, Prapa. I might not be able to hold him back. Holy Hand Grenade says, they're going to spam that one play on replay in the Super Bowl. Oh, get ready, folks. As I prepare yourself, winter is coming, is what they used to say in Game of Thrones. Well, prepare yourself. Super Bowl replays of the 1 yard line play are going to be played ad nauseum for 2 weeks. You're going to see 2 weeks of that throw. And poor Russ. Poor Russ. The man's already had a hell of a year. He's got to figure out what he does after this year. He's had to see that replay endlessly on a loop for freaking 10 years. And now they're going to trot it back for 2 straight weeks as your former team's going back to the Super Bowl. Like, that's a tough break there. I feel a little bit bad for Russ on that one. I got to be honest with you there, where I'm kind of like, oh man, that sucks, Russ. That's tough, buddy. That is no freaking fun. Soundboards are dirty. Soundboard's all dirty, man. Yeah. Just going to have to do a lot of looking away from the screen this week, Holy Hand Grenade. Don't put that in my mind. Don't you put that reality in my mind. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I called Levi STD and ordered them to put 14 over 13. Let's go. Let's go, Henry. How about that, man? You get a chance to go into Levi Stadium and raise the Lombardi trophy in your main rival's house. Your main rival that hasn't gotten to win a Super Bowl in 30, 35 years now. It's almost what it's been. It's getting close to that mark. 14 over 13, Henry. 100%, man. Thank you for the dono. Salmon Wise, thank you for the $10 donation. Let's go. JSN was the reason I got first place in fantasy, and now he's taken us to the Super Bowl? I have got to give me a number 11 jersey. Go Hawks. Well, everybody's been asking me a pretty hard line to be replacing Metcalf on the backside of my jersey behind me here for a while, and I might have to go out and go make me a purchase of a JSN signed jersey at this point. I might be at a place where I gotta go do that and get that stuck in there by the time of the Super Bowl, Salmon Wise, because all-time Seahawks receiving season for him. A game where you need him to step up big, and it wasn't just him out there going and getting catches. It was him out there making it happen. and getting to feel how great of a receiver he is in so many different ways and what he brings, from the route running to the underrated speed, to the run after the catch, to the sensational hands, to the clutchness that he's brought time and time again here. Hell of a player, Salmon Wise. Hell of a player. And I think I'm going to have to join you on that, man. That might have to be my replacement on the backside of here with Metcalf, because Metcalf's got a lot of people up in the... He's causing a kerfuffle, me having him back there. I hate replacing him, but he's definitely causing a little bit of a kerfuffle, so I got to probably go get a second one back there. But I think I might have to get the JSN one, man. A JSN signed, maybe a throwback JSN, so it matches up really well with the Largent. That'd be pretty cool, huh? I like where you're thinking, Samwise. I like how you think. Daniel W., thank you for the $5 donation. He says, no mercy. Saw Rodgers win 2 MVPs, then rescind average. Rams window is done or closing. Jake needs to shut his mouth and pay homage. Hashtag no prisoners. Indeed, you can win those MVPs, and that's the problematic spot of where we come back to those teams that lean on the MVPs to kind of carry the load. Hey, we're a Packer team. We don't have a great special teams unit. Aaron, save us. Hey, we got a defense that's kind of like, all right. Hey, Aaron, save us. Right? It's a way that a lot of teams operate, and I don't think from the Packers it was necessarily by design with Aaron when he was there throughout their time. It just kind of came out to become that way. But I do think the Rams are in a place where they're going to still be good going into the future. I did think it was a little bit interesting, Daniel. You got the news reports that came out today that Matt Stafford intends to play beyond this year. I thought the timing of that report coming out, as though Matt Stafford's people were leaking that just before this game, that you're kind of putting out that like already thinking about to next year thing. And just why the timing of that hit today, why that was coming out today. What was the point of that coming out today? You know, maybe it was just the media bringing something out kind of up, but it was a little bit of like, if I'm a Ram fan, I'm like, oh, why is he coming out? Why is he talking about this today right now? Why are we talking about next year right now? We're still in the midst of this season. Why are you thinking about, next year? Rams have got some tough calls to make. They're going to have a little bit of money to spend, but they're also going to have a lot of contracts that they have to give out extensions to. You've got Puka Nacua is going to break the bank. You got Devontae coming back on still a pretty big contract that you got to figure out with him what you're going to do with him there. Stafford's a little bit underpaid as a quarterback. If he comes back, does he expect a little bit of an increase in what he's paid, especially if he's going to be an MVP? Kobe Turner, due for a contract extension. Jared Verse, due for a contract extension, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, Jared Verse I think he's got one more year, right? Yeah, Jared Verse got one more year. Byron Young, that's who I'm thinking of. Byron Young will be up for an extension too. So a couple of tough calls out there they got to make. But interesting to see how the Rams' approach is going to be this offseason. They do have 2 first-round picks, though, too. So there's still a way with that organization as smartly as they're run, Daniel, where I still think they're just a little bit more dangerous than like those Packer teams, because those Packer teams were always going to be impacted by not necessarily having a budget that could go crazy, where the Rams could go crazy with money if they wanted to. They could start burying void year money. They could start trying to stack this team up to try to put it over the top next year. But, Stafford does get a year older next year. He's going from 38 to 39 next year at some point. Like, he's getting to that spot. And you do get to this age where these guys, they can play at that high level until they don't, until the cliff hits. And when the cliff hits, it tends to be a pretty big drop off where you can really feel it. And Stafford hasn't hit that spot. He hasn't, but he's at that age where Father Time is undefeated, Daniel. Back to your point on this. So I hope Jake does pay homage. I imagine he will. He's pretty good about that. I don't think, and even if in the moment right now he's talking a little bit about feeling like he's got the better team or bop, right? I still think it'll give him a couple days in the round table where I think he'll own up to, hey, we had a chance on this team. We gave it the best punch we had. We have our opportunities to get the number 1 seed. We dropped the ball. We weren't playing our best football at the end of the year. Sucks. Doesn't mean we're a bad team. Doesn't mean we can't get back up on the horse next year, but it is what it is for this season. Physio, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Sam. Let's go, Sam, huh? Let's go, Darnold. What a game for our guy, huh? 25 at 36, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no interceptions, huh? How about that? Trenton Puckett. What's up, Trenton? Says, hey, B, and thank you for the $5, man. Hawk, he says, hey, B, Hawk Doc. I like Hawk Doc. I'm feeling that. I just came to say, folks, put some respect on Jake Bobo. Hey, Jake Bobo, please. Love it on the catch by him. Great job in blocking by Bobo too. But what a big play this was in that game to go get that touchdown there with Bobo. Rams decide to dial up a corner blitz in that moment. Sam recognizes the blitz is coming. Shout out to JSN who points the blitz out to Sam just to make sure he catches it. You get it blocked up really nice. And then Sam realizes he's got one-on-one coverage with Bobo. And I know Bobo's not necessarily a mismatch, but the key on this one is you have Bobo in a mismatch and one-on-one in the end zone and no real safety help on that top side because of the blitz. So, what you have there is you have a situation where, Bobo's such a big body down there by the goal line. And the Seahawks haven't used a lot of Bobo in this way as a goal line threat just because you've got other options at times. And he kind of finds himself on that pecking order in this spot. But it goes back to his UCLA days that he really was able to really, really, really be a problem by the goal line. He's got some jumping ability. He's really long. He can catch out away from his body. He's got an ability to box guys out, even if he's not generated the separation. And that shows up especially in the red zone. And it did today in this game on that 17-yarder. But that was a big touchdown reception there. That was just huge. That moment in the game going up and getting that catch there in that spot. Brilliant throw by Sam Darnold, recognizing what he had down the field and giving Jake a chance there. And Jake calling upon a little bit of that old Bruin magic, if you were Trenton, to go get it done. Yeah, that was a big play in the game, boy. That was huge. Mark Sanchez, thank you for another $10 donation. Mark, he says, when we raise the Lombardi on Niners turf, Niner faithful will have to watch film of Montana in Candlestick. I hope the Niners bring them all back so they can be old and delusional, like the Chiefs. Niners are another tough team. I think the Rams have some tough decisions, but the Rams can kind of, I think, keep a lot of stuff just sort of fit to serve a bit here where you can keep going along. You don't have to do crazy things this offseason to think you can still be a contender coming back to next year and still be one of the front runners going into next year. Niners are in a little bit of a tougher state, right? Where that roster is even older. Are you going to have some retirements? And then if you don't have the retirements and McCaffrey's like, I want to come back. And Williams is like, I want to come back. And you got guys coming off major injury. Like, are you a point where you're going to trust in that older roster again to be able to come out there for a full season and make it work? Because you are paying a lot of money to McCaffrey and a lot of money to Williams at that point, if that's what you're going to do. It's a tough start for the Niners. Unlike the Rams, they don't have 2 first-round picks they're sitting on. You got your number 1 pick this year coming off ACL, a couple guys coming off major injuries like Bosa and Warner. How are they going to respond next year? What should you anticipate about their physical response next year and how you go about this offseason? Does that mean you should be aggressive? Does that mean you should be tentative? I think there's a lot of Niner fans that could probably go a lot of different directions in their outlook of the proper approach this offseason, and they wouldn't be wrong. But as we saw with the Chiefs, and I think the Niners would be smart to think about this, be careful. Be careful when you're going to run out those aging rosters. Be careful of relying on that age to hold up because it's probably not likely to do so. And the Rams have taken the Super Bowl run and they've extended as far as they can without fully opening up to kind of a reset. And they did a great job with eating the $100 million, but part of eating that $100 million now may be, Mark, where it ends up being where they go, look what we did last year when we ate the $100 million, and yet we got as far as we did. Why can't we now, with that extra $100 million back on the books now, get even a couple games farther, maybe get back to the Super Bowl once we have that money in our pocket to go out there and spend? And that's where maybe that's the trepidatious territory the Niners might head into here by going with that approach, because the age of your roster will come back to bite you on the butt on this when it's all said and done there. But again, too, you're pushed forward by the fact you're paying a quarterback $53 million a year, and you don't pay a quarterback $53 million a year to hit the reset button, do you? Niners are in a little bit of a sticky spot. Not a bad spot, but it's just a little sticky. And yeah, you're going to have to go back and call upon the old candlestick tape out there in order to find some highlights you feel good about there, Mark. It's been a while for those Niner crew, and gone to a couple Super Bowls, but you've lost freaking 3 of them, which is tough. Very tough. Physio, thank you for the $20 donation. Physio. There you go. Very kind of you, man. You guys, just thank you so all of your support today. I know you guys are feeling great, but thank you for all of your support. He says 27. Rick Woolen, I think is your reference there on the 27. And Rick actually didn't play a bad game today. He didn't. He was tight in coverage. He was very tight. Two passes defensed. Thought he played a solid brand of ball today. There's obviously the moment that happens, Physio, with the taunting. And this is one we'll probably talk about a lot next week, a little bit on, how bad that play is from Woolen's standpoint. And look, you go in the Super Bowl at this point, I'm in his ear, and every teammate in his ear prior to the game going, look, I don't care how jacked up you get. You don't say anything after the tackle. Get back to the, just get back to the huddle at this point, kid. It's almost like the officials are targeting you. So tough moment there with Woolen, but again, I don't think you can make that call there from an officiating standpoint. My take on this, Physio, has been you can't make that call there as an officiating. It's a game like this where the emotions are so high. You just got to let some of that, play out. You got to let some of that just kind of go. I feel like that's a moment where the officials got to get over there to Woolen and get up in his ear and be like, get back to your sideline, get back to the huddle, on that. But Woolen also played a really good game around that. And unfortunately, the sad part about that, taunting penalty on Woolen there is that he makes an exceptional play in coverage. He almost is able to get an interception there in that moment. I mean, and that's on a third down, and that potentially closed the game up there on the other side of it to the side. So it's, I'll know that some people are going to be frustrated on the taunting stuff, but Woolen's played really good in the back half of the schedule. He still earned himself a lot of money this offseason, and we're going to need him for the Super Bowl. We're going to need him. We're going to need that level of play in the Super Bowl. It's got to tamp down if we can got to tamp down just a little bit of the taunting stuff there, Reek. Not that I'm saying they should have called it, but just now we don't do it anymore. No more the rest of the season. How about that? But thank you, Physio. Very kind of you for the $20 donation. You're very, very kind there, man. As well as you dropped the dono earlier on the stream as well. Glenn Carn, thank you for the $10 donation, Glenn. Sam Darnold and MVP Matt Stafford had almost identical stats. Difference is Darnold spread the ball around to more receivers. Another beautiful team win by offense, defense, and special teams. Go Hawks. Well said on your part. Can't add a lot to what you said to that, other than definitely there was a little bit more of a hyper concentration to your 1-2 targets from Stafford's standpoint. He's got 20 targets between Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua in this game. So, it does stand out a little bit here on that side of it. Darnold did feel like he was kind of peppering the ball around to more different elements. And certainly with Stafford, there's a little bit more of spamming Puka and Devontae in this game. That's for sure. I think Sam's day is a little more impressive too, because of the fact you don't have a ground game. I mean, a lot of, I think, what Stafford's able to do in this game comes from the fact that Seattle starting to realize in this game that they had to soup up a little bit of the resources back to stopping the run. And that opened some things up and opened things up out of play action at times for this Rams team. But it was a beautiful team win, man. And that's how this team wins. It doesn't win on the back of necessarily just star power. It wins on the back of a collective team effort. And while the defense definitely had its points in this game where they dropped a ball and didn't look like the best version of themselves, this is also because you play team ball, a team that can pick one another up. If a day is going bad for one, the others can pick them up. And special teams and offense picked up the defense today, and the defense found stops at key times. They held them to field goals in the first half, and then you found stops at key times in this game. And that was just enough to get it done. Would have loved to have seen a more dominant effort by the defense, but you'll take it in total, collectively. That'll get the job done. But go Hawks, Glenn. Thank you, man. Really appreciate you. Chambeard, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. Says, thanks for the streams all year, B. The Bears are going down easy tonight. Are they flowing like wine, flowing like the salmon running across the rivers of San Juan Capistrano? I love it, man. It's well-earned tonight, man. Victory champagne tonight. Victory beers tonight. Drink up and enjoy. Celebrate this. Savor this. You don't know when you're going to be back here again. You don't know how many times in your lifetime you're going to be back here again. Think about those tough organizations that had to battle through and trudge around and spin in circles for years like the Cleveland Browns. I mean, there's a litany of them we could go through. A litany. And your team's getting the opportunity to go to a Super Bowl, to go win a Super Bowl, to win their second Super Bowl title. It's an amazing situation to be in here. And we just got to enjoy it. And we're going to for the next 2 weeks. You better believe that. It's going to be a celebration. But my pleasure, man. It's been a great year here covering this team with you guys. It's been so fun to watch them go through this season, and a storybook year that has a chance to add the one final finishing chapter to an all-time Seattle Seahawks season. I think I'll go through the rest of my life, and we may win a Super Bowl again after that if we win the Super Bowl this year, but I don't think I'll find another season more inexplicable, more magical, more storybook-like in all of its tenets. My pleasure, man. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Mark. He says, to the Rams faithful, I would be embarrassed if my coach was over-exaggerating emotions on plays. Not one time did I see Coach Mack on the sideline behaving in that way. Coaches coach and players play. McVay's been very turned up in this season, and I don't know if it's a bit of an extension of the fact that, he is... I don't know if it's an extension of the fact that there's a sense of urgency here with Stafford. I don't know how long this is going to last with Stafford. And that he knows that, once Stafford goes, there's a bit of a resetting of this process. Not that they have to rebuild, but you have a bit of a soft reset you have to hit there. There's no way two ways about it. And maybe that was a bit of a driving force because McVay has always been an intense guy, but he does seem a little bit more in a live wire state this year. And that there's just something, and maybe mattering more than ever, maybe just getting more competitive with the longer he goes along in this. And maybe it's all just an extension of that. But I do appreciate Mike Mack keeping his calm on the sideline and maintaining that level. Players do take, I think they're an extension of their head coach in so many ways. And if you have a coach a little bit live, you operate a little bit more within the emotionality of things at times when you have a coach like that versus one a little more even keeled. And that's how you'd want the captain of your ship to be, right? You want your captain of your ship to be like, just getting super intense and aggro at every step. But yeah, Sean was a little weird this year on that. He's a little bit over the top with the energy on that one. And this game still kind of felt like he was in that sort of area of things a little bit, didn't he, Mark? That's for sure. Man, thank you for all of your donos today, bro. You've been awesome. Just awesome. Thank you so much for that, man. Very, very, very kind of you. Jake Halverson, thank you for the $10 donation, Jake. NFC Champs bet hit. Also, we have quite a bit of contract negotiations this offseason. Do we pay JSN and Spoon early? Not to mention, could we go all in and pay Kubiak big to keep him? Great questions, Jake. Fantastic questions. And congratulations on your NFC Champs bet hitting. Let's go. Congrats. Well done on your part. Yes. Yes. And so as far as this goes with this, I think that we do pay JSN and Spoon early this offseason. Those guys have outperformed their contracts. And there you want them to be part of your future no matter what here and get them. Don't play this negotiation game with them. Don't try to do like the Niners did with Brandon Ayuk. Get him done, knock him out, and let's keep it moving. The Seattle Seahawks, one of the other, I know that it just seems like there's endless beautiful items to turn over for this team, but another one of those beautiful items to turn over for this team has been the fact that you've set yourself up from such a great place cap-wise. It started a few years ago with Russell's situation, but it's continued on through all of those deals that you ate off the books. It's Russell's contract coming off the books. It's Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs' money getting off the books. It's Draymond Jones' big contract getting off the books. It's DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett and Geno Smith. It's all of these contracts. It's Noah Fant. All of these contracts wind off the books in full this offseason. So what that's going to do is it's going to set you up, Jake, to be in a top 7 cap standpoint space walking into this offseason. You'll be sitting on like $70 million of cap room, something like that, maybe a little bit more. With Charles Cross locked down, by the way, at this point, locked up. So you can pay everybody. You could pay Kenneth Walker. You could pay JSN. You could pay Spoon. Hell, you could pay Woolen really if you really wanted to. I think they're going to make a tough call on a couple of these guys. Not everybody's going to get paid here, but the important guys will get paid. And you got more than enough money to not only pay them, but be active if you want to out there in free agency in addition to it. So they really are in the best position that they've been at coming into this offseason from a cap standpoint in probably 15 years. I know this is a Super Bowl and like, well, we're definitely now going to have to make some hard decisions where we're up against the cap this year, but you're not only great in your cap situation for 2026, but also for 27 and 28. This year, you're sitting on $80 million of dead money. So, the 49er fans are going to squawk a lot about having to eat $100 million of dead money and then get over that this year, work around that this year. Your Seattle Seahawks are getting to the Super Bowl right now, sitting on $80 million of dead money. Now that all comes off the books. So you're not in a predicament as far as your cap goes into this offseason. You can do whatever you want. And when it comes to JSN and Spoon, because you're rewarding them 2 years early on their contract, you can get a little bit of a discount on that because you have the leverage. And as I always like to say on this, Jake, leverage ends up winning out ultimately in these negotiations. Who has leverage? Who doesn't? That's who will draw this. That's who will decide that. You wait on a Micah Parsons if you're Dallas. You wait the extra year. You go past year 3. You go into year 4. Now you got to pay him. And now you're going to have to pay him all the money. Oh, we don't want to pay him all the money. Guess we're going to have to trade him. You're not going to put yourself in that place, I don't think, Jake. So I think you're going to get it done. You can pay whoever you need to pay on this roster. Your major free agents are you're going to get JSN, you're going to get Spoon. You got Kenneth Walker, Reek Woolen, Mafe, Josh Jobe. Rashid Shaheed. These are your only real, true, huge free agents. And I don't think any of those guys, maybe outside of Walker, really could break the bank out there in free agency. So whoever you want to bring back, you can bring back. As far as Kubiak, we had the story today before the start of the game. The Seattle Seahawks were putting a full court press on Kubiak to try to retain him long term. That was the hope. That was the intention. I think it's going to get hard to do this. But it's also, I think, a very fluid situation. I hear the Cardinals, and every day they seem to be battering around a new candidate. I hear Cleveland, and every day they seem to be battering around a new candidate. How about this guy? Maybe this guy. What we do know is that the number of what could be considered enticing head coaching jobs out there that exist, if any of them did exist this offseason, Jake, have been taken off the board. I think the prime spots are kind of gone. And if you're picking now, you're not necessarily picking the best of landing zones. So, I'm hearing even the Buffalo Bills are going to make like a run at maybe Phillip Rivers as a head coach. I know that sounds crazy, but I'm hearing even they're thinking about that. So, I think Seattle tries to make a run at Kubiak and giving a little bit more money, but does ultimately, if a team offers him the job, he ends up taking it. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure on that. The chances are starting to improve and get better, I think, especially because teams are really going to have to wait for him to get off the Super Bowl to hire him. So this probably does improve the chances. And maybe if you can pay him a little bit more, you can just keep him in tow for at least one more season. But boy, he's just, what he's done this year offensively for this offense, taking him from a bottom third team to a top third team. This team's setting a scoring record for all-time offense in Seahawks history. And now in 2 playoff games, you've been over 30 points, right? It's not like it doesn't help his resume, these kind of games, Jake, and that side of it. So it does make it hard to predict because of it a bit. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Sam Championship. Darnold played well. 12-1. Go Hawks. Sam Championship Darnold. I like that. Sam Championship Darnold. 12-1, man. Go Hawks, Daniel. Thank you for the donations. Thank you for the support. And great to see you in the house too as well. Hell of a game by our guy Darnold. Hell of a game. Give me one sec, folks. Let's go. Let's go. God, it feels good. I want to win. Daniel, thank you again, man, for your dono. Jordan, thank you for another $5, man. Dropping all those donos in my butt today. Thank you for that. He says, my throat hurts, but that was money well spent to go to the game with my brother. Oh, hell yeah, Jordan. That's great to hear. You guys did a great job. It's going to be fun to go back and try to watch this game. I did this last week with the 49er game. I want to feel that volume. You know, I got usually the volume off on the TV here because you guys can't have it. You'll be listening in the background to be distracting. But really going to look forward to going back and listening to how loud you guys were able to get in that game and just kind of get a feel a little bit more for the energy that you can sometimes get from that volume and how it's maybe having a little bit of an effect. And the Rams did a great job of operating around it. But well done on your part. Felt like every time they flashed you guys out there, you were standing up, you were on your feet, you were being loud, you're beckoning forth this defense and trying to spurn them onwards as much as you possibly can. Great work on your part. Everybody I was hearing from, Randy was texting me saying it was loud as hell. Sounds like we had about like 99.9% of the fans were Seahawks fans in the house. Rams didn't take anything over. Very cool to see. Very well done on your part, Jordan. You did it right, man. You walk in there, your throat should hurt. Your ears should ring. Those two things at once. Let's go. Appreciate you, bro. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5. He was also in person in the stadium. He says, that was my first playoff game in person. What a game. The stadium was rocking as hard as you'd hope. So worth it. Core memory made. 12 is 1. Go Hawks. Well, 12 is 1, man. And if you had the opportunity, you took the opportunity, then took the chance to go in there and be in that stadium. If you got that chance, do it for these kind of moments. And you never know when you'll be back in the conference championship. Maybe the last conference championship we have in our lifetime. You never know. I want to say I was in there and I got to see that one. And boy, that's just so, I know those folks that got to go to the 49er game back in the day in the conference championship and that environment and what was going on with that. They'll still tell you about today, feeling that stadium and what it was like being in there. A great job on your part, Daniel. You, Jordan, guys held it down. Randall, our Hawk Nesters in the house, no doubt did what they needed to do. You guys know what time it is when you walk in there. But what a first playoff game to go see, man. Conference championship game. Rams with Stafford. Yeah, hell of a game to get to watch. And boy, some wild swings in that game. I would love to just have felt the energy in that stadium you go through in that first, the second, third, the fourth quarter, and how things were kind of moving around. And if there was a tension or an unease there a little bit at times. There was an unease for me. There's a little tension for me. I'm not proud about it, but it was definitely there. But appreciate you, Daniel. Thank you so much for the dono, man. 12 as 1, brother. 12 as 1. Go Hawks. Corey Combe, thank you for the $5 donation. Corey, good to see you in the house. We did it. Let's enjoy this. But we ain't done yet. Go Hawks. We're going to enjoy this tonight. Probably enjoy it through the week. We'll be looking at the Patriots. We acknowledge that this work isn't done, but we also acknowledge what it took to get here and how cool it is just to be in this position to get and go take care of business like we possibly can in 2 weeks. You just got to enjoy it, man. And I think because it's been a while since we've been back here. It's been a while since we've really been a true contender. Say nothing of getting this far in the playoffs, of being a real true contender, just that. It's been so long. I think a lot of y'all are savoring this to the ultimate degree, as you should. As you should. I love to see it in my fans out here. Physio, thank you for the $2 donation, Physio, and all of your support today, man. Really kind of you. Says, thank you for the birthday W. Hey, happy birthday, Physio. That's a hell of a birthday gift right there. Conference championship win, yeah. I don't need no presents. I got the conference championship. That'll do. That will do. You're very kind, Physio. Thank you for all of your support, man. Don Mata with another $10 donation, dropping all these donos on me. Thank you for that, Don. Very, very kind of you, man. They got more sacks, more TFLs, and a lifeline from the Zebras, and yet we still won. It was inevitable. The chip is set in stone. Congratulations to all of us. Yeah, to me, the better team won out in this game, and that's the way you want football to go down. And sometimes it doesn't always play that way out. And I think you can take it in the regular season where stuff can go weird, stuff can go wonky. In a regular season game, you can be the better team and you can lose the game. But you don't want that to be the way when you are in the playoffs for it to go that direction of things. And, they had more sacks, but maybe had more TFLs and maybe they had more passing yards and maybe more rushing yards. But we were the better team. And this is a sport of individual performances or individual production. It's a sport about how you can play collectively as a team. And, Daniel Bailey's been referencing 12 as one. Can you operate as one? Can you all be on that same page? Or is it just your stars have to carry the load for you? I think this is a team about the team itself and not just, the individuals, so to speak. But love your confidence, Don. You were unshaken. You were unshaken. No point were you off your spot. You had ultimate confidence in this team. They're going to get the job done. They had the Zebras helping them out in this game, in my opinion, by and large. It wasn't an atrociously officiated game. I'm not saying the officials were completely impossible, but boy, there were some interesting calls in this game. Very, very interesting calls from the officials in this game. But the better team ended up winning out, and that's the most important part. And we're in the Super Bowl, and that's definitely the most important part. Well said, Don. And I loved your confidence throughout the course of this game. Unshaken. Physio, thank you for the $2 donation. Physio. No note put in there, just the donation. Thank you for that, man. And again, you're very kind. All this support today. You guys are just unbelievable and amazing as ever here. I know we're feeling good, but you guys are kind, just over the top in the kindness. And it's much thanks to you guys for that. Really, really, really appreciate it. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation, Sanchez. I know we won, and I should let sleeping dogs lie, but the taunting call still pisses me off. To be a ref and make that call in the NFC Championship game is a fireable offense. Ruins my enjoyment. Well, this is the part, Sanchez, where I would like to say that I was the bigger person and that I understood that it's just one call and that I could bounce right past that call and it didn't, trip me up in the least. And I was still able to love the game. No, it did the same thing to me. And I would be lying, Sanchez, if I said that I walk out of this game and that call carries the weight that it looked like it was potentially going to carry in that moment. And I would be angry about it. I would be pretty livid about it. That'd be a tough one for me to just swallow and just be like, well, but all the rest of the other plays in the game, you can't make that call there. That's what it boils down to. And this extends really to the way that the game's played. The game is played out here in a game like this. If I look at the bottom line stats, right? I look at the bottom line stats. You have a total of 10 penalties for 80 yards in this game. Probably a little bit lower than you get on an average NFL game, an average NFL week. And the reason is that you want to let the players play. You're not going letter of the law. You're letting the players play. You have a choice. I can go letter of the law. I can let the players play. I can letter of the law, or I can let the players play. Am I going to lean one way or the other on this? We saw this last week with the Niners game, right? You do see this on playoff games, not just between Hawks and Rams, but playoff games that are played across the sport. Let the players play. Basketball, this is the same way. They'll lay off on the calls that they might call during the regular season. So this is a standard issue practice by officiating officials in a variety of different sports. You want the players to decide it, not the officials. So if that's the case, if a regular play, I'm not just calling to the letter of the law, but by what I've called, Sanchez, the spirit of the law, then why wouldn't it apply in that case too? By the letter of the law, can you call a penalty? Yeah, but by the spirit of the law and in that moment and considering how that shifts the game by you, the official, deciding and making that determination there, you can't make that call there. You can't do it. It was an atrocious call by the officials. Again, I can understand where people say, well, letter of the law. But it's like you don't operate letter of the law in these playoff games anyway. So that's already been thrown out the door a little bit. You've already determined and you've shown time and time again, you want to let the players do this and let them figure it out. So, Sanchez, I was in a similar place on that. It took me a little bit of while to kind of try to get over that. I was trying, but I got him for a game like this and this big a moment for a Rams team that's had so many big calls that have gone in their favor, for a Rams team that's had so many big calls since they've gone to LA that have gone in their favor in just games that we've played them. It was a tough pill in the moment to swallow. Really tough. Cassie Mortensen, thank you for the $5 donation. She says, say hi to Pumpkin for us, Corey's wife. Well, Cassie, on you tonight with your $5 dono. Be advised, we're gonna get Pumpkin some churro tonight. Some churro. We'll get some churro for Pumpkin here on the stream. Let you guys see her going to town. Some victory, some Super Bowl churro, if you will. She loves that stuff. We'll get her for you guys on the stream here. Let you guys see her going to town on that thing. She eats that thing like that doesn't stuff's crack for her. She loves it. But thank you, Cassie. Appreciate you. And hello, Corey. Pumpkin's official mascot here. Unofficial mascot or official mascot. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $5 donation. Ethan, I'm so fired up. I'm so proud of this team. Brando, I'm so fired up for you, your channel, and Brendan's too. We showed the world something special. Well, indeed, it certainly is going to help out everybody's channel all the way around having a winner like this. It's helped out the channels all the way around throughout this year having a winner like this. And I'm hyped up too, man. I am so very proud of this team. You cover them, you've got a rooting interest for sure in them. These have been really easy guys to root for on top of being a home team. They're guys that you want to see succeed. They're guys like Sam Darnold that have been counted out at times, over and over again, not times, many times. And they've shown you they're building something special here. They've shown you multiple times throughout the course of the season. They showed you by winning 14 times for the first time in franchise history. And it's a remarkable unit, man. They play together, they win together, and it's a great feeling. So I'm glad to hear you're hyped up, bro. Should be fired up. I'm super fired up too. It's going to be a fun next 2 weeks, and it's just great all the way around. To your point, it's great all the way around, every which way on this one. But I think this team's special. I've been thinking they've been special for a while and what they've been doing and what they've been building. And it's because they had the intent to do this. They had the talent, they had the coaching, but do you have the intent from the team? Do you have the intent from the leaders? Can the leaders draw the youngsters forward in the way that you need if you got the third youngest roster in the NFL to try to get to a Super Bowl? And the answer was yes, they will. They will take on that responsibility to the ultimate degree. Love it, Ethan. Love how fired up you are, man. Let's go. Let's go. We're about to show them in 2 weeks. We're going to show this Patriots team what the dark side looks like. What a second-year quarterback going up against this defense looks like. Physio, thank you for another $2 donation. Physio, Sam's got a house. Let's go. Sam's house. Whose house? Sam's house. Whose house? Sam's house. D-Nugget in the house. Thank you for the $2 donation, D-Nugget. Brando, we did it. All these years in the chat, we're here. It's a great feeling, man. And to celebrate this with you guys, I've said it oftentimes that, even in games like this where I can sometimes get in my emotions mid-game and it's not like I'm putting on my best face here for the channel because I'm a fan like all you all. And I can keep a relative amount of control, but we're all in our emotions here. We love this team. And you wouldn't be emotional if you didn't love your team. But it provides just such a level of satisfaction, D-Nugget, to see names in this chat and you folks coming out here and seeing throughout this channel and last couple of weeks especially, and folks that have been here for years at this channel, and knowing that how much every bit you guys have hearkening for a winner as much as I am. You're desiring a winner, that you're chomping at the bit for a winner, that you would just love to see it, and then how satisfying this is to be able to experience it and have it in this kind of year in the fashion that it's been. So it's we did it, man. All these years in the chat, we did it, and you're one of my OGs in this chat. And one that I know is just loving life too, in addition to all the rest out here. And as well you should. As well as proper. Let's go, D-Nugget. Hey, we got Quinn with a 75. I said a $75 donation from Quinn. Let's go. Let's go. That is amazingly kind of you, Quinn. Thank you for the $75 donation. You're a member of the channel. You dropped tons of donations this year. Much, much appreciated on your part, man. He says, finally home. Having some homemade victory carrot cake in honor of Sam Darnold. Next time, revenge served cold. Pats fans better be checking in their closets and underneath their beds. Indeed. This has been 10 years in the coming. You enjoyed that last Super Bowl win. You got to enjoy a Super Bowl win after that. Been to a few of them since then. Maybe you've forgotten about us. Maybe you don't remember us. Maybe you remember what happened with us. And last time you got it, you had a goat in your back pocket. And last time you got to have the Legion of Boom walking into that game limping, broken, a bit of a shell of themselves. And then Jeremy Lane going down to a torn ACL after he picks off Tom Brady in that game, even more further weakening down the Legion of Boom in that game. But this ain't 2014 New England Patriots. This is 2026. And you don't got a goat in your back pocket. You don't got a leprechaun tucked up your ass. You're getting the full meal deal of the Seattle Seahawks right now. That's how this is going to go. But Quinn, glad you got home safe and sound. Enjoy that carrot cake in honor of Sam Darnold. And you touch on it. You've been writing chapter after chapter, you know. We lose the first week of the season. We came back and beat Pittsburgh on the road, and we're able to do it through a full team victory. And season goes through as it goes through, and you won your 2 trilogies, and you won the NFC West twice. And you had to win all those final games at the end of the season just to get on into the playoffs. Had to take down both of your division foes, your 2 rivals, just to get in the playoffs. And now you get in the playoffs, and you get the 2 trilogies won. You played in the toughest division of football. You played in the toughest conference in football. And now you got an opportunity to take down, to go serve that revenge on a dish best served cold, as Spock once said, to New England Patriots. And turn about fair play. Go back and capture that Super Bowl loss that was taken from you 10 years ago. And write that final chapter in this book. And close up what will be the greatest season in Seahawks history. And we'll have a hard time, no matter what success happens in the future, of hitting this high up mark in the way that we could this season if we can pull this off. It is a Mission Impossible-like storyline from the start to finish. And yet you're this close now to pulling it off. That thing that seemed like a dream 6 weeks ago when I was trying to tell you folks, hey, we can go on a run. We can go get this number 1 seed. There's a pathway to making this happen. And if we can do that, we can go to Super Bowl, because every time we've had the number 1 seed now, 4 times in a row, you've gone to the Super Bowl on the back of it. Power of the 12th man, power of home field advantage. And now, Quinn, the power of vengeance.
Fatality.
Prepare yourself, Patriots. Hope you're ready. Hope you're ready. We're coming hot. We're taking over Levi Stadium. We're going to outnumber you there. It's going to get loud in a way that your team's going to be like, why is this so loud? Why is this 49er stadium full of Seahawks fans so damn loud? What is going on? Did they sell more tickets to Seattleites? What's going on? I love it, Quinn. Love it, man. Thank you for the $75 donation. Very kind of you, but man, you've dropped a ton of support again. One of you guys dropped these big old donuts. You dropped so many before, time and time again on this channel over the years. You remember the channel in addition to that. Really, thank you for all of that long-time support. And the big old $75 donation drop that's very kind. Very kind of you, man. You're making me want some carrot cake, though. Getting a little hungry for some carrot cake now. I ain't gonna lie. Appreciate you, Quinn. Appreciate you, man. Mark Sanchez, thank you for that $10 donation, Mark. A quick message to the young Hawk fans. Stay in this moment. These are few and far. Stretch out tonight as much as possible. B knows those 2-14, 3-13 years. Just awful football in those dark days. Well, Mark's touching upon something that for us older fans is really a part of our Seahawks existence, and that we're really old. We've watched a lot of Hawk football, and we were there in the early 80s. And we watched that team in the early 80s that was a fledgling franchise that didn't have a lot working for it, and just bit by bit got a little bit into a place of at least they were somewhat legitimate. Had a nice run there in 83 that kind of came out of nowhere like this run. But you ran out of gas in 83. You know, you got the conference championship and you couldn't get past that. And then, like you said, we went through the late 80s where now the end of Largent comes, and now you got to turn over from Chuck Knox, and boy, there you were scuttling. Variety of different coaches, Flores to Erickson. Couldn't really find any footing there. Team kind of languid. Ken Behring trying to move the team to LA, so he kind of tried to make them suck in the mid-90s to try to force that to happen. Paul Allen coming in, saving the day. The hope with Paul that now we could actually become a legitimate franchise, that we could stop being a joke like we talk about of the Browns, or like we talk about the Bengals, or like we talk about the Raiders. That we could now extend out of that And I'm bringing all this up because it's the long path to get here that Mark's talking about, that us fans have had to kind of go through on this to get to the spot where, yeah, you have 13 and yeah, you have 05. And all of those I hold in high regards to this day because of how long we had to wait to get to those spot of things. But now in this, to understand that you can go through those dark eras. You never know when they're going to come. And you might think tomorrow is for sure going to happen and the good times will just keep on running and it'll never have to stop. But enjoy today. Stretch out tonight as much as possible. You're a young fan and go, well, I'm just into football. Just enjoy it. Just let it savor in your mouth a little bit longer before you swallow it down. Because you never know. And us that went through those dark days and went through those times where there was no hope. No hope. Say nothing of not having a decent team. There was just no hope. We don't spend the money. We don't draft well. We don't have the great coaching. You were missing it all across the board. Those days are gone. But enjoy tonight. Mark's telling you true and Mark's telling you right. It's the thing you can't ever understand sometimes about as you get older, and telling the younger folks is that you think you live forever. You think you experience things endlessly. And sometimes those things that are very, very precious. So just enjoy them for the moment and how you got them. Well said on your part, Mark. Can't add a lot above beyond that. Just well said. Jay Melfair, thank you for the $5 donation, Jay. Darnold can't perform in the big game, he says. Question mark? I don't think so. Maybe the East Coast media actually does some homework before the Super Bowl. Well, we'll see how many more tired takes are going to get tried out about Sam and what he can't do, right? And if this is enough finally with this performance to shut these people up and make them actually, like you say, actually do some homework in regards to these two teams and look at the matchup itself and not just get all lazy down to, well, who's got the better quarterback? Well, that's got to be the team that's going to win, which sometimes is just about the end and the beginning and the end as far as what they look at as trying to evaluate what's going on in the field, isn't it? It does tend to be a real tendency that we see and we feel from them, huh? And so maybe they actually, to your point, Jay Melfair, this week is the week that they actually do some of that work. This is the week that they actually say, okay, look, we've been lazy on these takes. Maybe we got to dive a little bit deeper in this thing. My man just threw for 350 yards. Maybe I got to consider something different than he sucks. He's going to see ghosts. He's not that good. He's being carried by this team. Maybe I got to dump a little bit of that. I'm still going to be surprised to see it because these folks, Jay Melfair, have double, triple, quadrupled down on these takes. And if they haven't gotten off their spot up to this point, I don't know why they would now. But I'd like to see it. Sam deserves to start getting some credit nationally. Jay Melfair, thank you for another $2 donation. Says the Fluffer Niners won't like us winning there. Now we've been joking. They're going to have to power wash the whole stadium after we win. Stem to stern, outside, inside, all the seats, even the grounds itself. It's that or you got to get a voodoo priestess out there to, it's got to be bitter there for the Niner fans to have to see that. We get the potential of raising that trophy. Levi's sign in the background. Sam raising the trophy up. That's a tough one from a Niner fan. That's why I'm like, ooh, Like I didn't like it. I don't like it if you lose on Thanksgiving and they can eat the turkey on your 50-yard line. Like that one hurts. Raising the Lombardi is just like an extra. That one stings. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5 donation. Daniel. Brando, if Jake actually says Rams were the better team in RT, please say the Panthers and Bears were the better team when the Rams won. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm going to try not to be too much in a place of like trash talky ways, but I will say that if Jake's going to say that the Rams were the better team, I just don't. That just does feel a little coping to me. Again, it's one of like, we just beat you the second time in a row in like 6 weeks. So I don't know how you come to the conclusion you're the better team. Again, the only thing I can think of that he's trying to say at that, if he does, is we had more sacks, we had more passing yards, we had more rushing yards, so therefore we were the better team. Again, as I always come back to and say on this, Daniel, whenever you get to a simplistic outlook on football, or whenever you get to a simplistic breakdown on a game, you're tossing out a lot of complexity that you should probably be including into your evaluation. To your point on that. So I don't know what good it says to say we were the better team. Like it sort of infers a bit somehow that Seahawks got like lucky in this game. And I don't know how he's gonna have to like make that one make sense. And it's gonna take a little bit more than just telling me you had more rushing yards and more passing yards. Like, slow down. You had 25 more passing yards. Slow down. You had 50 more rushing yards. It's pretty close between those two. As well as sometimes I don't, with Jake, I wonder on that like special teams thing, it just becomes kind of a blind spot for him where it's like, yeah, it's a thing that's a part of the team, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just a thing. It's separate of this whole thing of the offense and defense. Like, that was a failing point for you too in this game. It has been a failing point for you guys throughout the season. And as I've said, what plays out in the season plays out in the regular season in so many ways. It just does. But I'll press down, Daniel. I will definitely press down if he's going to try to say that. Because it just doesn't make any sense. Better team won the football game. That's the bottom line. JHNSD, thank you for the $2 donation. Chances of Leo and D-Law retiring after we win. I think when you get to the point of the players on this career and what they've done this year and what they've done to get to this point, I think D-Law is a little bit of one that I would think a little bit more of closer to retirement. He's a couple years older than Leo, just by a few. So it's like where I could see Leo saying, I'll play one more year. But, I think Leo's also at a point where I don't know that he plays past one more year. That might be as far as I could understand if Leo was like, and if he'd even said up in the last extension that he did with Seattle, where he's like, all right, I'll play to this spot and we're going to call it a day at that point. So I would say definitely there's a good chance with D-Law that he does, where you could see like he goes, look, I did what I came to do. I got it accomplished. I could also see Bolton deciding to come back because it's just such a cool environment and a great defense to be a part of. And that, you want to come back for another swing at it. Why can't we go 2 in a row? Maybe I'll cement my legacy even more so at that point. And, I don't know where this could go with D-Law if he was having another great year here. Leo has another great year here. And, can you start to get with those guys where you maybe start to push there a little bit of probably neither of them is really in line for like Hall of Fame contention or something on that. But I would wonder if maybe there'd be a little bit of a factor there too that could cause them to think about it. But it's possible. Hard to say on that, JH, without kind of knowing what's in their hearts there a little bit. And when they're at that age and when you've made that much money in football, I think anything's really possible year by year on that. Mark, thank you for the $2 donation, Mark. Appreciate all your support. B, will you have a one fan call in before Super Bowl? Yes, we will be to the, and you're a member of the channel. So we will be doing that on for members of the channel. Don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull that off next week because I'm going to Mobile, Alabama, but we will try to get that pulled off for the week after if we can. So we will try. Definitely will try. I should be able to do it. Shouldn't be any problem with getting it done, but just don't know the exact timing quite yet because I'm going out tomorrow early. It's like right in early afternoon. I'm due to go out on a flight to Mobile. So we'll be doing some shows down there with the Seahawks Syndicate and whatnot, but as well within that, a little more restricted in being able to call in because don't know if we'll have the opportunity down there with all the running around I'll be doing next week. But yes, the week after we got 2 weeks to the Super Bowl. So maybe like next week, like Wednesday, Thursday, we'll try to work it in for a call-in show for members of the channel there. So if you are a member, keep an eye on your community posts. We'll be getting the membership benefits pushed out to you here as we get to the lead in on the Super Bowl, including tomorrow's PFF scores tomorrow morning. Thank you, though, Mark. Yep, absolutely. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, not a good day for you need an elite quarterback, folk. No, it's not. And this is where I think it's also synced up really well to what I've said about where the sport's at right now. And I think a part of this with people is it's not really the people's fault with this on misidentifying quarterback play and how important quarterback play is and why it's kind of slanted things in a way that it has kind of made things a little bit weirder now from the standpoint of evaluating quarterbacks versus team and what factors into another. And can you get a magical quarterback to save all? The sports moved back to more of a team-centric nature for the last 4 or 5 years. And as much of a driver on that, Ethan, has been the cover 2 shell proliferation. It's just the way that it's gone, where cover 2 shells come out in full, and it's driven this thing to where now Offenses have to be more patient. Offenses have to be willing to run the ball more. It just becomes more about the whole team as a whole. Your run blocking, the running backs, having quality running backs. Quarterbacks still got to do their thing. But I just don't think that when you look at 17, 18, 19, where the game was going and how it was really almost transitioning to like a college system. It was like college systems were proliferating and starting to take over the NFL. We felt like we were right on the edge of air raid starting to be everybody's offense almost in the NFL. But instead, Fangio comes in with a cover 2 shell, turns everything on its ear, and that's where really the offenses have been scrambling ever since a little bit. And it means that now if you have the elite quarterback, he can still do a lot. He can still carry a lot. But now it has come back down to more of a team-based concept in how you win games. Because there's less of an ability to go to a quarterback and have him throw 45 times a game and don't run at all, and you can just go win that game. That's going to definitely be able to be something that can happen. Even a game like this where Stafford was as good as he was, it's on 35 passing attempts. It's on 45. It's on 40. And they still are running the ball in this game. They're still, even with Stafford throwing it as well as he was, and he didn't have any interceptable worthy balls and 3 touchdown passes, yet still leaning back on to run the ball because it really is about the team in this day and age. Now, we may get to 2029 and it's a transition back to the spread concepts. The offenses find some adjustment built in where they're able to pivot then back the other way and get this back to where it was at in 18 and 19, where the defenses were really on their heels and offenses seem to have an answer almost at every turn. Scoring was going up every single season. So it's this game transitions and it goes through cycles, and we're in that middle of that cycle right now where it's a bit of a downturn offensively and more defense. And when that occurs, it will be about more of the team. And I think it's also been pretty universally, Ethan, throughout NFL history that it has been more of a team that drives this anyway. And that the better team tends to be the one that wins out, even over that star-like quarterback. I mentioned earlier, like John Elway. He was a great shining example of this. All of the Super Bowls that he got to with the Broncos, and they just got blown out of the water once they get to the Super Bowl because it was all kind of on him. And then he wasn't enough to get it all done on his own when he's playing up against a truly great team in the Super Bowl. And so this is a rule of thumb that's played out for many, many a decade in football and now continues to play out again here this year. Reborn anew, so to speak. Trung, thank you for the $5 donation, Trung. I love you, Brandon. Usually I shout out on your roundtable, but like I said, special teams was a huge factor. 2H when they stop us, second half, when they stop us, they fumble, we scored. That was a big play in the game, Trung, for sure. And much love to you too, man. Thanks for the shout out on the roundtable. Really appreciate that. Love doing my stuff over there, man. It's always awesome. And special teams is a huge factor. It's one where I think the roundtable folks got tired of me saying it this year, and I think I could almost sense them sometimes rolling their eyes when I said it. But there's a reason I said it. And then again, every single game I've said this about, this has proven to be the case. Where when Seahawks go up against a team that's a bad special teams unit, you feel a play factoring in there. When there's that great of a difference between good, great to bad, one of the worst in the league playing up against one of the greatest, that's going to factor over the course of that game. It will. And fans don't always like to give special teams the onus, that they should. But if you just ignore it, you're ignoring a part of the football game that's a big factor of the game, especially the kickoffs no longer being automatic anymore. And the fact that the Rams have to kick the ball into the back of the end zone and give us the ball at the 35-yard line every time, whereas we can kick the ball down to the 5 and know we can go out there and cover the kick and, okay, maybe get the 27, maybe get it the 20, maybe get the 23, but you're going to have 12 less yards and where you're going to start from your drives from where we're going to get it. And that's one place we're beating you on the special teams right out the gate there. We're going to out-punch you. We're going to out-return you. You're going to make a mistake that we're not going to make on special teams. And that does factor into these kind of games, especially these kind of games that are so very tight. Where a little factor like that's the thing that can push you past the line, essentially. In a lot of ways, it did so today, Trump. And great point on your part, where you not only have the fumble cause, you only get the return, you only get the recovery, you go and you get touchdowns. You didn't spend this game settling for field goal attempts. You went for touchdowns. One field goal in this game. One field goal attempt. You're down there, you scored. Rams, a couple field goals in this game. A couple field goals in the first half. It is a factor. It does play into it, for sure. Xander, thank you for the $3 donation. Xander says, let's have it go. Good game. Hey, good game. Let's up and go. And he says, thanks for the stream. Go Hawks from Colorado. Well, thank you to you, Xander. Appreciate you, man. Or maybe Xanderg. Let me pronounce it right. Thank you, Xanderg, for the $3 don't know. Let's effing go. And my pleasure, man. I'm a pig in mud tonight. I'm already normally a happy camper in these kind of moments, getting to chop it up with you guys on post game. But boy, tonight I'm living it. I'm living the dream tonight, Xander. I am living the dream. But thank you, man. Hope you're having a great night out there in Colorado. Shout out to you. Let's go. What a game. What a game. Rick Zepeda, thank you for the $10 donation, Rick. What was the play of the game in your mind tonight? What was the play of the game in your mind tonight? A Woolen penalty and the Woolen penalty. What's your thoughts on that? Okay. So you separate a couple of there. I get what you're trying to say on there. The play of the game for me. I think it's probably the Jackson Smith and Jigba touchdown in the back corner of the end zone, Rick. It's because there's a couple things going on there that I really like. Number one, it's a really nice run route by Jackson, but it's really well designed and set up by Clint Kubiak. And what I love about the play is that you're essentially giving Sean McVay a taste of his own medicine. Sean McVay a couple of years ago with Cooper Kupp was finding Cooper Kupp at times was getting a lot of double teams out of the slot where he was operating out of mostly. And frustrating at times because teams are finding ways here and there to take away Cooper Kupp at times with some of those double teams they're running from the slot. And so what he did is he transitioned Cooper Kupp through some of the snaps throughout the course of the game into shotgun running back positioning, which is by that alignment, defenses are going to tend to, throw a linebacker on that guy. An off-ball linebacker will be the guy covering that running back if he comes out in space. And it gets tough for off defenses to try to figure out, okay, do we step outside of our defense and now a lot like a corner or a safety that's going to be responsible for that running back that's going to come out? And then does the linebacker go and then take one of the other players that are aligned outside as a wide receiver then? How do you want to counter that a little bit? So first off, it's great play design by Kubiak, giving McVay a taste of his own medicine. It's a nicely run route by Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's a third down play where you're going to have to probably go for a field goal attempt there rather than a touchdown. And as we saw in this game, you needed to have that 4 points at the end. You needed to have them have to go get a touchdown to win this game at the end rather than them just being able to go get a field goal attempt, in which case this gets pushed into overtime. And so I love the Jake Bobo play too, but this one where you have a great game call, you have a great call there on the play, great get run route. You're taking advantage of a schematic thing here that McVay originally designed himself. And then you've got pressure bearing down on Sam. He's got to wait a little bit late in the play for the route to fully develop in the back of the end zone. And then he layers a throw in right over the top as he's getting hit in the chops and puts it right there for Jackson wide open on kind of a blown coverage in the back of the end zone. So I think the combination of all that and the timing of that score coming in and what that did as far as extending out the lead and really putting the Rams behind the 8 ball, huge play there. Huge play there. I think that would probably be my big play of the game for all of those combination of factors at play there. The Woolen penalty. I don't like it. I don't like any of it. This is a game that is a game of emotion. And so, look out the gate with it. I hate taunting penalty just in general. So maybe some of this is just an extension of my own bias against the taunting penalty and how much I hate it and how much I think that it really seeks to, remove enthusiasm and emotion from players that have to operate within a sport that is completely driven by emotion and energy. I mean, this is what you do. As I was saying on the telecast with this, Rick, you're asking these grown-ass men who run really fast and are really big to run full speed at another man as hard as they can. You got to be in a special kind of mental state to get to that spot to be willing to do that. And I think that in a game like this with the conference championship, if those emotions are already going to be high in a regular season game, they get turned up even a little bit more so in this kind of game. And you're going to get chippiness, you're going to get talking, you're going to get all that in this kind of game. And I think rather than trying to officiate that, I think you more say, hey, let's take a snapshot of what we're dealing with here and understand that this is the nature of this beast in this game, and this is going to happen in this kind of game, and let it go a little bit. And I think it's where you can come to me and you can say, well, the letter of the law says that you got to call a penalty there because he's shouting at the sidelines, their sidelines. And it's like, well, okay, letter of the law. How about the spirit of the law? That's what I've kept going back to as far as the phrase here. What about the spirit of the law? Is the spirit of that call supposed to be in that you've just gotten a third down stop and the players made an amazing play, and now you're going to turn around and give a freebie first down and change the whole complexity of the game? Is that really the spirit of that rule right there? Really? So I hate the call in the moment. I would have had some issues with it after the game if we had not come away with the win on this one, Rick. I would have. Especially for a Rams team that's had some big games and big moments where they've had those kind of game-changing kind of plays that flip things on their ear. It's the lack of the PI call going on the Saints a couple of years ago back, basically putting all of Drew Brees' anything that he was doing for that final run that he was going to have his last really great run to make a Super Bowl run. He was out. Sean Payton was going to have to go then from the Saints at that point too. And you got the Bengals game in the Super Bowl a couple of years ago where no PI and no defensive holding calls throughout the whole course of that game on either side. You're letting the players play. You're letting the players decide. Then you come in with a third down stop on the Rams in that moment on Cooper Kupp, and you come out with a late flag to give them a freebie first down, to give them the opportunity to go down and get the game-winning score. So this would have been another one added on top of that, where it's not just the bad penalty. It's not just the bad call in the moment. It's not just like, really like, what are you doing? It's also that you changed the complexity of the game with that call. Hated it. Hated it. Cameron, thank you for the $10 donation. Cameron, I love this team. I love this community, and I love your channel. I was at the game and the fans were electric. People were getting each other hyped up in the bathrooms. Hilarious. Go Hawks. I love to hear it, Cameron. Thank you, man, for everything you've done for this channel. Again, another one of those folks that's been here rocking with us for a couple of years. You've done endless amounts of donations and support this channel, a member of this channel. Really want to thank you, as this is a day that's a celebration about you guys as well on this. You've been on this journey, this road with me and with this team over this past couple of years, and very satisfying to be able to experience this with you, Cameron, on this, and this brotherhood, the sisterhood we got here collectively of this community. And we got a great community, man. Second to none. Our people in Seattle and those folks that come out that are even outside of Seattle, we got plenty from other teams that come into our channel and our chat. We have great football discussion here. And this community has been what makes this channel, of course, go. I will say it over and over again, and I believe it in the bottom of my heart. It ain't me that makes this channel go, it's y'all. It's your spirit, it's your energy, it's your intelligence, it's the discussion that always keeps me rolling along in this chat every time we go live, whether we're in good times or bad times. And it means on nights like this, because we've been in the bad times at times, we've been down low, we've had to work our way through some really tough discussions at times. That now when we get to this place, when we get to the good, when we get to the celebratory, that we really extra enjoy this. We really, if you're a fan of the channel coming here, well, do they really appreciate it? No, we're really appreciating this. This is really enjoyed at a maximum level by Hawk fans. We're not in that place of, well, they've been spoiled or this is just where we live. This is who we are. It'll be no, this is precious. We recognize that. We appreciate that. And we're going to savor every bloody second of it, aren't we, Cameron? Every second of it, man. Much love to you as well. Much love to this community out there. Second to none in YouTube, in my opinion. Nobody's got a better crew than what we got out here. And it ain't because of the donations and support either. I ain't why I'm saying that. I'm saying it because this chat makes this thing roll. Every show, you guys give me the juice. Every show, you guys are stepping up right there, step for step with me, keeping me rolling, keeping me going, keeping me hyped. But you guys did a great job in that stadium, Cameron. As I said, I'm going to really enjoy getting back to rewatch this game, watch the live television copy because I don't have the volume on when I'm doing the play-by-play, and just get to hear how loud it was and get to feel some of that energy in that stadium because it's so unique. There's no other place like it in all of sports. Second to none. Go Hawks, though, man. Appreciate you, Cameron. Go Hawks. Trung, thank you for the $10 donation, Trung. Very kind of you, man, for all of your donos today, bro. Give me a little Brando. Super proud you rep us in the round table. You're very intelligent on your assessment, and you consider our opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Well, that is really kind of you to say, man. That's definitely the goal and the hope. And we all got our biases. We love this team. That's going to color things at times in the view of stuff and slant you in a certain direction of things. But I do try to fight against that as much as I can because I'm always just trying to understand this sport better and understand it better because my curiosity always gets the best of me in that way. And that, I want to know more about this game. I want to understand it better. I want to try to, figure it out and hope that every year you go through this and covering the team and covering the sport, that you get a little bit of a better understanding of what's going on and what you're seeing. And so that you can see it all that much more clearer when you're trying to analyze, what is happening. But really kind of you to say, because that is the goal and that is the hope. Because I think that you get in those roundtables, and I think that this is, Trung, what separates us. We as an NFC West roundtable folks, we're completely lapping everybody else. I mean, if you look at the numbers between us and other roundtables, it's like silly the number of views we get there versus anybody else. It is just gone like through the roof. And I think it's gone through the roof, not just because I'm one of those folks and they're operating in that way. I think everybody does so. Jesse gets hammered at times from his Rams fan base about his outlook on the Rams team because he doesn't operate like a Lombardi does. And that's why I push you out, Jesse. And Jake and Mike the same way. Mike ain't going to gas you up on it. He's going to tell you what he believes to be true, and he's going to call it what it is. And that when you're honest in being an analyst in your assessment, I think that endears people to what you do and makes them trust in what you do that much more. And when you're BSing them, when you're gassing them up falsely, when you're just trying to wave pom-poms, they aren't going to have as much trust because they don't know if what you're telling them is really true or not. And all four of those guys, whatever they say, you can disagree with them or you can agree with them, but they're all telling you something that they believe in their heart, and they've not usually arrived at there just willy-nilly. That there's been some honest interior thinking inside themselves about what they think about the situation to arrive at that place of things. But thank you. I really appreciate that, Trung. That's the hope. That's where I'm trying to angle for whenever I do any of these live stream shows or game previews or the outlooks of the team, is to try and really just look at the full picture as much as I possibly can. You're not going to get every detail, right? But can you grab and capture what the main items are at kind of play a little bit? Very kind of you to say, Trung. Very kind of you saying thank you for all of your support today, man. Love what we got going on the round table, and really looking for that expansion to come forward this year on the round table, where I think we thought this year was going to be a big year for it, but I think even next year's getting set up right now to even go further past, if you guys can believe it. Guile G, thank you for the $2 donation, Guile. DeMarcus Lawrence predicted going to the Super Bowl in August. Indeed. These players are guys like him who's played in this sport for many years. He's aware of different organizations, aware of which organizations are truly trying to go out there and contend, truly trying to do great things, and those organizations that maybe are more worried about their profit margin, or more worried, as I think with Jerry at times, about how much their team's totally worth. And that rather than it being about simply just trying to build a winner and build the greatest team you can, that there's other factors that come into play for other teams. But I think with what DeMarcus Lawrence did is he recognized Mike McDonald's mind and his intelligence in building a defense, the defense we were building here, what we had as a team to trot out there to go out there and challenge in the way that we could. And DeMarcus is looking very smart. And quite frankly, why wouldn't a player know better? Why wouldn't a player know which of those teams are the real teams? Which of those teams are, you're in the thick of it. You're interacting with other players in this league. You're getting back the feedback of those players, and you guys talk about teams and talk about which of those teams are doing this and doing that. So, these guys are connected to this process too. And he made a great choice coming out to Seattle, didn't he? He made definitely the right choice. And what he had to say in that interview and saying that he came out here for a chance to win the Super Bowl is playing out to be pretty true. And I would offer to people out there like DeMarcus Lawrence in his position that make that judgment at that time. When you've got the money in the bank, when you've made all the millions and you get to the end of your career, there ain't nothing wrong with chasing a ring. There ain't nothing wrong with trying to pick that team out, and you try to be smart about, making that right choice to go and find the team that can suit you best to go give you that true opportunity at the end. Props to him for making winning the most important thing at the end of his career. Or maybe not all players would. Maybe some players would go out and say, I need to maximize the money I can make. I need to make sure I get every last bit that I can go and earn here. That becomes a bit of the priority above anything else. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Daniel, Spoon had a rough first half, but he was clutch in the end. He was indeed. And yeah, he lost a little bit in a couple of points on coverage in this game. It was a weird game from Witherspoon. Just not his strongest game, not his strongest effort. He struggled out there a little bit today. But hey, It's not how you start, it's how you finish, right, Daniel? And he came in there and he made a great play at the end there, knocking that ball away. Almost had a pick there at the end of the back of the end zone on I think it was the 4th down there to Terrace Ferguson. Made a great play in coverage, undercutting the route. Good to see him coming forward. Also made a couple of nice tackles in space in this game at the end of the game. So he was able to find some footing at the end, which was good to see. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Spoon had back-to-back PBUs on the 6-yard line. Came back strong at the end, which is great to see. So, and I know we can rely on Spoon. Those were just kind of outlier situations in this game, but he was able to bring it back along there, Keon, which was really cool to see on that. And I trust in Spoon. Kind of just an outlier earlier on in the game, I think. Young Vagabond, thank you for the $5 donation, Young Vagabond. We outside. Let's effing go. Shout out to the young fellas and Ginger Cuz. Let's win this. Run back. Let's win it and run back. All right. Let's go. I could go for that, Young. I could definitely go for that. And shout out to the young fellas. And I'm giving props here to the vets for being the leaders that they are in this locker room and for taking on the youngsters and bringing them along. You know, it's love having the conversation with Leonard Williams and Nicky Manwari and going, look, I know you're young, but you need to come along fast because this is a year we want to make something happen. This is a year we've got intention and we've got big dreams and hopes. We need you to be at your best to make this go. But then that also does take those young players taking that on. And yeah, the leadership definitely helps to guide them, but they still have to take ownership on in the same way of, hey, I'm a young guy still finding my way in this league, but there's a sense of urgency on this team that I need to recognize and I need to get in lockstep with tandem. And the youngsters did that. Even down to guys like Arik Woolen, who really stepped up in the back half of the year from a spirit standpoint, an energy standpoint, really getting connected in that same way, in a way that maybe he didn't even in that first game of the year against the Niners, where still felt a little bit of the half in, half out kind of Woolen kind of feel to him a bit. And he really got locked back in on this. It's been very cool to see. Leaders can lead, but the youngsters have got to listen to the leaders too. It's a tandem situation thing there. So love it, man. Love it. Let's go, Young. Thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate you for that. And let's run it back and we win to get the win. Let's run it back again. Let's start this out, huh? Let's get this cooked up. 253 in the Pacific Northwest. Thank you for the $5 super sticker. Doesn't have any note in there as far as anything you had as far as for me to reference in there, but thank you for the $5. It's very kind of you, 253. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that. Very, 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 very kind of you. Salmon Wise. Thank you for the $10 donation, Salmon Wise. Can we get a new pope elected every year from now on? What a dynasty that would be for the Hawks. Indeed it would. Great reference on your part as well. We've been talking about this and it's been wild and still plays out to be true in this game, doesn't it? Which is that the Seattle Seahawks, the last 3 times a new pope has been elected, 05 and 13 wins. We got every time a new pope is elected, your Seattle Seahawks get at least 13 wins and get to go to the Super Bowl. Not too bad, huh? Can we get a yearly pope moved in and out, Salmon Wise, to your point, huh? And boy, how crazy is this stat? I mean, how randomly nuts is that stat? That the last 3 times they've changed over a pope, you've gone to the Super Bowl. Like, get out of here, right? What are the chances, huh? It's such a weird, like, I don't know what to think about that. Oh, what a dynasty that'd be, Salmon Wise. Thank you for the $10 dono, man. Appreciate you for that. And yeah, very crazy. Every time a new pope gets elected, your Hawks are going to the Super Bowl, and it played out again this way this year. Again this year. How about that? Daniel Pollock. Thank you for the $5 donation. Daniel says, hey, B, I don't comment a lot, but just want to say it's been a pleasure watching your streams these past few years. Feel like we got here together, bro. I do. I really totally do. It's the part I love about this most is that I'm getting to celebrate with you guys on this, and that, I think back to I think back to watching games alone, and before you do this channel and experience it with me and my family, or talk to my friends afterwards. But how much more richer of an experience it is to be a fan and experience this together with you guys in the moment as we're watching the games, and to turn over after the games, and that it's a journey we're all kind of going through together. And no, we're not playing, but we're connected. We love this team. You are as fanatical about this team every bit as I am out there in this chat and in community. And it just connects us in a real special way. And it's why I say the community is what makes this channel go. And it's why I'm so protective of the community, and sometimes so protective of making sure the discussion's going in the right way in the chat, not from where it's coming out of me, but from where it's going in the chat itself, because it's that inner discussion and this brotherhood and sisterhood and this connectedness we have that makes this so much more than just being a fan of a football team. And it's so much more than just having a channel of a football team. It gets to be the extension of the communal spirit that you see coming out of that stadium when everything's connected fully between 60,000 people in that stadium. It's that same thing that extends from there to kind of this channel in that way. And it's very special and it's unique. And you really touch on it right in that last point of your comment. We got here together. We got to experience this together. We just get to experience great times together. We had to experience a lot of tough discussions, a lot of tough disagreements, because that's been a centerpiece of this channel for 6 years too, isn't it? Willing to have tough conversations, willing to hear outsiders' views on things, willing to have debates that can sometimes make people uncomfortable. And that's us going through that process. That's of where it's not always all downhill and just fun and everything's roses and great. And this has been a year of sunshine and roses and cheese and wine. It certainly has been, but it hasn't been that every year of doing this. And there's been a lot of tumultuousness we had to turn over to get here. And it has us savoring this? Certainly it does. Does it have us also interconnected in a way of where we felt like we've gone through a journey to get here? Yeah, it does too. And I feel that as well, Daniel. I thank you, man. I had a great comment on your part. Thank you for watching for all these years. And I can't echo enough that I feel the very same way. That you all are with me on this, but you've had my back every step of this way, whether we were good or whether we were middle of the road, or whether things were looking dark or whether they were looking optimistic. Every step of the way, you guys have been there. Every time I go live, you're right there with me on it. I can count on your guys' support. I can count on you guys cooking it up in the chat, having me thinking, having me laughing, having me enjoying this sport, no matter what. So we've gotten to go through this together, and it has made this just that much more satisfying to do this with y'all. And it's why I'm going to hearken to get back up there. If there's a Super Bowl parade, I'm going to the Super Bowl parade. We win the Super Bowl, I will be up in Seattle with you guys. I'll be walking through, just giving hugs, and be back with my people. And I love the fact this is a thing that this community, and the way that this connects this community in a way that you can't in any other part of life. Everything else is in this world set up at times to separate us and to have us at an arm's length across from each other. Here's something that has us hugging up, right? Brought together. It's a beautiful thing, this football, this sport. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Another $5 from Daniel. Appreciate you for that, man. Great time, man. Thank you so much. Also wanted to add, do you think Eamon might end up the best defender in the NFL? I don't know if I've ever seen a player quite like him. Well, I think that it continues to stand out to me coming into this year, a couple of things when it comes to Eamon and the performance on the field, and it's the lead up to the performance on the field. And what happened here is that you got me about to go to training camp. Training camp starts out, and there's cut-ups of Eamon making plays all over the place in training camp. I mean, I'm talking getting picks like almost every day. And then I go out in person, and I watch Eamon out in person, and I'm watching him get like an interception every day in person. I'm watching him all over the football field, making plays every which way but loose. And he's in on the run game. He's there as a blitzer. He's dropping back in coverage. You're seeing him working all over the field in every capacity. And then we do our Seahawks syndicate thing, right? The remote session that we did, and Corbin Smith comes out there and meets with us just prior to the Seahawks scrimmage. And Corbin says he thinks that Eamon is going to end up wearing a gold jacket someday. Anybody that's followed Corbin knows that he's not a guy that goes off half cocked on that kind of stuff, just shooting from the hip. Oh yeah, maybe this gold jacket guy. He's no Lombardi. Corbin's going to tell you, he's going to be honest with you and true with you on it. And so when Corbin came in there after what I got to see in training camp, of what I knew leading up to training camp, And then he kind of confirmed some of what he's seen, that this guy's not just standing out, he's standing out in an amazing way. I think he can definitely be one of the best defenders in the NFL. We don't have a real rich history of basically slot cornerbacks / kind of do-it-all guys around the line of scrimmage a bit, of being able to always be able to be up there for the Defensive Player of the Year. I think the last guy that would have been like this would have been like Charles Woodson with the Packers when he was there with them. And I certainly think that seeing the ball skills in training camp, and it hasn't come forward as much this year with the interceptions, but I think the interceptions are going to come with time, with him getting more comfortable. And certainly think that he can play like one of the best defenders in the sport. But I think it's always going to be a thing too in the sport, Daniel, where the best defenders are going to tend to be looked at as defensive linemen. People are, and edges especially, are who people are going to glom onto, or an outside corner that gets 10 interceptions in a year or something. You know, those guys will always be the ones that are, they just are at those higher profile positions, where a slot is still one that's kind of, its importance is huge, and especially when it allows you to run nickel like you run it. But is it given the kind of reputation throughout the league that, you know, it kind of should be a little bit, you know, maybe not as much. So yes, in certain terms he can be. He can absolutely be a gold jacket guy, as Corbin said. I think everything he's shown you in his game this year, as I've been saying about him, Daniel, he's playing like Kyle Hamilton's playing, but Kyle Hamilton didn't play like Kyle Hamilton played in his rookie year. It took him a little bit of time to find his way with that Baltimore team. It took him a little bit of time to find his way of being a dominant player. But Eamon Warrior from the jump has been that good. And you can only think that he's only going to get better from here. I don't think that there's any roof on his upside. I think he certainly has that high upside to be a player that could eventually be the best in the NFL, certainly. Just kind of comes down to, can the reputation catch up as far as people recognizing the value of a slot guy, especially a slot guy that plays out there essentially 24/7. You know? So yes, in general terms there, Daniel, it can happen. Mark Sanchez and Daniel, thank you for the double dip dono, man. Mark, thank you as well for another $5, man. Very kind of you, bro. B, I think back to September when we last talked face to face, and our expectations were a playoff appearance and maybe a win. Look at us now. Cheers. Hey, cheers to you, bro. Big time cheers to you. Thank you for all of your donos and supports here through the years too, man. Another man just had my back for years here, and big donos at that. But yeah, we talked about in September, look, can the two steps come forward? Probably they could, if everything worked and worked perfectly right in our way, right? Everything just broke in the right direction. And fortunately enough for the Seattle Seahawks, so many things have broken in the right direction for them this year that had to go this way for this to happen. And it was like, it almost seemed impossible that to expect that many things to all click in. You know, Mike McDonald defense rise up further from last year and become even dominant. The offense go from bottom third to top third. Find commitment and effectiveness, not just commitment, but also effectiveness in the run game. An offensive line that cannot be a complete sieve and a seeping, leaking ship basically at every turn. There's so many things that now we don't, well, that's fine. It's perfectly good, but we were completely in question when we walked into the season. And you're right, walked into September going, if we could just, this tough-ass division where the Rams and the Niners are at, just go get yourself that one playoff win. That's something you build off of. That's progress made. You're along the tracks. You're making movements here. And they have gone far beyond that this year. You're right. Look at us now, Mark. Look at us now, huh? It feels good. Carl Nearney. Thank you for the $5 donation, Carl. He says, Mike, with 2 weeks to prepare for the Pats. Let's go. Now, I was doing the research on this. You go back to Mike with the Ravens. 5 times he's had a bye over these last 3 years. 5 times he's had a bye to deal with an opponent. Come off a bye week in the regular season. Could be coming off a first-round bye, as he did with the Ravens, going up against Houston. Could be coming off a first-round bye, going up against the 49ers and a very good 49er offense, as he did a couple weeks ago. And Mike McDonald is 5-0 over the last 3 years when you give him 2 weeks to prepare for an opponent. And this, of course, Carl, absolutely tracks, right? Because intricate defense, it can be ultimately a super hyper intricate defense, but the more intricate, the more time it's going to take for me to install that intricacy. I only got a week. There's only so much I can make it so intricate. I got 2 weeks. Can I add an extra 20, 25%? Can I extra 35% of different calls in the books? You kind of can, can't you, Carl? So definitely going to help him out in preparation for this game. No doubt about that. He's going to be locked in. I'm sure he's already looking at Patriot tape tonight, knowing Mike. He's probably already into it. He's probably already turned the page past celebration. The great fact that you just led on to on that 5-0 over the last 3 years when he's had a bye week to deal with. And that's not just a bye week to deal with weak teams. Because again, 2 of those byes have come out in the playoffs after you were through the first round playing a playoff team in the playoffs. So kind of high leverage situations that you were able to go win too when that broke in that way. Love it, Carl. Love it, man. I mean, man, it's great to see you in the house, bro. So good to see you. Rodney Prescio. Thank you for the $5 donation, Rodney. One of our OGs here. What's up, bro? Brando, I really like our chances against New England. I say we win by 11. We are clearly the better team. Go Hawks. Let's bring the trophy back home. Bring it back home. Finish the process. You're the better team. You played in the tougher division. You played in the tougher conference. You're healthy. You're rock and rolling. Let's go. I can certainly see a way that this game plays out with you winning by more than 11. I have watched every one of these AFC playoffs. I've watched AFC teams throughout the year. I'm still waiting to be impressed by one of these AFC teams. Was today as much of an impressive win by the New England Patriots, or they just kind of survived in tough conditions against a backup quarterback for the Broncos? To me, felt like a little bit more of the latter. And I don't think anybody gave them their best punch in this playoffs for the Patriots. I don't think the Chargers gave their best version of themselves to this Patriot team. I don't think that the Houston Texans gave their best version of themselves to this Patriot team. And I don't think the Patriots necessarily played stellar football in these games either. So I can understand having a lot of confidence against this Patriot team. And there's a reason I have said that I think that this was the true Super Bowl today in what we had to play out against the Rams. This was the second best team in the NFL. Not the Patriots, not the Broncos. It's the Los Angeles Rams. That's why this win can't be understated because of that. We'll see once it plays out. You know, when the rubber meets the road, we'll see how it does play out in that way with the Rodney. But already you're a 3.5, open up as a 3.5 point favorite here. I think it speaks to Vegas kind of recognizing a little bit of this at play. And we'll see how that line might slide, because I'm guessing the money's going to go pretty heavily on, I would think it would go pretty heavily on Seattle as the weeks lead up, but you never know on this, Rodney. You never know. I love your confidence though, man. It's good to see you in the house. Go Hawks. Let's bring this thing back home, huh? Come on. Come on. Randall McDaniel in the house, man. It's good to see you. Thank you for the video updates. I tried to play a couple of your videos on the stream today here, Randall. So thank you for showing us some of that. That was awesome. Randall was in person, by the way, folks. Our Randall McDaniel was in the house making it happen out there with a bunch of Hawk nesters. Says, wifey and I just got home. What an effing game. That stadium was absolutely insane. It becomes its own life force. So happy for Sammy D. Well, you guys brought it, man. And one of the first things I'm going to do, Randall, when I get a chance, probably got to wait till tomorrow, but one of the first things I'm going to do is watch the television copy, just soak it all in, and really take in that energy and vibe from the stadium. And you guys seem like you did some great work. Every time they flashed over there, we had everybody on their feet. Everybody was being loud. It seemed like everybody was cheering. I didn't see a silent, closed face. I didn't see somebody stuffing their mouth full of food, which was great to see. So well done on your part, Randall. Way to bring in the stadium out there, and expect nothing less from you, man. Glad to hear you got home safe out there to the middle of the state. And how about Sammy D, huh? Puts up the best game of the season now. Puts up the best game of the season where your defense can't stop a soft breeze. Puts on the best game of the season when you can't really run the ball at all. 2.9. 2.9 yards per carry for you today, running the ball. You want degree of difficulty? You want stuff not working right in your favor? You want, hey, Sammy, we're going to carry the load. Show me you can carry some of this load. That's called carrying the load. That's being a wagon right there. That's Sam looking at the rest of the team, say, it's all right, boys. Hit yourself here. Hop on in. I'll carry you on through here. Sammy was great, man. And how awesome a game to have at this time, this way, with all the narrative out there on Sam Darnold, with all the narrative so certain that Sam Darnold couldn't do what he just did tonight. So much more satisfying because of this. Because of how much you heard throughout the year that this was an impossible performance. This was a performance that didn't exist inside of him. And it didn't exist inside of him because there's some mental deficiency he has. It's not arm strength. It's not mobility. He's got something mentally doesn't click for him. And it will happen again in the big moment when you need him. It'll occur once again. Yet it didn't come today, did it? It hasn't come this season, hasn't it? And we know better. We know better, Randall. Thank you, man. Randall as well with another couple of $2 donations. Thank you for that, Randall. Happy for the Hawks Nest too. You put in a lot of work. It's easy work for me, Randall. I get to chase my dream in doing this job. You know, I mean, love of God. I'm going to get to celebrate tonight, put a wrap-up video together, celebrate that. I go out on a flight tomorrow, going to Mobile, Alabama. I'm going to be scouting college players while we're in the Super Bowl. I'm going to have all these content creators at the Senior Bowl and all of their other NFL gear. And I'm going to be out there in my Seahawks gear with my people, with my syndicate. And we're going to be riding there like the crew that's just won the lotto. Maybe getting into fist fights with Patriots content creators. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see, Randall. But it's satisfying for the channel too, man. I mean, that's the part that I can't even, begin to put into full scope, and that this is going to help out the channel tremendously, not just now, not just the lead up to the Super Bowl, but of course through the off season, and how this will really ignite this fan base in a cool way, in my opinion. But you've been with me every step of the way, Randall. Another one of my folks is one of my OGs, been here with me from day one, has put countless amount of dollars into this channel, countless amount of dollars to allow me to be able to do this full time a couple of years ago, and to make that change at that time when so many of my positions, so many people that'll be where I'm at sub-wise would still be having to kind of go, well, maybe once we get to 35,000, maybe once we get to 40,000, we can get to that point, I can do this full time. You guys allowed me, Randall, you allowed me to do this from the jump a couple of years ago, to make that jump and that leap away from having to do regular work to making it just 24/7, all about this channel and what I could do to bring you guys content. And you freed me up to do that. You allowed me to be able to really, take forward this way, the way I wanted to do. And, it's on the back of the wind that you guys put in my back that got me here to do this. And I thank you for all that support through these years. And again, how satisfying this is to see this, and satisfying it is for the channel, but it's satisfying for community members like yourself, that we together get to experience this because of all of the discussion and all of the talk and all that we turned over and all the tumultuousness that we had to kind of go through to get here. Just makes it just so satisfying to be with you guys and to rock with you on this. It really does. Randall with another $2 dono. Thank you for that, Randall. You're awesome, bro. Randall, the original Sammy D truther. Let's effing go 12s. Let's go 12s. Come on. And Randall he was even ahead of me on this one. I was pretty up ahead of the ball in this one. I got on board in this offseason, but he was on board from the moment you signed Sammy. He didn't need to go back like I needed to after we signed Sammy. Let me go back through the Minnesota tape. Let me take another look at this tape. Let me see what I'm not seeing. Let me get off. And once I looked at the tape again, then I changed a bit of my opinion on this. But you, to your credit, were on board with this one right on the day of the signing, saying this is a great signing. He's going to be a great player for us. He can get the job done. You had the faith, Randall, and not empty faith at that. You were seeing it true, man. But let's effing go, 12s. Let's effing go. We got our quarterback. Didn't need to go draft him. Didn't need to spend 4 years of him finding his footing. We got him ready-made, good to go, in his prime, locked in here for the next 10 years. Let's go. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5. Mark says, B, you deserve a beer. Have a beer on us, on me. I'm 21 on a 30-pack. Let's have it go. Finished 14-3. Decimated the Niners and then beat the Rams to the Super Bowl. Hey, how about that? Let me do a little quick break here. I'll do a little bit of an in-between break. It ain't a full beer, but I might have a little something else here, Mark, I'm going to celebrate with here. I'll be right back. Right back for you, brother. One sec. Woo, woo, woo. All right, let's go. Thank you, Mark. Can't quite do the drink thing, but we got a little bit of something here to take the edge off a little bit. It's going to be such a late night. I still got to do the wrap up after I wrap up tonight, so you got to keep a little bit of the head on the shoulders a little bit. But I promise we get a Super Bowl win, I'll be tipping one back on that night. You better believe that. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Says K9 had speeds on skates. Looked kind of like Barry. That was very Barry-like. It reminded me of a clip you can find of Barry Sanders where he loses Hall of Famer John Lynch in the hole. You know, it's one thing to break a tackle when you're out in space and you got all the full field at your dispense, right? You can go left, you can go right, you can go wide, you can go real wide to the right. It's another thing when you got to, lose that tackle then in the hole itself. And you only got so much direction and room to move around there. And he did a great juke there. I mean, that is K9 at his best there, where guys heads up for him. That's Spates. That's a linebacker. That's an off-ball linebacker right there that they're going at you with. That's a guy that should be a pretty sure tackler. He didn't even get a hand on him. Not even a hand on K9 in that moment. And it's such a big play there for K9 to get that through, because that goes from being a 2-yard loss to turns it into like a 6-yard gain. So for the numbers for K9 might not bear out at 19 carries, 62 yards, that he ran as well as he did. But the Rams did such a good job in this game of just stopping the run. They kept their cap integrity. They didn't allow a lot of holes on the outside zone. They rallied really well to the ball, and they really suffocated that outside run game of the Seahawks in this one. I was very impressed by how they played it. They still called upon those 3-4 looks in order to execute it, but they did a good job there. And K9 got the yards he could, and I thought K9 did such a good job of finishing his runs today. The Barry run's great, and the juke and the guy in the hole is great, but every single run, it just felt like he was never going down easy. He was always going to, fight forward for the extra yard or two, and he was going to get it. It was there throughout the day, and it was very important in a couple of moments in this game, especially that touchdown that you had early on in this game where you start out from the 9-yard line, and it's 3 straight runs. And all 3 of those runs needed the positivity for you to be able to go to the next run in the sequence. So it's first and goal from the 9. What was that? 4-yard run there, get you to like the 6. Then he goes and gets you the couple more yards to get you down to the 2. Mike McDonald's talked about this, Keon, where he's like, that's a good play for you. 3-4 yard gain when you're inside the 10. That's a positive play. That's a good play. And Mike mentions that not because he's being tongue in cheek, but because for the way you saw it play out in that 3-play sequence with K9, where a couple yards here, a couple yards here. Now we're on 3rd and goal from the 2. And rather than being on 3rd and goal from the 4, which if he hadn't run as hard on those last 2 runs, if he hadn't finished those last 2 runs, I think literally the second run, he had to kind of like frog hop his way to get down to the 2-yard line. If he doesn't run as hard as he did on those first 2 runs, he doesn't set the stage up for them to even run the ball on 3rd down. But then on top of setting the stage for them to be able to run on 3rd down like they did and be good runs on 1st and 2nd down, he then's got to bust that run to the outside. He's got to kind of slow play it with the first 2 steps, then hit the injection button, get to the edge, and then go and capture that edge. And if you're a yard or 2 shorter of that, if you're trying to run that play as a 3rd down and goal from the 3 or a 3rd down and goal from the 4 and trying to run it, probably he doesn't have enough space to go capture that edge and dive on in there. It's like one play builds up to the next. But Walker on all 3 of those plays, there wasn't a lot of holes to be had. He made it kind of happen there. And great teams, when it comes down to this kind of game, need to go down and get touchdowns, not field goals. And one of the real differentiations of this game as you look at it, where the Rams, and this played out in the first matchup too, right? The Rams were a little bit satisfied for going for field goals. The Seattle Seahawks went and captured touchdowns. Same thing in this game. You got 1 field goal and then you're out there capturing touchdowns. That was what you were looking to do in this game when you're down there. You got that done when you were down there knocking on their door. Knocking on their door. But very much, Keon. It looked very much like Barry, man. I was saying the same thing on the live broadcast. I was like, that's as good a juke as you're going to find in the sport right there. Especially on an off-ball inside linebacker. Those guys get paid to tackle. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Been watching you since the Russ trade. This is surreal. It really is, isn't it? And, we had so many tough things to turn over at a time when it felt like every year there was just going to be nothing but some dark things that we had to speak about. Letting go of Coach Carroll, letting go of Russell Wilson and trading him. Remember back in the talk of this, like, well, maybe we should let go of John and we should let go of Pete and we'll keep Russ. And then we'll build around Russ as the centerpiece of this. I mean, there are people that were pushing for that, you know? So much disagreement that was existing within the fan base that wasn't a lot of fun to navigate. Hard conversations. Letting legends go. Letting two guys go that were two centerpiece points of what helped you to capture the one Super Bowl that you have in your history. That wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. And it hasn't ever been simple on this and putting this together. Hell, it wasn't even simple on when you were picking top 5 a couple of years ago, was it? Even that was hard to get that figured out. Jalen Carter, trade up and go get a quarterback because you just got to go get a quarterback like everybody's telling John, right? You just got to go get one. Just got to go get one. Just what you got to go do. Just what everybody does. Just what everybody does. Everybody does it. Standard issue. It's what you got to do, right? That's what they were all saying. That's what they all kept pumping through at that time. John avoiding all these bad decisions, avoiding those landmines, avoiding Jalen Carter. I mean, he's been proven right on the whole Jalen Carter thing. Say nothing of Jalen Carter with the off the field stuff, which was what was a big impactful point of that and not making that at that time. But also, Witherspoon's been the better, more complete player. It is very surreal, Daniel. Surreal feeling, a really cool feeling, and why we enjoy this is because there were those times we had to talk about where it was very unenjoyable. These are tough topics. These aren't fun topics to try to turn over as far as which way to go. And a lot of people have a lot of deep feelings. People love Russ. A lot of the young fan base came along with Russ and Coach Carroll. They became Hawk fans on the back of those guys' rise and their success. It was hard to have to talk about those guys in less than a sparkling light at times to get to the right place of the conversation we need to get to how do we find success? How do we get back to the mountaintop? What it was always about in these discussions. And what's been fun is to watch this front office and us to be very much in lockstep with the front office post making those tough moves, to being in agreement with it and saying, man, I think the front office is doing this right. I'm not being a bootlicker here. I'm not being a pom-pom waver here. I think our front office is doing some really smart decisions one after the other. I think they're spending their money kind of smartly here now. We're starting to develop. We're bringing in the right coaches. We're doing an exhaustive coaching process in our search and who we look for. I mean, how would John? He had Vrabel as one of those guys he was looking at, along with McDonald. Two of the coaches that your general manager was seeking out, two of the coaches that you interviewed in person, you were considering that are now in the Super Bowl here. Kind of even in John's failures, or even in John's guys he don't pick, there's some successes there within it, isn't there? Even within that. Yeah, it's a little surreal, man. It's a little bit surreal. Bear with me 1 second here. All right, let's keep it rolling here. Owen, thank you for the $1 donation, Owen. Really appreciate you for that, man. Very kind of you. Doesn't have any note on there, but Owen also did have a note on this one. So thanks for the double dip. Don't know, bro. Very, very kind, man. You guys are just sensational here on your support. It's much appreciated. Unbelievable at that as well. Haven't still been able to catch up on the donos, and we're probably 3 hours outside the game here. So this is awesome. Owen, thank you for that $5. He says, we played 58% man coverage in the first half per next gen stats. Heavy man approach, relying on our best guys to cover. Stafford and Puka just better? It's a great question. It's a great question, Owen. Well, I will say coming into this, Owen, of course, you saw with this that, two of my keys coming into this game, as I'll show right now, of course. Just taking your comment off for just a second to show this. These were two of my keys coming into this game that I wanted to look to see. I wanted man press looks, and then I wanted man coverage on the back of those man press looks. And the reason behind this had to do with the fact that Owen, you had seen in the last matchup with him throwing for over 400 yards or something, that a lot of that was coming on him attacking the zones and zone blows, and that you had Puka sometimes running free and open through zone coverage, and you didn't even cover him. And so I lead it up to that saying that I have seen with them a lot of teams dealing with them and taking on. We saw the Chicago Bears do a lot of this last week where they lived in man coverage, and they were able to do a lot of good things against that Rams team out of man coverage. And so it all kind of added up a little bit, Owen, where you got picked apart by zone. Man coverage is where you want to maybe try to live a little bit more against this team because you feel like you want to make sure they can beat you that way because you've seen them beat you the other way thoroughly and soundly. And so when you ask, is Stafford and Puka just better? Kind of. In my opinion, I think that there was two plays out there in this game with Witherspoon where I just don't see him stumble like that in coverage. Like there's the first play down the field to Puka Nacua that's 44 yards, Owen. And Puka's just like kind of sliding as a skinny post to the sideline a little bit. Just a little slide to the skinny post. And Witherspoon just kind of loses him. It's like he's running step for step with him, and it just doesn't like Puka just runs away from him all of a sudden. And Puka's not faster than Witherspoon. I don't know what happened on that play. There's another play where he's down the field and he just as the ball's coming in, he stumbles and falls down. Another thing that I just didn't see a lot of Witherspoon, or have not seen a lot of Witherspoon ever. I mean, in a lot of ways, he kind of played his worst game out there in this conference championship. He came back around the second half, but it got dark there a little bit in that first half with him. And then you got the Job play on Colby Parkinson, the 40-yarder down there to him, I think it is. And Job, again, is running step for step with the tight end, which you would think Job would be able to do and stay tight on that tight end in coverage, that should be an advantage to Job, let's say. But Stafford makes a great pass. Obviously he does, but there's also separation that suddenly comes out on that play late in the play, like running step for step for step for step. Colby doesn't make any sort of change of motion. He ain't juking. He ain't cutting left and cutting right. He's going in the same direction. He's going in the same direction, and yet your guy just suddenly kind of starts to lose separation there. So I didn't know what to really make of that a little bit on that one. It did throw me off on that one, Owen. One second. I think that's a process over results one for me, Owen. I think the process for being a man coverage was a smart one. And I just think that the execution was not the greatest. And you had guys that got caught in a way that we don't typically see them caught when they're in that kind of coverage. And so it was a great throw. It was good throws by Stafford, and great job by them to get it done there. But I think still that the strategy was sound in employing it. I think you're expecting Witherspoon, when you got him in his strength of playing man coverage and being able to just stay tight and run with the guy, that's where he's in his wheelhouse, if anything. And didn't quite feel that way in this game in a couple of moments. Though again, he did turn it around as the game went around at their side of it. And they're very good. They are very good. Thank you though, Owen. Appreciate the double dip dono. Com Popcorn. Co-com Popcorn. Let me say it right. If you can drop a $10 donation, I better pronounce your name correctly. Thank you, Co-com. Very kind of you. Really appreciate your content, and I am enjoying this win. I will be attending the Super Bowl. Such a storybook season for a special team. Also, feel free to play a Copacabana if Jake starts coping. Laughing out loud. That's a great suggestion. Copacabana. I might have to grab that drop. God, I'm not going to be there the only the only problem is I won't be home this week for the roundtable. I'll be down in Mobile, Alabama. So I won't be home on my soundboard like I normally get all my little buttons here, but maybe I'll get it set for the week after, because I'm sure Jake won't stop. If he's going to start the cope this week, it'll just keep going into next week, right? It won't end on that note. That's for sure. That is a full show. Congratulations, COCOM, on getting a chance to attend the Super Bowl. That is awesome for you, by the way. It's going to be a great time there. And I know that our Seahawks contingent is just it's just even where, it's great to be in Levi Stadium, but to get to have the Super Bowl be as close as it possibly could be in proximity to Seattle is just going to encourage that many more Seahawks to get down south and go take over that stadium. I really love that part of this too. It is so cool. And, you mentioned the storybook season, and I've oversaid it. I've overstated this probably a little bit, but I just can't get around it. I really can't wrap my head around and you're in the moment of it and you realize in the moment. And I think just even in retrospect, when we get a few months removed of this season and we really look at how this all played out, I think that we're going to find ourselves COCOM in this spot of looking at it going, that was a magical storybook year. That is Disney type stuff right there. That is like you couldn't have drawn this up in this way to end this spectacularly as it can. And it's a special team. It's a special team for getting to the Super Bowl, but it's a special team for being able to make this happen. It's the third youngest roster in all of football. This is your first year with a new offensive coordinator. You're supposed to struggle in the first year with a new offensive coordinator. You're supposed to have to kind of find footing and some ups and downs and, okay, do it this way. Not that way. No, not that way. This way. Quarterback with the first year with his team, developing chemistry with his receivers. Chemistry with receivers takes time. Go look at DK Metcalf there and Rodgers. How did that take? Not too well. Yet first year with JSN, he's got him on a record-breaking pace. Sam and JSN. First year in this offense with this offensive coordinator. Instantaneous success. The trilogy of winning this division twice, not just once, but twice, having to beat these two teams that have had your number for about 5-6 years, twice in succession, in order to get to the Super Bowl, to play in the toughest division in football, to have everybody from an expectation standpoint walking into the season believing, not thinking, not like, I don't have a good read on Seattle. I don't know. I just don't have a good read on them, but I think they're going to be this. No, that's not the way they talked about it. I don't get what Seattle's doing. This Sam Darnold, and you traded Geno for Sam and DK for Cooper Kupp. Is Cooper Kupp supposed to replace DK Metcalf? And now what? Jackson Smith and Jig was going to be your number one? How's that going to work, right? That you come from a place that so many who are supposed to be experts in analysis and understand this game to such a deep level, and yet who in tandem, in collection, told you this team wasn't going to be worth nothing. That this was nothing but a step back type of season, that they didn't get the plan. And that team, with all of those factors at play, with all of that lack of conviction that they can have any kind of success, is now at the promised land, is going to be favored in the promised land, and can go get that Super Bowl win this year. It's a special team. And congrats on you getting to see it in person. And congrats on those that got to see it in person today. You did a hell of a job in that stadium. I expect nothing left from my fellow 12s. But it's been a great one, man. It's been so much fun. And like you are, I'm just enjoying it too. I just sit here and I'm just been reveling the last couple hours. I'm eating donuts and just reveling. That's all I'm doing. It's wonderful. But my pleasure, ComCom. Thank you for watching, man. Thank you for your support. And congrats. Light it up out there in Levi, man. Light it up. Parks, thank you for the $10 donation, Parks. What a night, he says. That trilogy of games versus the Rams this season was like Ollie Frazier. Best combined DVOA in conference championship history, and another classic W by the Seahawks. Let's go. And he brought up a great stat that came out of this game, and I think that this played out in this game, where DVOA should feel pretty strongly about, why they have this statistical marker as they do and what it means and why it's kind of important as it is and how it is an example of how tough of a matchup you just got to see play out on the field. The number 1-2 DVOA teams in NFL history for DVOA. Since 1978, when they began tracking this DVOA, they went back and looked at the statistical bearings within those seasons, right, to determine DVOAs from these teams. And you can see all these different teams in all these different eras. 2007, 2013, 1991, 2004, 97, 96, 92, 85. And what you see on this is that number one, the two highest rated teams that you have as far as combined of DVOA are your Seahawks at 41.2% and Rams at 39.9%, 81%. Not just better than the best second place team there, being New England and Jacksonville in 2007. Not just better in that way. 11 percentage points better than the next best team. And you have your Seahawks from 13 on there, by the way. You can see them down there about 4th or 5th on the list. They were at 35.8% that year. Broncos were at 33.5% that year. Those combined teams were 12, 13% off of where the collection of these two teams are. And boy, did it not feel like that in this game. Ollie Frazier is a great reference. For those that don't know, as it's an older reference there, Park, so the younger folks aren't going to know that one. But Ollie and Frazier, Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier were two guys that went at it, and it was a war. The George Foreman fight's the one that's talked about often with Ali, but it's the Frazier ones that were the war. It was that Frazier was tough as a $2 steak, and he had great punching power, and they got into those 15-round epic fights that they got into, and they got into a variety of them. And still fights you can go see out there on YouTube. And boy, those were wars back in the day like this one was. And we got the trilogy, man. What a night. You're going to the Super Bowl in the back of your second one trilogy of the season. Tell me this ain't storybook. Tell me in storybook. Another classic dub, man. Another classic Doug Parks. So thank you for the donation and the support. Love it as well, man. That DVOA stat's a hell of a stat. Robert Jimenez. Thank you for the $2 donation, Robert. The round table will definitely be spicy this week. Yeah, it's going to get a little hot in there. You're going to see a lot of frowning faces except for one. This guy who's got two thumbs and is going to be smiling on the round table this week. This guy. I am really looking forward to it, Robert. Round table is going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Mark says, B, I thought DeMarcus Lawrence would set our sack record in a season. That didn't happen, but he gives 110 on every play. That's how he affected the team in total. Yeah, he sets a standard out there on the field with how he plays. Him and both, I think Leonard Williams do this. Because I've said before, when you have two guys like this that have earned the money that they've earned, got the pelts on the wall that they got, been in this league this many years, have proven what they've proven, they wouldn't necessarily have to operate with this kind of 100-mile-an-hour approach on every play. But part of that is them trying to set that standard to the younger player, not just being in the younger player saying, here's how you have to do it. This is how you have to do it. And that's how you have to do it. Instead, no, let me show you how it's done. And if I'm giving 100%, and I've made tens of millions of dollars in the sport, if I'm giving 100%, I've been in the league for 10 years, if I'm giving 100% and my body's tired, that I'm getting older, I've got things that have been hurting for years because I've been in this league a long time. If I can give that much, then you as a younger player, what excuse do you have? How do you look yourself in the mirror and not match that energy note for note? He affects every play, man. And he's physical. He's just a play wrecker back there in what he brings. And he's a huge addition off the edge to this defense. Maybe didn't get the stats, statistically speaking, in this one. Though he did get a sack in this game. Had another quarterback hit. But he was active. And again, the Rams did a good job in pass protection today. I'll give them a lot of credit for that too. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you for that. Might be early, but I'm feeling myself. I'm calling it now. Revenge win in Levi, Super Bowl 60. 61, we finally get our repeat in SoFi, and that'd be the first three-peat. Ooh, let's go, buddy. Hey, if there's not a night you can feel yourself, why not tonight? Third youngest roster in all of football is headed to the Super Bowl as a Super Bowl favorite. You ain't got some dynasty dreams tonight, you know what I mean? I get it. I completely get it tonight, Daniel. There'll be nights I'd pop the brakes on you. There'll be nights I'd say, don't get ahead of yourself here. But I ain't going to do that tonight. Tonight we get to celebrate. Tonight we dine in heaven. Football heaven. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate your support, man. You guys are just amazing in the chat here with all this support. Thank you so much. Chase, thank you for the $5. How do you feel? How do you feel about how we will match up against the Pats in the Super Bowl? I think we match up really well. I think it's an offensive line that's still a work in progress. It's a running game that does not attack in the same way that you get with Kyron Williams and the downhill nature of this. It's a little downhill, but it's where Ramondre Stevenson is just a different type of back to me than dealing with a guy like Kyron, for instance. Just not as much of the grinderness to it, to what he brings or the extending of runs. Stevenson's is a decent back. Don't get me wrong. He's not bad, but he's not a difference maker for the position. They don't have the receivers on the outside that they can throw at you to challenge you in the same way. Drake May's a second-year quarterback. I'm going to go through this data pretty conclusively over the last 2 years, but I want to try to double check and look at this and see what Mike McDonald has done against rookie and second-year quarterbacks. I think he's kind of put him in a bit of a blender. I think his defense in particular is one where when you're a quarterback who needs those extra years in this modern NFL to get a better understanding of what defenses are doing, for it to be less guesswork post-snap from what you're seeing prior to the snap, I think that takes more time than just 2 years. And I think that with May, you're going to see him encountering a defense that's going to throw a lot of stuff at him from a confusion standpoint that he's not going to have always a lot of answers for. It's going to be very much a different game plan than the one we tried out here against the Rams. I think you're going to see a lot more blitzing, a lot more stacked fronts, a lot more simulated pressures. And I think that's going to give Drake May and company problems. I think offensively speaking, you got more than enough answers to also go at a defense that's not exactly putting difference makers all across the board on it. This is nowhere near equivalency of a matchup of defenses between the Patriots and us. I think that we are advantaged all the way across the board. We have a better offense. We have a better defense. We have a better special teams. Their special teams isn't bad, but we're better. So again, we come down to it of, does the better team win out? I believe they will. I believe we will. So it kind of comes down in simple terms just to that. I think as far as like you being better in all three phases, I think you're also playing a better brand of football right now as that factors in. Who's playing the better football? I think we are. Got to see where the Patriots are at health-wise, but hard to see them in a better position health-wise than we stand. As we, I believe, will be trotting out every single one of our starters on the offense and every single one of our starters out on the defense. So you kind of go, where is the advantage to the Patriots in this one? You know, I think it's going to be a struggle in finding those points for them where they're better than you, where they've got an advantage on the football field over you. Vrabel can certainly run some stylistic stuff up front and be multiple, and he can, try to provide some pressure-based looks at times for sure. But then that's, again, not where that's into the weakness of our offense. More of the weakness of the offense probably comes down onto where more you're rushing front four and dropping 7 into coverage and living in that life, which I think Vrabel likes to do a little bit more activity than that. So in general terms, I think we got a pretty nice advantage coming into this one, Chase. I do. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. B, if you come up for a parade, we're getting drunk. Drinks and food are on me. We can load up at Sluggers, walk up 2nd Street, and we'll get a great spot. Hey, Mark, from your ears, from your lips to my ears, man, I promise you, I swear to you, if there's a Super Bowl parade, I will be out there with you, bro. You ain't even got to buy the drinks or food necessarily. I'm going to be out there with you. I want to be walking the streets. I want to be hugging people. I want to just be celebrating every moment of it when it occurs. So I'm there. Sign me up, Mark. Enough said, man. Where's my enough said button? Where's my enough said? Enough said, bro. You had me if you come to the parade. You had me at if you come to the parade. But bet, bro. We're growing. We're loading up if I go there. I'm going to be out there, and I don't care if it's freezing. I'm going to be out there. Colder the freaking better. I don't care. I missed that last parade, and I've been kicking myself since having missed out on that with all the people that showed up in Seattle. I know they like to say 1 million people might have. Like, I just, to miss out on that, that cannot be happen again. No. I want to celebrate this sucker. Got to get it though. We got to get it though, Mark. Thank you, man. Appreciate the donation. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Demon Worry also had a tackle for loss that got called back. I forgot that. Was that on the defensive holding play, I think, there, Daniel? Was it the one on Woolen? The holding on that where he was like riding the receiver up the field. Yeah, he was great today. I love seeing him actually get in Woolen's face a little bit at the end too. Like, contain yourself. Like, you love a rookie there popping off like, I'm out here balling. What are you doing? What are you doing? But he was great today. All over the football field. Great in coverage. You felt the speed and the length. Guy's just been fantastic from day one for us. An absolute revelation for us. And boy, how he's freed up Witherspoon. I know Witherspoon didn't have the greatest game necessarily today. Got better in the second half, but how he's freed Witherspoon to go to the outside. It's been a compounding factor, hasn't it? It's what they call a force multiplier, bringing in Eamon Warwick. Now you're able to put Witherspoon back to the outside where he's much better situated. Yeah. Demon Warrior was the best player on defense for you today. Hand Grenade, thank you for the $2 donation. If there's no new injuries during the bye, that's true. That's true. Bye weeks have been a little bit tough on us having a hand grenade. I don't know if it's the stringent practices they're running, if they're going hyper intense or what, but yeah, we end up coming out of these bye weeks somehow with a cavalcade of injuries inexplicably. Please let's not have that, huh? Let's go ahead and let's not have that be the case. Keep these guys protected. And luckily it does sound like we're coming out the back of this game in pretty healthy shape, which is very good to hear. Very good to hear. Retired, young, and traveling. Thank you for all of your support recently. Appreciate the $5. Very kind of you too, man. Yeah, stupid banner thing up here. 1 second. Retired says, I loved that Sammy Dimes carved them up today. Can't stay for long, but had to check in. Let's have it go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Retired. Let's go Hawks, man. And just another satisfying element to this day. We've been rooting for Sammy. He's been easy to root for. He's helped us out a ton this year. He's been more than just this game manager and what you've asked him and how you've needed him to play. And here's a game where you need him to step up as big as any time in this season, in the biggest game of the season, against your toughest opponent of the season. And not only does he stand up tall and play a good game, he plays his greatest game of the season this year. Probably the greatest game he's played over the last 2 years. This is a point of you build up to this performance and what you've proven. You've shown this in what you've done, and you just put it finally on bright, big display that makes it undeniable for anybody on a national perspective to not give you your props. Nobody can pick this performance apart. Nobody can say, but. Well, yeah, but, yeah, okay, this, but that. No, there is no but. He was just tremendous today, bar none. Bar none. Carved him up, man. 25 of 36, 346, without a running game, with the defense not playing particularly great, under more duress and under more pressure than what Stafford was dealing on his side. Yet he found a way. This is why we've had his back throughout the course of this year. It hasn't been because he's just our quarterback. He just happens to be starting for us. It's because this guy has shown you how he's built, how he's wired, what makes him who he is. And man, we saw that today. There's more than enough there to go get you a Super Bowl. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. It says underrated play, the K9 catch and run on the last drive. He's been so good out of the backfield as a pass catcher, hasn't he, Daniel? And you go back to the scouting reports with K9 coming out of Michigan State, and there's some question about whether or not he can catch out of the backfield. And he came up in this season as well. I think he had more like 400 yards receiving out of the backfield this year. Again, in this game where you're not able to be very effective necessarily in what he's doing with carrying the ball because there's not a lot of holes to be had. He's running hard, but then you're able to stack on it 4 catches, 49 yards, 12.3 yard per carry average, making some very nice cuts after the run, getting behind his blockers, knowing when to press it after the catch on those screen plays, knowing when to be a little bit patient. Yeah, great job on K9's part. Very good job on K9's part in that catch and run. Boy, he made the one you're talking about in particular, he make 4 guys miss in space? Like, that's that old Kenneth Walker, man, that's really come to the forefront through the back of the schedule. Is he's back to making guys miss in space very consistently. And he broke 2 tackles there. Lost Byron Young, then lost the linebacker, then ran over a guy to finish the run. Yeah, K9 was big in this game. Bigger than maybe the stats quite show. JRD Sensei, thank you for the $5 donation, JRD. Really kind of you, man. Thank you for all your support. It says, re-sign K9 and Shaheed now. It's 2:33 a.m. for me, and I can't sleep. Let's have it go Hawks. Hey, let's go Hawks, man. Shouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I was having a hard time enough sleeping last night. I mean, it's gonna be damn near impossible this evening. I'm gonna be wired to the nines. And I've been saying for a couple weeks here, we got to find a way to retain K9. And I was saying it before the Charbonnet injury. I think the Charbonnet injury only reinforced this. He's a difference maker at the position. He's worth a little bit of a contract here. You should be able to, with your ability to have the franchise tag over him. You're not going to apply to Shaheed. You're not going to apply to anybody else. With the franchise tag over him, you should be able to bring him back in tow and find some common ground on a contract extension. It removes one less thing that you got to deal with as far as what you got to address this offseason, be it in the draft or free agency, because if Walker goes, you're going to have to find something else. You have to find somebody else. So I'm all on board with it. And I'm all on board with doing what you got to do to keep him at this point. Shaheed should be a priority too. Let's find much with like Walker, it's all about let's find a deal that makes sense for both player and team. Now, Shaheed gets harder because maybe he's going to want to break the bank, and maybe somebody's willing to break the bank for him because they're going to put so much value on what he brings from a special teams component by being an all-pro returner as a special teamer. Hard to say with that. But if I am John, I'm doing a full court press. If I am John, I'm telling K9, I ain't letting you go. You're getting franchised if you don't want to sign a contract extension here. So you're gonna have to pick one of the 2 lanes here. And hopefully they can come to an extension of some kind of K9 that just makes sense for both him and team. Let's go. Let's effing go, JRD. Let's go. Who can sleep in an hour like this? Who can sleep at a time like this, I ask? Simogen, thank you for the $10 donation, Simogen. Thanks to your coverage, Brandon. Amazing job. And what a great season. One last game. One more game. One more game. Here we go, right? Here we go. Can you get it done? The inexplicable, the impossible, season impossible. Can you stick the landing now? I mean, a game where you're going to be have advantage, like a lot of these games in the back last of this schedule, right? Into this playoffs where there's some tiny advantages, but there's a multitude of them that stack up. Multitude of them. You finish it now, man. It's been my pleasure, Simogen. Thank you for all of your donations. Another one of my folks in here that have been rocking with me for a very long time. Both support, both watching, both being a part of the community. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. It's been a hell of a fun season, man. So hopefully it's been great coverage to you. I have loved doing this. It's been just great interacting. Yeah, it's been a great season to get to experience, enjoy it too, but it's been such a pleasure to be able to experience it with so many who've been with me for so very long, where it's just like getting to enjoy this with family. I got to enjoy this with my brother, and I got to enjoy this with my brothers and my sisters out there too, which was great. Just great. One last game, Simogen. Can we bring it home? You're going to be favored. Levi Stadium. I guarantee you there'll be more Seahawks fans in that stadium than New England Patriot fans. I guarantee it. Let's get it done, man. Let's get it done. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, B, don't take down DK. Just move him behind you. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I think the DK thing wouldn't draw as much ire if I had a Jackson Smith back there too. If I had a couple of other jerseys back there to kind of offset it, I think people could more make their peace with it. But I can't move it for the next couple of weeks. I was thinking about doing something, but I can't change any of the mojo for the next couple of weeks. It'll be an off-season move if it happens at that point. And like I said, like you say on this, probably just kind of reorganize it a little bit. Maybe just get one more, move him up, and then put another jersey down there, or move him down and put another jersey on top of him. But we'll get an extra jersey on there this offseason, one way or the other, to add to the backdrop, and we'll kind of adjust DK accordingly around that a little bit as we can. But no, I don't think I can move him off. He's a good luck charm at this point. He's a freaking good luck charm, Mark. You know what I mean? Can't move off a good luck charm. Appreciate you, Mark. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Xavier Smith is one of my Seattle MVPs. Yeah, Xavier Smith, man. The D. Williams of the Los Angeles Rams, 2 muff punts. Could have lost the first one. Lucky to, we're in good position to get the second one. But goes to show you, whenever your fan base is the one that sort of just toss away special teams, wave it away with their hand, like special teams, whatever. It's a factor. It matters. And right now, the way that the NFL has moved the rules on kickoff returns, especially special teams, has gained more magnification over the past couple of years and how much it's mattered. And Seattle has proven out throughout this year with the number 1 special teams unit in football. Steelers game. Wow. What they did there, right? Punt return back in the Saints game to really put that game away for you in so many ways. The Atlanta Falcon game, the return in the Rams game, this game with the muff punt where they don't have the equivalency back there. It's like you feel this stuff. It comes to life. Comes to life. Can't just wave your hand away at it. Yeah. Hilltop Shack. Thank you for the $2 donation, Hilltop Shack. Might have to hang up a JSN jersey on that wall. I think JSN is going to be the one we're going to add, man. I think that's the one I'm going to have to add up to the backside of this, to your point. Just, he's had such a year, and what a game today. And I think it just fits with the whole context of having some receiver jerseys behind me. We'll just keep adding receiver jerseys maybe into the future back here. But I think JSN's the one I got to add. It's a great suggestion, Hilltop. I can't add on to it. I think it's just a great suggestion. So I think we'll have to go that route with it, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Keon, does Booty or Diggs, Stephon Diggs, concern you at all? I mean, Diggs is still a guy who's been very effective this year despite coming off the ACL. So, he's a bit of a challenge. No, not comparatively speaking to the wide receivers we played in this game. I think we've got the cover guys that can be well accommodated to deal with those two guys. I don't think they're running loose and free and going wild on us. I think we played tougher receiving cores this year. I know the Rams receiving core is better. They're not nothing, Keon, but I don't think they're game changers either out there. I don't think they're going to, they'll get some catches, but I don't think they're going to like a Puka can take over a game and can feel unstoppable. I don't think there's anything about Booty or Diggs that is anything in that neighborhood at this point. Solid receivers, they can get the job done, but you got the cover guys that can hold up, and you're gonna have plenty of guys back in coverage to deal with them too. So no, not really. Maybe I should, but I don't feel like it on the surface of it. I'll say that. Daniel Bailey, thank you for another $2 donation. Crosby finds out Pete blocked him from the Super Bowl. Steam coming out his nose. Indeed. It'll be kind of interesting to see if what we learn about on that story about the truth of that situation. How close Seattle came and what upended it from going down. If Seattle was really close to making that occur, hard to say a little bit there, right? Don't know for sure on that one, but I'll be interested to hear in retrospect as to what happened there, because Seattle was definitely hot to trot for him. Sounds like they had all of the skeletal structure in place for being able to get a deal done. And yet something got pulled out from underneath right at the end. And maybe it was Pete. Maybe it's just they got cold feet. Do you think Seattle, no matter what happens in the Super Bowl, is going to double back around to trying to get back to Crosby this offseason? And maybe they get outbidded, but I'll tell you this, they're going to be in on it. they're going to be a factor in it, I'll tell you that. But yeah, I think we came very close, Daniel. I maintain based on what I was hearing and reading, we were seemingly right there on the edge of that trade going down. JRD Sensei, thank you for another $2 donation, JRD. My future son is going to wonder why he's named Jackson. I have a feeling, and I know that we've already got one Pacific Northwest couple that already just had their kid, and I think they're naming him Jackson. So I would imagine that you're going to have a lot of JAXONs coming out of the Pacific Northwest here throughout this offseason being born. I don't know if the Seattle hospitals would release out some of that information, like how many Jacksons did you guys get this year? But I would like to know it, because I think it's one of those ones where there'll probably be a couple of them at least. It's a cool name, number one. It's cool spelling of the name. And then it's definitely a nice ode back to our guy. Very nice ode back to Jackson too, huh, JRD? I love it, man. Good choice. Very good choice on the name. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Mark B, I was at the last parade. Core memory. I recommend to everyone, if we bring it home again, go. So we can say, I was at a Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl parade. It's a bucket list thing. And if I'm some fan bases, I ain't never going to get to that bucket list, because we ain't never going to win the Super Bowl to get that opportunity. And I messed up not getting the chance to do so before. I was out east on the East Coast, so it was really hard to get back to the West Side. But I'm just down the road in San Diego. I'm a hop, skip flight getting back up there to Seattle, and I'm not missing it this time. I'm going to get out there. I'm going to check it out. I want to be amongst my people. I want to be amongst the masses, bop in and out of the different bars, the Mark, just celebrate it, enjoy it, revel in it. Get to be part of that Seattle community too, as I've been away a little bit for a while, get to connect back with my people, which would be kind of cool. My goodness, folks, we just got up on the donos today. I want to thank all of you guys for all those. That is unbelievable support on your part. So I'm just catching up the bottom of the stream to the chat here. Definitely still, we're going to go a bit longer here. So I ain't looking to close down on that just because we got through the donos. But if you did happen to ask a question above that I might have missed, sorry about that. I literally had about 280 donos in the tank that we had to kind of get through on that. Thank you to everyone though for all of your support. Mark, you include on that. You dropped one dono, you dropped 15 of them, and I really thank you guys. I know you're celebrating tonight, but you're being very kind on the channel in addition to your celebration, and very much I'm thankful for it. So appreciate you guys on that. And if do you have any questions? B Brando Hawks Nest, just give me an H. We have a lot of inner chat going on, inner discussion in the chat. So, I kind of let that roll. Me again, too. Great to see you in the house late. Thank you for your freaking $500 donation today. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Support was great. War Chief says, hey, be on the round table. You have to wear the biggest sunglasses you can find, laughing out loud. I might have to go and track something down special, huh? I got to reach out to the Seattle organization this offseason to get a replica made of those glasses they do for the Hawks when they get their victory ones, man. Me says, Midnight and B still got 250 in the stream. Let's up and go. We got almost 700 people still in the stream right now. 700 people, 12 o'clock at night. Tell me Hawk fans aren't committed. Tell me they aren't connected. John doesn't like not being underdogs. Is there anything in any facet of the game that they have an advantage over us? I think we got an advantage over everything on them. Myself. I think we're better across the board. Dude Moose says, love the Cup. Got a tutty in the NFC Championship to eliminate his old team that dumped him. We needed that tutty. We needed that tutty for sure. And Cooper Kupp, steady as we needed him to be this year. Steady in this game here. 6 targets, 4 catches, 36 yards. Just, a metronome in this offense. Great blocking. Timely catches at that. Not just, every catch is the same, but making catches in big moments. And, his run after the catch has still been very good this year. Was good again in this game. Dude Moose says Xavier Smith might be wearing a mask a la Mission Impossible. Sure, it's not D. Williams in disguise. He looked a lot like D. Williams. I've seen that handshaking thing as the punt's en route. I've seen that before. I've been down that road. ComCom says, have a good night, everyone. Easy to sleep well after this win. You better believe it. What's up, Mr. Worth? Keon says, keeping K9 healthy was such a long-winded, wise coaching move. It was taking that long view term on the situation, right? Not so short-term situation, but putting a plan in place and knowing what you were trying to accomplish. And it wasn't happening again like anything with this team by accident, but by you driving with your approach, an approach that not all people could see as clearly from the jump into what you were doing there. Yake says that Pat's offense can be exploited a lot easier, and Seattle will get to May. The Rams have a top O line. Indeed. It's not the same kind of offensive line, not the same kind of skill position players, not even to me the same running back in Ramondre Stevenson. You know, there's a step backwards across the board on this Pats offense and what you're going to have to deal with. And I don't think that there's a supreme step forward from this Pats defense versus the Rams defense. So, yeah, I think there's a lot. It's going to be a lot different attack that you institute a couple weeks from now. Need to resign Sheik K9. I'm guessing those deals are coming. Or they're going to make a hard run at him. Let's just say that. No guarantees, but they're going to make a hard run on him. Fish for Pacific Northwest, McVay screaming into his play sheet made my year. He was turned up in the back half of the schedule. I don't know what got into McVay, but he's a high energy guy anyway, but he was just another level, man. He was just turned on up here in his intensity level. And I don't know if it was that he was trying to get the team locked in with that kind of like hyper energy thing that he was running with, but boy, even back to the second game that we played, he kind of seemed to be on another level. And I don't know if there's a desperation there. I don't know if it's just him connected as a competitor and that, you know, he's just hyper in that realm of things, but bit of a different energy than I've seen from McVay in years past. Dang Bud says, you're still live? Wow. How can I not be live on a day like this? My team's going to the Super Bowl, baby. It's the Super Bowl. Me says, anyone see Acho's post-game reaction? Laughing out loud. He's mad the Rams let Sam play so well. Like, what the F is wrong with some of these guys? Like I say, they're going to move the goalposts. And there's going to be plenty that are still going to move the goalposts out of this one way or the other. I don't know. It's like he says he's not impressed and says that a lot of Sam's throws were made in the soft zones, not realizing who's going to go up against a core of JSN, Shaheed, and Cup. Yeah, you're still going to see the people not give the props. And quite frankly, when it comes to Sam Acho, I don't know what makes Sam Acho a quality commentator on anything. I know he played the sport once before, but I don't know any take of Sam Acho's that I've ever listened to that I were like, ooh, bars. Ooh, he really had some deep insight on that. He's a guy that will go for oftentimes the laziest take on stuff. He's a guy that you will flat find yourself just saying that's completely wrong. He's one of the guys that would double, triple, quadruple dug into the Sam not being good, Sam being bad, Sam being pumpkin, Sam being ghost, Sam being showing up his true self at the time when you need him most. He was one of those leaders of that board on that. And these guys have gone so deep. They have doubled down so many times over that they're too deep in it now. You look like a fool to pull yourself out of it. You look like you're the latest guy to the party in arriving. Like the party's about to close up and you're just coming in going, is there still some drinks here? When it comes to Acho, I'm not surprised he's been late on this one. He's late on a lot of stuff. And I'm not surprised that there's plenty of still these analysts still trying to move these goalposts. How would you do it in a game like this? They'll find a way. But this ain't Sam running into soft zones. This ain't Sam going up against a bad defense. This ain't the Rams laying over and giving him all these opportunities. This is him going and making it happen. I mean, even the throw to Shaheed, it's not that that's just an easy read to make. He recognizes the safety climbs. He's got press coverage man on the outside, and he punishes him for it. Smart quarterback decision, knowing the other safety is going to angle towards Jackson Smith. It's a beautiful throw, but it's a great A read because he finds it quick, makes it fast, is decisive, as he was all throughout this day. It's multiple times he's going through multiple reads to make plays. There's the big time throws down the field where he's definitely cutting it up. There's also some very tight window throws in there he's got to make too. Yeah, they'll still move the goalposts after this one. Manny says Crosby on this defense would be filthy. He wins his reps quick. The one thing this team lacks. Indeed. Still think the fit's true and good, and still think very much a possibility this offseason. Probably going to be a bit of a bidding war on that one, but we'll see. Let's travel. I got my Imanwari signed and grab a signed CSN. It's time to build that new era of signed players. Spoon on my list too. Oh, that's a good list. It's a very good list. Dang Bud, Rams not going for 2 was a bit puzzling. That could have been a game changer. They never would have had to go for those 4th downs that they converted. Made 0 sense not to go for 2. Good point. You know, one I hadn't really thought a lot about within this Dank in that moment. You know, being in that third quarter where you get that touchdown. That to your point, you don't try to do that there. Yeah. Maybe it would have made a little bit more sense in retrospect. Hadn't thought of that. It's a great point on your part. Or do I like how at this point Jackson's just making highlight plays like it's just another down, laughing out loud. Boy, yeah, he does. He is such a good receiver. What a game from him. Dang, Bud, yeah, they could have not converted, but still big decision to at least try. 4-5 is literally almost no difference unless you bank on scoring a touchdown. Yeah, I can see where you're coming at from that. Even in that moment, you're pretty late in the third quarter at that point, right? The game's winding down. You'd like to get that to 3 points. And you could see even at the end of the game what difference that 3 points made where, you know, the Rams probably are going to get themselves in a position to at least get to a field goal attempt if they're not trying to go for a touchdown there in that final drive. I can see the intelligence in it, dang, for sure. Orange said that one-handed grab cemented my choice for next jersey I'm purchasing, laughing out loud, but I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it with the Super Bowl emblem on it. I'm waiting for those to be dropped. They should be out soon. Ooh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Wellforth says, I hope the Niners leave their locker room nice for the Seahawks. Ha ha ha. Well, we did keep a couple of cigars in there, Wellforth, from a couple weeks ago. I will say. I'm just saying. Manny said, I wore my large jersey, not going to wash it. Got to save it for the Super Bowl. I'm going to have to do the same, man. No washing. No washing. We're going to have to sit in our own stank in a couple weeks. More cheap. I'm going to hang on to my weird prediction that Max Crosby comes in and plays with the Seahawks next year, laughing out loud. I did dream about it. I just like Max. He should be a Seahawk. I could see it, man. The fit seems right, doesn't it? The fit just kind of feels true. He feels like a Pacific Northwest kind of cat. I know he's from the North, but he feels like a Pacific Northwest kind of guy. Steven Shetler says, I bet $50 USD to $12.50 for this game and an additional $50 to win $3K for the Super Bowl. Just ordered a Switch 2. Hey, congratulations there, Steven. Well done on your part, man. Well done. Nothing sweeter. Team wins and you make some money. Man, he says, if we win, I'm going to the parade no matter what. Amen. I will find a way. I'm getting to that parade. Herbicide says, I rock my Murph. Murph so far has been unbeaten for me. Let's go. That better be what you rock next 2 weeks from now, Herbicide. No washing it. You got to sit in your stank. Got to sit in that stank, man. Eek says, Puka and Devontae are a whole different league of receivers compared to the Pats core. Agreed. And Booty and Diggs are functional and fine. But let's not forget with this Pats team, in part we're going to be speaking a lot about throughout the course of this year, you had like, what was at one point deep into the season, the 6th easiest schedule in NFL history that they were making their way through. That division was little bit of the opposite of what ours was this year. A weakened Bills team, a horrible Jets team, a pretty bad Dolphins team. You know, you got to beat up on some of that. An AFC that was not as strong as been in recent years, not as many Titans. They got to benefit from that. Playing Jared Stitham against Denver here today versus having to take on a Knicks. If Knicks plays in that game, you guys think Knicks isn't probably worth a touchdown more in this game to make the difference in that one? I think he probably is. Probably is. Especially with what he could have done with his legs in that snowy weather. And he's assigned lock into the practice squad so he gets his ring. There we go. Patrick says, you nut job still rocking. You know we do here. You know we got to do what we got to do here. Dang bud tickets for the bowl going for $7,000 at the cheapest. Jackson Darnold. Maybe he does name his first kid. That'd be cool. Benelli, I had my Eamon Wari on today. I wore my Murph last week. Let's go. Yeah. Riverside, 280 donos. That's nuts. That is nuts. We set a new record today, folks. New record today. 280 donos and member messages today on the stream. Just blown away. You know, Riverside? And you've been one of the big donors on this channel too. Just the support we get here is amazing. And I know people are celebratory, and that's going to make people very kind in this kind of mood, but it ain't just like this kind of stream here. It's when we've been bad, when we've been down and out, when we've had tough games and tough years that we finishing off on. Could have been the last game of the year. You can go in there and watch one of those end of the year streams, and still people in there pumping away and helping this channel out. And it is unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Manny says, be about to pull up the mobile like a boss. I'm walking in there I'm going to be feeling myself. I ain't even going to, I'm going to be like, I'm going to be telling Bryce and Dan, I'll be like, boys, we walk into this stadium, we own the stadium. You see a Patriot, you flip them off. Oh, we're walking in with some of that energy. Big dick swinging energy walking in that stadium is how it's going to be. That's how that's going to be. Oh, we're going to be feeling myself in Mobile. Dang Bud says, big difference, Simo. Gino's nowhere near Sam's level of talent. Sam, when on his game, has top 5 quarterback ability. Gino at his best is mid-tier to low-end tier. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, this is presented by where these two guys were drafted. And there's a reason one guy was drafted at the top of the first round. There's a reason another guy went to the second round, to your point. You know, that is inherently within them a bit. Very true. Samuel Carlson it says, Brando, did you hear about Sean McVay's post-game interview where he said Seattle got lucky? I hadn't heard that, Samuel, but I'll tell you what I think about that is that I really thought when the Rams lost the second game that they looked at the game in the wrong way. And rather than looking at, some of the reasons as to why they lost that game, they more were all about making excuses. And there was a lot of coping that went outside of simply giving Seattle credit for taking the game and came back down to more kind of that to the heart of what they were trying to sort of say. And I would just offer to Sean McVay, and I just offer to Ram fans that are trying to lean into that excuse, the very same thing you did a few weeks back and not kind of taking it on the nose and accepting the loss for what it was and to grow and learn from the experience, but instead to say that it was somehow this lucky miracle that just sort of occurred for you. That's the same spirit and energy that you put in tow, which caused you to then go through a tailspin through the back half of the schedule, which caused you then to have to go on the road in the playoffs, which even in the playoffs took you a long time to recapture some of that spirit of your best self. And if Sean and this team applies the same model into this offseason where they say, no, we're good enough, Seattle just got lucky on that day, then you won't do the corrective measures that need to be applied if you're hoping to take this thing over the top next year. And, no, we didn't get lucky in this game. We won this game. We won the last game. They were close. We just won the last two. So I'll have to go listen to what Sean says on that. It's kind of strange because, again, this is the same energy they brought last time, and it didn't seem to do them any favors last time. But I hope they keep it throughout the offseason. I hope that's what they say to themselves. Isn't Seattle was better? Isn't that they built a more talented football team? Isn't that they've got a better team? But it's that they got lucky. I hope to gosh that's their outlook on it. JRD says, I might just need to move to Seattle. I'm going to end back home eventually. I'll tell you that, JRD. Love the community, love the city, love the people. Benelli B is driving a twin turbo ZR1 after today. Let's have it go, industry. Let's have it go. Appreciate you. Big phase of rat. It's just the energy's gotten weird this offseason at the end of things, Fish. I don't know what's going on. A little bit too much Adderall. Got to not snort the Adderall before the games, but after the game, I don't know what it is. Warpchi says, enjoy it, Brandon. Everybody that's going to the parade, enjoy it. For us fans that can't make it, I'm sending all my aloha from Hawaii to the 12 Nation. Well, thank you for that, War Chief. We still got to win the game, so I don't want to get ahead of myself too far, but I will definitely be there. I cannot not be there. Samuel says, B, Jerry about Sean McVay's post-game interview. He said Seattle got lucky with that fourth down stop in the fourth quarter. He was right, but was a sore loser. I mean, yeah, I don't know. On the lucky thing to me is a weird thing for a coach to bring up when it comes to football game and knowing what goes into plays and skill and all that other, type of stuff. So I don't know if he's trying to say the Colby Parkinson drop is sort of what he's referencing is you got lucky there. You can kind of play that game through a game of being like, well, you got lucky here. We didn't do this there. Right. It's again, why you don't pull out a single play in a game and just get hyper extended on that as much as you possibly can. I know I'm guilty of this a little bit because of the whole penalty situation that occurred in the third quarter that I definitely got into a kerfuffle on in my own heart. But that being said, I still think that it's just wrong to grab a particular play and be like, well, this to this, it's like the fourth down play that you had. Devin Witherspoon made a tremendous play. That wasn't luck. That was him undercutting a route and jumping the route and almost picking the thing off. So I don't know what's, lucky about that particular play myself. But I hope Sean keeps that energy through the whole offseason. I hope that's his mindset to this season is we got unlucky. Because they won't fix then what didn't work right for them and part of why their season is ending right now. Seahawks C says they're weak on the left side of their line. The Pats, indeed, got some vulnerabilities over there. I think your pass rush can get to that that rookie left tackle as well. He's had a pretty good year for them, but I think that there's certainly that you've got the dogs that can get after him. A little bit of short arms out there. You got some longer arm cats that can get after him, especially test him as far as the bull rush goes. Dig Bud, national media low-key still has the Hawks as underdogs. It's crazy how clueless they are. They just can't get sold onto this team. They can't get sold onto Sam, even after the performance that he provided today, Dank. Why? You might have as good an answer to that as I do. I don't get it either, man. Don't get it either. Mom and Pop's in the house. What's up, man? It's good to see you. Says, hey, Brando. Good win tonight, brother. Keep it going. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mom and Pops. Hell of a win. Hell of a win. Kokin says, Brandon, if you fly out to Seattle, how can we meet up? We should have a Hawks Nest meetup. That would be fire. We'll do it bound by the parade, man. So I think the plan of this would be that we go out there and experience the parade. I'll tweet out where we're at on the parade conjunction, where we're kind of at on the alignment of where we're going. We're on this street, we're at this bar, and then we would just end up probably finishing up on some bar in Seattle where we can all kind of meet up down there. So yeah, absolutely we can. We'll set something up for that. It'll kind of be, put it along as the day goes along a little bit, but yeah, we'll do it something like that where we'll do the parade and then we'll kind of finish up in a given spot down there somewhere. Great idea. Fantastic idea. Love it. Fish Force, Pacific Northwest, D-Law versus Will Campbell equals barbecue chicken. It's not going to be a fun matchup for Will. The arms are a little bit short with him. He's a little bit of a guy that's got a little bit of that good foot speed to deal with those guys that can be some of those twitchier edge rushers, but you give him some of that length and size, and he can't get his arms on you, and you get your arms on him, and you got two guys with long arms that are well suited to lock that bull rush in and walk that guy back, I think there's some success to be had there. Chase Dern, thank you for the $2 donation, Chase. Appreciate you, man. Do you think we can keep Kubiak since we advance? I think that there's bettering chances now than I probably thought there was 2 weeks ago with Kubiak into keeping him. It is a little bit offset because he's having tremendous playoff success offensively right now. And so if you were a team that was somewhat hot to trot on Kubiak, like we like him. Oh, look at those 2 playoff performances. And now they're in the Super Bowl. And what if he hangs up 3 straight 30-point performances plus in the playoffs on the back of a Super Bowl win? Is that it? Is that enough to usually impress upon a team to go and then hire that guy as a head coach? It usually would be. Now, this gets hard a little bit, Chase, because there's some other factors that mitigate this. For instance, what about being so late in the process? Do teams get a little bit like, we don't want to wait for Kubiak to get the in-person interview. Let's just hire this stuff out and get it done. The number of jobs is ever shrinking. So there's some of that factor at play. Seahawks, prior to the game, it was being reported, are putting a full court press on Kubiak to try to retain him for another year. Maybe they're able to supersede this with an increase in what they're offering, monetarily speaking. It's a fluid situation, essentially, Chase. Hard to predict. Could kind of go any way. But I think the chances are getting a little bit better that you can maybe keep him for a year. It's all a bit of a counterbalance there. Contain Henderson and May try to beat us. We'll feast on them. I love it. Definitely he's a dynamic kind of talent, kind of like a poor man Jahmyr Gibbs for them. Not quite the same player, but a very talented kid. Very quick. Tim says, you think staying on the West Coast for the Super Bowl gives them an advantage? I do. Yeah, Tim. And the reason is, look, I think first off, they know that stadium well. They're going to be comfortable in that environment. They're going to know how that stadium kind of plays, footing, how you got to deal with in there. These are small things, but just as I say, it's going to be little advantages here that are going to, when you got two great teams to get to the Super Bowl, it's a collection of little advantages that can go and get you the win. Like I think it was like collection of little advantages that got you the win today. So yeah, I do in general terms. It's going to help you out by not only being West Coast, but being in a stadium you're familiar with. I think as well, it's going to help Tim with the traveling of the 12s. And something that you had with the New York stadium when the Broncos were in there is that you had more 12s than the Bronco fans, and the 12s were tremendously loud in that stadium. And that's part of what caused that whole snap over the head of Peyton Manning out the jump in that Super Bowl, wasn't it? And remember, Peyton goes over the sideline and he goes, man, I should have gone silent. We should have all just gone silent. We should have gone silent on that. We should have just started out silent. But they didn't know they were going to need to go silent because they thought they were on a neutral ground. Thought they were in a neutral stadium. But you aren't in a neutral stadium when you have Seahawks going to the Super Bowl. We are going to own that stadium. As long as, of course, you can put in the right presumptive place a little bit. East Coast, half an hour away from Pittsburgh in Detroit or something, I know it's not a half hour away, but it's so close, so easy for those Pittsburgh fans to travel. So much in the way that you saw in 2005, the ease by which the Steelers were able to travel on into Detroit, you're going to have an equivalency as far as Seattle fans traveling down to San Francisco, saying nothing of fans trying to get all the way from New England to San Francisco. Yeah, I think it's a bit of an advantage. Do I think it's going to be the advantage that shifts the tide? No, I'm not trying to overstate it. But do I think it's going to carry something a little bit? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Sanchez says, hey, Hawks Nest, the last time we were in the Super Bowl, my dad passed away. He was a Cowboy fan, but never forced it on me. When we won, he said, I'm happy you got to experience it. I hope you get another. Well, shout out to your dad, man. Sorry you lost him during that Super Bowl year. It can never be easy to lose a parent. And good that he allowed you to kind of pick your own. I think that's cool, fathers, to do that. It can't be easy to be done on that side of it. But maybe he's giving you a little bit of help from the greater beyond on this one. I know what this will mean to my son. Let me help out a little bit on this. Love it, Mark. Love it, man. Shout out to your dad. Big shout out to your dad. Gotta get another one, man. Gotta get another one. Fish Force, Pacific Northwest, McDonald will be unleashed. This is it. I agree. I think he gets to go more full bore, run his game plan in full. You don't got to be protective. You don't have to worry about some quarterback catching every little thing you're doing like you do with Stafford a bit. You can just really unleash it. And this is why I've said I think he's given these guys that are first year and second year quarterbacks the last 2 years a hell of a hard time, because this is a tough defense if you don't have all your P's and Q's understood to try to face. Martin says heads a bit on the sore side, but it was worth it to see the Seahawks back to the Super Bowl. Can't wait to see how the media try to move the goalposts on Dime Time Darnold after that performance. Dime Time Darnold. Let's go. Let's go. I like that. Dime Time Darnold. Yes, sir. Or Chief B, I love how all season on the roundtable, you're schooling them with facts, even when you had the right to rub it in because we lost. You still handled your business, and now you own the roundtable. Indeed, I get to be on the good side of this, and it worked out well in my favor, but I think it's also as well, just it's a testament to if you look at things as much as you can and trying to break them down intelligently, the fandom is going to always, as I say, color a little bit of your outlook. The rose-colored glasses are always going to be upon the face. I can't ignore that. You fight against it as much as you can, and you can see the intelligence, the moves that they've made here for this to come about. And I've said that I trust in this because individually, if I can go through these moves and say intelligent, and it's so thoroughly all the way through there, and you're stacking all those up conjunctively together, you can see the plan in place. You can see how the success can come about out of that. And I feel like a lot of the takes in the roundtable to start this year and the outlook of the Seahawks had to do with a lot of kind of old eyes looking at older Seahawks teams and not what this team was in the here and now and what they had built and what they had developed, the coaching they had in place, the smart moves they had made, and the smart money they had spent. But yeah, it's going to be very validating going on to that roundtable with having a lot of takes that a lot of people were like, oh, that's crazy. Sam Darnold, top 10 quarterback. That's crazy. Seahawks winning 11 games. That's nuts. To now kind of have to own the fact that I was right on this. And I didn't see 14 wins, but I was right on a lot of where this season was going about the potentiality. And I could certainly see the potentiality in this year occurring if those two steps came forward this season. Daniel Bailey says Sam Darnold was in the same draft as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and was the first to make a Super Bowl appearance from that class. How about that? Huh? How about that? Brandon Janis says, for real, let me save you guys some time. Don't ever bother tuning into Speakeasy or the Arena as it concerns the NFL. Pure grade A dog shit. Yeah, a lot of that stuff out there with some of these takes, isn't there, Brandon? And we saw him leading up to this game in the outlook of the Seahawks and people's evaluation of the Hawks, right? What was supposed to stand in for true analysis was not even close. Yeah, not even in the vicinity of. Huh? So I avoid a lot of those shows too. And if Acho's on there talking, you better believe I'm not going to be watching. Again, I can't think of one thing that guy's ever said that I've been like, wow, ooh, yeah, he's touching on something there I hadn't considered. See, Seahawks, pretty sure McVay's on some Adderall. Just saying, I wouldn't be shocked. Fortune 6 is going to be a long 2 weeks, man. It's going to be a savory 2 weeks. A long, savory 2 weeks. Lou, still excited here? You should be, Lou. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Super Bowl, let's up and go. Come on. War Chief, I feel so good about this win. I feel like tomorrow should just be a Seahawks holiday for everybody. Like nobody should report to work laughing out loud. We should just sleep in. We deserve it. Ha. Hell yeah, man. Take tomorrow off. You've earned this one, man. You're like me, you'll be emotionally spent after this game. Just gotta take a day off to catch the breath on that one. Good news is hopefully next season Sam learns how to give Sheed proper lead. Hey, he got it closer in this one, man. At least got the 51-yarder. First time took the top off the defense with Sheed. Let's go back to that in the Super Bowl. I'll tell you that, Dune. But timing takes a while to get it kind of in alignment there. Just love seeing Sam take the shot the last couple of weeks, recognizing, hey, there's some opportunities to go at Shaheed down the field. And this week, rather than twist it into a post route, you just kept it as a 9 route the whole way. Good. Marcus, one thing I continue to learn is that people who have their mind made up against Seattle will stay on the negativity. Just focus on the platforms that you like and agree with. Yeah, I mean, that's it. And it's not even to where, you can handle negativity towards your team. It's just sometimes how they're not really trying to bring up a well-honed argument as to why they find this negative thing or that thing, right? It's kind of like old Leighton Sam takes that they kind of lean into or something, But you're right. That's why you got to pick and choose what you want to watch. And I am watching stuff to hate watch, that's for sure. I want to watch stuff that's intelligent and gets me thinking and has me considering angles that I haven't thought about, not the most laziest, surfacey sort of takes that you sometimes get out there, which I guess, look, maybe there's a market for those, Max Crosby on the edge would be crazy in this defense, Dank. And it's part of why I think they're going to make such a hard run at him. I think you're going to potentially have some holes here on the edge you're going to want to get filled. It's going to be a point we got to address anyway. Why not go big? Yeah. Me with a great point says all 3 of Sammy's touchdowns were under pressure. Big old balls on Sammy. That throw with Jackson, man. You're throwing it to Jackson. You got pressure bearing down on your face. You're kind of off the back foot. You're layering the ball in over the top of a defender in the back of the end zone. I just made some great throws in this game, but high-level throws down in the red zone. And the difference in this game, and a couple of those moments of you getting touchdowns were in the same equivalent moments the Rams took field goals, just like in the first matchup. Get him to settle for that at these certain times where you're settling for touchdowns, and you got yourself the difference of the game. Patrick says, I regret not making the midseason bet where the Seahawks would make the Super Bowl. I probably should have myself. Keon says, people didn't believe in Seattle until 3 hours into the game. There we go. Marcus says, if you look for the detractors, you'll find them easily. Yeah, I agreed there, Marcus. I do. I mean, I think the thing with Sam, though, and the thing with people have talked about this team is it's been one that's been hard to earn any kind of respect. I don't think that's definitely looking for detractors on that. I think it's just been the way people have looked at the team and it's not anything that's born out of people hating Seattle. I think it's more of just born out of, it was people's takes walking into the season. And so it's hard to them walk that back as they go into the year. They're constantly looking for that original take to kind of be confirmed. And that's kind of human nature a little bit, but hopefully at this point they're spotted being brought over to this side. War Chief B made sense when he said Hall of Fame players towards the end of their career are going to want to go to a Super Bowl team. So we have a shot at Max for sure. Imagine him with a big cat. Damn. Be a hell of a combination. And that'd be the best front four in all of football by far at that point. Who is trotting a front four out like that? You got DeMarcus Lawrence on one side, Max Crosby coming off the other edge, Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams. Good luck. Good freaking luck. Patrick, I said the Broncos and Seahawks would win today if they played mistake-free football. Indeed. And that's what Sam was able to do for a second straight game, by the way. Something we talked about a couple weeks ago is Seahawks will win the Super Bowl if Sam Darnold doesn't turn over the ball in the playoffs. Joel Klatt was the guy that originally brought this thing up, and I thought it was a great point by Joel. And I agreed with it. And it's playing out to be the truth. Didn't realize within that there's going to be a game where we're going to require Sam to throw for 3 touchdowns, but cool nonetheless. Keon Lund, he's the only quarterback in history to have 3 touchdowns under pressure in a playoff game. His throw to Bobo, he had a dude wrapping up his knees. Kind of shows with Sam, an underrated part of his game too, where he can get a throw off with a guy kind of hanging off of him. He's not one of those guys that has to have every cleat in the ground, the full throw to be able to get the rip off. He can kind of have people dragging him down and sort of get the throw. And I think the same thing on the Jackson play. Not able to get your full arc into the throw, but you're able to make it happen. War Chief says, I was watching some Raider fans and they were all saying to each other, see if we just got rid of Coach Carroll and Geno and hire a young coach and a good quarterback. And we could also go to the Super Bowl. That's all it takes. That's it. Daniel says, I was high up, but had a good angle on the field. Had my eye on Shaheed on that first drive when he caught the big pass. Called it before it happened and remembered your analysis about trying the Rams deep. They give you that opportunity, man. They give you that static look. Press coverage with Shaheed. Safety to Shaheed's side. Drawing up. I thought potentially it would be drawing up to go play the run, but instead it was drawing up to play a tighter, to play the tighter coverage up there. The other safety staying to the other side of the field. If Sam can walk up and recognize those parameters, attack with the 9 route on Shaheed. He's going to be wide open because there's no Ram corner on this field that can run with Shaheed. And that's what happened. He got up the press coverage. He was up the field in the flash, and it did play out to be true. Yeah, again, make me looking pretty smart on that play. But well done by Sam to recognize it. It's not just a simple, easy read there. But if you just recognize a couple of stat things, boom, 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 now I can go take my shot there. Margin of that one-handed catch on the run by JSN in the first half was pure filth. Love the passing array of Sam Darnold put on a show today as well. Those two guys were money. Money. And Jackson gave you the full meal deal as a player today. That one-handed catch, effortless in the way he made it look. And not only he's got to make the one-handed catch, he's got to get the 2 feet down. And he made both of the parts of that catch just make it look easy as pie. But Sam, yeah, a lot of high-level throws from Sam today. A lot of difficult, they got the pressure throws on the touchdowns. You got the converting of third down and longs. How many third down and longs did you complete today? I mean, that's where the Rams put you in the biggest pickle, where they get you in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10. And now here come the stunts, here come the loops. And it got us a couple times in this game, quite frankly. We didn't get through it fully clean on that. But you had a couple other moments where you put in that place, and Sam was able to go find a nice, beautiful throw to be made to go get the first down. He made it happen today. It was not made easy for Sam in any way today at all. This is Sam Darnold, Tom Petty. I won't back down. No, I won't back down. Gonna stand my ground. Jason definitely got glue on his hands. He got some of that stick 'em me. Some of that 70s Fred Biletnikoff stick 'em on his fingers. Ethan Carroll says, hey, B, is this the best all-around Seahawks team you've ever seen when it comes to every side of the ball? Yeah, 100%. It supersedes the Legion of Boom team. I think defensively they match up very closely in alignment to the Legion of Boom team. I know this wasn't their best performance today, but I just think in what we've seen from them overall and data-wise, it's been that. And I think you got a better special teams unit, and I think you got a better offense this year. Yeah, I do. I think you collectively, offensively, have ran for more yards than you ran. I mean, unless you take out what your running back's done. I know Russell Wilson's yards get added to the fray on 2013, but you pass more yards. Your running backs run for more yards. I'd have to give the nod in that way. Yeah, I would. Jack Maloney says, I thought Cup was washed. I know, I did too. Everybody's been just telling me that over and over again. I thought that's what I was. Everyone was so sure. Marcus says, skipping on buying the conference championship gear for the Super Bowl gear. I'll likely buy the Seahawks championship belt also. I think I'd have to get that as well. That would look good on the backdrop, wouldn't it? I think that'd look really good on the backdrop, maybe behind the helmet. You give me some ideas here, Marcus. Give me some ideas. Oh, we got more than 7K that watch today industry. It just probably hasn't adjusted. No, we did well over, I'm sure we did over 30,000 today. Microwave Freedom, I still can't process that we made the Super Bowl. And it doesn't seem real, does it? It doesn't seem real. I'm the same way. I'm still kind of processing with you guys. I just kind of come back and remind myself here every few minutes. I'm like, oh, we're going to the Super Bowl. We won that game. 7K, let's go then. Oh, you're saying 7K for the Super Bowl. Thought it'd be more. That's pretty pricey. 7K is, whew, that's a lot for one football game. I thought it was a lot back in for the last Seahawks Super Bowl for $1,000 a pop. But that's 68K for mid-range 50-yard line. Jeez Louise. Ay. Spicy meatball. Gyan Zbot understands what rooting for a team that nobody nationwide cares about feels like. Yeah, 100% he does. Heart goes out to Bills fans, that's for sure. Ethan Hawksnest. So for the Super Bowl, I'm thinking humiliation. Pure humiliation to that team. Like what we've had to go through the past decade. Humiliation. Oh, and served ice cold. Let's go, man. Let's go. Yeah, babe, it's only 7K. I have handbags that are that much. Hey, yeah, those are gonna be nosebleed seats though, too, probably. If they're charging Cal, if they're charging like freaking 50 freaking K or whatever for midfield street, those are gonna be the nosebleeders. Those are gonna be you that's gonna be you squinting your eyes, hoping you can see something there. It gets tight on that one. Jay getting smoked on Tuesday night. She's just kidding. Max, this team is special. We don't have many superstars, but we are a super team. I love it, man. I love it. Keon says, make the Pats look stupid. It would be a sweet redemption for that brutal loss. It would be. You talked about closing that play up forevermore. Putting that play away forevermore. No more whipping it out every time we play the Pats. It goes away forever. You rumple stomp them in this Super Bowl. Manelli says that fourth down stop wasn't luck. I agree. Where's McVay coming from on that? Like that just, again, feels like sour grapes and coping. Feels like the same energy that I got from the Rams after the last time we beat them. All right, yeah. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? Thank you for the $10. Don't know. Back from the bar. How was the experience out there? She says, wow, what a damn 24 hours. A ride in my dream car, the DeLorean, and now a chance at redemption against the Pats. Damn, I'm loving life and being a 12. Thank you all for making this 12's day a very happy one. Well, I hope you had a great time out there in the bar, Megan, and was able to cook it out there, have some fun. Congratulations to you on a great day. It's been a hell of a thing for you getting the Pats and the Hawks going, or getting that Back to the Future thing going at the same time, the Hawks at the same time this season. What a double dip for you on that. Thank you for all of your support today as well. And I know you're loving life right now. I know you're riding high. Let's go. M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Just joining back in the stream. Glad you're still going, B. Sam's no-look pass to JSN one-hander. Cherry on top for going blow for blow with Stafford. It's a hell of a cherry on top, isn't it? Because this was the performance that you thought was in Sam. You'd love to have seen within Sam, but you think within this game it'll come down to having to probably ride with Sam operating with an offense that's been similar to how we operating through the back half of the schedule and limiting down some of the passing attempts and trying to lean into running the ball. But they trusted in Sam, and Sam rewarded him for it and made some big time throws across the board in this game. This wasn't 346 empty calorie yards. This isn't him throwing for those yards down by 10 points and he's having to bring them back and they're just running loose zones. And so this is you in a game where you got the lead that's tight, that's finding a way to make these passes happen. And he was great today. He was, Jordan, he was sensational today. And the one-hander, and that happens on the one-hander with a completion there on third down. How many third downs did you get today with Sam? High-level third downs. Pressure bearing down on him third downs and got the conversions. He needed every bit of what he brought today with the 346 yards and the 3 touchdowns. But cherry on top is a great way of putting it. That Sam gets to put this performance out there for your team to get to the Super Bowl. You got to feel like the kind of confidence that this instills in Sam into the future, which how can it not with some of the questions that constantly have dogged him over the past 2 years and throughout his career, to that have some kind of effect in your psyche to some degree. And this would hopefully shake that away. Actually, I feel like we just won the Super Bowl. I hate to be this confident, but I'm expecting some serious BTA for the Pats. Well, remains to be seen if the Pats can be able to stand up to the strength like this Rams team did. And I think it's going to be a matchup. It's going to be tough. But I also think that this was the true Super Bowl. And I think it's going to take our best effort. We can't come out there and just expect we're going to walk through them. And that's the way you got to bring a hunger and a ferocity out there in the Super Bowl. We know that. But if they can bring the right energy, they've got the talent, they've got the team that it should surpass this Patriot squad. Mises Cup scored the winning touchdown. How beautiful is that? How about Cooper, huh? Cast away by the team, the Rams. Yeah, they say you're done. You're cooked. You're spent. Comes to Seattle, gets that game-winning touchdown, and does so to push himself past his old team. You know that's got to be satisfying for him. He's not a petty kind of guy on that, but that's got to feel good for him. Luck favors the prepared, says me. It's a great quote. Martin says it's amazing how lucky, aka good, the Seahawks have been all season. McVay deep into coping mode if he's calling us lucky. Yeah, agreed. For a fan to say, okay, fans will say that, but for a coach to say that, Tyler Smith says, why do they keep getting away with spinning the ball and screaming at our players? Did like 4 times, no flags. I don't know, man. I didn't like the 1-1 either, Tyler. To your point, I think it's a game where there's a lot of talking going on. There's a lot of guys feeling themselves after making a play. And you know what? I don't want to shut that off from either squad. I want that energy to ripple back and forth between them because it makes a better brand of football, makes a more intense brand of football. And I think in the playoffs, you got to let those guys get a little bit of more extra away with that than you would in the regular season because the emotions are heightened, because the stakes are heightened. But to your point, maybe they weren't tremendously consistent on it. Yeah, it says, if he thinks his player dropping a ball is our luck and not their fault, is a hilarious take. Niners make injury excuses after loss, and Rams say we're lucky. Can't give us props out of jealousy. I guess not, man. Starts to feel like that a bit, doesn't it? It would start to feel just a little bit like that. Manny says, Will Campbell long-term will be a guard. I think the arm length just keeps him from reaching his full potential. It's hard. There's like one guy with less than 32-inch long arms starting in the NFL at tackle. And so you can laugh at this a little bit and like, what's the difference between 1/2-inch arms? Well, the NFL seems to carry a lot to it because they only have one guy starting over 32 NFL teams. So 64 NFL starters, 32 teams, 2 starters apiece, and 63 of your 64 starters have over the 33-inch long arms. It's kind of a mandate for a reason because these defensive ends are long as hell. And if you don't got that length, and you get guys that are power rushers with length, and you're locking those 2 bull rush points in like you have DeMarcus Lawrence do or Derek Hall does, and you don't have as an offensive lineman the counter length that they're going to hit into your pads before you're going to hit into their pads. And he who controls the pads first is going to win a lot of times. He's not been a bad tackle for them, but you do just wonder about that, Manny, with him. Especially being a rookie, and especially in this particular matchup with big, strong, long guys that we got. Brandon Jan says, did Megan ride in the BTF car, the Back to the Future car, and participate in a photo shoot? She did. Yeah, we got it here. Show you guys what's up. Got a little Megan right there with the DeLorean. All right, it's a little bit out of focus there. You got the DeLorean in the background next to her there, and then we got there's the other one. Here we go. Top up on it there. So there we go. She's got a Marty McFly outfit. Got the hoverboard she's holding on to. Sorry, Megan, I can't get it to do the can't do the thing on the deal. It won't show. There we go. Well, you can kind of see on that. Tell you what, Megan, they've done a good job of keeping that thing in good shape because you know they got that thing traveling all over the place. Those cars are starting to get a little bit older. And thank you, Megan, for the $5. Says, B, could you please show the photo I sent you of me and the DeLorean, please? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can kind of see it there. Kind of see it. If I can get it to focus in. Stupid autofocus, Megan. But straight from the movie. DeLorean straight from the movie. Yeah, Megan, they got that thing clean. I'll tell you what. Like, that looks good. That's an old ass car, you know. They've kept that thing up for sure. Probably only so many DeLoreans left too. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate the Viber. But now he says, who can afford these ticket prices are crazy. I paid $3,300 for 3 tickets today, but Super Bowl tickets on 100 level, $68,000. That's crazy. That is crazy. The NFL's maximized it out, I guess. But boy, those prices are just ridiculous. You talk about you're getting a certain crowd going in there. Mez Monkey says, I'm crossfaded as F. Laugh my ass off. Go Hawks and go Brando. I love y'all. We're going to the freaking Super Bowl, man. Shout out to Sammy D. Hey, shout out to Sammy D. Much love out to you too, Mez. Appreciate you, man. And you should be tonight. You should be tonight. Marcus says, in Sam I trust. Amen. Amen. San Francisco. Oh, I'm gonna be owning that round table industry worth. You know it. Got to give them a what's for in there. I'll be respectful. I won't be a toxic winner. I'm gonna feel myself a little bit. Microwave Freedom. Hope we get Torrey Horton back next year. He's a beast. Indeed, me too. Me too. He's a great player. Great pick by John. Hopefully he's able to bounce back real quick off that. I think he's pretty close right now, Microwave. And maybe even another 2 weeks, he might be ready to go. You never know. Manny says, from week 1 and Brandon wearing the Sourdough Sam hat to potentially winning the Super Bowl in their stadium. That's just part of the storybook, right, Manny? I got put in a Sourdough Sam hat. I literally had Sourdough Sam shitting me out on the round table for 2 hours. We started from the low of lows, losing the Niners in our own house. And look at where we are now. Look at where we are now. They are 68K. Look it up. Oof. I believe you. I could see him doing it. I could see him doing it. Megan says, I won't be at the round table this week. I'll be traveling all day. We'll leave my gloating until next week. There we go. There we go. Dang, but I paid $500 to go to the Niners. Didn't want to pay $1,000 for this one. Went with people, luckily, so I got free food, drinks, and parking. Prices are insane, especially in this economy. Dang, it's like who's making a lot of money right now in this age, right? Everything's a little tight for everybody. But that's tough, man. Yeah, I can't blame you on that. I mean, once you get to $1,000 for a ticket for a game that's gonna last 3 hours, it's like it gets hard. Will says, hey, Brandon, you need to get one of those WWE heavyweight belts to throw over your shoulder for the NFC West roundtable. It's almost a must at this point. I do, man. That's a great suggestion. Somebody was saying they do like championship belts when we win the Super Bowl. So maybe I got to see if the Seahawks store's got something that they've got cooked up over there that I can utilize. But if they put something together in the store, I will definitely get it this off season. I will definitely have it for this off season, and we'll get it up on the backdrop for sure. So 2 major additions we'll make for this offseason is we're going to get another jersey, probably Jackson Smith for the backdrop, and then we'll probably have to try to get a championship belt at the same time. I think those will be our 2 requirements. Space says McVay was shook. Boy, yeah, I sounds like. Microwave Freedom. McVay looks like the guy to live on Monster 24/7. I was joking. It's that or an Adderall addiction, right? There's a little bit. I mean, I'm a pretty big energy guy myself, but there's a little bit of something extra coming from McVay this year. You know, that face is a little bit too red, if you know what I mean. Just a little bit too much. Some extra going on there. But now he says, no, I have to work. I already took this week off for a family emergency. Seahawks are in the playoffs was my emergency. Manny says a very good use of an emergency. Manelli says, it's straight BS. I couldn't believe the pricing when I saw it. Yeah, they're going over the top, and every year it just seems to increase to more incredible amounts. Pretty soon it's going to be $1 million a ticket. I mean, are we that far away? Daniel says, I already know what the media will say. They'll ignore how Sam hasn't had any turnovers this playoffs and just talk about the amount of turnovers Pat's defense caused recently, and they'll try for it again. Yeah, it's the move. The goalpost movement will continue forward, Daniel. And national media leading into this game, and figureheads and pundits, and there'll be a few people that will come over to Sam's side of it. There'll be a few people that recognize, like, I can't hold on to this dumb take any longer, but there'll be plenty that'll still be throwing their shade. That's for sure. Space Lumen was rocking and rolling tonight. Boy, was it ever. Wish Lockett was a part of this run, maybe later. Would have been cool, man. Would have been cool. Stoic Skeleton, thank you for the $2 donation. What was controversial about the halftime show? I hadn't heard anything controversial at the halftime show. So I forget who it played. I was kind of checked out because I was more into the chat at that moment, Stoic. So I wasn't really like paying attention to who was on, but nobody's mentioned in the chat that there was anything controversial. I didn't even see a halftime show. Or maybe you're meaning the Bad Bunny thing? Or there's some people that are in a kerfuffle over that he's going to be the halftime show. I don't have a strong opinion about that one. I didn't see the show on it myself. Nobody's mentioned anything in the chat either. So sorry, man. I'm not too sure. Thanks for the dono. I hadn't heard anything. Nobody's mentioned nothing in the chat about it. So I heard someone say there was something controversial. Well, stuff's turned up right now. John Hobbs, can't say enough about JSN. Played a hell of a game. That one-handed catch was so smooth. It was awesome. And yeah, he played a full meal deal JSN type game. Stepped up huge when you needed him to. He was clutch. Made some really tough catches. Not that one-handed. There was that other play where Darius Williams is like all over him. And he makes such a great catch to get the first down there. Darius has got his arm in there and he's moving it all around. And JSN's like just vice gripping down the ball. It was cool. And Demon Wari was pissed at Woolen. He got on his ass about that penalty. Definitely agree, Stoic. Politics out of football is a better thing. You know those performers, they can't help themselves. I just imagine our fans would have actually gotten behind Sam before tonight. Love you guys, but there's a lot of stupid takes about Sam. There is. I think fan base has largely gotten behind him. I mean, at least the people in my chat, Tyler. I mean, I've of course been on Sam train since the off season. So it's certainly, I've been trying to lead the way on this one in that way. But I got to give, I think people have been sliding on. I mean, I certainly think you're right in the fact that from day one, from the first opening half of the schedule, were they in that same place? No, and definitely was a guy that's got people very reluctant to get to his side. And it would have been great to see it quicker, to your point. But to me, it feels like more of a national thing with the people's outlook on Sam than actually the local situation here. But Sam drew a lot of hard opinions from people all across the board. That's for sure. Next is JSN's got kitten mittens. Yes, he does. Some claws to make sure, stick those claws in there on the catch. We did not have to use the Barner tush push today. No barnyard needed today. No 3rd and 1s, man. Isn't that weird, me? Kind of strange. Brandon, how's that? A rookie putting a 4-year vet in his place. Wild. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Brando giving the NFC West roundtable to Drano this week. Bronze Sausage, go Hawks. Love y'all. Love y'all, Bronze. Love you too, man. Dang, bud, their punt return to dropping that punt return was so huge. Bro's going to be in his head all night. It's going to be a tough look, especially if that's the second one you dropped in the game. And that's a big play in this game, huh? Much love to you too, Brandon. We did it, Space. Let's go, me. Let's go. Do a little heart. Maybe a little heart emoji here. Let's go. Let's go. Max says Cooper Kupp playing a full season is actually insane. Well, we're not needing to target the guy 179 times. Isn't it surprising where he can actually maintain some of his health? And it's the beauty of taking a player like this and managing how you use him. Or it's not, let's use him up every game to the nth degree like we see some of these offensive coaches do so, where it's like you got something good and you keep hammering it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. But instead, interweave him in. Have him serve a role. And it's a very important role at that. And there's still plenty of productivity to be had. But Cooper Kupp played really well this year on top of playing a full season. Really well. Just so impressed by his game. Especially, again, with the narrative that was kind of hounding him coming into this season. I mean, oh, he's totally spent. He's got nothing left. There's nothing left there. Space is chewing on his pillow tonight. Yeah, dang, but I kind of wanted the Bills-Hawks too, man. That would have been a cool matchup. That would have been a very cool matchup. But now he says, if I'm going to the Super Bowl, I'm not sitting in the nosebleeds. No, especially not paying $3,000 or $7,000 for the price to do so. Yeah, those seats, they're even the modern NFL stadiums. There are some bad seats in the house. Now I'll be watching the Super Bowl on a laptop on the North Slope. Let's go. Marcus says, fourth Super Bowl in 20 years. Millions of people will go their entire lives and not even see much playoff success. Good times. We come back to just enjoying this, don't you, Marcus? Come back to just savoring this experience and what we're getting to see and what we're getting to have here in the next couple of weeks. Because like you say, you never know when you're going to be back here again. There's so many fan bases that don't even get to taste it. Just savor it. And that's what we're going to do. And that's what we're doing tonight. Just enjoying it. Warchie says, JSN had a bunch of amazing plays today. Which one was your favorite? The one-handed catch was wild, but the catch over the middle where he knew he was going to get hit and still caught it, hard as F. Yeah, I think that's the one that's probably the most impressive to me. Because he's going up there now. He's going up there knowing he's going to take a shot. And it's the playoffs. That guy's going to light him up with all he's got. And the guy's out of position, so he's got to hit him hard like that. And so, yeah, that's the one where to me, he got lit up on that play. It was a clean hit too by the Rams player. And he really, really gave him the 1-4 on that. And to hold on to that ball and that big of a catch in that moment, that was just like, all right, here we go. I mean, that puts you just right there on the doorstep, it felt like. So that's probably the one. I mean, just about all of them I could put in an equivalent. There's a one-hand catch. There's the catch there I was mentioning against Darius Williams. There's the well-run route in the back of the end zone. And hell, he had one where he caught in the back of the end zone on the day where he made a great catch just to climb the ladder, go make the catch. He just didn't have enough room to get his feet in bounds. He was just on it today. Your best player playing his best when you need him most. Jordan says Rams fans and even the coach can never say good game. Yeah, there seems a bit hard for that to come out of them a little bit. I'm just saying too. I kind of just showed too. Has UE2K been in the chat lately? It's been a while since we've seen UE2K. He's been gone for a bit. You have a backpack worth that much, but not a handbag. Lou, welcome back as a member of the channel, man. Good to have you back in the fold, bro. Members of the channel, we're going to be doing Monday morning PFF scores for you guys. We'll get those out to you tomorrow. And then we're going to be doing a call-in show next week, Lou. So keep an eye on your community post as we'll be getting that out there and cooked up next week. Manny V10 says the Coop touchdown was script writing at its best. Boy, was it ever. Haven't lost a game since November 16th. It's been a while. Might as well go win the whole thing. Might as well. We gotten this far. And as Shawar says, we're joining the Hawks Nest membership. Please do join up. And folks, we still have almost 700 people in the chat tonight. If you can hit that like button for me. Can't believe we got this many still rocking and rolling with me. Appreciate y'all for that. We'll go late. We're going late tonight. Flag says, is Jesse going to finally put some respect on Darnold? Yeah, he'll be one of those people that comes over at this point. And Jesse's been very itemized in what he said that he needs to see from Darnold to become convinced. And for Darnold to get it done in the playoffs, for Darnold to get in the bright lights in the biggest moments, the last 2 weeks, he could maybe go out back to last week and he say, look, we're playing on the road. My 49ers team is toast. We're injured up. It's not truly a test for Sam and company. But this is different Flag. No ground game, not much of any kind of defense. He's kind of on his arm here to do against this Rams team that offensively is matching you note for note. I think at that point, you got to, whatever he was holding on to on that, he'll come over to the side. I just don't think he's as dug in as, even though he's been stubborn on this one, I don't think he's as dug in as others are going to be on the same thing. I think he's going to come into that going, look, he's given some ground on this already recently. This is the kind of performance from a guy like that in his perspective that'll go, okay, that was defining. That was something that needs to now fully upend this narrative. And I got to look at this with new eyes. I have a lot of faith that he'll be in that spot of things. Was Woolen told by the ref to cool it? I didn't know that. And he kept going after the ref told him to cool it. It seemed like bang, bang. There was no ref that came over and they just kind of called the play. But admittedly, I haven't re-looked at it a bunch. So I have to go back and check the play to see what happened exactly. OrGB, I recently adopted a really awesome big black cat who looks like that man. We named him Onyx. They keep telling me he's bad luck because he's black. Yeah, well, what do they know? My bad boy, Broad Luck, laughing out loud. Hey, I got a black cat. We just got to the Super Bowl with me having a black cat. So she walked past my keyboard here as we're live. So I don't think there's anything to it. Rob's got a black cat named Onyx. That's a great name for a black cat. Great name for a cat. Megan, thank you for another $10 donation, Megan. That photo was at the cinema where I first saw the movie 41 years ago. The car is the only one in this country that was signed off as being exactly as the movie car. That's very cool. And again, you can't figure there's that many DeLoreans, much less, Back to the Future replica DeLoreans out there on the market anymore. But how cool. 41 years ago, you got to see it in the cinema and then be able to go and check out go out and check the play out and be able to check out the car in person like that. That was such a cool experience. I think your Seahawks won at the same time, Megan. That smile's not left your face all day long, I'm guessing. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for all of your support here. And congratulations. Rob thought I was unique with my Onyx the cat, black cat. Guess not, laughing out loud. Hey, it's a great name, and great minds think alike, Robs. Hey, Hawks Nest wasn't a hoverboard. That was the deck of Marty's skateboard that I had signed by the musical cast. Ah, my bad. Okay. It was hard to tell in the photo. All right. Nice. Keon just rewatched the game. What a joy when you already know the outcome. Oh, I bet. I can't wait. Can't wait to watch the live copy. Industry says, be sure to wear some flowers and red hair. That's right. When you're going to San Francisco. If you're going to San Francisco, be sure to beat the Patriots in the stadium. Patrick, double pleasure today. Watch NFL replay week 16. It's a good day of football watching right there. Good day of football watching. Oh, I know the song. I know the song. If you're going to San Francisco. Why you mad, bro? Says, can't wait the NFC West roundtable. I'm ready to shut them Ram fans up. They're going to be a quiet bunch this week. Why you mad, bro? Don't be surprised if we don't have any in the house. Don't be surprised if it's a little empty in there. Just a bunch of Hawk fans rattling around. Patrick says, Jinja Ninja fooled you into believing he was not elite. Let's go. Sammy Dimes, Darnold is clutch, isn't he? Boy, is he ever. Z says, blessings, Brandon, being a Seahawks fan since the mid-1980s. It'll be a treat having Seahawks playing the Super Bowl in the Bay Area where I live. It'll be a treat to see the build-up for the event. That's so cool. And yeah, it will be. It's great. I love it that you get the extra week. You get that just everything building up to things. Such a cool feeling. Nothing just kind of happens bang, bang like that, but you get an actual second to kind of, yeah, this is nice. You know, breathe in that mountain air. Orchie says, B, you hear that? I don't want to hear nothing about rivals anymore. We are officially unrivaled until next year. Ha ha ha. Peerless. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. HEG, doesn't B have to get on a plane today? I do have to get on a plane today, but we're going to the Super Bowl, baby. Plane rides can wait. I will sleep on the plane. I will sleep when I'm dead. Arturo, been a Seahawks fan since 1997. Congrats, Arturo. Be Skriller, every win is a blessing, but this opportunity next to none. Let's go. Let's go. Flag B, you better go hard to the round table. Let them effing have it be. I got to walk the line between toxic winning and being a magnanimous winning, right? And, I'm going to let them know to a little degree. But, you don't want to be a bad winner. Like, you don't want to be a bad loser. So I gotta be like with some respect in there. I can't just come in there with the flames and be like, Doesn't mean I don't want to do it. Doesn't mean I don't want to do a flag. But I gotta pick my moments on that a little bit. And we'll see how some of the reaction we get in the chat from them or from the folks in the round table about the reaction to this game will maybe draw a little bit of how I'll react a bit to it. I love Mike McDonald's primal emotion after the game. Oh, yeah. Can't wait to listen to his post-conference presser. Incredible coach was right. Incredible coach space. We got a good one. Tyler, why didn't they throw the flag on the play where the defenders slammed the same head straight in the ground? It was almost the same as when Nick did it and got 4. I'm not sure. Defenders slammed the same head in the straight. Why didn't the ones that play where the defenders slammed the same head in straight in the ground? I'm not sure. Play's not coming quite remembering that one. $24-hour stream. We'll do it if we win the Super Bowl. For sure, we'll go 24 on that. But we got to be doing I got a flight right about the end of midday tomorrow out to Mobile, Alabama. So we can't do the all night one here. Dang, bud, I was a little kid watching my first ever full NFL season when the Hawks made their first Super Bowl. This will be the 4th ever one I've seen as a fan. Really cool, except for the Mariners. It does help with the Mariners' struggles, doesn't it? Very true. Have a good night, HHG. He says, phone's going to die. You have a good one, man. It's been great hanging with you tonight. One of my OGs on this channel. People have been around for many years here. Know you're celebrating tonight in a major way. Know you're enjoying this in a major way. I mean, I can't tell how many fans are just diehard Hawk fans that they're not just, oh, it's great, you go to Super Bowl tonight, but just revelatory in your feeling. And you're going to have a hard time sleeping tonight. And I know this about you guys because I've had so many interactions with you and I know how much you care and how much you love this team. And just you hear me say congrats, but it is a congrats. Because I know what you guys get to enjoy on this. And I'm going to be enjoying it together. And whether we're not together or on the stream live tonight and throughout the night, we are going to be enjoying this throughout the night. Dabney Trot says, hey, Onyx is the name of my new puppy. Oh, we got a lot of Onyx out there. Fan-based name. Uh-oh. Dude was slammed by Onyx. Let the boys be boys. It's another one, but a one. In the double down. Slam, slam. Let the boys be boys. It's a good song, man. It's a good song. But now he says, whoever said the Mariners traded for Fernando Tatis in the chat a few days ago was a cruel joke. I want him on the Mariners so bad now. I know. It was it's an inventive joke too, because I think he comes from like the Dominican Republic. Like, I want to say he does like, he comes from the same spot as Julio. So I was like, oh, maybe it's a little bit of the local connection between those two guys, you know? But that was cruel. And I'm going to go ahead and blame that on a 49er fan for doing that, Benelli. I'm gonna blame that on a bitter 49er fan for saying that. Austin says my black cat's always stealing stuff. I have more problem with my orange cat than the black one. Black one's a perfect girl. Orange one's a little bit of a hellion. Val Ramos, Darnold giving credit to the 49ers is what's up. Hey, help to build our QB, man. Thanks for baking him in the oven for us. It's appreciated. Thank you guys for spending $53 million on Brock and not on Sam. The Warhammer, did you all see the one guy who bet $1,000 on an anytime Bobo touchdown paid out $35,000? Wow. What a hit there, huh? What a hit there. $35,000 on a 1K bet. Good job. Wow, well done. John says, yeah, it's too bad some of the San Francisco fans didn't give Sam credit back. Tyler says, do you think the coaches are still scared of Sam throwing the ball? No. I think that if there was some fear there in Sam throwing the ball, this would be the game you would have felt it in, Tyler, against a team that he's got 6 interceptions in the prior two games he's been against them. He's got something like 9 interceptions the last 3 games against them in the last 3 matchups he's faced. Here is a game where you have that team going up against that is sort of kryptonite theoretically on paper. And so when I look at this disparity in this game where you played with the lead through a large part of this game, Tyler, you end up with 36 passing attempts. You end up with 26 rushing attempts. So you're not even anywhere near the vicinity of sort of the 50-50 rate. You're not in the vicinity of being under 30 passing attempts where you'd like to be at in this game coming into this game, I think, from an offensive standpoint. What happened was that you weren't running the ball well enough, good enough, and there were some holes to be found in how you pass the ball. Essentially, the Rams said, look, we're going to stop the run. We're going to dedicate the resources to stopping the run, and we're going to force you to show that you can beat us over the top with Sam and throwing the ball. So they threw the gambit down in front of you, Tyler, and said, we're going to give you the opportunity, but we don't think you can do it. And then he had to go out there and not only make those throws he did, but throw more than you ran. Not just be able to operate with 17 passing attempts, not just be able to operate with 25 passing attempts. You start getting into 36, and you're starting to get into danger territory a little bit. So I think that if they were worried and fearful of that, they would have still, even despite necessarily the run game not necessarily cooking up as hot, stuck with the run game despite that. They wouldn't have just double back down, being willing to throw as much as they did here. And I think that the coaches have ultimate confidence in Sam in this, but this proves out in the pudding. You don't get to 36 passing attempts on 26 rushing attempts as a counterbalance to that for a team that's trying to protect their quarterback from throwing the football. It's why, Tyler, this game manager, he's a Trent Dilfer, he's a Brad Johnson, he's a Jimmy Garoppolo. It's why these comparisons never fit. Because there's more capability within Sam. There's more ability there within Sam. Those kind of quarterbacks are a type of quarterback in NFL history, a type of quarterback that's gotten to the Super Bowl, a type of quarterback that's won a Super Bowl at times. In the case of Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer. But that's not Sam. He's better than that. He just flat is. Billy Henningsen, thank you for the $15 donation. Billy coming in from Australia says, greetings from Townsville, Australia. I'm absolutely buzzing. What a year. Flying to Seattle for the Super Bowl to immerse myself in the atmosphere. Any suggestions? Appreciate all of your coverage this year. Well, that is awesome. If you're going to do so, I would say first suggestion wise, if you're going to come appreciate the Super Bowl, be in Seattle to experience it rather than, kind of do the bar thing. Downtown is where you're going to want to do it. There's going to be a lot of Seahawks bars where you can kind of pick your spot and it's going to be off the hook wherever you're going to go down there. But to be downtown and be in the heart of it down there, you can't ask for a better place. Down by the stadium, potentially, there'll be some good spots down there that you could go check out that would certainly be awesome. I'm sure there's going to be probably a watch party in the stadium itself, Billy. I would imagine you will have the stadium filled with Hawk fans there checking it out. So that's a place you could go to and start out the bars, go there afterwards on that. Go check it out. I'd also say, Billy, if you're going to go there, is to set up the time to make sure that you can be there for the presumptive parade. So you could be there to experience the game and be there a couple days after that when they get the parade announced and going, because the last parade was second to none. This would be off the hook. The whole city would come to life. I think we had like 1 million people down there at the parade the last time in the city of Seattle, in the heart of Seattle. And so I would recommend that you definitely do it that way. But shout out to you out there in Townsville, Australia. Got another Aussie in the house here with Megan. And appreciate you, Billy, for the $15 dono. But that'd be the way I'd do it. I wish I had an exact specific bar, but you've got about 20 of them in that area right around the stadium itself that are all heavily Seahawks laden in their approach. Can't go wrong with any of them. All of them got some really special environments there to go. And again, I think the stadium will be kind of open. I bet they do kind of a watch party in the stadium where you can essentially get in kind of for free and just go, watch it on the big screen with the bunch of people in the house, which would be cool in itself too, Billy. You can't be actually in San Francisco. That's not the worst ways to do it. So I think they'll probably do something like that. You should probably hear about something like that even tomorrow. They'll announce that, I'm sure, to let people know. But anywhere down in Seattle, anywhere down around the stadium, you can have your pick of kind of bars and atmospheres down there that'd be just grade A, in my opinion. But thank you, man, Billy. Appreciate you for that. Love seeing another Aussie in the house here. Like I say, I can't wait. Potentially, Billy, we're going to go down, and I think Megan's just about talked me into it. If we're going to get a Hawk game next year, especially if we win the Super Bowl this year, how can I not go down to Australia if we place the Rams in Australia? I mean, that's almost like a no-brainer trip, even for what it's going to cost me to do it. But I'm going to have to do it, I think, if we are able to get down there. And maybe I'll get a chance to see you two down there, Billy, if the Hawks are going to play. But I can't wait till as well that if we do get to play in Australia, I think we're going to take that stadium over with Hawk fans. You'll have very little Rams gear in that stadium. You'll have a lot of blue. Feels like Seattle feels like Seahawks Australia's on hook, It's on point right now. It feels like Seahawks territory. Absent Megan's cardinal brother, which God knows how he arrived at that, Megan. Thank you though, Billy. Appreciate you, man. Very, very kind of you. Congrats coming out to Seattle for the game. That's cool. Orgies of the controversy over the halftime shows because politically San Francisco is a woke state and they have Bad Bunny and other woke artists there. That's it. Yeah. She'll get some people in the kerfuffle. I kind of shrug. I'm like, I'm here for the game, right? It's going to be what it is with that. I'll tell you this, Bad Bunny's can't hold a candle to Prince. Prince put on a show. 13 Super Bowl with Prince. Pfft, that was next level right there. Was it Prince? Wait, was it Prince or was it... No. It was... maybe it's Bruno Mars, I'm thinking. It's Bruno, not Prince. Prince did a halftime show too, but I'm mixing up. It's getting late. I'm mixing up. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. 50 years of Seahawks football. 60 years of the Super Bowl era. winning it all on your division rival's home turf, Pats will blame that power station. Pats just might, man. Be like, we're hearing it, man. We're hearing the waves. They're in our head right now. We need to stop the game. We need to move locations, probably back out east, probably New England, but maybe Giant Stadium, but probably New England instead. I could see it, man. Yeah, I could definitely see it. Thank you, Taker. Appreciate you, man. 50 years of Seahawks football, 60 years of the Super Bowl era. Huh? Four appearances. Not too shabby, Taker. Thank you, man. Appreciate your support. Randy Creates. Thanks for the $5 donation, Randy. Appreciate you for that. He says, belt to ass. Well, maybe not. Wait, let me get my belt to ass thing right here. Belt to ass, he says. Well, maybe not this game, but throughout the season, the Seahawks had done just that. We're coming to your house for the Super Bowl party, bro. Hey, come on. Everybody's invited. Come on, open house. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's get the people in. Come on, come on. Plenty of room. Plenty of room. Have a seat. Come on. Come on. And this team put its belt to many a team's ass this year. It put its belt to the season schedule. It took whatever challenge you threw at it and said, good, more, good, more, good, more. Never backed down. Never shied away. Kept just chipping away to try to get better and better and better. And trusted in each other, trusted the process, trusted in this coaching staff. And I think they reward them for it with the effort that they provided. Absolutely a belt to ass kind of season. No year in Seahawks history with more blowouts. Not a season I can remember with more comfortable wins. And there's a reason, as we saw with this Randall, this team is the number one DVOA team in Seahawks history. In Seahawks history, beating out 05, beating out 13, beating out 14. They are that good. And they showed you that today. This is a Rams team that is loaded for bear. They're in the middle of their Super Bowl window. They're not the third youngest roster in the NFL. They're not just coming along, finding their way in this hitting lightning this year. They're in the midst of this run. They're in the depths of this run. It's a desperate hour for them. There's a sense of urgency for them. Now or never kind of feeling for them. How many years more does Stafford have? And then what are we going to do with the quarterback position when he moves on? Where's our next answer going to be found? You gave it to them because you're just that good, Randy. Just that good. I wish I could have you all over here for the Super Bowl party. That'd be a hell of an experience. Hell of an experience. But then nobody watching the stream, though, Randy. I have the only problem with that. Numbers would all go down then at that point. Dude moves his Brando will buy that in-flight Wi-Fi and keep it going from 35,000 feet. Boy, that'd be cool to stream from the plane. I bet the people would love that on the plane, by the way. Talking Seahawks football. Shut up! Shut up! That'd be cool if you could stream, though, from a plane. It's probably pretty strong, the Wi-Fi now. I don't know if it's that strong, though. Z says, Brandon, it was a great day for me today. The Seahawks won and my mother's birthday. I'm hoping to get a jersey with the new Super Bowl logo. Beautiful memory. Oh, well, happy birthday to your mom, Z. What a great day, man. What a great day. Let's get that Super Bowl logo. Beautiful memory. Hell yeah. Actually, if I see a black cat on the road, I just do a U-turn, not going to risk it. No. It's good luck, I tell you. Flag says, B, you're about to see a surge in growth if we win the chip. Oh boy, I mean, I've already felt it this year, Flag. You know, it's kicked in pretty good. And I agree with you, though. I think the thing with it, too, is that the surge with the kind of run like this, we win the Super Bowl, not, I didn't even want to win it, don't get me wrong, but I think that this season is definitely going to help out all the channels in the Seahawks fandom out there. Everybody's going to get buoyed up by this in a major way, Flag, which is very cool to see. And I'm looking forward to this next year. We're heading, we're going to have a great year, hopefully, to get the Super Bowl, and we're going to be blending in well in the next year. We're going to go hot as heavy as ever. We got a lot of cool shows. I feel like we're really getting locked in with Doing obviously B&B for years have been rolling, and the syndicate, and what we got here on the post-game streams, and then how the roundtable is going to go here and grow into the next year, and how we're going to hopefully look to even be expanding in the roundtable and starting to do on some more, increased number of shows, increased generalized NFL topics over there. We got a lot of potential across the board here for the new year, and I'm really, really excited for the future. Love what this team's doing. Love where we're going with this channel. Love you guys as a community and all your support you give me. But it's really moving in the right direction, Flag. That's for sure, man. 100%. You're very kind, man. Appreciate you. And good to see you in the house tonight too, Flag. Having all my old OGs in the house and all the old names in the house that have been here for so many years. The win puts a big smile on my face, but it puts a smile on my face to get an experience with all of you that I've been rocking through for so long with. And we've had so many conversations we've turned over the years, and how to get to this very spot. What will it take? How many things got to break so right in our favor for this to work out this way? Flag, Orange Cats are hellions. They are just they are wired different. They're just wild. They're a little feral. Austin Barron says, I lock my doors and a black cat rolls up to my car. Coke and Brandon, if I fly out to Seattle for the parade, how can I meet you? We should have a Hawks Nest meetup. No, we definitely will. I'll keep you guys until if I go out there and I do a parade, we'll definitely do a meetup. It'll probably be kind of a bar restaurant kind of place that we'll probably find. And I'll keep you guys abreast of where I am as far as my movements go out there as I'm walking along the path amongst the crowd. But I'll definitely give you a heads up on that one if it goes down there. Space is 135. People still going hard. Still 667 people in this chat right now. Please hit that like button if you get a chance here. Helps me out. We're going to have a lot of people looking at this stream for years to come. So hit that like button out. Definitely will help out a ton if you can do that for me. Flag says, AB, if we win the Super Bowl, you should give us the title of the first book you wrote. Oh, Lordy. Yes, I don't know. I don't know if I can give you that one. That's I guess, you don't know, Flag. Get careful on that one. Patrick says we had 2 black cats. They're both nuts. My black cat's super calm and cool, but my orange one's live. Val says Sam Darnold would never be him if he didn't learn from Kyle. That is facts, Brandon. Doesn't hurt me. I don't mind if you cook our guy up a little bit. I don't mind if you get him a little more prepped up before he gets to us. Less work we have to do, man. I just, as soon as Kyle has he just coaches all the players along, and then we'll take them off just as they're about to reach their full fruition. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. Certainly can't hurt working under a nice, smart offensive line like Shanahan, man. June says all the national medias are a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys. I rarely give them any attention. I've been immersed in Seattle team media and YouTube streamers the last 2 years. My main listen to commuting to work. Oh, well, thank you for that, Dune. And I think this is the transition that's being made across a lot of pathways out there. The old media falling away. The new media rising up. Omega. Damn, bro, you're still alive? You're an animal, Brandon. Go Hawks. Oh, man, if I go late on normal days, so if I can't go extra late on a day like this, I'd be checking my pulse right now. You got to go hard on a night like this. You got to go heavy on a day like this, man. You don't know when you're going to get another chance like this to just enjoy. I'm sitting here basking, folks. I'm basking in the rays of light. Mendoza, how Hawks are going to play in Australia. The rumors right now are that the Hawks are going to play the Rams next year in Australia. They're unconfirmed. I'm getting sources out of Australia. They're saying they're hearing some of this as well. So we will know this offseason for sure on that, but that is a little bit of what we're hearing potentially is going to play out. Patrick Sam scores exactly how many points he needs to. He's gangster ninja ginger like that. I gotta be careful with those words rolled together, Patrick. This is late in the stream where I get a little mumble mouth too. Don't ask that be. My brain hurts thinking of it. Hololani touchdown in the Super Bowl. I wouldn't make it an anytime bet, Scott. but it's possible I could see it. He definitely had a role in this offense today in sub packages. Definitely won't, Val. It's not going to hold up to the halftime performances of old, right? We've had some really good ones, and this one's not going to quite. Prince did the Bears one. Okay. We got Bruno Mars. Bruno put on a show too, though. But Prince was great. I remember that one. That was a classic one. He was awesome. But Bruno was good too. Yeah, it started raining when he was playing Purple Rain. That's right. Talk about apropos, huh? Austin, I was Prince last year on Halloween. Purple Rain, baby. Purple rain. Purple rain. Can't believe Prince is gone. Alice says, Brandon, watch out for the Lecter substation curse. It's cursed. We just got to not practice throughout the week there. Get in there late. Practice at an off-field site. Practice at a high school facility. We must avoid the substation. Industry Word says, be shy. You guys need to plan to meet up. We'll definitely meet up. I got to do it. Have a no alternative. Is there a better time for a Super Bowl win than the 50th season? Just one more step to go. Greetings from Germany, Brando. Hey, greetings to you too as well. Thank you for checking in from Germany. We are worldwide here at the Hawks Nest. This 12s fandom, I love it. Love it. And it's, as I say, a storybook season in so many ways. And just one of the other ways that you mentioned there that it is. It's also your 50th NFL season. Like it all kind of almost aligns like an eclipse this season. Like a perfect eclipse of like 7 planets coming in alignment. You're like, well, this happens, but once every 850,000 years. That's how it kind of feels. Austin, I had a black cat. Sell me fake Percocets. After you give the Seahawks win, we're having a party every Sunday at Brandon's house until we lose. Hell yeah. Everybody's invited, baby. Everybody's invited. Let's go. Have no alternative says, and what a great job by John Schneider to put this team, coaches, and players together. Best general manager in the sport. Best general manager in the league, man. He's going to overtake Roseman here with what he did this year because this was sensational. This wasn't merely good. This wasn't merely great. This is sensational work by a general manager. And if you think there's a lot of general managers that could have done and taken the steps that he's taken over the last 3 years and stuff this camel through the eye of the needle like John Schneider has, you're kidding yourself. He not only deserved that award for what he's done for the last year, but what he's done for the last 3 years. And he had a great job on his part. Great job. Arturo, orange cats are built different. My foster cat had when I lived in Anchorage. Cheetah was crazy. They're a live wire. They really are. And I've got a female version. There's only like 4% of the orange cat population that are female. I guess it's mainly males that they are. But they are the weird energy. The weird energy you get from them is it's unique. It's very unique. She's a great cat, but she's on her own she's on her own time period. You know what I mean? She's marching or a beat. Flag, is that supposed to be a dig saying that Sam learned everything from Shanny? I mean, I guess, I guess. Trent, thank you for the $5 donation. Trent, hot take or not? Nicky Manwari is everything Jamal Adams was supposed to be. I think we may have sunk Adams' career, not counting his injuries in the bad scheme. That's a great question, Trent. Jamal Adams at the best of what he could do was going to be a safety that was going to operate best around the box be utilized at a heavy amount as a blitzer. He could cover running backs and tight ends as a safety, but you would never match him up against wide receivers. I mentioned this because, and definitely Megan in industry. Let's be good. I think Megan did misunderstand it. She's not trying to tell you anything to do with it. She's just making suggestions, and we'll definitely industry on that be. We'll be getting a meetup done. We win the Super Bowl, I'll definitely be doing the meetup in person. It's a great suggestion on your part, and we'll be doing it for sure with that, 100%. In regards to your question, Trenton, it's a little more complicated than Nick Emanwar being everything Jamal Adams was supposed to be, because he's more of a player than even presumptively you thought you had in Jamal. Jamal could do some covering, but Jamal had to be on certain matchups to do the covering. If you put him on a receiver, if you put him on a slot wide receiver, Jamal's going to get cooked up. Even in his prime, I would offer. So that's where Nick's just a different batch, where I think Nick can do everything that Jamal did, including what he did as a pass rusher. Maybe not quite to what Jamal was as a blitzer, because Jamal had kind of an innate ability to do it really well, but very close to what he can do as a pass rusher, and then supremely better in every other standpoint: ball skills, speed, explosiveness, length, size, an ability to match up with receivers and not just get lost. He can play linebacker. He could play slot. He could play free safety. He could play strong safety. I don't think Jamal, for instance, can play free safety. He's a strong safety. And that's the big thing that happened to Jamal, more than I think Seattle not using him right within his scheme, is it was more about the transition of the NFL at that time. And Jamal just came out with a tweet today. It was like, I wish I could have played in the early 2000s. And Jamal's not wrong. He is a player in the early 2000s, would have been great. He, around the time of, if he came in the league around 2013, like when Cam did, it would have been a great time for Jamal in the league. But unfortunately, Jamal came in the league at a time when they're making the transition to cover 2 shell, and strong safeties were going to need to start to do a lot more than they used to have to do. And so it's a kind of both things happen at once to me, Trent, where, yeah, you didn't put him in a great scheme and you didn't utilize him. You didn't utilize him great either. But it was also about where the game was moving towards, and it was away from a player like Jamal that was going to be more, I'm a box into what I can give you. I can give you a couple different things, and I can have some versatility to me, but you do need to keep me in the box of the items I'm capable of. And more of the modern safeties is I can do everything everywhere. I can come down and be a slot. I can come down and be a linebacker. I can be a free. I can be a strong safety. And so Jamal just arrived at that time in the game where the change was really undertaking, and it got exacerbated a little bit by coming to Seattle and us kind of like scrambling to try to find an answer of what to do with him versus having a real tried and true plan for how to utilize him best. We were trying to cover up holes at that time to make it work. So it's a bit of both things going on there at once, rather than a sort of a chicken or the egg. It's kind of both there on that one, in my opinion. How tall is John Schneider? Mike McDonald's 5'9". Mike McDonald made John Schneider look very short after the game. He's probably 5'7". He's probably about that. It's a couple inches there, maybe. Great seeing Jody raise the flag, wasn't it, Space? Pollen's got to be proud from above. Scott Strong, if Seahawks win the Super Bowl, do you think John's going to make a splash move by trading number 3 and number 32 and in assets for a big name player? What players could he target? I think, yes, I am expecting a big move to be made, partly because the draft is just so weak. And I think he's going to look at that first round pick and he's going to be like, I don't like the guy that I'm going to be picking here, especially it's a first round guy. Let me try to make a move here and go a different direction with this. So whether it's trading back or whether it's trading the picks for a player, I think the first one is trading the picks for a player. Yeah, there's a couple guys you could maybe look at as a possibility here, Scott. So I think Max Crosby becomes the obvious one that you would make a run at, where they tried to at the trade deadline. You couldn't pull it off. You made a great run at it. You just couldn't pull it off. So I think Crosby's the first guy you go and you make him another run at. The two other guys that I think stand out to me that are real possibilities, I think, are the Chiefs could look to move McDuffie this offseason, their number 1 cornerback. I think he's a guy that could fit to McDonald's system and scheme. Local guy from Washington, played at Washington. Maybe that would be what that cost you, is that first round pick. But I could see you going after the cornerback, especially if you lose Woolen and Jobin free agency. That's the move you counter pair that with. Devon A-Chain. If you do lose Walker this offseason, maybe you go and make a run at a guy like Devon A-Chain with the Miami Dolphins. Then they're in kind of like the Chiefs in a predicament of where, look, he's a good player. They like him as a player, but they're due to have to pay him, and they don't have a lot of cap space to pay him. Are they in a position to pay a running back in addition to that? So those would be three guys I would take a look at very strongly as far as potential additions you could make. And even beyond just those players, maybe looking at as that sort of position you could look to target to find that upgrade via trade. I think it does get a little bit more locked into where you can eliminate certain spots that you wouldn't do this with. You wouldn't do this with tackle. You wouldn't do this with wide receiver. You wouldn't do this with tight end. You wouldn't do this with defensive tackle. Like if people mention Dexter Lawrence Scott, I don't think Dexter Lawrence is in play. I don't think that's a possibility. I just don't. But edges, looking for a prime edge? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely for sure. Pumpkin is special, Cal. You're right about that. CJ, Curse Hawk. Brandon, I knew you'd still be going hard. I'm seeing N3 as a generational player for this team. Tackling, especially, speed, breakup ability, but mostly heart. I'm seeing N3. Oh, Nicky Manwari. There we go. Generational for this team. I could see it, man. I can absolutely see it, CJ. This kid, what I saw in person in training camp and doing every day is not something you see from rookies. Hearing guys like Corbin Smith talking about, gold jackets for a rookie just off the performance he was seeing in training camp, not even seeing the kid in games, which is what Corbin was talking about. How often do you hear Corbin speak like that about players? Never. There's a reason we were hyping you up in training camp, because you just don't see a guy do like what he was doing. And then he's fulfilled that with this season, with a year where he's been outstanding. And does he have a potential of becoming a generational player? Sure, 100%. 100%. Especially in this Mike McDonald scheme where he'll be used all over the place, and he's going to get plenty of opportunity to have sparkling stats to get through the end of a year and, have a couple sacks and have 5 or 6 interceptions and great tackle numbers, a bunch of tackle for losses, and be sensational in coverage. Yeah, 100%, man. 100%. Mr. Chewy, you're really live at 2 a.m. I got almost 700 people still in the chat, Mr. Chewy. How can I quit these folks? Patrick, my orange cat, likes Brandon. She talks to me a lot. Crazy, I know what she wants when she talks and where she goes. They do. They talk a lot. My cat, I've been able even to teach her some words. I've taught her water. She taught herself lay down. She'll say that, like if you got her curl up in the bed and you get up and you're starting to get up, and she'll say, lay down. It's wild when she does it. And she says no. She's gotten those. I've only been able to teach her 3 words, but she does say those 3 words. CJ says, I can't believe the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl. Hell of a day. Hell of a day, I tell you. Playlist Trav. Hey, Brandon, what about some custom suits for the syndicate? Could do different patterns. Would be cool. Just an idea. Much love, bro. We've been turning it over. We're trying to figure out something like that. So we're hoping at some point we will unleash the syndicate suits. We're kind of still spitballing it a bit, but we are working on something. Yes, sir. Damn, we still live, says Garnett Donaldson. Holy shit. Baby, let's go. You know it. I can't quit you guys. We might not do a wrap-up video today. I ain't gonna lie. I might be tapped out by the end of that, but we're going live late tonight. Mr. Chewy, thank you for the $2 donation, says Lumen South. Here we come. Go Hawks. It's all right. It's going to be called the Hawks House evermore, Mr. Chewy. We win that Super Bowl in Levi Stadium. It's no longer Levi. It's the Hawks House. It's the Hawks House forevermore. Let's go. I don't care how pricey the tickets are. The 12s are going to show up. The 12s are going to show up. B Film says, we did not care, quote unquote, Coach Mike. No, we don't. It's about us. We don't care. It's about us. I love that about him. 1,000 likes on the stream. Let's go. Thank you all for hitting that like button. I know it's a little thing, but it's a major thing. Where you hit that like button, this is going to post this kind of video, and this live stream that's done from this Seahawks game is going to be watched by potentially for people to go back years to come. And you hit those like buttons, pushing them back in that direction of things in that way, it'd be really cool on your all parts. That's awesome, though. How much do the Raiders ask for Crosby? They're going to start with 3 first-round picks. Are they going to be able to get that? I would not think so. But some of this depends upon what Crosby's going to ask for as far as a contract. If he asks for a contract extension, it's less than 3 first-round picks. If he doesn't ask for a contract extension, Raiders might be able to pull 3 first-round picks off. Dune Moose, Russ Trade, JSN and Spoon picks, Booting Pete, Hiring Mike, Big Cat, and Speed midseason pickup. Shaheed, midseason pickups, JS Draft, free of Pete. Some highlights of how we are where we are. An organization on the move. Love it. I'd throw Ernest Jones in there for a 4th rounder too, right, Dune? What addition he was to in addition to that. And yeah, just a bevy of great moves by John. Bevy. Al Ramos says, Hawks House, Brando, you're smoked out. Hey, we win a Super Bowl on your turf before you do. I think it's fair that we get to rename your stadium. I think it's very fair. Have a good one, Megan. Off to bed. Talk when I get home. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Coke, I skipped your question, man. Sorry, bro. Let me see. I thought I answered. I was just a little bit behind on him, but I definitely answered him, Koken. I'm not seeing where I'm missing it, man. Sorry if I did, bro. I'm not seeing where I missed it. I know I was behind on the chat tremendously, so somebody's just being slow on the chat there. But if I missed your question, go ahead and repost it back in there. Sorry, Koken. Wasn't missing it on purpose. Bases Brandon, I wore the Hawks Nest t-shirt again today. Let's go. Dudes, Jamal Adams made a name by making insane hits. Nick's a sure tackler, necessarily a punisher. Nick's faster, more instinctive, more versatile. Jamal was a Carroll vision. Nick is a Mike McDonald vision. There we go. Sorry about skipping the question there, man. I'm going to get some rest. Appreciate you, Koken. Didn't mean to. Brandon, if I fly out to Seattle, how can we meet up? Oh, yeah. So I was mentioning that. So Kogan, we're gonna if we do the meetup, the way it'll work on this is that we'll do I'll let everybody know in advance. I'll keep everybody up to breast on what's going on both at the channel and on Twitter. As far as if we do it'll be essentially we'll do a Super Bowl parade, Kogan. We'll probably just have it to where I'll let everybody know where I'm at in the Super Bowl parade. And if everybody wants to kind of hang out as we're kind of going through and enjoying, checking things out and just enjoying things there, we'll do that. But then we'll probably have a final destination that we'll finish up at if we do the parade there, where there'll be a bar down there locally around the stadium maybe, or just somewhere in Seattle. But I'll definitely communicate out to you. Be following me on Twitter because I'll keep all of the updates there. I'll be posting it out obviously on the channel too. So we'll go both ways with that, Koken. But I'll give a lot of headway. I'll give a lot of heads up on that in advance that how we're gonna do it, where we're gonna do it, the way it'll play out. Kind of all that stuff, Koken, So we'll get that out to you for sure on that. But kind of TBD, to be determined. And we still got to go get this win too. That's for sure. Z says, Brandon, do you think each division should have their own dedicated logo? I think it'd be nice to create division community and create more rivalry matches with other divisions. Yeah, that'd be cool. And more specialize the divisions. I think that would be very cool. Especially because of the natural rivalries that exist within. But sorry I missed Koken. Sorry I was a little late on the deal there with it again. Got a little bit behind we got a lot in the chat tonight. But yeah, we'll definitely be doing the meetup in person. 100%. And I got to figure out the details. We got to figure out the timing of the parade when it happens. We got to still win the game too. But yeah. 100%. We'll keep you up to date on that for sure. Having no alternative. I wonder if Crosby trade would be worth the cost since we already have a Super Bowl caliber team. Yeah, it's definitely a first world problem kind of situation, right? Like, are we already too good? Like, how are we like can we get past great? Like, we're already great Super Bowl winning team. How much further can you take yourself past that? So it's a good question. I think the thing that opens the door to this having no alternative is though you have a really good team and though you have a really great defense. I think that it's something that's very fair to say when looking at this defense throughout this year is that the edge group has not been the most productive at all times. And while DeMarcus Lawrence has been a revelation and great for you, Uchenna had a 5-game run there where he was really hot for a while and then he went really quiet. And Boye Mafe and Derek Hall have collectively between the two of them about 3 sacks on the season. Boye Mafe is going to be a free agent. Team having no alternative might look for another option than Uchenna Nwosu, who starts to cost a little bit of money that may be more costly than what you're getting productivity-wise. And so you have Mafe as a free agent. You have Uchenna that you may be looking at that point of being like, all right, we got to go a different direction here to find something more productive. So now you've got 2 guys gone at that point potentially. You're 1 year away on Derek Hall from him being up for free agency. So you have 1 more year of club control of Derek Hall. So while, those things are in point, it's a position at the edge group that you're going to need to address at some point or another anyway. So if that's the case, and we know that's going to be the case, and we're going to have to address the edge this offseason anyway, some way or another, why not go big on that addition? Especially if there's a big addition to be had. Dude Moose, welcome to the Sam Darnold Stadium in Santa Clara, California. I can hear Joe Buck in my head during Monday night next season. Gokas is me, no worries, man. Let's have a go Hawks. We're all tired here. Yes, sir. My bad. Yeah. A little bit behind on that. Is this real, Slobby One? It is real. You are not dreaming. You are awake, my man. You are awake. Empire says, really hoping the Hawks come to Melbourne next season. I would love to be there. I'd love to be there too. I think Megan's going to talk me into doing it when it's all said and done. Definitely going to talk me into doing it. Dune Moose says, rest of the league will be studying the heck out of how Mike McDonald has built this program. You better believe it. It's what the NFL does, right? You establish something, teams are going to chase it. They chase your coaching staff. They chase your approach. And, you can have all of the theoretical items you think you need on the table, but you don't have the mind of Mike McDonald with it. You don't have the guiding force and the guiding hand he is. And that's what makes it hard about to replicate this kind of thing. That's for sure. Braden Whopper, how do you feel about former players like Penny and Jamal rooting for the Hawks publicly? I love it. I think it speaks to a little bit of the recognition from players. And this is what I've talked about at times where people would sometimes try to paint John or the organization as being less than a very pro-player friendly organization. And I don't think you don't get very much bitterness from players that leave this organization. And even players that might be bitter a little bit initially in how they feel like they were treated, come back into the fray down the line, like a Richard Sherman, like an Earl Thomas. And I think that when you see guys like Rashard Penny and Jamal Adams rooting for this team, I think that that's them recognizing inherently a bit like, look, that team gave me a fair shake. And I've got no bad will to that team. I've got no feeling of like I wasn't given a fair opportunity there. In Jamal's case, he didn't do anything necessarily wrong. His body just kind of broke down on him. It's not anybody's fault at that point. It's just a bad situation. It goes that way, right? But very cool to see former players in that way. And I think that it does speak to the fact that this organization has operated outside of a little bit of the cold-minded approach or cold-blooded approach you see of some organizations out there. And that there's some that just like don't care, and who gives a S about a reputation? They'll be cold-blooded at every turn at times. And I think Seattle does go a little bit the opposite way, understanding that reputation carries with you. The way you treat these players and that attitude of just kind of come in and wear them out and then kick them to the curb and you don't give an S, that word gets out in the street about that stuff. Val Ramos Brandon wants to claim Hawks trash at Levi Stadium. Go ahead. I'm just saying we get naming rights to your stadium if we win a Super Bowl in your stadium before you guys do. I just think that's very fair, in my opinion. Scott says, what's the cap situation for the next 3 to 4 years as we approach this Super Bowl window? How good of a shape are we in? Let's go. Hey, let's go, my man. Let's go. And you are in absolutely wonderful shape. So in basic terms, right now the Seattle Seahawks are sitting with the fourth amount of cap space in the NFL heading into this offseason at $71.879 million. So almost $72 million of cap space. There are, let's gas some folks up here, huh? You guys want to get gassed up a little bit? You want to get hyped up a little bit more? Dare I? Dare I hype the chat up any more than I've already done so? Wow, let's do it. Your Seattle Seahawks have $72 million of cap space to spend this offseason. Take a look down at the bottom of that list, folks. Take a good long gander at the bottom of that list. Green Bay Packers, almost $11 million of negative money. Bills, $14 million of negative money. Texans, $14 million of negative money. Lions, $16.75 million of negative money. Bears, $17.396 million of negative money. Saints, because of course the Saints, $20.829 million of negative money. Jaguars with $22 million negative money in the hole, in the hawk. Not positive. Browns, $24 million. Dolphins, $30 million. Cowboys, almost $40 million. Vikings, $49 million. And the Kansas City Chiefs, $62.386 million over the cap. So you have a third of the league over the cap, and you have your Seattle Seahawks with the fourth most amount of cap space. But wait, it actually still looks really good in the future. Here, Seahawks drop down to 2027 a little bit deeper, $112 million of cap space there. Still in the upper part, top 15 of cap space, and then 2028 sitting top 10 in cap space. Keeping in mind, as we look at these deals here on this over the cap, keeping in mind, look at all of these numbers on the side. Look at this. For all these teams. So you got these teams here that are negative money, right? They're already negative on, like they don't have positivity in the cap. They're negative already. And then they're, in addition to that negativity, they're already eating dead money. So the levers that these teams can pull is removed. It's not just cap space. It's levers you can pull in addition to that. Right? So you got a Dolphins team that's 30 million in a hawk, but then they've got 35 million, 0.5 million of dead money in addition to that. So they can't just convert base to bonus all over the place because you're already sitting on all this dead money. Seattle, to my point on this, about their cap situation and where they're sitting, 2026, $500,000 of dead money. Cowboys, $24 million. Dolphins, $35 million. This is just dead money. This isn't under the cap, just dead money. Even teams like the Raiders, who are sitting at $81.303 million of cap space, the second most amount of cap space in the NFL, are sitting on $34.82 million of dead money. Don't have as many levers that can be pulled to create more space to maximize the cap. For the Seahawks in the Super Bowl window, they've got every lever that they could want to pull across the board. And for the next 3 years, they're in as good cap situation as anybody in the entire NFL. Yeah, we're sitting in pretty good shape. Things are looking pretty good for your Seattle Seahawks team here. No, it's called the Hawks House, Val. I wouldn't call it the Hawks Nest. I'm not naming it after me. It's after the Hawks. It's Hawks House. That would be the name. I understand if you're sensitive to it, though. I understand if you don't give me naming rights. Trenton, thank you for the $5 donation, Trenton. Hey, B, let's talk some Buckeyes since one of our own is balling. I'm wondering, what do you think Curry, a defensive end, what do you think of Curry as a defensive end and McDonald? Well, I've got to admit, I'm very much behind right now, Trenton, on my scouting and evaluation. I'm about 100 players deep, but I would tend to be, by this point of time, most years, probably about 150 deep, 200 deep at this point. I probably would have covered Curry by this point. So I don't think I've gotten a chance to get to him. Double check my notes on this just to make sure that I am right, because you never know on this stuff. I might have looked at him. It starts to get that place too when it gets past 100, where I'm like, did I look at this guy? Let me see here. Yeah, I don't think sorry, Trenton. Haven't had a chance to take a look at him quite yet. But defensive end, if you're not going to make that major trade for one this offseason, is going to be one you look to target. I've looked at a couple. I have looked at the other guys, Trenton. So I've looked at Sonny Styles. Of course, I've looked at the other kid. The freak guy kind of got quiet there in the playoffs. But I've looked at the freakish guy you got too. That's the linebacker edge. But did not have a chance yet to check out Curry. Unfortunately, Averill Reese. So I had a chance to check out Averill Reese too there. Trenton, like both Averill and like both Sonny Styles. But I haven't had a chance to check out Curry quite yet. But if you don't make that trade, you're going to do something else somewhere. You're going to make a trade somewhere. Hold on one second. Go. But sorry, Trenton. Yeah, I don't have an update on that one. Check with me if you can, Trenton. I'll definitely add him into my list here. I got him on my list, so if you can with me, check. If you want this week at some point, I'll be diving in with. I'm heading down to Mobile, Alabama, Trenton, tomorrow, so I'll be out there back east and doing a lot of work on just scouting guys and doing a lot of just tape diving into this week, I'm sure. It's been a little bit hard. It's kind of the offset benefit here, Trenton, of having the Seahawks be so successful is that you just get hyper concentrated on what they're doing and don't do as much of the scouting stuff as I would do, where I'd normally have a little bit more of it locked in at this time of year. So check with me. Got his name down. I'll try to take a look. You don't have to donate next time, but if you put it in the comment next time I go live, ask me about him. I'll try to have a bit of a view on him and see what I think of him. But I know Buckeyes have produced a lot of power edges, Trenton. So in that general terms, if he's kind of fitted to that, that's going to, of course, be a bit of the model of the edge that we're looking for with the McDonald defense. Sight unseen and not being able to look at him and see what he is. But, you have a couple of guys. You got JT Tuamola last year, Jack Sawyer, two guys that serve as kind of power edges, which is, of course, in McDonald's defense, what he wants to do, which is less about being quick and taking the edge and snatching the edge and being super bendy. Like, he can utilize that stuff, but it's as much about your ability to be a power edge and walk that tackle back. So if he's got that in his bag, he definitely is a fit just kind of on that purpose alone. It's such a specific fit to this defense. Slowby says, bro, I think it got buried, but me and the boys snuck into this apartment building on the rooftop and got to watch the entire game live for free. It was so awesome, dude. Let's go. Slowby won. Hell yeah. Let's go, bro. Well done. Arturo Hawksnest, Rashid Shaheed is my new favorite Seahawks player. Hey, it's a good new favorite to have, man. Hopefully they resign him this offseason. And how about him making a big play? Doesn't have to make a lot of plays, but make some big plays, and that's good enough. It all just interconnects so well, interweaves so well, right? Cooper Kupp gets his catches, Jackson holding it down, Rashid makes a couple big plays over the top. You don't need everybody to have to go ham, so to speak, to make it get done. Just everybody kind of serve their part and serve their role. Will says, hey, Brandon, do you think the Seahawks will be able to beat New England in a somewhat comfortable fashion? Or do you think these two teams are closer in overall talent than people realize? I think that we're more talented. I just do. I think we're a better overall team. I think we're better offense, we're better defense, and we're better special teams. I think defensively it's pretty significant. Special teams is maybe a little closer. And obviously I've got to do more of a deep dive on New England, being that, they haven't been at the centerpiece of me looking at that team and what they've done necessarily. And, I got to really dive into them at this point. But on the surface of it, I think that they're a little year early on this. People will say the same about us. But I also just think that I think we have the method to be able to take them down. And they're not like the Rams defensively, where it's light boxes. And that's what's really tended to give our offense problems throughout this year. I don't think that they've got the receivers on the outside, the running backs that can challenge us in a way that's going to threaten us. I think we got the personnel that matches up really well against them. I do. And I think our pass rush is going to give their pass rush fits. I think McDonald is going to be able to dial up a lot of stuff. I was saying earlier on the show on this and part of what the research I'll be doing over the next 2 weeks is looking at what Mike McDonald's done against first and second year quarterbacks specifically. And it just kind of feels like he's dominated first and second year quarterbacks. And I think the younger the quarterback is, the more greenhorn they are, the more he's going to have a lot of stuff baked up into his scheme throughout the week to confuse the ever-loving hell out of you. And on top of this defense being damn good, it's got the schematic ways to be able to go after a rookie quarterback or a second-year quarterback and be able to give them a long day at the office. Winter storm's pretty bad, I guess. I got to check and see if my flight's going to be even on time. It could very well be canceled. Kogan, Brandon, if we let Reek walk, that means Job is cornerback 2. And we all know he ain't cornerback 2 worthy. What's the move? Resign Woolen or draft and fill in the blank? Well, Job is a free agent as well, Kogan. So both him and Woolen are both free agents. They can both technically go this year. So I think it remains to be seen what the team's going to do at this position. The one thing about this draft that I'll say is that it's a weak draft. It does have a lot of positions with high floor, low ceiling type players. And maybe the positions that stand out most on the early evaluation from my perspective in this is cornerback, where you can find a lot of those high floor guys that can be functional, and maybe they're not difference makers and world beaters, but more than good enough. And a lot of the guys that could be complete players with their good tacklers, good cover guys, pretty ready, well made to be able to get out there on the field and play for you pretty early. So, just you have a question about their ceiling, where you're like, well, I know what I'm getting out the gate. I know I'm getting a complete cornerback, but maybe I'm just getting a real solid guy at the top end of what he's going to achieve. So I think in the draft, you can find some guys. Certainly they could work some stuff in free agency. You might end up bringing back Woolen. It's when it's all again said. You might bring back Job in addition to it. I think if you brought back Job, you would be making another supplemental move, Koken. It's also why I've wondered about maybe making a trade for a guy like McDuffie. What if you went out and grabbed a McDuffie from the Chiefs, who are in a really tough cap situation? They're not letting McDuffie go because he's bad, but just costs a lot, and they need to get off of the cap space a little bit for this next year. Now you bring in McDuffie and you pair him out there with Witherspoon and Nicky Manwari, and how does that look? So I think there's a couple different directions you can go there with this. Mom Pops really sucks watching Parkinson do well for the Rams and not the Hawks. It's not a fun watch, but it's also, they paid him a lot of money there. They gave him a pretty nice contract. I don't know if I'd be willing to give him on that. It was pricey. It was very pricey. Is Santa Clara even worth the hotel and the road trip expense? I mean, it's a stadium that's out in the middle of nowhere. It's like, it's not in San Francisco. There's not a lot going on around out there. It's just an odd place where they put the stadium in general, in my opinion. It's like they just kind of chose them a random ass area. I don't know how to answer that because you're not really in the heart of San Francisco. It's definitely you're out just kind of on your own out there. Maybe. Kind of. Definitely could use some water. We're definitely running a little bit low. I'm 11 and a half hours in the stream today, so we're going to probably get a little bit to a point of Wrapping it up here. Ooh, we're going to the Super Bowl, brother. We are going to the Super Bowl. Coke and Brandon, will there be a call-in stream before the Super Bowl? You better believe it. So I got to go down to Mobile, Alabama this week for the Senior Bowl. And we'll be down there with the syndicate. So we'll be chopping it up down there. But when I get back next week, we'll try to set it up for Wednesday or Thursday at the latest there for a call-in show next week. So members of the channel, keep an eye on your community post, Koken, as you remember as well. We will get I'll get the bennies out there and we'll get the heads out. I'll get the heads up out there to where at least I get it posted a week out, Koken, so everybody can kind of plan and prepare a little bit. But let's just tentatively count on it being something like Thursday at like 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Not this Thursday, not the Thursday coming up, but the Thursday after. Good morning. Go celebrate, Brandon. Indeed. Indeed. Let's give a shout out to the sponsor of the show here. As we do put a button, go ahead and get the final questions, comments, concerns, trials, tribulations, anything you might want to talk about here. We're going to get the last bit of it in on this one. If I can, I would like to just give a quick shout out again to the sponsor of the show. It's been a bit of a time, so it's time to give them some love back here, as they have been so kind as to sponsor us throughout the course of this year. And of course, I'm speaking to the Sleeper folks. Sleeper app, number one app running right now today. They are cooking it up and cooking it up real well. Let's see how do we do on our bets today? I want to take a look here. We came close today. Might have missed it on the old Higby. Might have missed it on my Higby. So, we had Cooper Kupp go over 30.5 yards receiving. He did at 36. Kenneth Walker over 21.5 receiving yards. Hit that one at the second one there. Got the second leg. Tyler Higbee, you broke my heart. One catch for 12 yards. We missed out on Tyler Higbee by 2.5 yards. We got the Kyron Williams. Actually missed out on Kyron Williams as well by about 10 yards. And we got the Puka Nacua one. So went with the big ticket. Just barely missed it. We've hit a bunch of times this year, and you can hit today. You can hit this upcoming Super Bowl for your Seattle Seahawks here by utilizing the sports app Sleeper, matching with my code. Use my code NEST. They'll match up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. $100 from me to you. But wait, there's more. You get a $20 no deposit needed entry. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app when you use my code, when you create a login. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. And you can see here, we got the picks up today, just missed. But like I said, hit a bunch this year. You got the multiplier boosts in point. You think you know football, you think you know basketball, think you know baseball. You want to pair together a ticket. They got a lot of options, a lot of choices, a lot of selections, and is the best sports app out there running today. So take advantage of Sleeper, take advantage of this deal. Thank you to all of you that have taken advantage of the deal. Much appreciated. A big shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring the show throughout the course of what has been one hell, I say, of a wonderful season. It's been a good year. It's been a very good year. Sure, I don't got any other questions on in here, and then we'll wrap this sucker on up. You all are awesome for rocking with me all the way into 2:35 in the morning here. Flag says, this rules. I got to spend the first half of my workday with you guys. Let's go, Flag. Thank you for rocking with us today, man, and throughout these years. Appreciate you. Making podcasts, records, and interviews, then Pretty Woman, the musical tomorrow, so I need to get to bed. Have a safe trip, B, and talk soon. Sounds good. Gummy, you're still alive? Yes, but we are wrapping it up here, Gummy, as we're going to put the button on what is a hell of a night. I think 3 in the morning is probably good time to start to put a button on this and call it again. We're going to be letting you know here just what we got going on for the rest of the week here, because we got a packed schedule up. Want to prepare you guys for what's to come this week. I am heading out to Mobile, Alabama tomorrow, as long as my flight isn't canceled due to the crazy weather out there, which is a possibility. And if it's not, then we'll be back live with you guys tomorrow here. But chances are I'll be flying out tomorrow, so we won't be live. And we'll be coming back at you on Tuesday from Mobile with the Syndicate folks. So we'll be covering the Senior Bowl, talking to you guys about prospects, talking to you guys a lot about the Seahawks team, looking into some of the matchup here with the New England Patriots and a little bit of what they do. unpacking it all about what this season has meant, what this team has meant, where they're going, the possibilities of this upcoming year. There's just so much to turn through and turn over. It's wonderful. And we got 2 weeks here. 2 weeks. So this upcoming week, we'll be busy on the road, coming back at you from a remote location. Won't be on my typical mic. I'll be on my little travel mic, so bear with me on that, as it may not be as high quality as normal on that side of it. Then we'll come back next week on our normal schedule. We'll get our Behind Enemy Line session, talking to some Patriot fans, Patriot content creators, chopping it up with them a little bit. But ride with me here on these next 2 weeks like you've ridden with me throughout this year. And big shout out to all of you guys for all of the tremendous amount of donations. We almost got up to just about 300 donations today from all of the folks in here in the house. So thank you guys for all of your support of the channel. Second to none, as I like to say. Very cool to be able to experience this too with so many people in this chat whose names I've seen for so many years, I've had endless amounts of conversations with. And, you know, we interact here as much as anybody does with the chat, because there's so much awesomeness within that, and from keeping me laughing, keeping me thinking, keeping me on my feet, keeping me moving, keeping the show moving. And it's also, though, within those interactions is, you know, the sense of community that we get here to experience this together and to celebrate this together, and to come out this game just knowing how riding high all of you are like with me. It ain't just me with this. I know how much you've earned the struggles to get to this spot. And it's so fun in this throughout the stream today, just be able to celebrate with all of you guys. And hell of a win by our Seattle Seahawks team. This is a special team. It's been a special season. You guys are special crew, special folks that rock with me here. And just let's keep these good times rolling. Let's go finish this process out, complete this season. But the Seahawks have been just amazing this year. You guys have been amazing. Couldn't ask for more from any of y'all. Thank you guys for the great discussion, the wonderful talk. Thank you for celebrating this with me here, for coming in here and celebrating this win with me. You guys could be anywhere in the world, but you come on in here and you hang with me. And it's been an honor and a pleasure and a treat being able to enjoy this with you guys. And I hope, like you guys, I've been savoring every moment of tonight. Just sitting here feeling with a smile on my face, just shaking my head going, man, I just can't believe it, you know? Just can't believe it. Will Valdez says, Brandon doesn't sleep. He waits for the Super Bowl. That's right. That's right. Gummy, thank you for your kind words. Really, really appreciate you on that. Koken says, I don't make enough to go to the bowl, but I'm so down to go to the parade. We're going to do the parade too. So the Hawks win. Seahawks win. I will be going to the Seattle parade. We'll be setting up a whole meetup with all the Hawks nesters who might be down there. It will be downtown Koken. But we will we'll do a good job of being premeditated about it, and we'll set it up in advance, and we'll get it all kind of aligned up properly. You know what I mean? Standard Champion in the house. What's up, Standard Champion? Another one of our OGs says, can always count on Brando to be the last one streaming. What a journey. Congrats to us all. Hey, congrats to us all, Standard. And days like this, it's a blink of the eye, man. And there's no part of this that ever really gets to the point of being work for me. I get to chase a dream. I get to trace what shouldn't be possible in so many ways. What wasn't possible to do 30 years ago. And it's possible to do now. It's possible to do with your guys' support, but it's a great life I get to lead doing this. And we get to be at the heights of the heights and doing it right now, which is even better. Faded Pigeon. Hey, Brando. Rams fan from the UK here. Congrats on the big win. You guys fully deserved it. Keep up with the great content. Well, thank you, Faded Pigeon. You know, there's a lot of trash talk that goes into these games. There's a lot of every individual team feeling themselves. And I said it going in, and I still want to make sure that I feel it going out. And I want this to be a part of what leads on the roundtable on Tuesday, which is, I want to feel ourselves. Yeah, I want to say we own the NFC West, and we've conquered the NFL. And we potentially are going to surprise everybody and go take the Super Bowl. But I also want to say, hey, look, it's so much of this is the cool aspect of how strong this division is. And you're only as great as your greatest foe sometimes, right? It's like Faded Pigeon, you know, in the comics, like, you know, superheroes only great as what do they call the coterie of villains that they have? Isn't that the term that they put for it? And so, you know, your Rams team, I thought today played a hell of a game. And I don't think that they have any reason to walk out of this game with their head hanging low or to feel like mistakes were made across the board. This was a game with two teams that are very close to each other, very tight. I predicted it was going to be a 4-point win by Seattle. It turned into a 4-point win by Seattle. And that just, I think, speaks to where these teams are right, even Steven down the alignment here. And we saw it in the first two games. And there's no reason why, in my opinion, Fade, you guys aren't right back to making just as much noise, if not more so, this offseason. I'll maybe even get even more aggressive into this offseason potentially. I could see you guys doing it for sure. So no reason for the Rams to hang their heads on this one. It was a fine game on their part. Came very close, came down the line. One more play, able to maybe break through. What would have made the difference there? We were able to just kind of hold on enough on that. So appreciate you for that. Very kind of you to say, man. And really appreciate always the Ram fans, 49er fans coming to the house. You always got a welcome spot here. Your flight won't be canceled, Brando. The storm already passed the East Coast. There we go. I think I'll be okay. I think we're going to be all right. Hopefully so. There's a lot of flights out of San Diego that's been canceled here, though, in advance, so it's kind of tough. Lag took my mind off the treacherous drive into work here in Michigan. All right. Well, glad you drove safe there, man. Take it slow. Gummy, thank you. Appreciate you. Brandon Janis says, love y'all. F all the rest. Go Hawks. Super Bowl winners coming. B, C, you're the man. Let's effing go. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, brother. Have yourself a great night. Congrats to you as well. Megan says, if the Seahawks win, B, you mean when they win, you mean. That's right. Slip of the tongue. Tired slip of the tongue, I tell you, Megan. CJ says, oh my God, guys, we have a chance to get revenge on the Pats for 49 while winning the Super Bowl in our rival stadium. It's too perfect. I keep saying storybook, but it is, right? I mean, it's unmitigated storybook. It's not gassing people up. It's not artificially inflating this thing. It is a storybook season you have in your midst, and a storybook finish in a storybook season right on the precipice. Marcus says Seattle led all but 1 minute and 35 seconds of this game. Took control, kept control, Marcus. Great stat. Absolutely great stat. The Rogues Gallery. There we go. I think that's what I was trying to say. Murder's Row of Villains also works. Joe says, wow, you're still alive. What a great Seahawks streamer. Oh, thank you for that, Joe. Appreciate you, man. We're definitely wrapping up here, but yeah, we had a fun show today. This was great. Trent, if we got McDuffie in our scheme, Puka might get clamped. That's where I could see a bit of the draw here, where Seattle doesn't have an endless amount of places of upgrade. You know, if they're going to make an aggressive trade with that first round pick or with multiple first round picks, I don't think McDuffie would cost multiple. He might even cost one. But you can see it to being where you go, okay, corner, edge, maybe receiver if you have a Cooper Kupp retire and then Shaheed moves on in free agency, maybe. But it's not like it's an endless array of different positions that you could target into on this if you're trying to make that trade, if you're John. It's a good problem to have. Jake's so smug. I'll have to check out his wrap-up and see how he did. Kogan says, tested my blood pressure mid-game multiple times. The worst reading was 128/89. I'm sure I got up there a few times, Kogan. I'll tell you that. I got up there a few times, I'll tell you. Flag says the NFC West is so tough with the exception of the baseball team. And then there's the Cardinals. Oh, poor Mike. Rob's, I have a screenshot of me texting my friend on November 2nd predicting a Hawks versus Patriots Super Bowl. I feel so smart right now. Hey, well called on your part. Nailed it. Great job, man. Great job. All right, well, we will wrap this up on that note. 11 hours, 43 minutes, and 40 seconds in the books. I tell you, in the books. And we will wrap this up there. I really, really thank you guys for a hell of a stream. The support second to none. The discussion second to none. You guys rocking with me beyond just this year when the times are good, when the times are right. You guys were with me every step of the way on this. You've been here step for step with every step of this journey. We were never alone in this process. And though there were days that were dark, and though there were times of a lot of contentiousness within our chat, because there was a lot of disagreements about what it would take for this team to get right where they are right now. Well, we are here. No disagreement now. Now we are together as one in this. Together as one. And can the Seattle Seahawks bring it home? A storybook season, can you bring it to that final moment of conclusion? We will find out in 2 weeks. It is going to be so much fun, though. Turning this game over, turning the season over with you guys, continuing the celebration of this season, of what they've done, of what they accomplished, and what they could accomplish in 2 weeks. with all at stake. Levi Stadium, Rivals House, Super Bowl, conquering the demons of 10 years past, the New England Patriots. 2 trilogies to get to this Super Bowl. All it took for this to get accomplished and what they are on the edge of succeeding in doing. Oh, it's been a hell of a ride. I really thank you all from the bottom of my heart for rocking with me throughout, not just this year, but many years prior. For all those folks through all these years that put donations into this channel, for letting me do this full time a couple of years ago, when I think a lot of streamers of my size wouldn't be able to do so. But you guys, you've been rocking with me throughout that time. And yeah, I celebrate this for my fandom, enjoying this in my own fandom, sure. But I really celebrate this for what it is in the collective and for what I know this means to the community and how psyched this community is going to be over the next 2 weeks and reveling in this team and celebrating this team. Every sign you pass on the street in Seattle saying, "Go Hawks." It's a beautiful thing. And there's no connective communal spirit like when you got a team in Seattle that's cooking like this. Everybody's connected. Everybody loves one another. You know, traffic just seems to move a little smoother. The air just feels a little cleaner. You just got a bigger smile on your face. Enjoy it this next couple of weeks. You never know when you'll be back here again. Seems like the start of something great for years to come. Maybe it will be. But also let's enjoy this chance we got right now for what it is and really, really savor it. I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. It's been a wonderful season. Let's keep it rolling. Hopefully when I come back and talk to you guys next, I will be in Mobile, Alabama with the rest of the Seahawks syndicate as we get to celebrate this big win together, talk about the Seahawks team, talk about all the potentiality of the season, and really just enjoy football for the next 2 weeks in a major way. I thank you guys for watching. Hit that like button if you get a chance. Hit that subscribe button if you get a chance. I would really, really appreciate you. Let's get the last couple of questions here. Just want to make sure I don't miss, as I got a few here. Brandon, before you go, what's your streaming schedule these next 2 weeks? It's going to be a bit of a work in progress, Koken, especially this week because I'm going to be on the road and there's 3 guys in the house that all got to be streaming, right? We're all going to be doing our streams in our certain separate channels, and we got to kind of carve up who can be streaming when and try to maybe kind of offset that, partly because we got to be aware of the bandwidth, right? So we can't have probably like 2 people streaming out at once from where we will be in this situation. So we're going to have to probably be very careful in how we roll all of this up exactly. But I'll get you out some more data and information on that once I kind of get into mobile. I think we'll probably be live on Tuesday. We'll be live every day of the week once I get in there Tuesday. I don't know what the shows will consist of, but we'll be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for sure. We've got Saturday as the Senior Bowl game itself. So I'll be busy covering that. And there'll be a lot of me having to kind of cover the practices and whatnot's going on throughout the week. So that's where it's going to be hard to exactly lock in the exact timing on the schedule on this. And again, I got to coordinate with the boys over there. And then next week, it'll be more back to kind of the normal schedule where, you know, we'll be more like kind of locked into sort of a typical thing. But we should have the B&B show on Thursday. I should have the round table up on Tuesday without any problem. Because I'll be all set up by tomorrow night. Not tomorrow night, but by Tuesday night to be able to be rocking and rolling on that. But give me a little bit of time. Not quite sure exactly how it'll play out because we'll be into a different environment out there. Be a little hard. Industry word, thank you. Go Seattle, go Hawks. Appreciate all of your support and contributions in here. And thank you for keeping the chat lively as well, Megan. Appreciate all your hard work out here as well on the chat throughout the course of this season. Congrats to you. Get some rest, bud. I'm about to get some rest. We're going to get some food, get some rest, enjoy the rest of this night, and then get on the plane tomorrow to Mobile, Alabama, and hopefully we'll all be just the belle of the balls out there, us Seahawks Syndicate, with the rest of these Seahawks content, the rest of these NFL content creators out there going, that must be nice. Must be nice, man. Yes, it is nice. You are correct. I thank you guys today. Really appreciate you watching. Again, hit that like button on your way out the door. Really would have really appreciate it. Thank you for a grade A, awesome stream on y'all's part. Really appreciate y'all. We will be back in hopefully just over about 24 hours. Get back at you here once we get out into Mobile, Alabama. I shouldn't have to remind you, though. You got a team going to the Super Bowl. I shouldn't have to remind you on a 14-win season. I shouldn't have to remind you when you have the edge of greatness right there in your midst. Right there, right there within your grasp to go and take. Let's go snatch it. So I shouldn't have to let you know. Shouldn't have to remind you about this team. Shouldn't have to remind you to lock in. And I don't think I do. I think this might be the one time I don't got one last one holding out. I think everyone is tapped in. I think everyone's locked in. And that is what I love about the Seattle Seahawks fan base. But just in case there's one last little one holding out there, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.